Congratulations, players, on becoming survivors in the apocalypse. This time, we find ourselves in the realm of the Black Mist. Next, I shall announce the rules of this apocalyptic world. There are various types of survival games. This particular one is set in the Black Mist apocalypse. Each day, a basic treasure chest will be delivered around the safe house, however. To discover more treasures and resources, you must venture into the Black Mist. Treasure chests can be life-saving, but they may also lead to your demise. The Eternal Night Lantern can disperse the Black Mist, and counter monsters do not enter the mist without it. As long as your Eternal Night Lantern burns, your life shall not extinguish. A mechanical voice resonated in Wang Luo's mind, and he groggily opened his eyes. He found himself in a humble grass hut, less than 5 square meters in size, with a straw bed occupying most of the space. Beside him stood a burning oil lamp, emitting a pungent smell of kerosene. Additionally, there was a nondescript wooden box. The surrounding area was enveloped in black mist. Wang Luo strained his eyes, but to no avail. With only rudimentary tools in an uncertain environment, he felt as though the sky had collapsed upon him. Well, I've endured all manner of hard labor and peril on Blue Star, and here we are, standing on the same starting line. Why should I fear survival? Wang Luo mused, only to have his thoughts abruptly interrupted. Ding! It has been detected that before entering the game, the player was a mere drudge. Congratulations, player, on successfully binding the information prompt talent and the item crit talent. Information prompt. The player's line of sight will reveal a plethora of hints. Item crit. Items obtained from treasure chests have a chance to be upgraded to higher quality. In the next moment, the unknown black mist that surrounded Wang Luo illuminated with numerous hints. Edible fruits available. A plethora of trees providing timber. He then glanced at the grass hut, which also revealed several small hints. A dilapidated grass hut, capable of providing a modicum of warmth in the black mist. Upgradable 0-100 timber Eternal Night Lantern, perhaps capable of burning for another 7 days. Basic treasure chest containing a worn machete, a small amount of water, and bread. Wow, isn't this just a cracked version of survival? It seems even the heavens cannot bear to see me toil like a beast. Wang Luo couldn't help but express his excitement. He was acutely aware of how pivotal these two talents would be in this unknown world. The information prompt talent allowed him to see hints within the black mist, enabling him to evade most dangers. Especially when opening treasure chests, though the rules stated they might also yield threats. With this talent, he felt no such trepidation. Moreover, the item crit talent was equally formidable. What could it mean to elevate the quality of items? A mere piece of fruit could potentially transform into a devil fruit. Then, a thought crossed his mind, and a translucent light blue game panel materialized before him. Similar to online survival games, the panel presented various options. Character chat inventory trade map, survival guide. The panel was remarkably clean, devoid of any pay-to-win indications. To survive, he must first familiarize himself with this world. Casting aside his thoughts, Wang Luo selected the survival guide option on the panel. Before him appeared several choices: Black Mist Apocalypse, Frost Apocalypse, Flame Apocalypse, and a few other worlds. Yet currently, only Black Mist Apocalypse was illuminated, the others remained gray. The rules indicated the existence of multiple apocalyptic scenarios, suggesting that the gray ones were indeed those. Upon clicking the Black Mist Apocalypse, the survival guide panel displayed the previously announced rules. Furthermore, it clearly outlined how to upgrade the safe house, craft various tools, and the materials required for weapons. Scattered throughout were some monster descriptions, which, for Wang Luo, with the information prompt, were of little consequence. Most importantly, upgrading and crafting must be completed within the survival guide. After reviewing the survival guide, Wang Luo clicked on the character module. Name: Wang Luo, ID 0001, race, human physique, 10 strength, 10 agility, 8 defense, 7 attack. 8 note: each race starts with a maximum score of 10. Upon reading the note, Wang Luo felt that this apocalyptic survival game was relatively fair. Each race possessed distinct characteristics. For instance, if there were orcs, their strength would undoubtedly surpass that of humans. However, under the constraints of the apocalyptic rules, both races began on equal footing. Wang Luo examined his basic attributes and felt reasonably satisfied. The absence of talents on the panel meant others wouldn't discover his advantages. What a relief! He exited the character module, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the chat module flashing. Upon opening it, he found a chat divided into 3 sections: World, Region, and Private. Both World and Private were gray, while Region was illuminated. In the brief time that had passed, the regional channel already contained several messages. Everyone, what is happening? Does anyone know? I'm not sure. I woke up to find myself in this little grass hut. Where's my villa? Forget about your villa. Surviving is the most important thing. Suddenly, a particular message caught Wang Luo's attention, not for its content, but for the ID of the survivor who posted it. Survivor 0091. Survival? Haha. We homebody gamers are quite familiar with this. Wang Luo silently praised the 91 deity in his heart. That number certainly has some significance. Most individuals made brief statements before falling silent, as the survival guide clearly indicated a limit on daily chat frequency. 10 messages in the region, no limit in private chat, and the world channel remained closed. Yet, some continued to engage in conversation, such as the aforementioned 91 deity. By the way, are all of you human? I noticed the survival guide mentioned other races. 1. Quite curious. Point 1. I want to see his succubus sister. Are there any lizard folk sisters? Is it a reference to the infamous 3 brothers? Truly impressive. Survivor 0003. Are you all from the human race? Is there anyone like me from the elven race? The moment this message appeared, the replies erupted. First and foremost was the 91 deity. 0091. Miss, are you truly the legendary one with pointy ears and tiny wings on your back? How can you be so sure it's a miss? What if it's a dashing elven gentleman? Ah, man, not entirely unappealing. Out here, identity is self-assigned. No more pretense. I confess, I'm a cat person. You are a source of amusement. As the conversation continued, the channel fervently requested the 0003 elven sister to share a photo. However, 0003 remained cautious, revealing no information, and after that remark, fell silent. Wang Luo refrained from speaking, silently observing the group chat. After a considerable wait with no useful information, he decided to exit the channel. As for the inventory and trade sections, Wang Luo briefly glanced at them before skipping ahead. Instead, he took a closer look at the map, which merely displayed a black expanse with a green coordinate point, presumably indicating his own location. At present, the primary task remains to gather materials and enhance the thatched shelter. The essence of the survival guide lies in the creation of a secure dwelling. He grasped the lantern within the shelter, closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and upon reopening them, his gaze and expression exuded unwavering determination. Let be known that I, Wang Luo, shall carve out my own domain in this world of survival. Having uttered such bold declarations, he took a couple of steps before abruptly coming to a halt. Before him, amidst the encroaching black mist, the informational prompt unveiled 2 messages pertaining to his innate abilities. Black mist copper coffin. Within the coffin lies a seductive zombie maiden, who will awaken in 3 days. The sole means of salvation rests within the bead that she utters. Strength? Wang Luo. Chapter 2. Constructing a secondary safe house. The thatched hut was enveloped in profound silence. Wang Luo, however, found the stillness deafening. He stared in astonishment at the small print before him, instinctively taking 2 steps back. What on earth could strength represented by 3 question marks mean? Was it a reflection of my own insignificance, rendering me unworthy of knowing her true power? Wang Luo sighed deeply, pondering what was most essential for survival. Information. With pertinent intel, his chances of survival would multiply significantly compared to an average survivor, not to mention the prospect of dominating the entire realm of survival. Yet, information pales in comparison to raw strength. If one possesses power, anything can be overcome. Currently, he lacked that power, while this alluring zombie lady possessed it in abundance. Though Wang Luo felt rather unfortunate, he consoled himself with the knowledge that he possessed 2 extraordinary talents that others lacked. Moreover, the prompt indicated that acquiring the orb she spoke of would grant him a chance at survival. The situation wasn't entirely dire. Shaking his head, Wang Luo surveyed his surroundings and decided to open the treasure chest to retrieve his weapon first. Beginner's treasure chest contains a worn-out machete, a small amount of water, and food. With no immediate danger, he chose to open it without hesitation. A flash of white light momentarily blinded him, and as the brilliance faded, he eagerly gazed into the chest. Inside lay a rusty, broken machete. Wang Luo promptly withdrew the machete, and a text prompt appeared before him. A worn-out machete. Efficiency in chopping trees increased. Talent activated. Item critical hit. Quality enhanced. Before his eyes, the rusty blade transformed in a flash of white light. The previously broken edge was restored, the blade gleamed brightly, and its sharpness radiated a menacing glint, exuding an air of dominance. The prompt changed accordingly. Tetanus Blade, a flawless machete endowed with tetanus effects, pain sensation amplified by 100%, with a 50% chance of critical hits. Double damage to tree-like creatures. Incredible! For the first time, Wang Luo experienced the quality enhancement brought about by the critical hit talent, unable to suppress an exclamation of awe. Clutching the machete, he felt an attachment to it. After the enhancement, the machete now measured half a meter in length. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Combined with the tetanus effect, as long as he didn't encounter exceptionally powerful creatures, he felt confident about his prospects. This could be deemed a divine artifact for a novice. After placing the tetanus blade in his inventory, he glanced back at the wooden chest, which still contained a bottle of purified water and 3 pieces of bread. Although the food didn't trigger a critical hit, Wang Luo felt quite satisfied. Once he retrieved the items, the chest prompt changed once more. Empty wooden chest. Would you like to decompose it into lumber? Wang Luo chose to proceed. Decomposition successful. Obtained lumber 10. The chest suddenly transformed into a swirl of white light and vanished. Wang Luo quickly opened his inventory, finding an addition of lumber 10. Remarkably, the treasure chest could be decomposed into lumber. This meant he could acquire 10 pieces of lumber daily. Wang Luo smacked his lips in satisfaction. After storing the purified water and bread, he picked up the lantern and the machete, preparing to venture into the dark mist to gather resources. In truth, if fortune favored him, he could open treasure chests without encountering monsters, obtaining water and food instead, thus avoiding the peril of exploring the unknown black mist. However, with his talents, he felt no fear. It was only by entering the mist that he could fully harness the potential of his abilities. After all, the daily refreshed treasure chests were merely beginner level. Superior chests awaited his exploration. Wang Luo stepped into the black mist, the lantern's light dispelling the darkness within a 10-meter radius. After walking approximately 30 meters, he spotted a thicket adorned with several vibrant red fruits. A surge of joy welled up within him as he approached and plucked the fruits. Obtained edible fruits 10, excellent. With a bottle of purified water, 3 pieces of bread, and 10 fruits, he would have enough to sustain himself for 2 to 3 days if he conserved his supplies. Wang Luo exclaimed with delight. After gathering the fruits, he continued towards the direction indicated by the presence of trees. After walking around another 20 meters, he encountered several stout trees ahead. To upgrade to a secondary safe house, he needed lumber. It was time to chop some wood. Without hesitation, he wielded the upgraded tetanus blade and struck the trunk with a powerful swing. In the next moment, the robust tree bore a significant gash. Wang Luo estimated that each tree would require only about 10 strikes to fell. Astonishing. He gazed in disbelief at the tetanus blade in his hand, realizing that one of its effects doubled damage to tree-like creatures, which explained the incredible efficiency. With newfound confidence, he set the lantern beside his feet and began to swing the machete with vigor. In no time, he had felled a tree, which then dissipated into a swirl of white light. Obtained lumber 5. Each tree yielded 5 pieces of lumber, which was quite satisfactory. If he could fell 20 trees, he would be able to upgrade the safe house. He thought to himself that perhaps tomorrow's refresh would yield even more lumber, heightening his urgency. For the next couple of hours, Wang Luo tirelessly swung his machete, effortlessly collecting lumber into his inventory without the need to carry it manually. After 2 hours, he had chopped down over 80 trees. Obtained lumber 5. Suddenly, a new alert appeared alongside the lumber notification. A level 1 brown bear creature is ahead. You may not be its match. Wang Luo froze, quickly seizing the lantern and sprinting back toward the safe house. Phew. Thank goodness for this information prompt. Otherwise, he might have stumbled right into the bear's path without a clue. He dashed back to the safe house, panting heavily. Once he regained his breath, he retrieved a fruit from his inventory and devoured it voraciously. After 2 hours of woodcutting, his stamina was nearly depleted, so he also consumed a piece of bread to restore some energy. Never mind, let us upgrade to a secondary safe house. Wang Luo noted that the survival guide prompted him that the safe house was eligible for an upgrade. He opened the game panel, located the safe house, and clicked to confirm the upgrade. The moment he clicked, a burst of white light enveloped the area. In an instant, wooden walls began to rise as if building blocks were being assembled, and in a matter of breaths, a charming little wooden house was constructed. The safe house's area expanded from 5 square meters to 10 square meters, and the surrounding black mist receded with the increased space. Wang Luo stood in awe, watching the wooden house materialize in mere seconds, his heart racing with exhilaration. If only he had possessed such speed during his previous laborious tasks in the real world, he could have earned a fortune. Charming little wooden house, capable of providing shelter from the elements and resisting level 1 creature attacks. Upgradable. Lumber 325, 1000, stone 0500, fur 010. After a cursory glance at the prompt, Wang Luo shifted his gaze and pushed open the wooden door. Upon entering the wooden house, his eyes were immediately drawn to a large wooden bed covered with straw, significantly larger and more comfortable than the previous straw bed. It was evident that the straw used was nearly the entirety of the previous hut's contents. Resourcefulness at its finest. Aside from the bed, there was a simple set of tables and chairs by its side and a rack for clothing. There was nothing else of note. After all, it only required 100 units of lumber, and Wang Luo felt quite satisfied with the outcome. On the first day, there were few supplies surrounding the safe house, consisting only of timber and a handful of fruits. The wood was sufficient for the time being, and he had no desire to take unnecessary risks by gathering more. Thus, he reclined on his bed and began to peruse the messages in the group chat. To his astonishment, a pinned message suddenly appeared in the regional chat channel. Congratulations to Survivor 0001 from Zone 1 for becoming the first player in the entire region to construct a Level 2 safe house. They will receive a risk-free intermediate treasure chest, which will be distributed alongside the primary treasure chests refreshed tomorrow. Chapter 3. The plea of the elven maiden. The golden pinned message had been displayed for a full 10 minutes, and the regional channel had erupted with activity. Isn't it a bit premature for you to be building houses while I'm still starving? 0001. Great one. Accept my homage. I am your long-lost son. I am so hungry. The audacity of the person above is astounding. They are seeking food from everyone. I am quite curious about what one could obtain from a mid-level treasure chest. 0001. Great one. Could you possibly share a hint about what you find after opening the treasure chest tomorrow? The moment this pinned message appeared, many began to tag him in the channel. But the online presence remained indifferent to their pleas. Naturally, numerous individuals sent him private messages, hoping he might spare some food. Wang Luo glanced through several messages. Most were from those looking to exploit the situation. He was not so benevolent and chose to disregard them entirely. A small fraction pretended to be teachers, sending pictures of chalk in hopes of trading for food. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the chalk edges were darkened, which disgusted him. He swiftly blocked them as well. Seeing Wang Luo's silence, these individuals grew disheartened and resumed their discussions. Speaking of treasure chests, everyone, what did yours yield? Mine contained a bottle of water and a set of clothing, so I want to need to venture out for exploration today. Is the person above that lucky? I received only 10 units of timber. What kind of luck is that? I merely got a card that grants invincibility for 10 minutes. What? Such an item exists? This must be a conspiracy. I can't believe it. Suddenly, a survivor identified as 0527 erupted in a fit of rage within the regional channel. What did the person above find to be so furious? A snake. It lunged at me and bit me. Brother, are you still able to message after being bitten by a snake? What? This fellow's avatar has turned black. Wang Luo's heart raced upon reading this message. He quickly opened the avatar list and found 0527's icon had indeed darkened. Moreover, he noticed that the chat channel, which originally had 10,000 participants, now had over 800 fewer. In a mere moment, 800 lives had been lost. A wave of shock washed over him as he confronted the brutal reality of this survival world for the first time. At the same time, he felt grateful for his 2 top-tier talents. Had this 0527 been able to see item prompts, he might not have recklessly opened the treasure chest and met his demise. The departure of 0527 caused the frequency of new messages in the regional channel to slow considerably. Just as Wang Luo was about to exit the chat page, a new message appeared. Survivor 0003. Does anyone have food or water? I can trade timber. The message was followed by a large exclamation mark, indicating a sense of urgency. Upon hearing this, the previously quiet crowd began to chatter once more. Elven lady, I wish I could venture out. I would surely bring you food. Brother, this is a matter of survival. That fellow just perished, and you're still here fawning over her? It's absurd, brother. In a life or death situation, can you really afford to prioritize such trivial matters? No one was willing to trade food for timber, even though timber could upgrade the safe house. But what of it? How much food could be exchanged for timber? Would it be enough for an upgrade? As hunger loomed, who cared about the state of the safe house? Survivor 0003, please. I beg you all help me. My sister is on the brink of starvation. Survivor 00380003, friend, who isn't starving here. How do we know you aren't deceiving us? Over 800 people have already perished in this chat. The others echoed in agreement. Everyone was facing severe shortages of food and could not spare any to assist others. Yet, upon reading the plea for help, Wang Luo felt a stirring in his heart. He had experienced hunger during his laborer days on Blue Star, and the sensation was particularly unbearable, let alone being on the verge of starvation. Gritting his teeth, he located the avatar of 0003 and clicked to send a friend request. Meanwhile, in a humble straw hut shrouded in black mist, an elven maiden knelt upon a makeshift straw bed, her skin as pale as snow, much of it exposed to the frigid air. Her shoulders reddened from the cold, and her pointed ears drooped as she anxiously gazed at the game panel before her. Outside the hut, within the black mist, a tall shadow resembling a tree loomed restlessly. Sister, I'm hungry. Nestled in her embrace was a small girl of about 5 or 6, wrapped tightly in an oversized brown cloak. However, her pointed ears revealed that she too was an elven child. Just hold on a bit longer, sister. I will soon acquire food, she whispered, her heart heavy with concern as she watched her half-conscious sister. The urgency on her face intensified, and fear made her body tremble slightly. Deliverer, I implore you, grant my sister a piece of bread. She is still so young. In her heart, she prayed, but no savior appeared. Instead, the tall shadow in the mist grew increasingly agitated. Just when despair threatened to consume her, the game panel emitted a soft beep. She quickly glanced at the screen, noticing a new friend request had arrived. Without hesitation, she clicked to accept. Wang Luo did not wait long. It seemed that the moment he sent the request, the other party promptly agreed, indicating a sense of urgency. This suggested that the message sent was likely genuine. He opened the private chat, preparing to message 0003, only to find a message from her that was even quicker. Hello, do you have food? I can trade timber with you. My sister is on the verge of starving. Wang Luo hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to place a fruit from his personal storage into the trade window, without requesting any timber in return. The situation was critical. It was imperative to trade the food first. If she subsequently offered timber, then that would affirm her sincerity. If she reneged, well, if he were deceived, he would simply learn from the experience and never trust her again. Wang Luo mused to himself. On the other side, when Qiling saw the fruit that had been traded, tears streamed down her face. There is hope. My sister will be saved. In that moment, Wang Luo became her savior. With trembling hands, she retrieved the fruit. Luo Luo. Eat the fruit. The small girl, referred to as Luo Luo, instinctively took a bite of the fruit, its sweet juice awakening her from her stupor. Sister, you should eat too. Qiling looked at her sister's pale face and shivering body, feeling weak. Sister is not hungry. Luo Luo should eat. Sister can trade with others. As she spoke, she licked her lips and glanced at the game panel, only to realize that her benefactor was none other than the illustrious 0001. Did he even need timber? Qiling suddenly felt a pang of self-doubt. While she had collected a fair amount of timber, it paled in comparison to the timber Wang Luo had accumulated from upgrading his safe house. After much contemplation, she finally sent a message. Thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. Upon reading her message, Wang Luo nodded slightly. Today, a good deed has been recorded one. Almost immediately, Qiling sent another message. Benefactor, how much timber can I trade for one fruit? Perhaps after upgrading the safe house, he found himself devoid of timber. With a glimmer of hope, Qiling sent a message. Wang Luo pondered for a moment and replied, stating that he was not lacking in wood. Indeed, he had an abundance of timber. Upon receiving the anticipated response, Qiling felt a twinge of unease. This favor must be repaid, and she secretly wished to barter for some food as well. What is it that my benefactor requires of me? I am capable of anything. Wang Luo, upon reading this message, inhaled sharply. His initial intention merely to ascertain if there were any other enticing items available, such as the aforementioned special cards that he coveted. However, it seemed that there were no appealing offerings left, prompting thoughts of labor to settle debts. Since she claimed to be able to do anything, he mused, could she truly? His thoughts drifted into realms beyond, and he felt a pang of guilt. Ultimately, Wang Luo requested that she send a selfie. If he could not partake in anything more substantial, he could at least indulge his eyes. Qiling, upon receiving his message, felt a blush of embarrassment. Yet for the sake of survival, she bit her lip and sent him a private selfie, her cheeks flushed with color. Wang Luo gazed at the photograph, swallowing hard. In the image, a sprite maiden, perhaps 18 or 19 years of age, cradled a small sprite in her arms, her beautiful eyes gazing at him with a pitiable innocence. The scant fabric she wore left little to the imagination, rendering her exceedingly alluring. After savoring the view to his heart's content, he promptly saved the image. Then, he received another message from her. Dear benefactor, I wish to exchange for some food. Can I trade with timber? It appeared that this sprite maiden was not fond of being in another's debt. Thus, Wang Luo resolved to ensure that she remained indebted to him. For it is the unmarked price that holds the greatest value. Chapter 4. The neighbor's allure is quite literal. I am not in need of timber. Yet I can offer you a trade. As for your compensation, you may defer that for the time being. Upon receiving this message, Qiling pondered briefly before ultimately choosing to accept his goodwill. Firstly, player 0001, being the first to upgrade, must possess considerable strength. It is wise to cling to such a powerful ally. Secondly, the rules indicate that monsters do not vanish upon respawning, meaning this creature will persist. And it is highly likely she will struggle to find sustenance the following day unless she uncovers a formidable item within a treasure chest. Lacking confidence in her chances, she would likely need to rely on Wang Luo. Seeing her agreement, Wang Luo proceeded to trade her 3 fruits. As for bread, being substantial for nourishment, it was not an option for trade. After a moment's thought, Wang Luo inquired, if you can procure timber, are there not any fruit-bearing trees nearby? Her response came swiftly. I opened a treasure chest and obtained an axe. Coincidentally, there were trees nearby, so I chopped down a few. However, I inadvertently disturbed a treant monster, which has now taken residence near my safe house, preventing me from venturing out in search of food. Wang Luo suddenly comprehended the situation. So, you felled its offspring. Who else would it seek if not you? After concluding the conversation, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He decided to lie down on the soft bed and succumb to slumber. The following morning, Wang Luo awoke punctually. Having labored in the modern world, he had no habit of lingering in bed. Due to a scarcity of water resources, he forewent washing up, merely wiping his face. The treasure chest that had respawned today rested on the table by his bedside, accompanied by a bronze chest, presumably the intermediate chest mentioned in the announcement. Wang Luo refrained from hastily opening it, opting instead to venture outside to survey his surroundings. The survival guide indicated that it was daytime. He noted that the black fog had dissipated considerably, yet visibility remained poor. This, of course, was relative to others. Closing his eyes and reopening them, he discovered numerous new prompts amidst the fog. Coconut tree. Chop it down to obtain timber and coconuts. Excellent. Coconuts could quench his thirst, serving as a water source. A surge of joy filled Wang Luo as he glanced to his left. Disordered pile of stones. Gather to obtain stone materials. Stone was also valuable, necessary for upgrading his safe house. He nodded in satisfaction and turned to the right. Black fog copper coffin. Within rests a captivating zombie maiden, awakening in 2 days. The sole method of salvation lies in the bead she speaks of. Power. The prompt had merely adjusted the time frame from 3 days to 2, which did not surprise Wang Luo. He resolved to gather these resources before investigating the matter of the zombie maiden. With that thought, he returned indoors to retrieve his lantern, simultaneously opening today's basic treasure chest. Basic treasure chest contains a set of villagers' burlap clothing. Upon inspection, there was no danger, merely a set of clothes. So he opened it without hesitation. He was still clad in short sleeves and shorts, which felt rather chilly in this environment. Talent triggered, item critical hit, quality enhanced. Villager's burlap transforms into a hero's garb. In a flash of white light, the burlap clothing in Wang Luo's hands transformed into a heroic outfit, complete with a fitted shirt, brass buckle belt, and leather boots. It was even accompanied by a long black coat. A pair of black fingerless gloves appeared on his hands. Hero's garb. Wearing it increases constitution by 3 points, with other attributes receiving a 5-point boost. How splendid. Wang Luo donned the entire ensemble. instantly feeling a surge of strength and vitality. He opened his character panel. Name: Wang Luo, ID 0001. Race: Human. Constitution: 10-3. Strength: 10-5. Agility: 8-5. Defense: 7-5. Attack: 8-5. Note: each race has an initial maximum score of 10. It appeared that wearing this outfit granted him bonuses. Having opened the basic treasure chest, Wang Luo eagerly turned his attention to the intermediate chest. Given that the basic chest yielded such remarkable gear, he hoped the intermediate chest would not disappoint. Since the announcement indicated that this chest posed no danger, he refrained from employing his talent to assess it. After all, the thrill of opening a mystery box lies in the process. Gently prying open the chest, a burst of green light emerged, revealing a card lying quietly within. Goodness! An effect card. Wang Luo gasped in astonishment. Previously, he had heard tales of someone acquiring an invincibility card for 10 minutes, stirring his envy for quite some time. Now, having obtained a card, he promptly examined its details. Special room card. Lord. Upon use, it transforms the player's safe house into a Lord's safe house. Lord's safe house can merge with lower-level safe houses. Upon merging, the main player becomes the Lord, while the other merged players become civilians. Incredible! Wang Luo's eyes widened, his gaze fervent as he contemplated the card in his possession. This was akin to establishing his own faction within this fog-laden world, with himself as the unquestionable leader. After admiring the card for a while, Wang Luo stored it away in his inventory, intending to utilize it at an opportune moment. After dismantling the chest, he acquired 10 pieces of timber and 10 copper ores. Clad in his new gear and wielding the lantern, he stepped back into the black mist. His first task was to fell the coconut tree. Obtained timber 5. Obtained coconuts 5. Next, he ventured left for approximately 50 meters, finally spotting a heap of disordered stones. This location corresponded to the area of yesterday's forest, allowing Wang Luo to still observe the hint of a level 1 brown bear. Level 1 brown bear, armed. You can easily handle it. With the prompt having changed, Wang Luo felt a surge of courage. Lantern in his left hand, knife in his right. He cautiously approached the bear's vicinity. Before long, the beam of his lantern illuminated a plump brown bear, currently in a deep slumber. Wang Luo steadied his racing heart. Inching closer, just as the lantern fully illuminated the bear, it suddenly opened its beady green eyes, locking onto Wang Luo with a fierce gaze. A chill ran down Wang Luo's spine, yet his heart calmed. The bear roared and charged at him. Its speed, however, was rather sluggish. Wang Luo effortlessly dodged, releasing a sigh of relief. At that moment, his agility was at 13 points, while according to the game rules, the bear's agility would not exceed 7 or 8 points. Its attributes could not surpass 10. In this realm, regardless of race, initial values were capped at 10. The bear might possess a strength of 10, yet its agility was definitely lacking. Although in the Blue Star it could outweigh Wang Luo in strength, here they were evenly matched at 10 points. With his enhancements, Wang Luo was even more formidable. Utilizing his superior agility and the piercing Tetanus Blade, the bear failed to graze him even once, while sustaining several wounds. Though shallow, the absolute pain sensation incited its fury, resulting in increasingly erratic and frenzied attacks. Eventually, as the bear exhausted its strength, Wang Luo swiftly ended its life. Defeated a level 1 monster, earned merit 1, bear skin 1, bear meat 500, monster crystal 1. What is this? What purpose do the achievements and the monster crystal serve? Wang Luo stared at it for quite a while, but the information prompt regarding his talents offered no clarity. With no other choice, he reluctantly decided to set it aside for the time being. However, he did receive a substantial amount of bear meat. Ensuring that his provisions were ample, Wang Luo felt somewhat content. Upon returning to the pile of rubble, he spent half a day digging, but without suitable tools. He managed to collect only 10 units of stone. Glancing at the survival guide, he noted that only 2 hours remained until dusk. Although there was little distinction between day and night, he resolved to investigate the zombie lady first. He retrieved a loaf of bread and a piece of fruit from the storage to quell his hunger. With the eternal night lamp in hand, he ventured into the black mist towards the direction of the zombie lady. With each cautious step, Wang Luo felt his heart racing fervently. He dared not exhale audibly, treading with utmost delicacy. In that moment, the only sound that filled his ears was the thunderous beating of his heart. After advancing approximately 10 meters, the light from the lantern illuminated a corner of a greenish-black coffin. The sight of the coffin made Wang Luo's breath hitch slightly. Summoning his courage, he took a few more steps forward. At that moment, the entirety of the coffin was revealed before him. The outer coffin was an imposing 5 meters long, 3 meters wide, and stood tall enough to rival an adult. The lid was not tightly sealed. Rather, a gap large enough for a person to pass through was visible. Gritting his teeth at the sight of the colossal coffin, Wang Luo climbed atop it. Leaning over the lid, he attempted to cast the lantern's light into the coffin, revealing a smaller coffin within. This, he realized, was the true Black Mist copper coffin. Chapter 5. The elven maiden seeks assistance once more without delay. Wang Luo promptly returned the Tetanus Blade to his storage and, holding a lantern, leaped into the coffin. Thud! His body landed with a dull thump. Wang Luo's heart leapt into his throat. Fortunately, nothing unexpected occurred. He cautiously approached the inner coffin. The inner coffin measured approximately 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width. Wang Luo attempted to push the lid, but it would not budge. He then took out the Tetanus Blade and pried open a small gap in the coffin lid before trying to push it again. This time, it moved slightly. Gritting his teeth, Wang Luo summoned all his strength to force the coffin lid open a crack. The dust that rose made him cough twice. Once the smoke cleared, Wang Luo peered into the coffin. That single glance left him utterly astonished. After a moment, he regained his composure and muttered to himself, "Goodness." The sexy neighbor in the hint was quite literal. Until the very moment he opened the coffin lid, Wang Luo had expected the zombie maiden to resemble the gaunt, green-faced corpses from his imagination. However, the reality was starkly different. Lying in the coffin was a stunningly beautiful zombie maiden. Were it not for her pallid complexion, Wang Luo might have mistaken her for a fairy tale sleeping beauty. He dared not gaze for long. Reaching out to touch her face, her bloodless lips slightly parted. The texture was soft, yet chillingly cold. He hastily extracted the glowing green orb from her mouth and quickly released his grip. The moment he held the orb, frost began to form on his hand. With no time to examine the orb's properties, he closed the coffin lid, exited the coffin, and swiftly fled the scene. Though the hint indicated that the zombie maiden would awaken in 2 days, it was prudent to act quickly for safety's sake. Upon returning to the small wooden cabin, Wang Luo finally allowed himself to pause and catch his breath. What a bizarre situation. Merely an orb, and he had nearly lost his hand. Observing his frostbitten, trembling hand, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. Rubbing his hands together for warmth, he began to regain some sensation in his palm. With a mental command, the orb radiating a soft green light appeared on the table beside the bed. The temperature in the cabin plummeted dramatically. Wang Luo was astounded and quickly used the information prompt to investigate the orb's origins. Inner Dan, a rare treasure nurtured within the body of a zombie who has cultivated for countless years. It holds great significance for her. It would be best to return it. Return it? Wang Luo scoffed and stored the orb away. With less than 2 days until the zombie maiden's awakening, he would need this orb to negotiate. How could he possibly return it? Glancing out at the sky, he abandoned any thoughts of venturing out for supplies. He kindled a fire and retrieved a unit of bear meat, weighing nearly a kilogram. Wang Luo knew he could not consume all of it himself, but he still had Qi Ling and the others. Since monsters did not respawn, they would surely seek his aid again today. In Wang Luo's mind, having obtained the Lord's Safe House card, these 2 elves were already his subjects. He divided the meat into 4 portions and placed them on the fire to roast. The enticing aroma of grilled meat began to waft through the air. Wang Luo sampled a piece. Lacking salt, pepper, or any seasoning, it was rather bland, yet far superior to dry bread. He devoured 2 portions ravenously, and, after eating some fruits to soothe his throat, he activated the panel to check the regional channel. The first message was from someone tagging him, inquiring about the contents of the intermediate treasure chest. Wang Luo ignored it completely. Innocent men suffer for possessing treasures. Although it was unlikely these people could traverse the black mist to find him, it was always wise to be cautious. The subsequent messages discussed what items everyone had received from their treasure chests. Wang Luo glanced through them. They were mostly ordinary food and clothing. Aside from an earlier individual who had opened a card granting invincibility for 10 minutes, he had not heard of anyone else acquiring anything novel. He also noted that the number of survivors had dwindled to just over 6,000, indicating that nearly 3,000 people had perished over the course of a day and night. He exhaled slowly, continuing to scroll through the messages, when suddenly he received a friend request, assuming it was yet another individual attempting to morally compel him to share supplies. His peripheral vision caught a note indicating a trade of items. which piqued Wang Luo's interest. He casually clicked to accept, and the other party quickly sent a message. Survivor 0478. Brother, do you have food? I'll trade you some items. Wang Luo read the message with curiosity and replied, what items? If possible, I don't mind trading for some food. A card, with an effective invincibility for 10 minutes. Upon reading this message, Wang Luo initially thought the other party was joking. But before he could respond, the individual sent another message. So, brother, interested? I have no use for this card. At this, Wang Luo could not help but ask, this thing can save your life. How can you have no use for it? Hey, brother, I mostly stay inside the safe house, so I naturally don't encounter dangers. Don't ask me why I don't explore. Yesterday alone, 3,000 people died. Over 3,000. I need not elaborate on the risks involved. Staying in the safe house might allow me to survive a few more days. Just provide me with sufficient food, and we can trade right now. Survivor 0478 seemed to be driven to despair by the declining numbers and spoke in a defeated tone. Wang Luo was not inclined to argue. He would not adopt a saintly demeanor to persuade him. In this apocalypse, respecting others' fates and relinquishing the urge to aid unless someone was useful to him was paramount. Not a problem. I'll trade. However, I can only offer you 6 days' worth of food. 6 days? Brother, you must have frequently explored to upgrade your safe house first, right? Knowing the effects of this card, you basically have an extra life when you explore. You're only offering me this little? Wang Luo replied calmly. First, this 6 days' worth of food consists of meat. Second, if you don't explore, your lantern will only last 6 days, and after that, you will still perish. The safety of the safe house is contingent upon your lantern being lit. I certainly don't lack for your item. Rather, you are the one in need of food. Considering how many times I've explored without encountering danger, you should know I'm speaking the truth. Survivor 0478 fell silent. He understood Wang Luo was stating facts. Wang Luo remained patient, waiting for his decision. Soon, another message arrived. All right, I'll trade. He promptly placed the card in the trading repository, and Wang Luo carefully examined it, confirming there were no issues. He then offered 3 units of bear meat. 3 units equated to 3 kilograms. Enough for him to consume a pound a day. Don't you have any water, brother? Upon reading this, Wang Luo replied directly, I need water too. Seeing this, the other party no longer asked further questions. After completing the transaction smoothly, Wang Luo swiftly deleted the individual from his contacts. Such a despondent person likely would not survive long. After securing the card, Wang Luo noticed a new message from the elven maiden, Qi Ling. Sir, could you exchange some more food with me? The Treant monsters have not yet departed, and I have not found any food in the treasure chest. Chapter 6. The Hunt for Secondary Monsters. Upon reading this message, Wang Luo's lips curled into a faint smile. He replied, trading food is certainly no issue. However, I must admit that I do not particularly require the timber you offer, thus its value is rather minimal. Upon seeing this message, Qi Ling's face flushed crimson. She was acutely aware that she had significantly benefited from their initial trade. Yet, with the Treants lurking outside the safe house and her younger sister looking at her with eager eyes, she felt the weight of responsibility. Qi Ling rubbed her flat stomach. Her own hunger was of little concern, but she could not bear to see her sister go hungry. Biting her lip, she mustered her courage and implored, Sir, I find myself in a difficult position, and thus I have come to you. Of course, I can consider it a loan of your provisions. Wang Luo chuckled softly, shaking his head. How naive she was. He decided not to tease her further and instead traded 2 pieces of roasted meat. Still asking for nothing in return, Qi Ling took the 2 portions of roasted meat, instinctively refraining from suggesting a trade for timber. Even though the meat was devoid of seasoning, it was the most delectable sustenance one could find amidst the encroaching darkness. The timber's worth was far from adequate. Wang Luo did not request anything from her. The more one owes, the greater the debt one must repay in the future. This notion was perfectly suited to the innocent Qi Ling. Conversely, she could not fathom Wang Luo's intentions. After a prolonged hesitation, she finally gathered the courage to ask what he required of her. When no response came, she reluctantly desisted, feeling increasingly indebted to Wang Luo. After exiting the chat, Wang Luo glanced at the game panel, which indicated it was already midnight. He shut the panel and turned his gaze toward the eternal night lamp glowing within the wooden cabin. Evernight lamp. It should burn for approximately 5 more days. It seemed that even after resolving the threat posed by the zombie mother, the issue of the everlasting night lamp was pressing. He slowly closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The following day, Wang Luo awoke from his dreams, consumed some fruit to soothe his throat, and devoured a piece of bread to stave off hunger before stepping out of the wooden cabin to embark on a new day of exploration. A clear stream. There seemed to be some fish in the stream, and the water is drinkable. Wang Luo's eyes brightened. God knows how he had endured days without the luxury of washing his face or bathing. With the stream now refreshed, he was determined to gather ample water. Next, he turned his attention to other directions. Mantis monster. It guards a wondrous bronze treasure chest. Remember, its dual blades are its weapons, and its waist is its weakness. Forest. Abundant timber can be gathered here, but many unknown dangers lurk as well. Upon reading these two messages, Wang Luo's expression grew serious. The mantis monster's hint only mentioned its weakness and weaponry, without revealing whether he could defeat it. This implied that the creature's strength was likely on par with his own. To be frank, Wang Luo had no desire to provoke it, yet the allure of that bronze treasure chest was overwhelming. It was well known that the cards obtained from bronze chests could yield extraordinary effects. What treasures could this chest contain? Most importantly, monsters do not respawn. They persist. If Wang Luo did not eliminate it, he would inevitably lose a portion of resources each day, significantly hindering his development. This was unacceptable. With determination, he gritted his teeth and returned to the wooden cabin, first opening the treasure chest of the day, which yielded a water storage tank equipped with a purifier. Not bad. He had been worried about how to store water. Wang Luo looked at the large iron box in the corner with satisfaction and, after completing his chest opening, donned his hero's attire, grasped the Tetanus Blade, and carried the Evernight lamp to the location indicated for the mantis monster. Cautiously traversing approximately 50 meters, Wang Luo suddenly spotted a bronze treasure chest quietly resting in a lit area ahead. His heart leaped with joy as he approached slowly, reaching out to claim the chest. At the moment his fingers brushed against the chest, a piercing shriek echoed from above. Almost instantly, Wang Luo dove forward, swiftly securing the chest into his inventory. Regaining his composure, he positioned the Tetanus Blade defensively in front of him. In the distance, at the edge of the light, a humanoid mantis loomed in the shadows. Seemingly wary of the Evernight lamp's illumination, hesitant to advance. Witnessing this, Wang Luo felt a sense of relief. Holding the Tetanus Blade, he cautiously approached the humanoid mantis. As the light drew nearer, he noticed its hands were armed with serrated mantis blades. Taking a deep breath, Wang Luo tightened his grip on the Tetanus Blade and charged at the mantis monster. The creature emitted a shrill cry, extending its arms as the 1-meter-long mantis blades descended toward Wang Luo with alarming speed. Yet, as the distance closed, the Evernight lamp and Oppo's glow intensified. When the mantis blades were mere inches from him, Wang Luo was able to easily deflect the attack. The Evernight lamp proved remarkably effective against such creatures shrouded in darkness. Having blocked the mantis blades, Wang Luo quickly crouched and slid behind the mantis monster like a slippery eel, delivering a precise strike to its waist. The blade was sharp, yet it merely severed a layer of armored material, inflicting no real damage to its waist. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Luo swiftly distanced himself. In the next instant, the razor-sharp mantis blade swiped where he had just been. Seeing its attack miss, the mantis monster became increasingly furious. It flared its body, unfurling a pair of pale blue, semi-transparent wings from its back, launching itself toward Wang Luo with a fierce strike. Wang Luo fixed his gaze on the creature's blades, and as it approached within striking distance, he suddenly slipped backward, narrowly evading the incoming attack. He aimed for the gap in its waist and delivered a powerful slash. Critical hit triggered. Suddenly, Wang Luo received this notification. Immediately after, he witnessed the Tetanus Blade strike its waist, nearly severing it in half. The mantis monster howled in agony, its body lurching forward, green blood oozing from its wound. Seizing the moment, Wang Luo closed in and struck its waist with ferocity, as excruciating pain surged through it. The mantis monster instinctively swung its dual blades, striking Wang Luo squarely on the shoulder. Wang Luo winced in pain, involuntarily loosening his grip, causing the blade to fall to the ground. Ignoring the ache in his shoulder, he hastily retreated, noticing that the monster showed no inclination to rise. He took a moment to assess his injury. The wound was about an inch deep, with flesh turned outward from the area just below his collarbone, blood staining his clothes. Fortunately, there was no poison. The creature was gravely injured and lacked strength, and combined with the Evernight lamp's weakening effect, His injury was not severe. With some rest, he would surely recover. Wang Luo tore a strip from his original clothing to bandage the wound before daring to approach the fallen monster. The mantis monster was already gasping for breath, its life force waning. Successfully defeated a secondary monster. Obtained. Basic Mantis Twin Blades 1. Basic Mantis Heavy Armor 1. Secondary Monster Crystal 1. As the notification chimed, the massive corpse of the mantis monster vanished, leaving behind a pair of pale blue twin blades and a set of light green armor. Simultaneously, an announcement echoed through the regional channel. Congratulations to Survivor 0001 in Zone 1 for becoming the first player to defeat a secondary monster. The rewards include 1 bronze treasure chest and 1 basic life potion, to be distributed alongside tomorrow's treasure chest. Chapter 7. Beginner's Life Potion. Wang Luo stored the mantis twin blades, mantis heavy armor, and monster crystals in his warehouse, only to notice the system announcement that followed. As anticipated, beneath the resplendent golden system notification was a plethora of large-scale paternity recognition events. What in the world is going on with survivor number 0001? While I am fretting over today as provisions, you have already slain a level 2 monster. Who up there gave you the audacity to question my father? Can we not exhibit some dignity? Even if my father is formidable, you need not claim him indiscriminately. Father, when did I acquire so many siblings? Survivor number 0001. Wang Luo chuckled internally at the spectacle, but opted to remain incognito. Furthermore, his friend requests had surged past 999, most of which were from those seeking to gain without effort. A portion of them hoped to trade for some food, offering merely photographs in return. While they claimed their tan skin was the cause of their darkened appearance, Wang Luo had always harbored a fear of darkness. Thus, he rejected them all. After declining, he set conditions for adding friends. Only those willing to trade him a bottle of water could send a request. Consequently, friend requests dwindled to nearly none. With a sigh of relief, he gazed at the system announcement rewards, his eyes sparkling. A beginner's life potion. It is well known that medicines are among the most precious commodities in the post-apocalyptic world, even surpassing food and water in value. Such a potion could indeed be life-saving in critical moments. Moreover, although Wang Luo had bandaged his shoulder wound, he could not ensure it would not become inflamed. At this moment, the life potion was akin to a timely gift from heaven. As for the intermediate bronze chest, he was equally eager to discover its contents. Once he closed the game interface, Wang Luo brandished the Tetanus Blade and made his way toward the forest indicated on his map. He intended to chop some wood first, then wash himself thoroughly in the nearby stream. Upon reaching the forest's edge and receiving confirmation that no dangers lurked nearby, Wang Luo exerted himself to chop down trees. However, due to his shoulder injury, he struggled to muster strength. After felling 60 trees, he acquired 300 units of wood, but had to cease due to the unbearable pain in his shoulder. Returning to the wooden cabin, he took a glance at it. Exquisite wooden cabin, capable of providing shelter from the elements and resisting level 1 monster attacks. Upgradable, with 625-1000, stone 10500, fur 110. He was close to amassing sufficient wood, though he still lacked considerably in stone and fur. However, there was no rush as he had already outpaced most others. After tidying up, Wang Luo grasped a lantern and followed the stream's direction, soon hearing the gentle sound of flowing water. Having spent 3 days here without a single sip of water, he had relied solely on foraged fruits to quench his thirst. Now, gazing at the clear stream, he immediately knelt down and drank deeply. What bliss! Wiping his mouth, he exhaled a long sigh, feeling utterly relaxed. He then transported the stream water to the corner of the cabin's metal storage tank in several trips. Once stored, he cautiously removed his hero's garb and placed it in the warehouse. The bandage on his shoulder was soaked with blood, clinging to his flesh. Tearing it off caused him to grimace. Fortunately, the bleeding had ceased. He jumped into the stream, shivering slightly, then washed away the stickiness from the sweat of the past few days and cleaned his clothes before emerging from the water. Not caring, he caught a few fish while naked and returned to the cabin. He ignited a fire, dried his clothes, and prepared one of the fish for roasting. The remaining fish were processed and stored in the warehouse. After completing these tasks, he retrieved the intermediate chest from the warehouse. As it was not a system reward, it bore some risk. Thus, for safety, he first checked its information. Intermediate chest, upon opening, grants 1 fine salt and 10 anti-inflammatory medicines. Nice. Wang Luo's excitement was palpable as he danced with joy. Medicines were scarce, and now he had a direct influx of 10 units. Most importantly, 1 unit of fine salt. Without sufficient salt, one risks developing goiter. Though he had consumed meat these past few days, the absence of seasoning rendered it unpalatable. Now, a packet of salt would elevate his culinary experience to a whole new level. After rubbing his hands together, he carefully opened the chest, and a flash of white light enveloped him. Before he could discern the items, he heard a notification. Talent triggered, item critical hit. Congratulations. You have received 10 beginner's life potions. Congratulations, you have received 1 fine salt. Upon hearing this notification, Wang Luo was nearly ecstatic. The critical hit talent was extraordinary. He exclaimed in delight, his excitement evident. While this critical hit talent had only manifested 3 times. Unlike the information notification talent, which was perpetually active, each occurrence had brought him immense joy. Had it not been for the critical hits on the Tetanus Blade and Hero's Garb, he might not have been able to handle the mantis monster. The beginner's life potion, naturally, was invaluable, capable of curing myriad ailments, unlike the anti-inflammatory medicine, which merely treats inflammation. Without hesitation, Wang Luo retrieved a vial from the chest and downed the green liquid in one gulp. It was tangy and sweet, quite palatable. He smacked his lips in approval. Soon, a tingling sensation spread from his shoulder wound. He quickly shed his clothing, and the edges of the wound, now faintly white, began healing at a visible pace. In no time, aside from a slight reddish mark, his shoulder bore no other wounds. He even felt his stamina instantly replenished. Where in Blue Star could one find such miraculous items? Wang Luo reminisced about how he had refrained from purchasing medicine when ill in Blue Star. Suddenly, he found the survival game rather appealing. After carefully securing the beginner's life potion, he took out the fine salt, tore open a small corner, and sprinkled a bit over the surface of the roasted fish. He then began to feast heartily. When he finished the entire fish, only the bones remained, and he wiped his mouth with satisfaction. He dismantled the bronze chest into 10 copper ores, extinguished the fire, and turned back towards the cabin. Lying on the straw-filled bed, Wang Luo let out a contented hum. He then opened the regional chat channel, as was his habit, and glanced at the number of participants. Over 5,000. Only a little over 1,000 had perished in the past day and night, a marked decrease from yesterday. Among them, many were likely survivalists like survivor number 0478. However, there must also be those exploring for survival. Regardless, Wang Luo resolved to mind his own affairs. Unless someone caught his eye as a potential citizen of his domain, he might extend a helping hand. For everyone else, he would leave them to their own devices. As he perused the messages in the regional channel, nightfall crept in. Just as he was about to close the game interface, a friend request suddenly appeared. His eyes widened in surprise at the notification. After all, under his settings, only those willing to trade him a bottle of clean water could send a friend request. Moreover, if he declined, that bottle of water would be essentially a gift. Upon checking the warehouse, he indeed found 2 bottles of clean water. In these early days of survival, someone willing to send him a bottle of water must be faring quite well. Wang Luo clicked to accept the friend request. In the next moment, a message arrived directly. Survivor number 0009. Greetings, may I inquire if you would be willing to trade your primary life potion scheduled for tomorrow? Chapter 8. The Awakening of the Zombie Maiden. Had it not been for the fortunate acquisition of 10 basic life potions through critical strikes, Wang Luo would have unhesitatingly declined this transaction. However, with an ample supply of life potions at his disposal, he decided to entertain the proposition put forth by survivor number 9. The transaction posed no issues. It merely hinged on what the other party was willing to part with. Wang Luo responded accordingly. 50 units of bread and 10 bottles of mineral water. Came the swift reply from the other side. Under normal circumstances, this offer would suffice to exchange for a single life potion. Regrettably for them, Wang Luo possessed over 400 units of bear meat and a substantial iron chest filled with water, while the basic life potion was a boon for number 9. The bread and water were mere embellishments for Wang Luo. I possess both food and water. Present your most treasured item, for these offerings do not demonstrate your sincerity. Wang Luo replied. Upon sending the message, he was met with a long silence from the other side. Just as his impatience grew and he contemplated closing the game panel, number 9 finally responded. Dragon saliva, do you desire it? Wang Luo was momentarily taken aback and quickly typed back, what is dragon saliva? Please place it in the trading warehouse so I may examine it. This time, the response came much quicker. Within seconds, The system notified him that the other party had deposited dragon saliva into the trading warehouse. Dragon's saliva, a treasure of the dragon race, considered a celestial elixir, capable of significantly enhancing physical prowess and strength. Wang Luo stared in astonishment at the notification, his mind momentarily blank. It was not until No. 9 inquired whether the transaction could proceed that he regained his composure. "Brother, did you slay a dragon?" After a brief silence, the other party sent a simple response. "Yes." Wang Luo gasped in disbelief. "How audacious. I have a notification of 2 substantial talents that allow me to thrive, yet you have directly slain a dragon? Indeed, there are always those more formidable than oneself." In his astonishment, he completely overlooked the fact that he was the first player to have slain a level 2 monster. After a fleeting moment of shock, Wang Luo quickly replied, "I am ready for the trade. Let us proceed with the dragon's saliva. Tomorrow, after you acquire the basic life potion, I will contact you again." "Very well," Wang Luo replied. After concluding the conversation, he closed the game panel and lay back on his bed, lost in contemplation. He had initially believed that his 2 talents would suffice to navigate this survival world. Little did he know that there were others far more formidable. It seemed imperative that he strive to enhance his own strength for self-preservation, he mused. In a certain safe house shrouded in mist, a girl with a voluptuous figure, black hair, and crimson eyes held a small vial. Her lips parted slightly as a crystalline liquid, as clear as water, dripped from her mouth into the vial. 1 drop, 2 drops, and once the vial was half full, she ceased her collection. "This should suffice to exchange for a life potion," she murmured to herself. Upon standing, she realized that a robust dragon tail protruded from her back, and 2 dragon horns adorned her forehead, bestowing upon her a majestic appearance. Despite her draconic features, her delicate visage was captivating, though a deep, bone-revealing scar marred her arm, emanating a dark aura that diminished her overall beauty. All of this remained unknown to Wang Luo, who was now nestled in his soft bed, gradually succumbing to slumber. Time swiftly passed, and as the clock struck midnight, a sudden rustling sound emanated from the dark mist. A live figure abruptly sat up from a coffin, stretching languidly. Her agile tongue flicked about, and she quickly sensed something amiss. "Where's my orb? The scent seems to be coming from this direction." Emerging from the coffin, she waved her hand, causing it to vanish from sight. Following the fragrance, she approached the wooden house. In no time, she beheld a quaint little cottage. "Ah, this must be the place, but I cannot enter." She approached the edge of the dark mist, witnessing its tumultuous movement in the presence of light. Extending her pale hand, she attempted to touch it, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier. Helpless, she sat down, hugging her knees, her obsidian eyes fixated vacantly upon the barrier that obstructed her. "Beginner's chest contains a venomous little snake." Upon awakening, Wang Luo's eyes fell upon a wooden chest at his bedside, accompanied by this notification. "How unfortunate," he muttered, dismantling the chest into 10 units of wood. "Congratulations. You have received Venom 1, Level 1 Monster Crystal 1. Perplexed, Wang Luo pondered, "Is this even possible?" Shaking his head, he surveyed the 2 Level 1 Monster Crystals and 1 Level 2 Monster Crystal in his warehouse, bemused as to their purpose. Unable to decipher their utility, he shifted his attention to the life potion on the table, promptly accessing the game panel to contact survivor number 9 and finalize the transaction. Dragon saliva, a rare and precious treasure, it is the essence exuded by the dragon maiden. Should you comprehend its crafting method, you would surely refrain from wanting to try it. What on earth is this? Wang Luo scoffed at the notification. To avoid any further complications, he promptly uncorked the vial and consumed the dragon's saliva in one go, even taking care to lick the remnants from the bottle's mouth. Sweet, with a hint of fishiness. He smacked his lips, finding the flavor rather ordinary. Yet, he truly felt the effects of the dragon's saliva. His already robust physique underwent a remarkable transformation. Warmth radiated from his abdomen, coursing throughout his body. Now, Wang Luo felt exponentially more powerful than before. Should he encounter a mantis monster again, injury would be a certainty of the past. He accessed the game panel once more and reviewed his personal information. Name, Wang Luo, ID 0001. Race, human. Constitution, 23. Strength, 25. Agility, 18.5. Defense, 17.5. Attack, 18.5. Note, each race begins with a maximum score of 10. By the beans. He gasped, his attributes having increased by a full 10 points. Was this the effect of dragon saliva? It was astonishing. He pondered how Survivor No. 9 had managed to slay such a creature. Wang Luo was filled with urgency to grow stronger. He glanced at the bronze chest awarded by the system, deliberating before deciding to stow it in the warehouse. Perhaps I shall wait. I shall indulge in the thrill of opening a mystery box upon my return from exploration. With this thought, he opened the wooden door and gazed ahead. Cane field, water-grown cane, suitable for sugar extraction. Cane, useful for sugar production, not bad. Speaking of which, I still have a few coconuts in the warehouse that I could sell, as I have no shortage of water resources. As he contemplated this, he instinctively glanced towards the direction of the black mist copper coffin. A heap of stones can yield abundant stone upon excavation. Why is it not the black mist copper coffin? He pondered, suddenly struck by a chilling sensation that surged from his feet to his head. Today, it seemed, was the day of the zombie maiden's awakening. With a stiffened body, he turned to survey his surroundings. Swamp of sewage. Lurking within lies a level 2 swamp crocodile. You would not wish to challenge it. In open ground, it is not your opponent, but in the swamp, it reigns supreme. The enigmatic figure known as Jiang Mu, a stunning being of another realm, has recently awakened, her consciousness still lingering in the innocence of childhood. However, one must not provoke her, for this mysterious entity possesses unfathomable powers and appears to be in search of her destined gem. Upon reading this information, Wang Luo felt an unexpected calm wash over him, dispelling the tension that had previously gripped his heart. As the saying goes, the anxious heart has finally found its repose. Chapter 9. Cohabitation with the dim-witted zombie maiden. During his moment of distraction, a sudden surge of black mist roiled ahead, revealing a shadowy figure standing at its edge. Wang Luo's heart raced in alarm as he snapped back to reality and dashed towards the wooden cabin. My life pearl is on you. I can sense its presence. A sultry voice echoed. Upon hearing it, Wang Luo's heart sank. He slowly turned his head to see a woman emerging from the black mist, tall and proportionate, with stunning features, her exposed arms and thighs exhibiting an eerie pale hue. Were it not for her unusual complexion, one might struggle to discern whether she was human or a zombie. This zombie maiden, named Jiang Mu, pressed her hands against an invisible barrier, her beautiful face distorted by the pressure, reminiscent of a child playfully leaning against glass. Yet, as Wang Luo beheld this scene, an icy dread enveloped him. The invisible barrier was the so-called beginner's protective period mentioned by the system. It would safeguard him for a month, but once that time elapsed, this zombie maiden would undoubtedly come to kill him. Moreover, the eternal night lamp could only burn for 4 more days. If he did not venture out to find fuel for the lamp within those 4 days, he would perish. After all, the survival guide stated that the protective period was absolutely safe, provided the eternal night lamp remained lit. With the zombie maiden guarding this place, stepping outside would spell doom for him. Wang Luo took a deep breath and retrieved the green pearl from the warehouse, placing it on the ground. The information prompt indicated that she currently possessed the consciousness of a child. This was his opportunity. Jiang Mu's eyes sparkled with desire as she eagerly licked her lips. My pearl, can you return it to me? Wang Luo shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot return it to you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu appeared somewhat aggrieved, yet she silently gazed at him, seemingly awaiting his explanation. Wang Luo continued, this pearl is far too dangerous, so I shall keep it for you. When you are capable, I will return it to you. How does that sound? Jiang Mu tilted her head in contemplation and surprisingly nodded. Wang Luo's heart leaped with joy, only to hear her add, all right, then you can keep the pearl for now, but you must also provide me with some food. Food. Wang Luo produced a unit of bear meat, waving it before her. Jiang Mu shook her head. He then offered fruit and bread, but she still declined. With no other option, Wang Luo laid out all the items from the warehouse for her to choose from. Jiang Mu glanced over and pointed at 3 faintly glowing monster crystals. Wang Luo, skeptical, wondered if those could truly be consumed. Before he could ponder further, a system prompt appeared. The alien zombie maiden Jiang Mu wishes to enter your safe house. Do you permit this? Wang Luo was taken aback by the message. Can monsters really request entry into a player's safe house? After careful consideration, he noted that the prompt never referred to Jiang Mu as a monster, always using the term alien, not a monster. He looked at the eagerly awaiting Jiang Mu, weighing the dangers of allowing her inside. Letting her in would undoubtedly pose risks. She might regain her consciousness and harm him at any moment. Conversely, if he denied her entry, upon the restoration of her awareness, she would still pose a threat. Allowing her in now could foster a bond, perhaps leading her to spare him later. Moreover, since the pearl was so crucial to her, if he kept it in the warehouse and perished, the pearl would be lost forever. Wang Luo believed she would not act irrationally. Thus, he resolved to let Jiang Mu enter. However, before doing so, Wang Luo produced the Lord's card and chose to use it. Ding! You have used the Lord's card. Transforming your safe house into a Lord's safe house. Can recruit subjects 010. Suddenly, the quaint wooden cabin morphed. The once single-story structure rapidly expanded, tripling its area. The one-story cabin transformed into a three-story wooden villa. Only then did Wang Luo permit Jiang Mu to enter his safe house. In the next moment, Jiang Mu, who had been leaning against the invisible barrier, suddenly tumbled to the ground. Summoning his courage, Wang Luo clutched the card that granted him 10 minutes of invincibility and cautiously stepped forward, extending his hand toward the fallen Jiang Mu. She blinked in surprise but took his hand and stood up. "Thank you," she said politely, then released him and took small steps toward the three glowing crystals, promptly popping them into her mouth to chew. Wang Luo discreetly concealed his now pale hand, quietly observing her. After consuming the crystals, Jiang Mu's complexion improved slightly from pale to a healthier hue, though she still appeared somewhat unwell. Finishing her meal, she licked her lips with an insatiable expression, her black eyes devoid of any whites fixating on Wang Luo, her tone almost pleading. "Do you have any more food?" Wang Luo instinctively shook his head. Disappointed, she rubbed her stomach. Witnessing this, Wang Luo felt a spark of inspiration, saying, "I know where to find such food." Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu's eyes lit up with anticipation as she gazed at Wang Luo. He cleared his throat and pointed toward the direction of the swamp. "There's a marsh over there, and within it lies an alligator. It contains the crystals you seek." Without hesitation, Jiang Mu turned and ventured outside. Wang Luo watched her retreating figure, hesitating for a moment before following her with the eternal night lamp in hand. Before departing, he glanced back at the safe house. Level 2 Lord's Safe House, detached wooden villa. It cannot be upgraded until you have sufficient subjects. Upgrade requirements. With 625-2000, stone 05000, for 100. Copper or 2500, subject 05. The safe house had undergone a significant transformation, yet it remained a level 2 safe house. Upgrading it required not only materials, but also 5 subjects. However, it seemed Jiang Mu would not become one of his subjects. It appeared he could only recruit players as subjects. Wang Luo pondered this as he inadvertently arrived at the marsh's edge. There, Jiang Mu squatted by the water's edge, fiddling with something. As Wang Luo approached, he saw a 5-meter-long alligator lying on the ground. Remarkably, Jiang Mu was completely free of any swamp muck. She probed the alligator's carcass, gazing at Wang Luo with a puzzled expression, as if questioning where the promised food was. Wang Luo stepped closer and was immediately greeted by a system prompt. "Would you like to dissect the corpse of the level 2 swamp alligator?" Wang Luo selected yes. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped the alligator's remains, transforming them into several items. Acquired level 1 alligator leather armor 1, alligator meat 100. Level 2 monster crystal 1. Wang Luo examined the items procured from the alligator, feeling a sense of satisfaction despite the modest yield, as he had acquired them effortlessly. He handed the level 2 monster crystal to Jiang Mu, who eagerly consumed it, chewing and swallowing before contentedly patting her flat stomach. "I'm full now, thank you." Jiang Mu beamed with a goofy smile. Wang Luo regarded her innocent demeanor, yet his vigilance remained unwavering, despite her current simplicity. The day she regained full consciousness could very well spell his end. The two departed the marsh, returning to the confines of the safe house. As he glanced at the sky, it was nearing noon. Wang Luo first grilled 2 fish, and after satisfying his hunger, he surveyed his surroundings, noticing that the pile of rubble and the sugarcane field had yet to be explored. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to the obedient Jiang Mu beside him and inquired, "Jiang Mu?" The zombie girl nodded in confusion. Wang Luo continued, "Will you be living in my house from now on?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu hesitated but eventually nodded. "Since you will reside in my home, I shall be your landlord. However, you have not paid me any rent, which technically means you are not permitted to stay here. But I am of a benevolent nature, so all you need to do is assist me with a few tasks in exchange for shelter. Isn't that delightful?" Jiang Mu pondered this and, realizing the truth in his words, could not help but smile with joy. "You are a good person. I am Wang Luo, and you must remember that I provided you with a home when you were homeless." "All right, Wang Luo, You are indeed a good person. Good, good. I understand that I am a good person, and since I am, you must promise not to harm me in the future. Jiang Mu readily agreed. Chapter 10. The Art of Concealment. The two ventured into the sugarcane field, and with Jiang Mu and Apos as assistants, they swiftly harvested the area. Gained sugarcane 100. Observing the quantity, Wang Luo felt a sense of satisfaction. 100 units of sugarcane should yield a considerable amount of sugar. Glancing at the sky, he noted that there were still 3 hours until dusk, prompting him and the lifeless body to hurry towards the pile of stones. Even without a pickaxe, Jiang Mu could shatter the stone heap with sheer strength, while Wang Luo merely needed to follow behind and collect the stones. Congratulations, gain stone 100. Congratulations, gain stone 50. It wasn't until the darkness thickened that Wang Luo reluctantly led Jiang Mu back to the safe house. In those 3 hours, he had amassed a staggering 3,000 stones. Looking at Jiang Mu beside him, his contentment deepened. If she remained in this state of unconsciousness, it would indeed be a stroke of luck, obedient, beautiful, and industrious. Of course, such thoughts were merely fanciful. Upon entering the standalone villa, Wang Luo noticed that the previously cramped room had transformed into a spacious living area. At the center of the room stood a long table accompanied by 6 chairs. The first floor contained 2 rooms, a storage room, and a kitchen. The second floor featured 5 simple small rooms, presumably meant for commoners. Ascending to the third floor revealed a far more luxurious space, complete with a balcony, a dedicated dressing area, and a bathroom. While a large bed covered in hay was placed in the bedroom, Wang Luo observed that the bathroom lacked water, indicating that using it would entail enduring unpleasant odors. The iron water tank was situated in the kitchen on the ground floor. He entered the kitchen, retrieved bear meat from the storage, and prepared to roast it. "Are you hungry again?" Wang Luo inquired, noticing Jiang Mu rubbing her stomach. She nodded in response. This presented a dilemma for Wang Luo. Fundamentally, she was still a corpse, unable to swallow food, which would merely accumulate in her body without being digested. She could only absorb energy essence. The orb had provided her with a substantial amount of energy, but since Wang Luo had taken it away, she had lost her energy source. Scratching his head, he was about to speak when he noticed Jiang Mu produce a coffin from seemingly nowhere. After opening the lid, she lay inside. Wang Luo approached and saw her lying there with her eyes gently closed, exuding an aura of tranquility. Well, this could suffice as a means to replenish her energy. He mused, suddenly recalling that the 9th survivor, with whom he was to trade today, had slain a dragon. The monster's crystal. Should it prove to be quite filling, right? Wang Luo opened the game panel, accessed his friend's list, and promptly sent a message to the 9th survivor. "Did you obtain any special crystals from the monster you killed? I would like to trade for them." At this hour, the survivors were engaged in trading within the regional channel, leaving little room for idle chatter. The number of participants had dwindled to just over 4,000. Shortly, the 9th survivor replied, "Yes." Wang Luo's heart leaped with joy as he inquired, "What do you desire in return? I am ready to trade." "First, tell me what these crystals are used for," the 9th survivor countered. Casting a glance at the serene Jiang Mu, Wang Luo explained, "I recently acquired a small pet and require these items to restore its strength. If you haven't captured a pet, it would be wise to trade them with me." "No problem. What can you offer?" the 9th survivor asked. Wang Luo assessed the items in his inventory. Food and water were certainly in abundance for the other party, leaving only equipment for trade. After reviewing his items, he decided to offer the crocodile leather armor to the 9th survivor. Although the crocodile leather armor only provided a mere 2 points in defense and constitution, it paled in comparison to the warrior's cloak. Since he had no use for it, it was ideal for trading. He placed the crocodile leather armor in the trading warehouse and awaited a response. Before long, he received a message from the 9th survivor. "I have 5 level 1 crystals. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely." Wang Luo promptly agreed. The trade was swiftly completed, and Wang Luo placed the 5 crystals into his warehouse, consuming a bit of bread and fruit before returning to his room on the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, Jiang Mu remained peacefully asleep in the living area below. Once back in his room, Wang Luo examined other equipment. Basic mantis twin daggers, attack 5. Possessing the attributes of the mantis's swift strikes and defensive breaching. Each attack inflicts a bleeding effect that cannot be healed. Basic mantis heavy armor. Wearing it grants defense 5, agility -2. This is a highly durable piece of equipment. Gazing at these 2 items, Wang Luo felt perplexed. The initial twin daggers were undoubtedly superior to the Tetanus Blade. The Tetanus Blade was merely a beginner's weapon, while the twin daggers exhibited far greater prowess, which Wang Luo could comprehend. However, the heavy armor, when compared to the warrior's cloak, should not be so lacking. Not only was the bonus singular, but it also diminished other attributes. It was only now that Wang Luo realized the disparity in his critical strike talent's effects. The warrior's cloak, which could yield critical strikes, might serve as his most formidable equipment during the early to mid-survival stages, while the Tetanus Blade had already been rendered obsolete with the advent of the mantis twin daggers. Aside from its tree-cutting capabilities, this illustrated the gap between the two. Wang Luo pondered for a moment before sending a message in the regional channel. Survivor 0001. I have a set of basic armor that grants 5 points of defense, but reduces agility by 2. Anyone interested may add me as a friend. As soon as this message was broadcast, the regional channel erupted with excitement. Survivor 1 finally speaks. I thought I was mistaken. It's the Great One. I've explored so many times and nearly perished several times, only to find a piece of equipment that grants 2 points of attack. Now, an item with such strong attributes is up for trade. Great One, I'm out of food. Can I trade for some? Survivor 0001. Wang Luo assessed his food supplies, which were plentiful, and replied, I can trade food, but only in exchange for monster crystals. The survival guide had mentioned monster crystals, though it did not specify their purpose, prompting those wishing to trade food to readily agree. In a short span, he traded over 90 kilograms of bear meat and 50 kilograms of crocodile meat, acquiring a dozen level 1 monster crystals in return. Observing the 20 monster crystals accumulated in his warehouse, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Having completed these transactions, Wang Luo glanced at the time and retrieved the intermediate bronze chest awarded for defeating a level 2 monster. Rubbing his hands together, he opened the chest lid. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he received a notification. Skill card. Upon usage, permanently learn the skill Concealment. Concealment. Temporarily hide your presence for 10 minutes. Cooldown. 24 hours. Would you like to learn this skill? Goodness. Am I truly a lucky one? Wang Luo stared at the black card in his hands, his eyes wide with astonishment. Seeing the subsequent prompt, he selected yes without hesitation. Soon, the card transformed into a wisp of black mist and entered Wang Luo and Appo's body. He concentrated, and suddenly, he became transparent, his outlines barely discernible. Yet, to an outsider, the entire room appeared utterly vacant. Excellent. Should he encounter an insurmountable adversary, he could utilize this invincible card in conjunction with the concealment effect, striving for a 10-minute escape. He deactivated the concealment effect, which indicated a cooldown of 2 hours. A mere minute's duration demands a cooling period of 2 hours. Hiss, one must exercise caution henceforth, Wang Luo muttered to himself. Having completed all of this, the clock struck midnight. He lay in bed and soon drifted into slumber. Chapter 11. The blueprint for the Gale Bow. The following morning, Wang Luo awoke from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, he was startled to see a figure standing at the foot of his bed. His drowsiness evaporated instantly, and he sprang upright, eyeing Jiangmu with caution. Upon noticing that he was awake, she rubbed her stomach with an expression of grievance. Gradually, Wang Luo relaxed, observing her demeanor, hungry again. I see. Jiangmu nodded, her gaze filled with hope. Wang Luo retrieved 5 level 1 monster crystals and handed them to her. As she accepted the crystals, her face lit up with joy, and she began to savor them one by one. Wang Luo glanced at the treasure chest on the table and casually stored it in his inventory. Descending the stairs, he surveyed the wooden kitchen, shaking his head. He proceeded to the yard to grill a fish. After fetching some water from the tank and washing up, he began to examine his surroundings. Goblin Den. Inside, there are hundreds of level 1 goblins, as well as a level 2 goblin king. Your strength is insufficient for such an endeavor. Intermediate treasure chest. Contains a level 2 Songyuan cat, and it appears there are powerful equipment manufacturing blueprints within the chest. Rice field. You may obtain some rice. Wang Luo contemplated the resources that had refreshed today, nodding to himself. As time passed, the frequency of monster spawns around the safe house increased. However, this posed no concern for him. After enjoying the grilled fish and drinking some stream water to replenish his strength, he ventured alone to the rice field. He wielded a machete to harvest the rice, ultimately gathering 20 pounds of it. Tired of grilled meat and fish, the sight of the plump, white grains made his mouth water. After exploring that area, he summoned Jiangmu to assist in dealing with the goblin Denver. They collected a total of 100 ordinary weapons, large sticks, and a primary weapon, the gemstaff, which belonged to the Goblin King. Yet, the most significant bounty was the hundreds of level 1 monster crystals and 1 level 2 monster crystal. At the very least, Jiangmu would not have to worry about food for the next few days. Next, they hurried to the location of the intermediate treasure chest. Wang Luo opened it, and in a flash, the Tsung Yuan cat leaped out, lunging at him. Then there was nothing more. Jiangmu swiftly grasped it, and with a firm grip, she ended its life. After collecting a fur pelt and a level 2 monster crystal, Wang Luo extracted the powerful equipment manufacturing blueprint from the chest. Intermediate Gale Bow blueprint. A bow with the power of wind enhancement, boasting a 100% penetration bonus, capable of summoning a gale, increasing power by 200%. Crafting requirements. Level 2 Gale Snake Tendons, Level 3 Wind Attribute Monster Crystals. Upon reading the description, Wang Luo couldn't help but gasp. The attributes of this bow were the finest he had encountered thus far, and its power was immense. However, the crafting requirements were equally demanding, necessitating the hunting of a level 2 Gale Snake and a level 3 Wind Attribute Monster. Wang Luo sighed. Despite its impressive capabilities, he was currently unable to forge it. After securing the blueprint, he contemplated leading Jiangmu deeper into the black mist, as the information hints indicated only these 3 locations, suggesting that there were likely more treasures hidden within. Yet, after some reflection, he opted against it. Although Jiangmu was formidable, even invincible, Wang Luo was not. A single level 3 monster could easily eliminate him. If they encountered a horde of monsters, it was uncertain whether Jiangmu could protect him at all, even if she could. She couldn't monitor him constantly. One misstep, and he would be done for. There is a saying, one does not die if one does not act foolishly. With this thought, he decisively returned to the villa with Jiangmu. After feeding her 5 level 1 monster crystals, Wang Luo checked the time. It was still afternoon. He opened the regional channel and posted a message to sell a level 1 mantis heavy armor. Advanced players dismissed this equipment, while those less developed lacked the means to trade, which left Wang Luo in a bit of a quandary. Perusing the messages on the regional channel, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to open the primary treasure chest from that morning. He retrieved it from his inventory. Wang Luo first checked for any dangers using the information prompt, and, upon confirming it was safe, opened the chest. Congratulations, you have obtained a Thorn Barrier 1, talent triggered. Item crit. Congratulations, you have obtained a primary defense shield. It can be placed on the safe house. His talent had activated once more. Wang Luo examined the description of the primary defense shield. Primary defense shield can withstand attacks from level 2 monsters for 1 hour. The higher the monster and oppo's S level, the shorter the defense duration. This crit talent truly demonstrated its effectiveness. When it triggered, it was nothing short of magnificent. Wang Luo gazed with satisfaction at the membrane-like defensive device in his hand and promptly positioned it in the villa. In the next moment, a pale blue barrier enveloped the villa, gradually becoming transparent and vanishing from sight. Excellent. There is likely no place in the entire region safer than my safe house, he thought with a sense of pride, only to be interrupted as Jiangmu entered. After supplying her with 5 more crystals, Wang Luo sighed. In a certain sense, his location was quite perilous as well. Just as he was contemplating a moment of respite, he received a message from the elven maiden. Upon reading the message, he couldn't help but smile. Sir, could you possibly provide me with some more food? The Treant monster has yet to leave. Along with this message, she attached a photograph. In the picture, the elven maiden Qi Ling had her hands clasped together, looking quite beseeching. Wang Luo stood and saluted her. He first provided Qi Ling with some bread and fruits before sending a message back. Continuing this way is not a viable solution. After consuming the food to regain your strength, you should attempt to slay it. I can provide you with weapons. Upon reading this message, Qi Ling felt a surge of joy, but then hesitantly inquired, Sir, do you require anything from me? Very simple. After you kill it, all the loot it drops belongs to me, Wang Luo replied. Qi Ling quickly agreed. She was a clever elf, and from the system announcements over the past few days, she understood that this Mr. 0001, the survivor, was likely the most formidable individual in the entire region. The fact that she and her sister had survived until now was largely due to his assistance. Moreover, without the weapons provided by Wang Luo, she would have been unable to defeat the Treant monster. Faced with this opportunity, she was determined to seize it. Wang Luo traded the heavy armor and the Tetanus Blade to her, then left her to her own devices. A Treant monster that spawned at the start would not be particularly strong. If she could not defeat it with those two pieces of equipment, he would have to abandon her. Fortunately, Qi Ling did not disappoint him. About an hour later, Wang Luo received a trade request from Qi Ling. It contained his Tetanus Blade and heavy armor, along with a level 1 monster crystal and 100 units of wood. Wang Luo accepted the crystal and returned the wood. Use this wood to upgrade the safe house. It holds little value for me. Don't let your sister suffer from the cold winds. Qi Ling expressed her gratitude once more. Wang Luo did not reply. Calculating the time, she was nearing the point of becoming his first subject. Wang Luo glanced at the Evernight lamp on the table. Evernight lamp. It can likely burn for 2 more days. Please replenish the fuel soon. 3 exclamation marks underscore the urgency of refueling. Chapter 12. Delving into the black fog on the 6th day of survival, Wang Luo awoke and opened the daily treasure chest, acquiring 2 bottles of water. After breakfast, he ventured out of the villa to examine the newly refreshed resources around him. Beginner treasure chest contains a pack of cigarettes. Copper mountain, capable of yielding a substantial amount of copper ore. Apple tree, felling it yields 10 units of timber and 20 apples. The day's resources were quite simple. Wang Luo decided to open the beginner treasure chest. Although he did not smoke, he had observed someone trading cigarettes at a high price in the water group the previous night. Perhaps he could exchange them for something valuable. Subsequently, he chopped down the apple tree, collecting 10 units of timber and 20 apples. After completing these tasks, he summoned Jiang Mu to assist him in gathering copper ore. Together, they toiled for 2 hours, amassing 800 units of copper ore. Upgrading the safety house to level 3 required 500 units of copper, so he should not face a shortage in the near future. As noon approached, Wang Luo roasted 5 units of bear meat and stored them in the warehouse. He donned his brave warrior attire, armed himself with dual scythes, and carried the eternal night lamp before leading Jiang Mu into the black fog. With less than 2 days until the eternal night lamp extinguished, he needed to plan ahead. Others had not yet received any notifications, and Wang Luo estimated that a system announcement would be made the following day. When that occurred, many would hesitate to explore, and those unlucky enough to encounter danger would surely increase. Among the 4,000 survivors, he wondered if half would manage to survive. Wang Luo sighed. He did not feel inclined to warn anyone. After all, he could not adequately explain the source of his information. Jiang Mu did not inquire about their destination, simply following obediently behind him. Wang Luo continued walking in a determined direction, receiving numerous new prompts along the way. Bush contains a squirrel, which seems to possess a sufficient quantity of pine nuts. Iron mine. Mining here yields a considerable amount of iron. Wang Luo chose to selectively ignore these inconsequential notifications. Perhaps due to the beginner's protection period, he encountered only 1st and 2nd level monsters. He did not wish to squander time on them and circumvented their paths. As for the treasure chests encountered along the way, he opened them on the spot. The contents were predominantly food, and any items deemed hazardous were promptly dismantled. Among the beginner treasure chests, the only valuable item found was an infinite lighter, which would greatly facilitate his ability to start fires in the future. After an indeterminate period, the black fog thickened around him. It's getting a bit hungry, Jiang Mu suddenly remarked. In response, Wang Luo retrieved 5 crystals from his warehouse to pay her, since they had eliminated a nest of goblins. Jiang Mu had ample food supplies. Perhaps it was merely his illusion, but after absorbing more energy, Jiang Mu's complexion had taken on a hint of color. Her pallor was no longer the ashen hue it once was. She appeared more human, albeit still somewhat pale. Additionally, she seemed to have gained a bit of cleverness, no longer easily fooled and even demanding compensation for her assistance. At this rate, it would not be long before she fully regained her consciousness. Wang Luo had no time to indulge in such concerns. He needed to resolve the issue of the eternal night lamp before contemplating anything else. If left unresolved, it could lead to dire consequences. Finding a relatively safe spot, he set down the slightly dim eternal night lamp and rested upon the ground. He opened the game panel to check the map, noting that in addition to the green coordinate of the safety house, there was a blue dot representing Wang Luo himself. Observing the distance between the 2 points, he realized that from noon until now, they had traversed over 10 kilometers in precisely 8 hours. He took out a piece of roasted meat from the warehouse and consumed an apple for a boost of vitamins, feeling his stamina rejuvenate considerably. As he glanced at the regional channel, most players were engaged in idle chatter, while a few were calling out for trades. Suddenly, a fleeting message caught his attention. Why does my lamp seem to have dimmed? Most players missed this message. Wang Luo closed the game panel, took a brief rest, and then stood up to resume his journey. The distance from the safety house grew larger, and he remained devoid of any leads. Changing direction, he continued onward. Fire essence, or mining here, yields a large quantity of fire essence stones, useful for crafting equipment and constructing safety houses. A special ore? Wang Luo pondered as he read the notification and proceeded toward the fire essence ore. The closer he drew, the more he felt the temperature rise. After all, the black fog was typically frigid, yet this fire essence ore was unaffected by it, truly a gem. Upon reaching it, he discovered that the ore was merely a narrow fissure, its surface adorned with a layer of fire essence stones. Wang Luo and Zhang Mu worked together to mine for an hour, yielding 100 units of fire essence stones. While uncertain of their utility, having them was certainly better than lacking them. As time passed, they officially entered the 7th day of survival. Wang Luo opened the regional channel, where a line of golden text dominated the top of the channel. On the 7th day of survival, it appears that the survivors have noticed their eternal night lamps are dimming. You must find a way to reignite them. Otherwise, your safety house cannot guarantee your safety. At this hour, some night owls were still chatting, but upon this announcement, the channel erupted in despair. Wonderful, life has taken a downturn. Here I am with a roof over my head, water, and food, happy in my little bubble, only to find it's a noose waiting to tighten. Didn't the Blade say I was the luckiest person? I'm done surviving. It's too exhausting. Those who consume food are the true elite. I plan to devour all my saved rations. The world kisses you with pain, and you simply lie down. Wang Luo glanced at the messages before closing the game panel. His peripheral vision caught the eternal night lamp in his hand, and he suddenly noticed an updated prompt. Eternal night lamp. It can approximately burn for 1 more day. Please replenish its fuel quickly. 010 level 1 fire attribute crystals. A new prompt had appeared. Was it a result of the system announcement? Wang Luo did not dwell on it. With the prompt now available, it became significantly easier. He simply needed to gather 10 fire attribute crystals. Without a moment's hesitation, he and Zhang Mu began to meticulously search the black fog. They avoided any monsters of other attributes, as time was of the essence and there was no need to waste it here. As dawn broke on the 7th day, he had only managed to collect 4 fire attribute crystals. With the arrival of daylight, the notifications in the black fog diminished significantly. Wang Luo and Zhang Mu continued forward, now over 20 kilometers from the safety house. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before Wang Luo's eyes. Secondary safety house. This is a shelter where another survivor resides. Survivor? Wang Luo felt a rush of excitement at encountering another survivor and hurried forward a few steps, illuminating the black fog with the eternal night lamp. In the lit area stood a man clad in animal skins, with golden hair and blue eyes, clearly a foreigner. His initial jubilation quickly evaporated. The survivor held a dilapidated axe. Eyeing them warily, Wang Luo chose not to engage and slowly retreated into the black fog. Although he was not from the same country, he was aware that as long as one possessed the ability to traverse the black mist, they could encounter other survivors. He glanced at the map, which now displayed an additional yellow coordinate, indicating the location of the man he had just seen. After manually removing the coordinate, Wang Luo once again ventured into the black mist in search of fire attribute monsters. Chapter 13. The Lamp Bearer in Eternal Night. As noon approached, it was only then that someone discovered the fuel for the eternal night lamp was the crystals from fire attribute monsters. Once this revelation was shared in the regional channel, it immediately sparked a heated debate among the survivors. Fire attribute monster crystals? Is this a joke? Monsters rarely spawn each day. How are we supposed to find fire attribute crystals? Why didn't the person who shared this information say it sooner? With just an afternoon left, how can we possibly obtain fire attribute crystals? Exactly. Did the one who shared this news have enough fire attribute monster crystals already? How selfish. These individuals can pretend to be composed when there is no immediate threat to their lives. However, when faced with the specter of death, their selfish nature is laid bare. As the saying goes, when the truth is unknown to all, do not speak of it. The wise will not believe you, and the foolish will blame you. Such is human nature. Wang Luo observed this scene with a cold gaze and closed the game panel. He had already acquired 9 fire attribute crystals, needing just 1 more to reignite the eternal night lamp for 7 days. He was indifferent to the chatter in the group. What troubled him was the realization that some were willing to offer a bottle of water to add him as a friend, attempting to trade for some crystals. Wang Luo ignored these people entirely, inciting a flurry of curses in the regional channel. A torrent of unkind words flooded the channel. Wang Luo glanced at the message with a grim expression and casually took a screenshot of his map panel. I am currently exploring in the Black Mist. I just encountered another survivor, which means I have the capability to find you. So, those who just insulted me, even if you miraculously survive, I will seek you out and give you a swift end. Upon the dispatch of this message, the regional channel fell into an eerie silence. His words, lacking weight without that screenshot, were now substantiated by the clear indication on the map showing Wang Luo was over 30 kilometers from the safe house. Regardless of the circumstances, no one in the regional channel dared to speak again. Wang Luo snorted coldly, swiftly severing the head of a fire serpent. Congratulations. Player has slain a level 1 fire serpent, gaining 2 serpent fangs and 1 level 1 monster crystal. Thus, he successfully gathered his 10 crystals. Wang Luo retrieved the nearly extinguished Eternal Night lamp and placed the 10 fire attribute crystals within it. Those crystals transformed into liquid and ignited within the lamp. Ding! Congratulations to Survivor 0001 for illuminating the Eternal Night lamp for the first time, unlocking the achievement Lamp Bearer in Eternal Night. Awarded the Eternal Night Lamp Medal. This announcement echoed throughout the region. Wang Luo's expression paused, opening his inventory to find a black medal quietly resting within. The black medal depicted a blurred figure holding a lamp, with the inscription of his identifier 0001 below. Eternal Night Lamp Medal. Wearing this increases character attributes by 50% in the Black Mist and doubles the illumination range of the Eternal Night Lamp. Wang Luo gazed at these effects, his joy palpable. He selected to equip it immediately. Indeed, in an instant, the radius illuminated by the Eternal Night Lamp expanded significantly. More importantly, he acutely sensed a substantial enhancement in his constitution, strength, and speed. Wang Luo opened his character panel to review his attributes. Name, Wang Luo, ID 0001. Race, human. Constitution, 2310. Strength, 2510. Agility, 18510. Defense, 17510. Attack, 18510. Skill, stealth. Note, each race starts with a perfect score of 10. Indeed, with the attribute bonuses from the hero's cloak, each attribute had increased by 10 points. Now, he felt entirely capable of facing level 2 monsters single-handedly. He even dared to confront a level 3 monster. Wang Luo closed the character panel, suddenly noticing someone had messaged him. Initially assuming it was the elf maiden Chilling, he was surprised to find it was survivor number 9. Are you there? Do you still need dragon spittle? Upon reading this message, Wang Luo's eyes lit up. He knew how extraordinary the effects of dragon spittle could be. You have dragon spittle? What are the conditions? Survivor 9 replied, if you help me gather 10 fire attribute crystals, I will exchange dragon spittle with you. Wang Luo frowned. 10 was, to be honest, too many. At most 5. After sending this message, 9 was notably silent for a while before responding, I will exchange an entire bottle of dragon spittle. 10 crystals, you won't lose out. This dragon spittle is hard to come by. I have saved it with great difficulty. Agreed, but in the future, dragon spittle must be prioritized for me in trades. Wang Luo readily accepted the terms. Understood. Survivor 9 was equally straightforward, aside from trading with Wang Luo. It seemed no one else would have the privilege of obtaining dragon spittle. After reaching an agreement, Wang Luo made his way back while searching for fire attribute monsters. Meanwhile, Survivor 9, the dragon maiden, mournfully dripped nearly transparent liquid from a small bottle. 1 drop a day, and I've saved so long for this dragon spittle. And now not a single drop remains. It's all for you. The little dragon maiden filled a bottle, muttering in exasperation. Her name was Long Ying, and it was precisely due to the unique dragon spittle of her kind that she had been able to enhance her physical attributes and survive for so long in this apocalyptic black mist. Before entering this world, she had stored a considerable amount of dragon spittle. Now, only a few days had passed, and having absorbed a small portion herself, she had traded all the rest to Wang Luo. However, this number 1 was indeed remarkable, daring to explore such distances. Long Ying held a degree of admiration for him. The dragon race revered strength, and she was no exception. As night fell, Wang Luo finally gathered 10 fire attribute crystals, just 2 kilometers away from the safe house, and traded them with 9. The latter was indeed trustworthy, promptly exchanging an entire bottle of dragon spittle. Wang Luo did not consume it immediately. After securing it, he inquired, how much dragon spittle do you actually have left? 9 responded, none left, but I will have more after some time. Though Wang Luo was somewhat puzzled by Nine's confidence in acquiring more soon, he refrained from asking further. Everyone harbors their secrets. There was no need to pry. As long as Survivor 9 could continue providing dragon spittle, that sufficed. After a moment's thought, Wang Luo said, "If you encounter difficulties, feel free to seek me out. But if you need dragon spittle, you may owe me." Understood. Concluding the conversation, Wang Luo hurried back to the villa. The resources refreshed today included a pond, a desolate mountain, and a level 2 diamond rat. After swiftly dispatching it, Wang Luo did not explore the other 2 locations and returned directly to the villa. He opened today's beginner treasure chest, receiving a packet of chili seeds. After feeding Jiangmu, the time advanced to late at night. With 2 hours remaining in the day, Wang Luo opened his panel, silently awaiting something. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour finally. With half an hour left in the day, he received the message he had been waiting for. "Sir, I wonder if you have any spare fire attribute monster crystals?" The message was from the elf maiden Qiling. Chapter 14. The first commoner of the Lord. "I'm sorry, but I only found 10 fire attribute crystals, and I've used them all," Wang Luo replied. Upon reading this message, Qiling felt a pang of disappointment. Despite her efforts to mask it, she held her sleeping sister close and glanced at the dimming evernight lamp. Even if Wang Luo couldn't see it, she forced a smile on her delicate face. "I see. It's all right. Sir has already helped me immensely. Thank you, sir, for allowing my sister and me to survive this long." After sending this message, she gazed at her slumbering sister, Qi Luo, and couldn't hold back her quiet sobs. God knows how difficult it is for a 17 or 18-year-old to survive in this apocalypse while caring for a sister who is barely 6. Yet, no matter how hard it gets, she wants to keep her sister alive. However, this wish now seems increasingly difficult. Without the evernight lamp, even the safety of the novice protection zone would be compromised. Perhaps tomorrow, they would lose their lives. Under the looming threat of death, this resilient elven girl couldn't help but shed tears. Wang Luo remained unaware of any of this. He patiently waited, and when only 10 minutes were left, he sent Qiling a message. "Although I don't have fire attribute crystals, I have a way to help you survive, and even thrive more than you do now." Upon receiving this message, Qiling felt as if she had grasped a lifeline and hurriedly inquired, "Sir, what is your method? I would do anything for you." Wang Luo smiled slightly. "All you need to do is become a commoner under my command." Qiling looked at this message, puzzled. She was no stranger to commoners. In her world, human lords had thousands of them under their rule. But does this world also have lords? Is Mr. Number 1 a lord? Pondering this, she asked. Wang Luo simply replied with an affirmative yes. As Qiling read the message, she bit her lip, her expression conflicted. In her world, commoners were expected to show absolute obedience to their lords, which meant that if Mr. Number 1 wished to have a child with her, she would have no choice but to comply. The thought flushed her cheeks with color. However, glancing at her sleeping sister, she ultimately consented. For her sister's sake, she could serve the short, plump, ill-tempered lord. Qiling agreed. In the next moment, Wang Luo sent her a request to become a commoner. Qiling accepted without hesitation. A flash of white light enveloped them, and her small wooden house crumbled into fragments, merging into Wang Luo's safety zone. She and her sleeping sister transformed into white light, vanishing from that place. The empty space was soon consumed by dark mist. When Qiling opened her eyes again, she found herself holding her sister in a spacious, albeit dimly lit living room. In the center stood a long table, with a young man seated at the head. She took her place across from him. "Welcome. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your lord, Wang Luo," he said, gazing at the elven girl whose appearance mirrored that in the photograph. Qiling stared, momentarily taken aback. "Wait, where is the short, rotund, lecherous lord I was promised? Instead, I find a handsome, valiant young man." Confused, she looked at Wang Luo. "Aren't you a hero? How could you also be a lord?" Wang Luo glanced at his hero's attire and chuckled. "I am indeed a hero, but I am also a lord. Who says a hero cannot be a lord?" Hearing this, Qiling felt a slight relief in her heart. At least she would be serving a young and handsome man. "May I ask, where will I be living, my lord?" She mustered the courage to inquire. Wang Luo rose and said, "Please, follow me." Qiling followed him up the stairs, and after some thought, he decided to place her in the room opposite Jiangmu's. "I typically reside on the 3rd floor. If you need anything, just come find me." Qiling nodded, placing Qi Luo on the bed. Biting her lip, she softly asked, "My lord, is there a place for bathing here?" Wang Luo shook his head. "Not yet, but you may wash your face and brush your teeth." Qi Ling nodded. That's sufficient, my lord. Please allow me to freshen up. Wang Luo noted how particular elven girls were about cleanliness. Feel free to wash up on the first floor. I will return to the third floor. Qi Ling nodded. Thank you, my lord. Please take care. Wang Luo found it amusing how she addressed him so formally, but chose not to correct her and ascended to the third floor. Once back in his room, he lay on the bed and first checked the information about the safety zone. Level 2 Lord's Safety Zone, detached wooden villa. It cannot be upgraded until you have enough subjects. Upgrade requirements. Wood 725-2000, stone 3000-5000, for 25-100, copper or 1800-5000, subjects 25. 2 subjects? Wang Luo recalled the little elf Qi Ling was cradling. Does that count as my subject too? He decided it did. Their relationship resembled that of a mother bringing her child to a new marriage. Qi Ling was the elder sister, while he was the lord. What if this little elf grew up and suddenly betrayed him, claiming, everything you gave me was a humiliation for my sister? That would certainly infuriate Wang Luo. At least now, as his subject, she wouldn't stab him in the back. Aside from the subjects, he had enough copper but still lacked other upgrade materials. However, for now, that was sufficient. Wang Luo yawned, feeling utterly exhausted after 2 days of intense monster hunting. He closed the game panel, relaxed his body, and almost immediately sank into a deep slumber. In his dreams, he sensed someone tugging at his pants. Don't mess around, Wang Luo mumbled sleepily, instinctively swatting at the source. He felt a pair of warm, delicate hands, so soft they seemed almost boneless. Startled, he jolted awake, leaping from the bed. Who dares to harm me? He bellowed, and the figure on the bed seemed startled, staring at him in confusion. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Qi Ling. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt something was amiss. Qi Ling's attire was scant, her shoulders bare and round, her eyes misty with a hint of vulnerability. Remembering the sensation of being tugged at in his sleep, Wang Luo's caution surged. Qi Ling, why are you here instead of sleeping? My lord, it's not what you think, Qi Ling exclaimed, sitting up straight and flailing her arms in distress. But her movement only exposed more of her skin. Wang Luo felt his face heat up, and he quickly turned to leave the room. Get dressed and wait for me in the living room. A quarter of an hour later, freshly dressed, Wang Luo entered the living room to find Qi Ling neatly seated. Looking timid. Now, tell me why you came to my room, he inquired. Qi Ling took a deep breath and poured out everything she had prepared to say. After hearing her, Wang Luo could only stare at her in confusion. Is that so? Who instructed you that commoners must serve their lords and bear their children? Just as Qi Ling was about to respond, she suddenly realized something was amiss. It seemed, perhaps, that no one had actually taught her that. With this thought, her delicate face flushed bright red. Observing the steam girl across from her, Wang Luo helplessly rubbed his temples. This girl undoubtedly possessed a hint of masochism. The things she spoke of were reminiscent of what he had encountered on the domestic torture segment of Blue Star. Enough. This lord is not that kind of person. Hurry back and rest. Wang Luo stood up and ascended the stairs. While I acknowledge your remarkable qualities, surely I must be afforded some preparation, he muttered softly. He, Wang Virtuous Gentleman Luo, had a penchant for nurturing. Chapter 15, The Advanced Treasure Chest. Day 8 of Survival. Upon awakening, Wang Luo discovered a junior treasure chest quietly resting on the table. As was his custom, he first checked the number of survivors in the area, 3,500. That can't be right. Only 500 people died overnight. Puzzled, Wang Luo scrutinized the figures. Unless the majority had acquired fire attribute crystals and reignited the eternal night lamp. He found this explanation hard to believe. Never mind. If he couldn't fathom it, he would let it go. It had no bearing on his own existence. He opened the daily refreshed treasure chest. Congratulations! You have received a cast iron pot one. Wang Luo gazed at the hefty pot in his hands, nodding in satisfaction. With this pot, he could simmer meat and even boil the collected sugarcane into syrup. He carried the pot outside, descending the stairs, and soon spotted a treasure chest on the long table in the living room. Jiang Mu, Qi Ling, and the little sprite Qi Luo were seated at the table, exchanging curious glances. Upon seeing Wang Luo, Jiang Mu exclaimed, Wang Luo, I'm hungry. Wang Luo retrieved 5 crystals, ensuring Jiang Mu was satiated before turning his attention to the chest on the table. Is this your refreshed treasure chest for today? Qi Ling nodded, explaining. Since I have become your loyal subject, I did not dare to open it without permission. Wang Luo glanced at the chest, smiling. It is wise of you not to have opened it without consent. With a wave of his hand, he disassembled the chest into 10 units of wood and obtained a piece of fur. Inside the chest resided a level 1 monster. He turned to Qi Ling and asked, "Can you cook?" Qi Ling earnestly nodded. Wang Luo handed her the pot along with a unit, 1 kilogram, of bear meat. "Let us have stewed meat for breakfast today. Oh, and we need salt." Qi Ling's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Even Qi Luo chimed in with a sweet voice. "Thank you, my lord." Wang Luo chuckled at the adorable sprite, gently patting her head. "You may not call me my lord. Refer to me as brother instead." "Thank you, Pot." Qi Luo replied cheerfully. Wang Luo laughed. "No need for thanks." With that, he stepped outside the villa to check the refreshed resources for the day. Primitive forest, home to the level 3 monster, iron-shelled giant python, guarding an advanced treasure chest. White sand beach, a tranquil ocean where you can fish and relax. Devoid of danger. Refined iron mine, can yield a substantial amount of refined iron upon extraction. Banana trees, abundant in bananas. It seemed that the prosperity of the common folk had enriched the surrounding resources. Wang Luo pondered over these notifications. First and foremost, the advanced treasure chest must be acquired. The python, though a snake, was non-venomous and had relatively simple attack patterns, categorizing it as a weaker creature among level 3 monsters. Wang Luo believed he could attempt to challenge it. Afterward, he would harvest bananas and, if time permitted, unwind at the white sand beach. Having formulated his plan, Wang Luo suddenly caught a whiff of an enticing aroma. Returning to the villa, he found 4 wooden bowls filled with a fragrant, rich meat soup set in the center of the living room. The Qi Ling sisters and Jiang Mu patiently awaited at the table. After sitting down, Wang Luo took a spoonful of the soup and his eyes immediately sparkled. "Let us eat together," he called out, and he began to slurp the soup eagerly. Qi Ling's culinary skills were impressive, but Wang Luo thought part of the reason for his delight was that he hadn't tasted such a hearty stew in ages. Once he began eating, the Qi Ling sisters joined in, savoring the soup in small sips. Qi Ling, in particular, wore a faint smile, reveling in the warmth of the soup. After finishing, she licked the remnants of meat from the edges of her bowl, satisfied. However, she soon noticed that Jiang Mu hadn't touched her soup at all. With curiosity, she inquired, "Miss Jiang, is it not to your liking?" Wang Luo produced a crystal and fed it to Jiang Mu while pouring her soup into his own bowl, explaining, "Jiang Mu only consumes energy crystals. She does not partake in regular food." Understanding dawned on Qi Ling, and she no longer pressed the matter. After finishing his meal, Wang Luo took Jiang Mu outside, heading directly toward the primitive forest. "Wait, if I find myself in trouble while battling that monster, remember to come to my aid," he instructed. Jiang Mu nodded, acknowledging his request. Before long, they arrived at the lair of the iron-shelled giant python. Perched atop a towering tree was a 15 to 16-meter-long python, its body encased in iron armor, flicking its tongue as it gazed down at them. Beneath the tree, a silver treasure chest gleamed invitingly. Wang Luo steadied himself, the eternal night lamp hanging at his waist, his hands gripping the dual beginner mantis blades, focused on the giant serpent. The python began to slither slowly, lifting its upper body while gathering strength. Then, seizing the moment, it lunged at Wang Luo with a ferocious bite. Utilizing the lamp's diminishing effect on the monster combined with the enhancement from his flame lamp metal, he effortlessly dodged. With a powerful leap, he brought both blades down fiercely. The blades struck the iron shell, producing a resounding clang and igniting a shower of sparks. The giant python remained unfazed, its agile head twisting, coiling its body to constrict Wang Luo. Wang Luo's expression shifted. He gripped his blades with all his might, straining against the python's constricting force. Despite possessing over 20 points of strength, he found himself increasingly outmatched by the brute force of the serpent. Fortunately, at the last moment, he leaped, narrowly escaping the constriction. Yet he could not afford to pause. Sliding forward, his blade sliced through the python's soft underbelly, creating a gash. However, the impact was minimal. At 15 to 16 meters long and as thick as a barrel, the cut merely breached the skin, releasing a cascade of fatty tissue. The python, in pain, swept its thick tail, and Wang Luo felt as if he had been hit by a truck, hurtling backward to crash against the tree. Wiping the blood that seeped from the corner of his mouth, he stood up once more and charged at the giant python. Drawing near, he gritted his teeth and slid forward, plunging his blades deep into its abdomen. Then, with a push of his feet, he tore through its flesh. The blades sunk in deep, creating a severe wound from which blood gushed forth freely. The pain sent the giant python thrashing about, its tongue hissing as it sought to rid itself of Wang Luo. Exhausted, Wang Luo released his grip on the blades, which remained embedded in the creature as he was flung away. Jiangmu, Wang Luo shouted midair. In truth, had he been determined to slay the giant python himself, he would undoubtedly have succeeded. He still had his stealth skill and invincibility card at his disposal. He simply lacked the desire to prolong the struggle. So he called upon Jiangmu to conclude the battle. She instantly appeared at the serpent's head, her delicate fist crashing down onto it. The hard iron shell shattered, and the python's head was reduced to a pulp, its body still twitching. Wang Luo struggled to rise, retrieving his remaining blade, and seeing the giant python still convulsing. He swiftly delivered a final blow. Congratulations. You have successfully hunted a level 3 monster. Acquired intermediate equipment, Xiantai Armor X1, Beginner Strength Potion X1, Level 3 Monster Crystal X1. Congratulations to the player for successfully hunting 50 monsters during the novice phase and unlocking the achievement of Monster Hunter. Reward, Monster Hunter Medal. Chapter 16, 99%, a rarity. Wang Luo gazed at the notification. This achievement did not receive the same regional announcement as the previous one, the Eternal Night Lantern Bearer. It was merely a simple prompt, rewarding him with a medal. He examined the medal closely. Monster Hunter Medal. Increases agility by 50% when facing monsters. While the effects of this medal were not as formidable as the Eternal Night Lantern Bearer, it still provided a notable enhancement, prompting Wang Luo to don it immediately. Next, he consumed a basic life potion, fully healing the injuries he sustained from a blow by the serpent tail. With a sigh of relief, he stored the advanced treasure chest in his inventory and turned his attention to the other items dropped by the giant python. Basic Strength Potion. Increases the user's strength attribute by 10 points for 30 minutes. Dark Iron Armor. A heavy armor that covers the entire body, providing 15 defense. Wearing Condition. Constitution Attribute 25. There was an additional wearing condition. Wang Luo scrutinized the glistening armor in his inventory, which appeared extraordinarily weighty. No wonder there was a wearing condition. Without sufficient physical prowess, one would likely be unable to bear its weight, merely serving as a target for blows. Wang Luo shook his head. In truth, the most significant gain was still the advanced treasure chest. However, he was not yet ready to open it. He surveyed the towering ancient trees around him and retrieved his axe, beginning to gather wood. Wood 20. Wood 20. Until noon, he collected a total of 2,000 units of wood, bringing him a step closer to constructing a level 3 safe house. After feeding Jiangmu a few level 1 monster crystals, he led her back to their safe house. Upon entering, he was pleasantly surprised to find the living room spotless. Qi Ling was busy in the kitchen, while Qi Luo assisted her, albeit somewhat clumsily. Wang Luo's mood lifted instantly at the sight of the tidy room. He entered the kitchen, observing boiling water in the pot, and took out 2 fish. Fish soup would be delightful for lunch today. My lord, please wait in the living room, Qi Ling said, wiping the sweat from her brow as she took the fish from him. Wang Luo gently replied, Qi Ling, you must understand that I do not regard you as a servant. You are my citizen and also a player. Next time I search for fire attribute crystals, I will also help you find some so that you can ignite the Eternal Night Lantern and venture out to explore. Qi Ling was taken aback and quickly waved her hands. No, my lord, it is not like that. I understand your intent, but that is my sentiment. Wang Luo chuckled softly. Hearing his words, Qi Ling felt deeply touched. Thank you, my lord. Wang Luo waved his hand and left the kitchen. Soon, a pot of delicious fish soup was served on the table. After satisfying his hunger, he stepped outside the villa, armed with his axe, and chopped down a banana tree, yielding 20 units of bananas. Glancing at the prompt for the refined iron mine, he decided to sit down and open the panel, habitually checking the number of players online. 3,000, down by 500. Retracting his gaze, he sent a message in the regional channel. Is there an iron pickaxe available? I can trade for cigarettes. Cigarettes? You mean those precious items that make one feel euphoric with just a single puff? Someone immediately inquired. Wang Luo chuckled at the replies below and promptly shared an image of the cigarettes in the channel. Zuanheman. I only smoke Zuanheman. Love one person for a lifetime. I have a broken iron pickaxe. Just one cigarette will suffice. What rubbish is Zuanheman? I only smoke Huazi. I'll smoke what I love. I have a brand new iron pickaxe. Wang Luo pondered how to maximize his trade benefits as he read through the responses until a survivor who only smokes Huazi sent a message. I have a basic mining pickaxe obtained from a level 2 monster. I'll trade it for a pack. Are you not a pigeon? Don't you only smoke Huazi? This is just my birth. I love to speak the truth. Stop it, everyone, I really can't help it. I think about it every day. Wang Luo was not in the mood to listen to their banter and quickly added Huazi brother as a friend, successfully obtaining the mining pickaxe. Brother, make sure to contact me first when you acquire such treasures. Huazi brother added hurriedly after their transaction. Absolutely, Wang Luo replied succinctly. After closing the game panel, he took the bloodstained iron pickaxe and headed straight to the refined iron mine. The mine was predominantly black, adorned with dark, glimmering ores. Wang Luo glanced at the time. There were still 4 hours until nightfall. He worked tirelessly throughout the afternoon, the clanging of his pickaxe echoing as he collected 500 units of refined iron. His body aching from exhaustion. Enough, I'll stop here. He stored the pickaxe, rubbed his sore arms, and made his way back to the villa. On his way, he noticed that the regional channel had amassed over 99 messages in just one afternoon. Considering the high death toll, it was rare for anyone to chat casually. Most exchanges revolved around trading items. Intrigued, he clicked in and scrolled through, soon realizing the amusing reason behind the influx of messages. It was Huazi brother who, after acquiring the cigarettes, had boasted about it with a picture. Most hilariously, he had also sent a voice message. Upon opening it, a catchy tune filled the air. 99%, a rarity. Wang Luo jolted, swiftly closing the panel. No wonder he got scolded, he thought, chuckling inwardly. Back at the villa, he admired the simmering soup and handed the 20 pounds of rice he had collected to Qi Ling from his personal inventory. Tomorrow morning, we can have rice. I nearly forgot that there was rice in the warehouse. Qi Ling's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at the bag of gleaming white rice. My lord, you truly are amazing. Wang Luo felt a flush of embarrassment, waving his hand dismissively. After finishing the soup, he retrieved an iron pot from the kitchen, washed it, and started a fire outside the villa. Qi Ling had already lulled Qi Luo to sleep and came outside, watching him prepare the pot over the flames alongside some sugar cane. My lord, is there anything I can assist with? She inquired. Wang Luo contemplated for a moment. Indeed, I require your assistance. Please fetch Jiangmu. She complied promptly. After she brought Jiangmu out, the iron pot was heated, and Wang Luo instructed Jiangmu to extract juice from the sugar cane to pour into the pot, while Qi Ling cleaned the cane, removing the excess roots. Wang Luo stirred continuously with a wooden spoon. Are we making sugar? Qi Ling asked curiously. Wang Luo nodded. Indeed, do you know? In the elven tribe, the elders also did this. Wang Luo's thoughts turned as he realized she was feeling homesick. In the future, if there is an opportunity and your other kin are willing, I will allow them to enter my territory. Qi Ling's face lit up with joy at his words. Thank you, my lord. You truly are a good person, she expressed sincerely. Wang Luo remained noncommittal. Once his power grew, he would indeed need more citizens. This gesture would not only assist Qi Ling's kin, but also serve his own interests. This is not a charitable organization. Everyone must contribute an equivalent value to reside here. However, exceptions are made for children like Chiluo, who simply eat and sleep, as long as they refrain from betrayal in the future. Chapter 17. Cultivating the Enchanted Field. The two individuals, accompanied by a lifeless body, toiled until the midnight hour, transforming 100 kilograms of sugarcane into over 20 pounds of sugar. Although referred to as white sugar, its hue leaned towards a shade of yellow, a consequence of rudimentary tools. Nonetheless, its flavor remained unchanged. After meticulously storing the precious sugar, Qi Ling and the others prepared to rest. Glancing at the clock, Wang Luo yawned and ascended to the 3rd floor. Exhausted from mining iron and boiling sugar, he fell into a deep slumber the moment his head hit the pillow. It was not until noon the following day that Wang Luo stirred awake leisurely. After safely depositing the treasure chest into the warehouse, he casually checked the number of individuals in the area, over 1,400. This indicated that more than half had perished the previous night. Despite his detachment, Wang Luo couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. The regional channel was noticeably quieter today, with only sporadic messages concerning trade. Descending the stairs, Wang Luo found a basic treasure chest quietly resting on the table, while others sat nearby. Have you all eaten? He inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Not yet, my lord. The food is warming in the pot and is ready to be served, Qi Ling replied, presenting a bowl of rice. Today's meal included bear ribs and a hearty meat soup. After serving Wang Luo, he offered a few monster crystals to Jiangmu. As they enjoyed their meal, Qi Ling suddenly remarked, My lord, We are running low on water in the kitchen. At most, it will last until tomorrow. Wang Luo paused, nodding in acknowledgement. Her words struck a chord within him. Witnessing so many deaths had left him questioning his own existence. Was he truly alive, or merely existing in a state of decay? Qi Ling's statement felt akin to a wife informing her husband of dwindling household finances. Though burdensome, it resonated with a stark reality. He exhaled deeply, feeling renewed motivation surge within him. At the very least, he was still alive. As a lord, he must fulfill his responsibilities. In the future, if I rise late, you need not wait for me. Just enjoy your meal, he declared. Qi Ling shook her head, insisting, that cannot be. We must wait for you to dine together. Observing the ravenous Qi Luo, Wang Luo softened. Then let Luo eat first. Children require a nutritious diet. After a moment's hesitation, Qi Ling acquiesced. Post-lunch, Wang Luo placed the high-level treasure chest and 2 basic chests on the table. He examined them for any potential danger, finding none. He first opened the 2 basic chests. Congratulations. You have obtained 10 potato seeds. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 wooden fence. Talent triggered, item crit. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 conceptual fence. Wang Luo quickly reviewed the information about the conceptual fence. Conceptual fence. The fence will change in accordance with the safety house's alterations. Practical in its utility yet commonplace in nature, it only adjusted in size and could not withstand even a level 1 monster. Wang Luo placed it around the villa, enhancing the aesthetics. Next, he turned his attention to today's main attraction. Wang Luo gazed at the silver treasure chest, excitement coursing through him as he rubbed his hands together. Carefully, he opened the chest, and a blinding light enveloped him, prompting him to instinctively close his eyes. Congratulations. You have received a piece of fertile land. Talent triggered, item crit. Congratulations. You have obtained an accelerated growth enchanted field. Huh. Wang Luo was momentarily taken aback. Was today truly this fortunate? He hastily examined the enchanted field yielded from the high-level chest. Accelerated growth enchanted field, capable of cultivating all plants with a growth cycle accelerated tenfold. In disbelief, Wang Luo exclaimed. This was indeed a marvelous find. The freshly obtained potato seeds and previously acquired chili seeds now had a place to thrive. Moreover, potatoes would mature in just 2 months, and with the tenfold acceleration, he could harvest them in merely 6 days. Ecstatic, Wang Luo promptly positioned the enchanted field in the courtyard before the villa. Stepping outside, he marveled at the newly added rectangular expanse of fertile land, measuring 15 meters on each side. Laughing heartily, he beckoned the others to join him in planting the chili and potato seeds. The so-called potato seeds were merely sections of cut potatoes. After tilling the enchanted field and planting the seeds, Wang Luo felt a twinge of worry. Although the seeds were sown, the water supply was dwindling. If the enchanted field consumed it, the humans would be left thirsty. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely decided to pour the remaining water into the enchanted field. We still have fruits. Let us hold on for a couple of days and see if we can discover a water source nearby, Wang Luo reassured. Qi Ling nodded, naturally deferring to his judgment. After planting the seeds, Wang Luo turned his attention to the resources that had surfaced today. Black Mist Merchant. He will remain here for 1 day. You can invite him to dine. You may receive unexpected rewards. Forest. Abundant wood can be harvested. Rock pile. Abundant stone can be gathered. Toxic miasma. A thick cloud of poisonous gas permeates. Do not enter without antidotes. Wang Luo silently acknowledged the day's messages. While wood was not a pressing need, he still required stone. This afternoon, he planned to gather some stone and host the so-called black market merchant that night. Resolute, Wang Luo equipped himself with a basic iron pickaxe and the Evernight lantern, making his way toward the rock pile. With the assistance of the iron pickaxe, his stone-gathering speed surged. His arms, however, grew sore and fatigued. But this was a trivial issue for Wang Luo. After 4 hours of relentless work, he amassed over 2,500 units of stone. Checking the materials required to construct a level 3 safe house, he noted, Level 2 Lord's Safe House, a standalone wooden villa. It cannot be upgraded until you possess sufficient subjects. Upgrade requirements. Wood 2756 2000, stone 5574 5000, fur 25 100, copper or 1800 500, subjects 25. Most of the materials were accounted for. Only fur and 3 subjects were lacking. Wang Luo exhaled a heavy sigh, shaking out his stiff arms before returning to the villa. He instructed Qi Ling to prepare additional food, for guests would be arriving that evening. She readily complied, with a sense of confidence. Wang Luo carried the Evernight lantern toward the direction of the Black Mist Merchant, bringing Jiangmu along for safety. After traversing approximately 50 meters, they spotted a figure sitting on a stone, a tattered burlap sack beside him, his patched clothing evident. As Wang Luo approached, the man seemed to sense their presence, leaping off the stone and grasping the burlap sack with a wary expression. To Wang Luo's surprise, the Black Mist Merchant was a dwarf, standing under a meter tall, his face adorned with a bushy beard. "Who are you? What do you want?" the Black Mist Merchant inquired defensively. Wang Luo, observing his demeanor, replied, "Do not worry. We merely noticed you while passing by and thought to invite you for a meal at our home." Upon hearing this, the Black Mist Merchant relaxed visibly, his bearded face breaking into a smile. "Thank you, kind soul. After traversing for so many days and encountering numerous individuals, you are the first to welcome me into your home for respite. So many people? Are they all survivors?" Wang Luo suppressed his inner doubts, offering a faint smile as he guided the enigmatic merchant through the villa. Chapter 18. The Alchemical Furnace. Wow. The Black Mist Merchant gazed in awe at the grand villa before him, its garden adorned with the green sprouts of peppers and potatoes. "Dear Lord, your residence is the most opulent I have encountered during my time here," he exclaimed in admiration. "Thank you for your compliment. Shall we step inside and dine?" Wang Luo invited warmly. "Thank you, my lord." The Black Mist Merchant expressed his gratitude once more, shouldering his tattered sack as he entered the villa. Upon entering, he was greeted by a table laden with roasted meats, bananas, and apples. The merchant's eyes sparkled with delight as he set down his sack and approached the table to take a seat. Curious, Qiling observed the little man. "Hello, beautiful elf lady. I presume this exquisite feast was prepared by you," the Black Mist Merchant greeted politely. Qiling smiled slightly, then turned to Wang Luo, saying, "My lord, the food is ready, and we await your presence." Wang Luo nodded and surveyed the room, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Where is Qi Luo? She is still quite young. With guests this evening, I allowed her to finish her meal and retire for the night," Qiling replied. Wang Luo nodded in understanding and took his place at the head of the table. "Do not hold back. Let us enjoy our meal," he urged. With that, he produced 5 first-level crystals and fed them to Jiangmu. At that moment, the Black Mist Merchant, engrossed in feasting on roasted meat, gasped in astonishment. "My heavens!" he exclaimed. "What is it?" Wang Luo asked, puzzled by the merchant's dramatic reaction. "My lord, do you truly use money to feed this young lady on a daily basis?" the Black Mist Merchant inquired, his expression one of incredulity. "Money?" Wang Luo responded, bewildered. "Oh, my lord, those crystals are the only currency that can be traded in this world," the Black Mist Merchant lamented. Wang Luo glanced at Jiangmu, who was perplexedly swallowing the last of the crystal. "Wang Luo, what is the matter?" Jiangmu asked. Wang Luo shook his head, masking his inner turmoil. "Let her eat. She is my friend, my family. Money is but a trifling matter." "Oh, my friend, you are a true lord." The Black Mist Merchant gazed at Wang Luo with admiration. Wang Luo chuckled awkwardly. "Let us eat." Later that night, Wang Luo lay in bed, unable to find rest. It was not the loss of the crystals that troubled him. For him, those crystals merely represented the opportunity to defeat a few more monsters. Rather, it was the merchant's words that plagued his thoughts. These crystals were the sole circulating currency, indicating that order existed in this world, albeit unbeknownst to them in the novice village. Who then was the architect of this world, and who established its order? Such questions occupied Wang Luo's mind. Unable to find clarity, he dismissed the thoughts. After all, there were still over 20 days until the novice period concluded, and he could rely on others to shoulder the burden. As midnight struck, an announcement suddenly appeared in the regional channel. Detected that survivors are dying too quickly, merging regions. Following the merger, various leaderboards will be opened successively. Upon reading the message, Wang Luo quickly opened the regional channel. He observed the dwindling number of remaining survivors surge from over 1,000 to a staggering 100,000 in mere seconds. Accompanying this influx was a deluge of information. Wang Luo checked his personal information. His previous number was replaced with his name. He searched for Qi Ling among his friends and noted that her name had also changed to Qi Ling. A new addition appeared in his friends list. Someone named Long Ying, who presumably was the 9th individual. Wang Luo glanced at the regional channel. With so many people, the information refreshed at an even faster pace. After a casual perusal without encountering any familiar names, he closed the game panel, forcing himself to sleep. The next day, Wang Luo awoke to a notification from the survival game. The Black Mist merchant has departed your safe house, leaving you some valuable items. Curious, he ascended to the second floor and opened the room where the Black Mist merchant had stayed. On the empty bed rested a massive object resembling a furnace. Wang Luo approached and examined the item, alchemical furnace, used to forge equipment based on blueprints. If sufficient materials are available, items can be produced in bulk. Military workshop safe house included. What a treasure! Wang Luo felt a surge of excitement. With this alchemical furnace, he could produce the Gale Bow in large quantities, granting him a significant advantage in both arms dealing and troop establishment. As he pondered the final words of the prompt, military workshop safe house, he realized that in addition to his lord's safe house, other special safe houses existed. Following the merger, he would face even more formidable survivors in competition. Furthermore, the announcement mentioned that subsequent leaderboards would be unveiled, each corresponding to different rewards. This thought ignited a sense of urgency within him. After securing the alchemical furnace, he descended the stairs, quickly consumed some roasted meat and fruit, and ventured out with the eternal night lantern. Shallow water lake. The water is clear and drinkable. A level 3 wind tiger resides nearby. Iron-eating rabbit. Feeds on fine iron, with exceptionally sharp claws. A social creature. Cave monster. A creature that dwells in caves. Rumored to possess remarkable treasures. Fire essence ore can yield a substantial amount of fire essence stones. After the merger, would there be an increase in monsters? Observing the 4 resource zones, 3 of which were occupied by monsters, Wang Luo felt disheartened. The issue was that monsters could not be refreshed if left unattended. Only the fire essence stones would be available for collection the next day. With a sigh, Wang Luo fed Jiangmu a few monster crystals and led her to the shallow water lake. The villa was in dire need of water, and securing this lake was imperative. From a distance, Wang Luo spotted a gigantic tiger lounging by the lake. Humans possess an innate fear of such creatures. Even though Wang Luo had the ability to confront it, he felt a tremor of trepidation. Donning his hero's armor and gripping his dual blades, he charged forward. The wind tiger sensed the impending danger, swiftly rising and roaring at him before darting toward him in a flash. So fast, Wang Luo's heart raced in astonishment. Truly, it was a wind tiger. Even with the eternal night lantern reducing its speed, he still found it difficult to gauge its swiftness. In a mere exchange, Wang Luo understood that he was no match for this creature. He hastily retreated, and after distancing himself from the shallow water lake, the wind tiger did not pursue. Instead, it leisurely returned to its previous position to rest. Wang Luo, do you not need me to deal with it? Jiang Mu inquired, puzzled. Wang Luo shook his head and retrieved a small vial from his storage, filled with a crystalline liquid. Once you drink this, that wind tiger will be no match for you. Chapter 19. A plea for help from Long Ying. Wang Luo licked his lips, revealing the dragon's saliva he had exchanged with Long Ying. Half a bottle had augmented his attributes by 10 points. Imagine the potential of a full bottle. With this thought in mind, he gulped it down eagerly. After finishing, he wiped his mouth and examined his personal attributes. Name, Wang Luo, ID, 0001. Race, human, constitution, 35-310, strength, 35-510, agility, 33-510, defense, 32-510, attack, 33-510, skill, stealth. Note, each race begins with a maximum score of 10. Each attribute had only increased by 15 points. Although it fell short of his expectations, coupled with the brave warrior's robe and the eternal night lantern medal, it sufficed. Additionally, he possessed a monster hunter medal, which enhanced his agility against monsters by 50%, elevating it to a staggering 72 points. Surely, this level 3 wind tiger couldn't boast such agility. With this in mind, he brandished his dual daggers and approached the wind tiger once more. The creature, enraged by the audacity of this seemingly weak human, roared furiously and lunged at Wang Luo with all its might. Yet, the Wang Luo who had previously struggled to perceive its speed now effortlessly evaded its attack, channeling immense strength through his arms as he struck at the wind tiger. Unlike the unnaturally resilient iron-armored giant python, this wind tiger was not as defensively formidable. Wang Luo's blades carved deep gashes into its back, eliciting a pained roar from the beast as it leapt in an attempt to dislodge him. However, Wang Luo clung to its back with unwavering stability, relentlessly slashing at its neck. 1 strike, 2 strikes. At last, the wind tiger succumbed. collapsing into a pool of its own blood. Congratulations. Player has successfully hunted a level 3 wind tiger, earning a basic agility potion 1, a level 3 wind element monster crystal 1, and 300 units of tiger meat. In the aftermath of this battle, while no equipment had dropped, Wang Luo was pleasantly surprised to find that the monster crystal could be utilized to forge a Gale Bow. Noticing Jiang Mu's envious gaze, he carefully stowed the wind element crystal and retrieved another level 3 crystal obtained from the iron-armored giant python. After feeding it to Jiang Mu, her complexion became more vibrant, and her eyes sparkled with vitality. However, Wang Luo was oblivious to these changes, as he was preoccupied with returning to summon Qiling and the others to fill the water tank. On the way back, he also inquired in the regional chat about anyone possessing a large water tank. Unfortunately, the torrent of messages made his query vanish almost instantly, and he opted not to waste further opportunities for communication. Upon returning to the villa, Wang Luo assisted the group in filling the water tank with lake water. Just as they were about to depart, Qiling suddenly appeared bashful and hesitant. "What's wrong?" Wang Luo inquired, scratching his head in confusion. "Lord, I wish to bathe," Qiling replied, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she gazed shyly at Wang Luo. That's fine," Wang Luo responded, feeling somewhat flustered. He handed her the eternal night lantern and turned away to give her privacy. Qiling quickly shed her garments, revealing her fair skin and perfect figure. Overcoming the chill of the lake water, she hurriedly washed herself, donned her clothes, and shyly approached Wang Luo after wiping herself down. "Lord, I am finished bathing. We may return now." Wang Luo nodded, and after returning to the villa, he took his iron pickaxe and ventured to gather fire essence Oregon. Today would certainly not suffice to deal with all the monsters, so he decided to collect more fire essence stones. Though he had previously gathered some, it was better to have an abundance than to lack in the future, even if he was still uncertain of their purpose. After a productive afternoon of mining, amassing 300 units of fire essence stones, he detoured to the shallow lake for a quick wash before heading back. With ample water, dinner promised to be a feast of fragrant rice, grilled fish, and stir-fried meat. As usual, he fed Jiang Mu some monster crystals, and she happily devoured her meal from a wooden bowl. Observing his satisfaction, Qiling couldn't help but smile blissfully. This life was beyond her wildest dreams when she first entered the survival game, and it was all thanks to Lord Wang Luo. After dinner, Wang Luo returned early to his room. Just as he opened the game panel, he suddenly remembered the treasure chest that had refreshed that day and had yet to be opened. Using his information perception talent, he glanced at the chest's details and frowned. What bad luck. Both chests contained monsters. After swiftly dismantling the chests, he acquired 20 units of wood, 2 pelts, and 2 level 1 crystals. He then turned his attention to the changes on the game panel post-region merger. Firstly, a leaderboard section appeared, grayed out and unclickable. Secondly, a Lord section emerged, allowing him to view the information of the citizens under his command, such as their loyalty and health. Upon inspecting the 2 citizens, he found that both Qiling and Qiluo were in good health, indicated by the green health status beneath their names. Next, he examined their loyalty ratings. Civilian Qiling, loyalty, 100, civilian Qiluo loyalty, 80, full loyalty. Wang Luo felt a sense of satisfaction towards Qiling, while he paid little heed to Qiluo's rating, not out of disregard, but due to her youth, still in the phase where she relied heavily on others. Thus, her loyalty rating held little comparative value. Closing that page, he noticed a teleportation option. After reading the description, he gained a basic understanding. Teleportation, knowing another player's coordinates allows you to teleport once using a teleportation stone. Additionally, a shop had been added, featuring overpriced weapons, armor, and other items, with the currency being those monster crystals, just as the Black Mist merchant had mentioned. With nothing else of interest, Wang Luo was about to log out when he suddenly saw a few private messages from Long Ying. "Wang Luo, could you assist me? I need some equipment. All the resource zones have turned into monsters today." This message had been sent that morning, followed by several urgent reminders indicating her desperation. "Apologies for missing your message. What kind of equipment do you need?" She replied swiftly, "Preferably defensive types. I have my own weapons." Upon reading this, Wang Luo responded with a brief, "Please hold on," and began to sift through the defensive gear in his inventory. First, there was the unsold basic mantis heavy armor, which offered a meager 5-point defense but reduced agility by 2 points. Next was the Xian iron armor, which provided a robust 15-point defense. However, it had a prerequisite: One's constitution must exceed 25 points. Seeing this, Wang Luo messaged, "What is your constitution?" Chapter 20. Dragon spittle is not an oral liquid. Although she was perplexed by Wang Luo's inquiries, Long Ying responded truthfully, stating 38. Upon seeing this figure, Wang Luo was not surprised. Rather, he would have been astonished had Long Ying's attributes been lower. After transmitting the enhancement of the Shen iron armor, Long Ying immediately fixated on it. "Wang Luo, this will do. Let us go with this." After pondering momentarily, she cautioned, "Remember to return it after use." "Why?" Long Ying asked, confused. "This equipment seems perfectly suited for me. Since you've opted for a trade, it implies you probably have no use for it, right?" Wang Luo rolled his eyes. "Are you trying to get something for nothing? You Haven and Oppos, T given me anything in return." This incited Long Ying and Oppos' defiance. "I can always compensate you later. I lack nothing but dragon spittle. Then I shall compensate you with dragon spittle." "That won't do. I have no idea when you might slay a dragon and when you would repay me." Infuriated by this exchange, Long Ying felt as though she might explode. "Let me clarify. I am a dragon. The dragon spittle I provide you is produced by me." Each word was punctuated with an exclamation mark, emphasizing her indignation. However, her message left Wang Luo momentarily stunned. "She is a dragon? A dragon maiden?" Skeptical, he responded, "Send me a photo for confirmation." In no time, Long Ying sent a picture. In it, a pouting young girl glared fiercely at the camera, her frustration palpable even through the screen. Upon noticing the pointed horns atop her head, Wang Luo realized the truth and promptly traded the Shen iron armor. After accepting it, Long Ying ceased all communication with him, prompting Wang Luo to send several messages. "How long until you can produce a vial of dragon spittle? Please provide a precise time frame. Hey, don't forget your roots. Hurry up and reply." Eventually, exasperated by his persistence, Long Ying retorted, "Did you consume the vial I gave you?" Wang Luo, puzzled, replied, "You only gave me a small vial. One sip and it was gone." "Wait, did you just say you sipped it? You drank it?" Though he didn't grasp her meaning, Wang Luo candidly admitted, "Yes, it was sweet and rather pleasant, though with a hint of a fishy taste." "Are you a weirdo? Idiot." On the other side, upon hearing his admission, Long Ying felt a wave of embarrassment and rage wash over her. Drinking it was akin to consuming her own saliva. It was as if they were exchanging saliva through kisses. No, that wasn't right. She hadn't even tasted his lips, and yet she felt cheated. In her agitated state, she lashed out with insults, completely disregarding her need for Wang Luo's assistance. Noticing her extreme reaction, Wang Luo began to sense something was amiss. "Wait, first tell me what dragon spittle is." "Idiot. It's the essence of my saliva. I can only produce a drop a day." Wang Luo's vision darkened. He nearly fainted. Amidst the lengthy message, he had only registered the word saliva. He had gulped it down, still craving more, and it was merely saliva? Was this some kind of joke? However, observing Long Ying's reaction, he felt a sudden churn in his stomach, prompting him to rush outside the villa and vomit profusely. This scene was witnessed by Qi Ling. Once he finished, Wang Luo felt significantly better and, with difficulty, inquired, "If that dragon spittle is an oral liquid, then I shall pass. I do not want it." "Oral liquid? Nonsense. Just a drop in your bath can yield remarkable results. You wasted it all. I wouldn't even dare use it myself." Perhaps in a fit of anger, Wang Luo hastily closed the game interface, choosing to ignore her further. Returning to the villa, he rinsed his mouth in the kitchen, finally feeling somewhat relieved. Turning around, he was startled to see a slender figure in the shadows, silently sobbing. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Qi Ling, and he sighed in relief. The anger that had startled him dissipated upon seeing her distress. "What troubles you, Qi Ling? Why are you crying so sorrowfully?" He contemplated that, as the Lord, he had a duty to care for his subjects, and so he spoke. "Is it because my cooking was so dreadful that it made the Lord nauseous and caused you to vomit? It's all my fault." As she spoke, her sobs grew more pronounced. Wang Luo was taken aback, quickly realizing the misunderstanding. He comforted her. "It's not like that. It's not your fault. It's..." He hesitated, thinking he couldn't possibly divulge that he had simply consumed a liquid. That would be too embarrassing. How would she view him afterward? Wang Luo fell silent, and after a lengthy pause, he finally said, "Just know that it's not your problem." Upon hearing this, Qi Ling ceased her tears. "All right, let us return to sleep. Don't dwell on it." Having endured so much, Wang Luo felt utterly exhausted, wearily waving his hand as he left the kitchen and returned to his room. The following morning, The first thing he did upon waking was check how many players remained in the newly merged region after a night had passed. 96,000 people. Over the course of one night, more than 3,000 had perished. This figure seemed significant, yet compared to the previous rate of 1,000 deaths among 10,000. Losing 3,000 from 100,000 was not so alarming. At this point in the survival game, those remaining either possessed skill or luck. Essentially, anyone who had survived the novice phase was capable of enduring. The eliminated were merely those who had failed to thrive due to bad luck or were lackluster players. After reviewing the information, he opened the newly refreshed treasure chest for the day. Congratulations. You have obtained a set of women's underwear. Staring at the women's lingerie in his hands, Wang Luo wore a perplexed expression. He casually stored it away and donned his hero's armor before heading downstairs. A delightful aroma wafted through the air. Having purged himself the previous night, his stomach was now ravenous, and he eagerly began to sip on the plain congee. If only he had some flour, he craved steamed buns. As he savored a piece of stewed meat, he thought. After finishing breakfast, he stepped outside the villa. The cave dwellers and iron-eating rabbits were still present, while the newly refreshed resources included a grove of fruit trees and a patch of miasma. Wang Luo gathered the supplies and glanced back at the crops he had planted. The potatoes, being underground, revealed nothing of their growth, but the peppers had flourished remarkably, even though they had yet to bear fruit in these few days. Gazing at the fertile land, Wang Luo couldn't help but marvel. The items obtained from the advanced treasure chest were indeed impressive. To be precise, his critical strike talent was exceedingly formidable. What had originally been a patch of fertile land had miraculously transformed into spiritual farmland. Just imagine if an even higher-tier treasure chest were to yield another critical strike. How astonishing would that be? Wang Luo dared not even contemplate it. Chapter 21. The rankings are open. Wang Luo, clutching his prized possessions, made a beeline for the lair of the cave monsters. These creatures dwell in the shadows of their dark abodes, shunning the sunlight. Their frail bodies adorned with a pallid hue. While their prowess is lacking, they are both repulsive and terrifying. Wang Luo swiftly dispatched one, claiming a third-level crystal as his reward. Is this all? What a waste, he muttered, stepping over its lifeless form to venture deeper into the cave. The dim caverns were permeated by a stench of decay, with each step stirring clouds of dust. As he advanced, illuminated by the Evernight lantern, he stumbled upon a grim pile of bones, both beast and human. A cursory glance revealed nothing amiss, and he pressed onward, discovering new items. An old pocket watch. Perhaps it holds other uses. Wang Luo's eyes glimmered as he retrieved a brass pocket watch from the pocket of a skeletal remains. The photograph inside depicted a young man alongside a little girl. After securing the watch, he continued his search, soon arriving at the cave and Apos' innermost sanctum. In the depths lay a clearing, strewn with various garments and pelts, all coated in a layer of dust. Upon closer inspection, he unearthed several valuable items. Black Fog Map, a rare treasure that provides information about this world. Beast Pelts 49, Star Iron 10. Wang Luo examined the notifications, then glanced at the foul-smelling pelts blanketing the ground, ultimately deciding against taking them. He tucked the map away and turned his attention to a 10-kilogram chunk of star iron, which emitted a faint blue luminescence, reminiscent of twinkling stars. Star iron, a precious or required for forging advanced equipment. With reverence, he stored the star iron in his warehouse, unable to contain his excitement any longer. Ha! He erupted in laughter, his joy palpable. He was currently wielding basic dual daggers, which felt remarkably adept, and the thought of superior equipment was exhilarating. Though he could not forge it just yet, possessing the materials ensured that day would inevitably come. Exiting the cave, Wang Luo finally managed to suppress his grin. Noticing the time, he realized it was still early, prompting him to alter his course toward the iron-eating rabbits' territory. These creatures were generally social but of low rank, mostly first level, with a few second level. Wang Luo felt like a wolf among sheep as he approached. Armed with his daggers, he dispatched them with ease, reveling in the thrill of the hunt. Soon, the area was cleared of the iron-eating rabbits. Congratulations, you have obtained Beast Pelts 93. Congratulations, you have obtained first-level crystals 85, second-level crystals 8. Congratulations. You have earned the Iron-Eating Rabbit Slayer medal. Inspecting the medal, he noted that his intimidation level toward the iron-eating rabbits had reached a staggering 100. Ultimately, it held little significance. He casually placed the medal in his warehouse, then checked the requirements for constructing a third-level safe house. 3 more civilians were needed. This condition could be easily met, yet finding suitable and loyal civilians proved challenging. After careful consideration, Wang Luo decided against settling for less. A civilian's allegiance did not preclude betrayal. The thought of a backstab was too perilous. As midday approached, he tidied up and departed. Upon returning to the villa, he found Qiling had prepared lunch. Having acquired numerous monster crystals that day, Wang Luo generously offered Jiang Mu 10 of them. She appeared delighted, expressing her gratitude. Jiang Mu had been increasingly lively lately. Wang Luo stroked his chin, observing her relish the crystals. Her complexion now mirrored that of an ordinary person, and her expressions had blossomed. Perhaps, one day, she would awaken fully. That thought sent a shiver down his spine. Wang Luo watched her warily, but she remained blissfully unaware, happily consuming the crystals. Reassured by the length of time he had fed her, he pondered that even if she regained consciousness, she would likely remember her gratitude. If it came to it, he could always return the pearl to her. The world was vast, and he could not dictate her path. After comforting himself, Wang Luo enjoyed lunch and gathered everyone to pick fruit in the orchard. It took them an entire afternoon to harvest from the expansive grove. Congratulations. You have obtained fruits 1365. How many did you collect? Wang Luo inquired of Qiling. Over 800, she replied, her face glowing with happiness at the abundance of fruits in their warehouse. If only we had yogurt, we could make a delightful fruit salad. Noticing her puzzled expression, Wang Luo chuckled. While your world may not have it, in our blue star, fruit salad is a delectable treat. I'll prepare it for you when the opportunity arises. Qiling smiled shyly. Thank you, my lord. Qiluo, unable to grasp Wang Luo's words, watched as he washed a fruit before eagerly tasting it. Sweet and juicy. You should try some too. Wang Luo affectionately patted her head, feeling a pang of nostalgia. If he were still on Blue Star, he doubted he would have found a partner by 30, let alone have children. Though Qiluo referred to him as brother, he felt a paternal instinct toward the little elf. Observing this scene, Qiling's pointed ears twitched, her heart brimming with mixed emotions. On one hand, she was elated that her revered lord held affection for her kin. On the other, she longed for his gentle touch. After returning to the villa, Qiling headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Shortly thereafter, Wang Luo followed her inside. My lord, Qiling queried, a hint of confusion in her voice. Though we cannot have fruit salad right now, I can make a different dish, candied snow pear. Wang Luo sliced pears into small pieces and placed them in a pot to cook. Lacking rock sugar, he resorted to white sugar instead. Fortunately, the final product had an acceptable color, though the taste would surely differ. After tasting it, Qiling and Qiluo were pleasantly surprised and showered him with praise. Through their interactions over the past few days, Wang Luo had come to understand that the elven society was akin to the agrarian era of Blue Star. Their food variety was limited, and they had never experienced such a treat as candied snow pear. After dinner, Wang Luo ventured into the garden to inspect the growth of potatoes and peppers. The shortened growth cycle meant less effort in tilling and watering. After a brief observation, he noted that the peppers had entered the flowering and fruiting phase. They would bear fruit in 2 or 3 days. After a while, Wang Luo retired to his room, feeling a hint of fatigue despite his nearly 50-point physique. Once settled, he opened the game panel and accessed the regional chat channel. The number of participants had not diminished significantly. By now, most survival players possessed some means to combat monsters. The chat was a vibrant tapestry of topics, ranging from item trading to casual conversation. Naturally, some were trading items that piqued everyone's interest. Many were eager to engage in trade. After spending an extended period in this world of black fog, finding an outlet for one's frustrations was essential to avoid madness, which explained Wang Luo's daily indulgence in group chats. Before long, the clock struck midnight. Wang Luo merely perceived a flicker on the screen, and a golden announcement promptly anchored itself at the top of the chat channel. The leaderboard has officially commenced, featuring 4 principal categories for novice rankings: individual strength, personal equipment, faction standings, and safe house ratings. The rankings will be settled after 10 days of the novice period, with rewards improving in quality according to one's position. Chapter 22. Note a White. What is this? Why is there a leaderboard? Has my brother lost his mind? How are you doing? This list is quite transparent. Is it? I see that the list only displays the top 5,000. At least I'm still in the 4,800 range. But I noticed that your name is nowhere to be found among the last 5,000. Hee, I'm ranked 5,001, so of course, you can't see me. So you can see it then? Wang Luo quickly glanced at the leaderboard. Personal strength ranking, first, Wang Luo second, Hu San third, Li Wenyu 10th. Long Ying in the end, he still did not see Qi Ling's name. This strength ranking might only consider physical prowess, excluding equipment. Wang Luo was not surprised by Qi Ling's absence. Her delicate appearance made it understandable that she would not be on the list. However, he felt a bit disappointed that Long Ying, a dragon, only ranked 10th. Wang Luo was convinced that the dragon and Appo's saliva was her entire asset, and this realization left him feeling somewhat guilty. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed that thought and continued to peruse other rankings. Personal equipment ranking: first, Brave Robe, Wang Luo; second, Xian Iron Armor, Long Ying; third, Agile Waist Jade, Li Wenyu; 5,000, Tiger Head Stick, Pai Yan. The absence of the mantis twin daggers from the rankings was expected. Yet Wang Luo was astonished that the Brave Robe was so formidable. Having secured the top position in 2 categories, he had drawn considerable attention from many. Numerous individuals were inquiring in the group about Wang Luo's identity, including Huazi, who had recently added him as a friend and had now taken the initiative to message him. What the heck? Brother, are you that impressive? Wang Luo could only respond with a smiley face. Fortunately, Huazi was tactful and did not send any further messages. Wang Luo then turned his gaze to the personal influence ranking. This time, the first position was finally occupied by someone else. Personal influence ranking: first, Delaski, Manor Safe House; second, Hu Cheng, Military Workshop Safe House; third, Ao Fu, Pet Safe House; fifth, Wang Luo, Lord Safe House. Upon the emergence of this ranking, inquiries about Delaski began to surface, and he himself promptly joined the conversation. Delaski, big shot. How did you enhance your influence? Delaski, quite simple. Just invite players to join your safe house. The more people you have, the greater your influence. Instantly, others sought to ally themselves with him, and Delaski readily accepted. However, after a while, a player who had sought to join suddenly erupted in the group chat. You childless wretch Delaski, why didn't you mention that joining your faction means becoming a slave? The system just notified me that my game panel will disappear in a minute. I'll be a slave for life. Delaski remained unperturbed, even responding in the area channel. Regarding that person's insults, I will reward him with a whipping tonight. Any brothers who wish to join me must have dark skin. White ones need not apply. Such is life. Wang Luo observed the screen for a while and began to understand why his influence was so formidable. His manner was quite similar to Wang Luo and Appo's lordship. The difference being that he could only recruit players to work for him as slaves. Once players became slaves, they lost their game panel and were bound to a life of servitude. In contrast, Wang Luo recruited commoners who retained their game panels and could later enlist troops, farmers, and various professions. As for the strength of his influence, Wang Luo concluded that it was likely due to the higher number of players with darker skin joining him. Finally, he looked at the last leaderboard, the Safe House ranking, where he remained in the top position, followed by the Manor and Military Workshop as special safe houses. Thus, across 4 rankings, Wang Luo had secured 3 first places, and his name was recognized by those who saw the news immediately. Many others sent him friend requests, and the threshold he set for adding friends, a bottle of pure water, had become almost negligible at this point. After reviewing the messages, he accepted the request from the top-ranked individuals and declined others. He subsequently raised the threshold for friend requests to require a piece of basic equipment, finally deterring those who would incessantly seek to add him. However, those who managed to survive up to this point were astute. Even though Wang Luo rejected them, people in the area channel continued to praise him. Wang Luo paid little mind to this, even among the few who had just added him. He merely exchanged greetings before exiting. Noticing the time, he closed the game panel and drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in a safe house shrouded in black mist, a muscular man gazed at the leaderboard, deep in thought. After a moment, he looked at Wang Luo's name and murmured, "Wang Luo? I wonder which race he belongs to. To have elevated his physical strength to such heights in just 10 days. He fixated on Wang Luo's name, his teeth seemingly sharpened. You shall be my rival." The following morning, Wang Luo awoke from his dreams and opened a basic treasure chest, finding nothing of value. Upon descending the stairs, he discovered that Qi Ling had already prepared breakfast. "Congratulations, Lord, on achieving first place in 3 leaderboards." Qi Ling exclaimed with admiration. Wang Luo chuckled, replying, "As the Lord, if I do not grow stronger, how can I protect my commoners?" Qi Ling wholeheartedly agreed, gazing at him with adoration, her eyes seemingly ready to burst with affection. Each time they ventured out to explore, it appeared that the Lord possessed an uncanny ability to discern where valuable items and monsters resided. Although he did not articulate this, Qi Ling could sense it. Whenever they approached areas populated by monsters, the Lord was always fully armed. To be precise, Qi Ling was quite perceptive. She recognized that under Wang Luo's protection, she could live a comfortable life, merely preparing meals and tidying up daily. Moreover, Wang Luo never pressured her to bear children, although she was more than willing to continue his lineage. Reflecting on this, Qi Ling compared her situation to that of Delaski and felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. While she pondered, Wang Luo remained vigilant, surreptitiously glancing at her loyalty, which still stood at 100. Only then did he feel a slight sense of relief. However, observing her demeanor, Wang Luo hastily finished his meal and departed the villa, sensing something was amiss with her today. Wang Luo murmured to himself. He then turned his attention to the resources that had refreshed today. Fleeting Wind Snake. It poses no threat to you. Its sinew can be crafted into the Fleeting Wind Bow. Intermediate treasure chest. It appears to contain something remarkable, with no danger. Thorny plants, a spiky flora. Wheat field, capable of yielding a substantial harvest of wheat. Upon reading the information, Wang Luo let out a cheer. Today's resources were truly to his liking. He had been craving steamed buns recently, and now flour was at hand. Moreover, the appearance of the Fleeting Wind Snake meant that with the monster crystal from the Wind Tiger and the sinew from the snake, he could forge the Fleeting Wind Bow. Perhaps his personal equipment would rise on the leaderboard again, allowing him to claim yet another reward. Chapter 23. The Fire Dragon Egg. Wang Luo wasted no time. He first harvested the wheat, acquiring 100 kilograms of it. Subsequently, he placed the intermediate treasure chest into storage, and hastily made his way toward the location of the Swiftwind Snake. Shortly after his arrival, a fierce gust of wind swept towards him. Instinctively, he dodged to the side, just in time to avoid a small blue snake coiling where he had stood moments before. This snake was not particularly large, hissing and flicking its tongue. In truth, the Swiftwind Snake's speed had been suppressed by the eternal night lamp, making it slower than Wang Luo. He had only been caught off guard earlier, which accounted for his slight disarray. Now, prepared, this level 2 Swiftwind Snake was no match for him. After easily dispatching the snake, Wang Luo gathered the materials required to forge the Swiftwind Bow. After tidying up, he hurried towards the safe house. By now, the afternoon had arrived. After a quick lunch, Wang Luo ascended to the 3rd floor of the villa. The entire 3rd floor, aside from his room, housed several vacant rooms. He found an empty room and set up the alchemical furnace gifted by the Black Mist merchant, then examined its basic information. Beginner alchemical furnace. By inputting a sufficient amount of fire essence stones, it can forge beginner and intermediate equipment, as long as there are enough materials. Equipment can be produced in bulk, a built-in structure of the military workshop. Fire essence stones? Upon realizing that the furnace required these stones to operate, Wang Luo felt an immense sense of relief. Truly, it was a stroke of good fortune. He gazed at the hundreds of units of fire essence stones in his storage and unhesitatingly began to remove them, placing them into the furnace in increments of 10. When he reached 50 units, the furnace emitted a deep, rumbling sound. Wang Luo retrieved the blueprint for the Swiftwind Bow, placing it in the designated area of the furnace, followed by adding the Wind Tiger's crystal and the Swiftwind Snake's sinew into the mix. Soon after, the furnace began to tremble slightly, functioning without flames, relying solely on the heat and energy from the fire essence stones. After about 15 minutes, the commotion gradually subsided. Wang Luo approached to find a bow materializing above the furnace. Though it was referred to as a bow, it was essentially the crystallized power emitted by a level 3 crystal, with the sinew serving as the bowstring. Swiftwind Bow, possessing unparalleled arrow speed and formidable explosive power. If the user's stamina is sufficient to sustain it, it becomes akin to a turret. Durability 100. Note: upon depletion of durability, a level 3 wind attribute crystal must be replaced. Wang Luo gazed upon the bow with satisfaction. While its exact power was not explicitly stated, the term turret conveyed everything. He opened his personal equipment leaderboard and, indeed, found the name of the Swiftwind Bow in 5th place. With this, he could claim double rewards. Wang Luo muttered to himself. The first place on each leaderboard rewarded a high-level treasure chest and 1 piece of intermediate equipment, while the 2nd and 3rd places received only a high-level treasure chest, and the 4th to 10th places were awarded intermediate treasure chests. The remaining ranks received only beginner treasure chests and common supplies. with rewards only for the top 100. After securing the Swiftwind Bow, Wang Luo retrieved the intermediate treasure chest. What valuable items might it contain? Confirming there was no danger, he opened the chest. A flash of white light revealed a bright red egg lying quietly within. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a fire dragon egg. Want a dragon egg? Could it possibly hatch into a dragon? Wang Luo's mind raced with excitement at the thought of riding a fully grown dragon in the skies. A silly grin spread across his face as he looked at the egg in his hands, the prompt appearing before his eyes. Fire dragon egg requires high temperatures for incubation. The higher the temperature, the faster the hatching. High temperature? Wang Luo's gaze fell upon the alchemical furnace nearby. Moments later, he placed 100 units of fire essence stones into the furnace and carefully set the dragon egg inside. Since he had not added any equipment blueprints, the furnace did not engage in equipment forging, but merely emitted continuous heat. The heat was entirely absorbed by the fire dragon egg. After completing this, he clapped his hands with satisfaction and exited the room. Days passed without any signs of the egg hatching, but the potatoes and peppers in the spirit field finally matured. After harvesting the peppers and potatoes with Qiling, Wang Luo buried the remaining roots and leaves back into the spirit field. Tonight, we shall feast on potato stew with chicken. Wang Luo was brimming with excitement. After so many days of meat porridge, meat soup, braised meat, and barbecued meat, even the most delectable meat had begun to lose its charm. Setting aside a few peppers and potatoes as seeds, he took charge of the cooking while Qiling assisted, combining the chicken obtained from the recent hunt with the potatoes to simmer in a pot. Next, Wang Luo retrieved 10 pounds of flour made from wheat, kneading it into flatbreads, which he then placed in the pot to cook. After a while, the pot of potato stew with chicken and flatbreads was ready. Wang Luo placed the pot on the table in the living room. Lifting the lid revealed an enticing aroma that wafted into everyone's nostrils. Qiling gazed at him in admiration. My lord, it smells wonderful. Wang Luo chuckled heartily, removing the flatbreads from the pot as everyone gathered around to eat. Naturally, Jiang Muyi continued to consume monster crystals. Taking a bite of the flatbread, Wang Luo noted its chewy texture, a result of not being fermented, rendering it rather firm. While it lacked the softness of leavened bread, he savored it nonetheless. This marked his first experience with dough-based food since arriving here. Observing Qiling's eyes light up with delight, Wang Luo remarked, "We currently lack proper tools. If we had them, we could make pancakes and noodles, and the flour wouldn't be so coarse." The wheat had been ground manually, making it impossible to achieve the fine texture of machine-ground flour, hence the grainy sensation. Qiling replied with bliss, "It's already very delicious. We rarely get to enjoy such delightful food in the elven tribe." The elves primarily consumed stews and dishes, which were Qiling's specialties. Meanwhile, the small sprite, Chiluo, struggled to chew the flatbread due to her young age, but was thrilled to soak it in the soup. As they dined, Wang Luo suddenly recalled the fiery dragon lady, Long Ying, and, on a whim, snapped a photo to send her. Moments later, Long Ying responded with a question mark. Wang Luo chuckled at the message. "Are you envious? What? Are you here to show off?" "Not at all," Wang Luo replied. His intention was not to boast, but to showcase his strength, proving that life would be prosperous alongside him, thus facilitating Long Ying's acceptance as a commoner. After these few days, he had discerned her character, prideful and temperamental. For someone like her, directly proposing to become her subordinate would only backfire. To win her over, he needed to subtly influence her, allowing her to come to acceptance naturally. On the other hand, Long Ying gazed at the sumptuous feast in the photo, her mouth watering, and she begrudgingly noted an extra drop of dragon saliva today. "Cursed Wang Luo, just you wait." Long Ying fumed, clenching her fists, her expression brimming with fury. Chapter 24. Wazage seeks assistance after satisfying their hunger and thirst. Qiling willingly took on the task of washing the dishes. Wang Luo, relishing the opportunity for leisure, ascended the stairs to his room and began to peruse the messages from the regional channel. In recent days, numerous lives had been lost, bringing the total down to 90,000. He noted that in 2 or 3 days, it would be time to venture out again to procure fuel for the Evernight lantern, inevitably resulting in further casualties. With a sigh, he scrolled through the messages, encountering only unfamiliar names and not a single familiar one. This did not surprise him. Among billions on Blue Star, he had only a handful of close friends, and the likelihood of encountering someone from his district was exceedingly slim. Shaking his head, he dismissed these thoughts until he suddenly noticed a message from Wazage. "Wazage, is the boss around? I need help." "What is the matter?" Wang Luo inquired. having a favorable impression of Wazich. If it were within his means, he would not hesitate to offer assistance. Well, it's quite embarrassing, but while hunting monsters today, I was unexpectedly pecked in the eye by an eagle. The creature was only a second-tier beast, but it was surprisingly fierce, and I ended up getting hurt. Though Wazich spoke lightly, Wang Luo understood that the reality was likely far graver. What do you need from me? Wang Luo asked. I wanted to ask if you have any healing items. I'm hoping to save my life. It's tough to stay alive, but I still want to live, haha. Yes, no problem. Wang Luo agreed without hesitation, preparing to trade him a bottle of basic life potion. Thank you, boss. If you ever need my help in the future, just let me know, even though you probably won't need it. Wazich quickly expressed his gratitude. Exploring alone will always present dangers. Once the novice period is over, no one can predict what will happen. I can assist you this time, but I cannot always be there for you, Wang Luo remarked. Wazich was astute and promptly grasped Wang Luo's intent. Are you suggesting I join your faction? Wang Luo paused. If you do not wish to, I will not force you. Meanwhile, in a second-tier safe house shrouded in black mist, Zhang Qixing pondered Wang Luo's message for a moment. He examined his grievous wound, where his abdomen had been pierced, with his intestines exposed, but after taking the potion, he had begun to recover slowly. Seeing this, he no longer hesitated and replied, if you are willing to let me join, I would be more than happy to do so. It would be my honor to assist you. Wang Luo nodded slightly at this message. A person who wishes to survive will invariably make the wisest choice. He glanced at Wazich's real name, Zhang Qixing. Then I will contact you in a few days. I noticed that your safe house can earn ranking rewards. Once you receive them, we can merge. Understood, boss. I will await your news. In truth, Zhang Qixing's safe house could only yield material rewards, not treasure chests. The primary reason being that the villa was becoming somewhat cramped. The third floor was certainly reserved for himself, while the second floor was occupied by Jiangmu, Qiling, and Chiluo, who together claimed 3 rooms. Additionally, 2 rooms had been converted into storage spaces. The potato seeds must sprout before they can be planted, and one of those rooms was currently being used for potato cultivation. Aside from Zhang Qixing, there was also Long Ying, and he needed to find another civilian. Naturally, the rooms could not accommodate everyone. It seemed more prudent to wait until they all became civilians, at which point he could upgrade the safe house and create more rooms. After concluding their conversation, Wang Luo closed the game panel and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Wang Luo awoke from his dreams and, still in a daze, opened a basic treasure chest. Congratulations. You have obtained an apple tree seed 1. Talent triggered. Item critical hit. Congratulations. You have obtained a strength fruit tree seed 1. Wang Luo was momentarily stunned, instantly waking up. He quickly examined the information on the seeds. Strength fruit tree seed. When planted, it grows into a strength fruit tree, and consuming its fruit can increase one's strength attribute. Upon reading this, Wang Luo was filled with excitement. He took out the seed, donned his gear, and headed to the courtyard, designating a plot within the spirit field to plant the seed. Qiling, noticing him planting something again, beamed with joy. My lord, what vegetables are you planting this time? Haha, not vegetables. This is far more precious. Once it matures, you will understand. Remember, you must take good care of it. Upon hearing this, Qiling became serious and earnestly assured him, my lord, rest assured. I will take great care of it. Wang Luo nodded, content as he gazed at the seed, which showed no signs of movement. Just as he was about to check on the day's supplies, he suddenly felt a connection to something. Instinctively, he glanced towards the room on the 3rd floor where the alchemical furnace was located. Dragon egg, Wang Luo exclaimed, quickly rushing upstairs. As he opened the door, a fiery red figure flew directly towards him. Startled, Wang Luo dodged, and the red figure missed, soaring through the air before turning. He then recognized the creature's appearance. It was a fire-red dragon, approximately half a meter in length, its body covered in scales, with wings sprouting from its back and a white-scaled underbelly. Its limbs were powerful, and though its claws were small, they were filled with strength. It was the newly hatched fire dragon. The little creature exhaled puffs of white mist, alighting gently on Wang Luo's shoulder, displaying an affectionate nuzzle against him. Fire dragon, a fire attribute dragon-type monster. However, due to your hatching it, the creature has automatically become your pet, can evolve. Wang Luo regarded the information with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. The little one opened its mouth and emitted a couple of puffs of white mist. Observing this, Wang Luo suddenly felt that upgrading the safe house should be a priority. He stroked the fire dragon and thoughtfully declared, "From now on, your name shall be Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan seemed to understand, flapping its wings in delight at the name. Wang Luo chuckled and descended the stairs. As soon as he entered the living room, Xiao Yan captured everyone's attention. For a creature of half a meter in size was hard to overlook. Qiling glanced over, her expression suddenly shifting to one of fear. Her delicate face reflected apprehension, and her ears drooped as she instinctively tightened her embrace around Qiluo. "My lord, it's a dragon." Seeing her reaction, Wang Luo hurried to explain, which eased her tension slightly. However, when Xiao Yan spread its wings, she instinctively recoiled in fear again. Yet, Xiao Yan was not approaching her. Instead, it fluttered towards Jiang Mu, landing excitedly on her shoulder, bobbing its head in joy. Chapter 25, The Flame Hive. Wang Luo observed the unfolding scene with trepidation, fearing that Jiang Mu might inadvertently harm the newly hatched Xiao Yan, akin to a child squeezing a chick. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, in a moment of innocence, it attempted to touch Jiang Mu and Appo's face with its tiny wings. Jiang Mu frowned, and with a slight movement of her shoulder, sent it tumbling away. Xiao Yan, undeterred, completed a mid-air spin before returning to perch on Wang Luo's shoulder, letting out a couple of cries to express its hunger. Wang Luo produced a piece of bear meat, which Xiao Yan eagerly seized and placed on the ground, voraciously tearing into it. Initially, Wang Luo had harbored concerns about its ability to consume meat so soon after hatching. But witnessing this display brought him some comfort. Once Xiao Yan had satisfied its appetite, Wang Luo set out from the villa with it in tow. He checked the newly refreshed resources for the day. Flame Hive contains dozens of ordinary flame bees and one flame bee queen. Desert contains little of value. Unworthy of time. Swamp. A mid-level treasure chest lies deep within, but the mud along the way is perilous. Wolf Pack. Ordinary wolves, posing no danger. While the day's offerings were of subpar quality, the presence of a treasure chest was a silver lining. After gathering his belongings, Wang Luo and Xiao Yan proceeded to the location of the mid-level treasure chest. Given that Xiao Yan was a creature born of the black mist, it exhibited no fear of the ominous presence, allowing it to fly forth and retrieve the chest. Before long, the treasure chest was securely in hand. Wang Luo inspected it, confirming its safety before opening it on the spot. "Congratulations. You have acquired the beginner equipment set, Green Wilderness Cloak." Wang Luo and Appo's eyes widened as he gazed at the newly added outfit in his inventory, eager to examine its attributes. Green Wilderness Cloak. Wearing it grants 5 agility, 5 constitution, 3 attack, and enhances movement speed in forested areas. A beginner's equipment set? Wang Luo marveled at the fact that its attributes surpassed those of the intermediate equipment, the mystic iron armor. He scrutinized the ensemble comprising a cloak, shoes, and gloves, then glanced at his own brave robe. It was possible that the brave robe was also part of a set, likely an intermediate one. With the Green Wilderness Cloak and the Gale Bow in his inventory, he could assemble a complete set of equipment for Qiling, which would prove useful when hunting fire element creatures. Pondering this, he stored the Green Wilderness Cloak away. Having assessed the situation, Wang Luo resolved to address the wolf pack next. Following the prompt, he ventured into the forest, which appeared tranquil, and began to chop down trees using the Tetanus Blade. The resulting commotion soon attracted the attention of the wolves. Wang Luo sheathed the Tetanus Blade and drew his dual mantis daggers. The pack comprised over 20 wolves, numerous, yet undeniably weaker compared to special creatures. He effortlessly dispatched them, collecting 300 kilograms of wolf meat and over 20 wolf pelts. Surveying the stockpile of snake meat, crocodile meat, and wolf meat in his inventory, Wang Luo messaged Qiling. "Qiling, wait a moment while I trade you some meat. You can exchange it at the trading platform for wood and stone." Qiling promptly agreed. Wang Luo noted that the wolf meat tasted sour and unpleasant, yet there were always those in need of sustenance. Thus, he decided to trade it all. As for the snake meat, he had no intention of consuming it and traded that away as well. He retained the crocodile meat, selected some fatty bear meat for trade, and kept the lean meat for himself. After completing the meat transactions with Qiling, he proceeded towards the flame hive. Upon arrival, Wang Luo was taken aback. He had anticipated a hive no larger than a human head, thus had remained relaxed. However, upon seeing the hive's true size, he adopted a serious demeanor. The hive, measuring half a meter in diameter, hung from a towering tree, its fiery red surface resembling jade, riddled with hundreds of openings through which flaming bees buzzed in and out, instilling a sense of dread. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Luo retrieved 10 units of wood from his inventory, resolutely pouring purified water over the timber. The dry wood quickly absorbed the moisture. Confirming that Xiaoyan could not exhale flames, he took out an infinite lighter, attempting to ignite the wood. However, it was evident that the damp wood would not catch fire, and Wang Luo had no intention of igniting it. Instead, he anticipated that the wet wood would produce thick smoke when subjected to flames. Seizing the opportunity, he tossed the smoke-emitting wood beneath the hive. Almost instantly, a dense cloud of smoke enveloped the hive, prompting a swarm of bees to erupt from it, attacking the source of the smoke furiously. The flames posed no threat to the soaked wood. Instead, they generated even more smoke. After a quarter of an hour, the system's voice chimed in. Congratulations. You have slain a flame B1. Congratulations. You have slain a level 1 flame soldier B1 and obtained a level 1 fire attribute crystal. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the hive remained a vivid red, yet the ground was littered with the corpses of bees, both large and small. Within that brief span, he had acquired 7 fire attribute monster crystals. Cautiously, he approached and retrieved the flame hive. In the next moment, a fiery figure lunged out, stinging the back of Wang Luo's hand. A sudden jolt of pain shot through him, causing him to instinctively drop the flame hive, revealing that he had been attacked by a formidable flame bee queen, measuring a full 20 centimeters in length. Its fiery tail seared his hand, resulting in a sizable blister, further injected with venom. As Wang Luo watched his hand darken, he swiftly retreated, retrieving a bottle of beginner's antidote and consuming it, allowing his injuries to gradually mend. Just as the flame bee queen prepared to strike again, a dragon appeared from the side, its mouth agape, swallowing half of the bee queen in one gulp. Crunch, crunch, crackle. Xiaoyan showed no fear of the flame bee queen, chewing a few times before swallowing it whole. Well done, Wang Luo exclaimed, offering unreserved praise for the display. This bee queen was at least a level 2 or 3, and Wang Luo collected the remaining half of its body, extracting a level 2 monster crystal, while discarding the rest to Xiaoyan. Only then did the system's voice resonate once more. Congratulations, player Wang Luo, for successfully exterminating the flame hive. You have obtained the Phoenix Fire Metal 1, Level 1 Crystal 7, Level 2 Crystal 1, Flame Hive 1. Wang Luo listened to the notification, glancing at the new items in his inventory, feeling a rush of elation. Phoenix Fire Metal, Fire Resistance 10, Ordinary Fire Attribute Monsters cannot harm you. He promptly equipped the metal. Such a valuable item should not be squandered. With this metal, he now possessed 4 in total. Although uncertain of their exact utility, he understood that having more metals was undoubtedly advantageous. The pocket watch obtained from the cave dweller, along with the Black Mist merchant, had made Wang Luo aware that the Black Mist was not solely inhabited by players. There were surely indigenous people as well. Perhaps this metal would prove useful among them. Chapter 26. The map of the Black Fog world. Upon this reflection, Wang Luo recalled that he had yet to examine a map he possessed. Yes, he resolved to study it thoroughly upon his return this evening. He glanced once more at the description of the Blazing Honeycomb. Blazing Honeycomb, a fire attribute hive made of jade-like material, useful for crafting specific weapons and equipment, as well as for concocting particular potions, truly a multifunctional treasure. What a remarkable multifunctional treasure. Although Wang Luo felt somewhat speechless, he understood the immense value of this honeycomb. After securing it with care, he made his way back to the villa with Xiaoyan. As soon as he stepped into the villa, Qi Ling approached him eagerly. My lord, the high-priced bear meat sold out rapidly. We have now exhausted our meat supplies. She exclaimed with excitement. Excellent. What is our total yield? He inquired. We have accumulated 1,087 units of timber and over 2,000 units of stone, which I have already traded to you, she reported. Wang Luo nodded, opening the game panel to confirm the increase of over 2,000 units of stone and over 1,000 units of timber. Well done. I shall reward you with a large chicken leg tonight, he said with a smile. Haven't we already consumed all the chicken legs? There are only some chicken pieces left. Qi Ling, puzzled by the reference, brightened up at Wang Luo's joy. By the way, my lord, there is another matter. After the meat sold out, many people added me, hoping to be prioritized in the next meat trade, she continued. Tell them, the highest bidder wins. As long as they offer a good price, we can negotiate, Wang Luo instructed. Understood. After saying this, Wang Luo noticed Qi Ling hesitating, her expression revealing some confusion. Is there something else? Qi Ling hesitated before summoning her courage to confess. To be honest, another individual added me, hoping I could entrust the trading matters to him. Entrust it to him? Why? Wang Luo asked, intrigued. He claims he can help me sell at a higher price. And I thought I could secure more resources for you, so I accepted his friend's request. My lord, what should we do? Qi Ling asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Just tell him that I will add him myself, if he proves competent. Allowing him to take on this task is not out of the question, Wang Luo replied. All right, understood. Following his instructions, Qi Ling soon added an individual named Qian Shenkai. At first glance, Wang Luo found the name suggestive of a shrewd businessman. Before long, Qian Shenkai sent his first message. I did not expect the seller to be the esteemed Wang Luo. It is an honor to work for you. Wang Luo smiled faintly at the message. You seem quite confident that I would employ your services. In the presence of a figure of your caliber, I believe my talents could allow me to become part of your influence, as it would mutually benefit us, Qian Shenkai replied. Oh, what makes you think so? Wang Luo inquired, curious. By joining your faction, I gain a guarantee of survival, and it allows my abilities to flourish under your leadership. With my assistance, you will undoubtedly acquire more materials and resources, allowing you to rise more swiftly. You are quite self-assured, yet I admire your confidence, Wang Luo remarked. He then traded a batch of ordinary weapons and a basic staff, all obtained from the goblin lair. Help me sell these weapons, and if the selling price meets my satisfaction, you shall become my partner. Though he did not voice his concerns about what would happen if Qian Shenkai absconded with the goods, Wang Luo assumed that Qian Shenkai was astute enough to seek him out. The latter readily agreed. After concluding the chat, Wang Luo turned to the visibly anxious Qi Ling and chuckled. What troubles you? You appear quite tense. My lord, did you agree to him? Will I no longer be able to assist you? Qi Ling asked cautiously. Wang Luo was taken aback, then burst into laughter. It turned out this little sprite was worried about such matters. He spoke earnestly. You can leave such tasks to others. You have already helped me considerably. At the very least, I returned to a warm meal and a clean home. Seeing her still troubled, Wang Luo took out the green wild cloak and Gale Bow, presenting them to her. My lord, this. Upon receiving the items, she could see their attributes, and a wave of apprehension washed over her. Take them. These are your rewards. In a few days, I will refuel the Eternal Night Lantern, and you will be able to assist me in exploration. Wang Luo assured with a smile. Initially reluctant to accept the equipment, Qi Ling was compelled by the thought of aiding her lord. Thank you, my lord. I will not disappoint your expectations, she declared with determination. Wang Luo laughed heartily, affectionately ruffling her hair before heading upstairs, leaving Qi Ling standing there in a daze. Her ears flushed with color. Her body felt weak, still tingling from his touch. My lord, he touched my head? Qi Ling stood there in a daze, unable to contain her excitement. Oh dear, I might be getting carried away. After enjoying dinner, Wang Luo ascended to his room and lay on the bed. He noticed Qian Shenkai selling weapons in the regional channel, but felt unconcerned about the progress. Opening his personal warehouse, he retrieved an old parchment. Black Fog Map. This is a rare treasure that reveals information about this world. Indeed, this parchment was the map. Wang Luo unfurled it, revealing a vast expanse of black, symbolizing the fog, along with areas untouched by the fog, marked with the names of various cities. Holy Light City. Star Moon City. As he recited the names, he began to grasp the structure of power within this world. Due to the black fog, this realm lacked nations. Each city represented a faction, with the city lord serving as the supreme leader. The map contained scant information about monsters and even bore the inscription Black Fog Merchant. The limited monster information arose from the fact that powerful creatures would often eliminate those who attempted to record them before they could be documented. Thus, the map merely indicated the locations of several major cities, lacking in detail. Nevertheless, Wang Luo had gained a basic understanding of this world, which sufficed for now. He closed the map and sighed softly. The novice period would conclude in half a month, and no one knew what formidable monsters awaited them afterward. Undoubtedly, the dangers would escalate significantly, leading to many casualties. He pondered whether the larger regions would merge again, but shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. Just as he was about to sleep, an unexpected individual sent him a message. Chapter 27. Delving into the black mist once more, brother. Are you interested in crafting some equipment? I can assist you in mass-producing weapons at a favorable price. Just a bit of food will suffice. This message came from Hu Cheng, who possessed a military workshop safe house. I see your faction is quite substantial. How could you be short on supplies? Wang Luo inquired, somewhat perplexed. Don't mention it, brother. In my quest to manufacture a wider variety of weapons, I've essentially exchanged all my resources for blueprints, leaving me with scant rations. With so many people here, our food consumption is considerable, Hu Cheng replied with a hint of resignation. Blueprints for equipment? Do you possess many? Wang Luo asked, intrigued. To craft equipment, one must have both blueprints and materials. As long as I have the blueprints here, you only need to provide the crafting materials, and I can create it for you. On the equipment leaderboard, you have a set of clothing, but you're still in need of a reliable weapon, aren't you? What do you say, brother? Shall we forge one? Hu Cheng pressed, his urgency palpable as he genuinely lacked food and was eager to accelerate his faction's growth. With food supplies dwindling, he urgently needed provisions to sustain his followers. Wang Luo pondered for a moment, realizing he indeed required a proficient weapon. He then messaged, "Send me the details of those blueprints. If I find one suitable, I will have it crafted." Absolutely. Hu Cheng rejoiced and promptly sent the blueprints to Wang Luo. Wang Luo began to examine them. Yushi sword, broken gold bell, drilling silver spear. These were all basic blueprints. While he sought a mid-tier weapon, as he continued to peruse, he finally discovered a mid-tier blueprint, an elegant short dagger, shadow dagger. Equipping this grants 10 agility and 10 attack. When paired with stealth skills, it enables silent assassinations. This weapon was perfectly suited for him, especially since he possessed stealth skills. I'll take this shadow dagger. Please craft one for me, Wang Luo decisively concluded. Not a problem. However, crafting this weapon requires a significant amount of shadow steel, which I currently lack. You'll need to procure it yourself, Hu Cheng said, his excitement evident upon realizing he had received a substantial order for a mid-tier weapon. Shadow steel? I've never even heard of it. How does one obtain it? Where is it found? Wang Luo asked, somewhat exasperated. That's not an issue. I know where to find it. I'll send you the coordinates shortly, Hu Cheng replied, operating the game panel to send Wang Luo a location. Wang Luo opened it to find it was only a few dozen kilometers away. You've explored this area? No. After obtaining a piece of equipment blueprint, the safe house provides me with the location of the required materials, Hu Cheng explained without a second thought. I see. Wang Luo mused, realizing the utility of Hu Cheng's military workshop safe house. Understood. In a few days, I'll retrieve that shadow steel and contact you. That is fine. But could we perhaps trade some food first? My people are quite hungry, Hu Cheng requested, aware that his demand was quite audacious. He even offered to reduce the crafting fee by 10%. All right, I will trade you a day's worth of food, Wang Luo agreed, wishing to foster goodwill. After trading him 5 kilograms of bear meat, Wang Luo closed the panel, feeling the late hour as it was already past 1 in the morning. He yawned and sank into a deep slumber. The following day, Wang Luo woke up 2 hours later than usual. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, he instructed Qiling to prepare more jerky. My lord, are you planning to venture out? Qiling asked, a note of concern in her voice. Indeed. Tomorrow I must replenish the fuel for the Evernight lamp. By the time I return, you should be able to explore as well, Wang Luo replied. With the equipment and weapons you've provided, I could accompany you. Please, allow me to join you, Qiling implored, her eyes glistening with hope. Though Wang Luo was willing to take her along, he felt it necessary to have someone guard the villa. This time, you shall protect our home. Besides, if you go, who would keep Chilua company? Qiling, though somewhat disappointed, understood the reasoning and did not insist further, merely reminding Wang Luo to return safely. After assuring her, Wang Luo commenced his exploration for the day. A small stream had emerged around the safe house, and after trading for a large water tank on the marketplace, he filled it to the brim. He then cleared the nearby monsters, collecting a bounty of meat. Glancing at the remaining resources, he noticed a flock of wild chickens. A flock of wild chickens. This group seems to be in their incubation period, an opportune moment to strike. Wang Luo's eyes lit up. Chickens meant he could acquire chicken meat. While bear meat was fine, he preferred chicken, duck, and fish. Having craved potato stew with chicken ever since his last meal, he was delighted to have stumbled upon this opportunity. Without hesitation, he charged into the flock, swiftly dispatching most of the hens and acquiring several dozen kilograms of chicken meat. Retaining 1 docile hen, he also collected about a dozen eggs and returned to the villa, where he constructed a simple chicken coop with wood, placing the hen and eggs inside. Hopefully, I can successfully tame them. If so, the cycle of eggs and chickens will ensure a steady supply of chicken meat, Wang Luo thought, elated. After tossing some rice and wheat to feed the hen, He muttered, "You better work hard, or it'll be your last meal." Having explored all the refreshed resources, Wang Luo then took to the kitchen, preparing a pot of potato stew with chicken and steaming rice. After feeding Jiang Mu some monster crystals, he savored a delightful meal before retiring early. The next day, he planned to venture into the Black Mist. If it was merely to retrieve Shadow Steel, given his current physique and speed, a round trip of 50 kilometers would suffice within 2 days. However, he also needed to hunt fire attribute monsters for crystals, making 2 days seem rather tight. Wang Luo's plan was to return the day before the leaderboard reward settlement, commission Hu Cheng to craft the weapon, and additionally secure a weapon ranking reward. After the leaderboard settlement, he would invite Long Ying, Qian Shenkai, and Huazi Guzhang Qixing into his safe house and then upgrade it to level 3. A perfectly crafted plan. Time swiftly passed to the next day. In the morning, Wang Luo awakened Jiang Mu. Recently, Jiang Mu had been increasingly peculiar, exhibiting behavior akin to a human sleep pattern, which puzzled Wang Luo for several days. After storing the jerky prepared by Qiling in the warehouse, he retrieved the fire attribute crystals dropped by the flame bees and placed them into Qiling's Evernight lamp. Finally feeling assured to step into the Black Mist. With occupants in the safe house, it was essential to leave a lamp lit. Before departing, he specifically instructed Qiling not to explore recklessly, as she lacked information prompts and could easily encounter danger. After advising her to plant potatoes and peppers and feed the chickens, he felt reassured bringing Jiang Mu and Xiao Yin into the Black Mist. Chapter 28. The Shadow Wolf Pack. Upon entering the thick mist, Wang Luo swiftly made his way toward the coordinates sent by Hu Cheng, heading for the location of the Shadow Steel. Simultaneously, he urged Huazi and Qian Shenkai to gather fire attribute crystals to ignite the eternal night lamp. He had no intention of assisting them. If they required his help even to light a lamp, it would be futile to recruit them as commoners. As for aiding Qiling and Long Ying, Wang Luo had his reasons. Qiling was exceptionally versatile, adept at various tasks beyond exploration, including cooking, and she was meticulous in organizing every aspect of the villa. Wang Luo found himself increasingly reliant on her. Although Long Ying lacked other abilities, her possession of dragon saliva alone provided ample justification for Wang Luo to keep her. A single drop of dragon saliva each day signified a daily enhancement of attributes. What an extraordinary concept. In just 25 days, one could elevate all attributes by 5 points, directly rivaling his brave warrior robe. Moreover, both of them were strikingly beautiful, making their presence a delight to behold. Upon receiving Wang Luo's message, Huazi and Qian Shenkai readily agreed. Wang Luo accelerated toward the coordinates, skillfully avoiding monsters along the way, only engaging with fire attribute creatures. Before long, he had traversed half the distance in merely half a day. Finding a secure spot, Wang Luo decided to rest for a while. He retrieved 5 crystals from his storage to feed Jiang Mu and offered a piece of meat to Xiao Yan. Just as he was about to take out some jerky for himself, he heard Jiang Mu inquire, "Wang Luo, when will you return my orb?" Wang Luo was taken aback and looked at Jiang Mu with suspicion. Her face radiated anticipation, her eyes sparkling with naive hope. This eased his mind, and he began to fabricate a response. Soon. Have you noticed your remarkable changes lately? That signifies you are nearing qualification. Once you are qualified, I shall return your orb." Jiang Mu nodded, her gaze dropping as she nibbled on the crystal. Wang Luo found it somewhat peculiar, but chose not to dwell on it. Just as he was ready to enjoy his jerky, Qian Shenkai sent several messages. "Boss, all the weapons have been sold, and the traded items have been transferred to you. I hope you are satisfied with my abilities, allowing me to serve you better in the future." Leaving aside everything else, Qian Shenkai's words were undeniably pleasing. Wang Luo examined the items exchanged by Qian Shenkai and widened his eyes in astonishment. 100 ordinary wooden sticks and a piece of basic equipment had netted him over 1,000 units of wood and more than 500 units of stone, along with dozens of level 1 monster crystals. This trade was undoubtedly a tremendous profit. Wang Luo promptly messaged Qian Shenkai, "Excellent, I am very satisfied. In a few days, you may join my faction." The latter quickly replied, "I am deeply honored." Closing the chat, Wang Luo finally indulged in the jerky. After satiating his hunger, he rested briefly before resuming his journey. As Xiao Yan was a fire attribute creature, it was inherently sensitive to fire attributes. Along the way, Wang Luo eliminated any nearby fire attribute monsters. By nightfall, he had collected 15 fire attribute crystals. However, this quantity was far from sufficient. as both Qiling and Longing required some. While Longing could easily procure fire attribute crystals given her strength, acquiring enough for their needs was a different matter entirely. Glancing at the map, he noted that the shadow steel was a mere 5 kilometers away. Observing the darkening sky, with the mist thickening, Wang Luo prudently decided to find a safe place to rest for the night. Searching the mist, he discovered a cave where the light from the eternal night lamp illuminated the interior. He lit a fire, retrieved a piece of bear meat, split it with Xiao Yin, and began to roast it. After a simple meal of meat and fruit, Wang Luo spread out the bear skin he had obtained from hunting a brown bear monster. Lying down in the cave to sleep. The following morning, after tidying up, Wang Luo set off toward the location of the shadow steel. Soon, he received a notification regarding the talent. Shadow Wolf Pack. Monsters guarding the shadow steel. This pack of wolves is ferocious, possessing unparalleled speed and formidable biting strength. Exercise caution, as they pose a significant threat to you. Wang Luo's expression turned grave. This was the first time the notification had warned him of a monster's significant threat, indicating that these wolves could indeed pose a lethal danger. Contemplating his options, he issued a reconnaissance command to Xiao Yin. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Yin arrived at the domain of the Shadow Wolf Pack, where it was promptly detected by the wolves. Fortunately, these wolves could not fly, only howling in futile rage at Xiao Yin in the sky. There were approximately 50 shadow wolves, predominantly level 2 monsters, alongside a level 3 Shadow Wolf King. Reflecting on this information, Wang Luo strategized on how to deal with the wolves. Although Jiangmu would provide backup, Wang Luo did not wish to rely solely on her strength. One day, Jiangmu would regain her consciousness, and at that time, she might have to depart. True strength lay in his own capabilities. Wang Luo contemplated his current defensive abilities. He still possessed a stealth skill, albeit lasting only 10 minutes, along with an invincibility card, also limited to 10 minutes. Within this narrow time frame, he needed to eliminate the Shadow Wolf King to have any chance of surviving the onslaught of the pack. Once the Wolf King fell, the pack would descend into chaos, allowing him to systematically deal with them. Having formulated a rough plan, Wang Luo borrowed the mysterious iron armor from Longing. In a critical moment, this equipment would buy him additional time. Once prepared, he instructed Xiao Yin to harass the wolf pack from a safe distance while entrusting the eternal night lamp to Jiangmu. Stealthily, he entered the territory of the shadow wolves from the periphery, with Xiao Yin and Appo's distractions and Jiangmu and Appo's imposing presence. The wolves and Appo's attention was indeed drawn away. Furthermore, with his form and aura concealed, he went unnoticed. Observing the Wolf King atop the shadow steel, Wang Luo noted that its focus was entirely on Jiangmu, its body tense and alert, completely unaware of his encroaching presence. Soon, Wang Luo closed the distance to within 100 meters. With only 5 minutes remaining on his stealth skill, drawing closer, he felt the moment was ripe and grasped his twin blades, lunging toward the Wolf King's abdomen with fierce intent. The moment Wang Luo leaped, the Wolf King sensed impending danger, despite its quick reflexes. It was just grazed by Wang Luo's blades, leaving a bloody gash across its belly. Although it managed to evade the full brunt of the attack, it remained oblivious to the identity of its assailant. While remaining vigilant toward Jiangmu, the Wolf King suddenly felt a life-threatening peril. Unable to contain itself any longer, it let out a long, mournful howl, summoning the surrounding level 2 shadow wolves to converge around it. Chapter 29, Gathering Shadow Steel. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Wang Luo's heart sank. Realizing the impending threat of the approaching wolf pack, he gritted his teeth and sprinted at full speed towards the Wolf King, brandishing his dual daggers aimed at its flank. The Wolf King, already on high alert from the injury, sensed danger even before Wang Luo could close the distance. With a furious howl, it transformed into a mass of shadows, vanishing from sight. Dumbfounded, Wang Luo quickly scanned his surroundings, noting the presence of several level 2 shadow wolves. He carefully observed and spotted a shadow gradually materializing several meters away. What sorcery is this? Teleportation? Wang Luo felt a shiver run down his spine upon witnessing this spectacle. The Shadow Wolf King was proving to be exceedingly formidable. In this moment of peril, he knew he must remain calm. Glancing at the time, he noted that his concealment still had 3 minutes remaining. While in a hidden state, the Shadow Wolf King would undoubtedly be vigilant of its surroundings, making it nearly impossible for him to strike. If he revealed himself, it might perceive him as weaker, potentially affording him an opportunity. Resolutely, Wang Luo dismissed his concealment skill. In the next instant, to the Wolf King's perspective, an incongruous figure suddenly appeared among the pack. This human was not particularly strong and certainly weaker than it. The Wolf King felt an immediate surge of indignation, insulted to be confronted by such a feeble human. Overwhelmed by fury, the Shadow Wolf King let out a furious howl upon spotting him and lunged forward. Wang Luo's palms were slick with sweat as he clutched the invincibility effect card tightly. As the Wolf Pack and the Wolf King charged, he swiftly activated the card. A blinding golden light erupted from the card, momentarily halting the surrounding wolves. In that fleeting moment, a shimmering golden membrane enveloped Wang Luo. Once the radiance subsided, the wolves resumed their assault, while Wang Luo, dual daggers in hand, warily fixated on the advancing Wolf King. As the Wolf King lunged within 2 meters of him, Wang Luo instinctively fell backward, entangling himself with the wolf in a chaotic tumble as the surrounding level 2 shadow wolves pounced upon him one after another. Witnessing this, Xiao Yin roared in fury, attempting to breathe fire to support his master, but its small size only produced puffs of white vapor. Jiang Mu and Appo's eyes narrowed, and she charged into the fray, dispatching wolves with swift punches. Upon reaching the center of the encircled wolves, she finally spotted Wang Luo gasping for breath. His dual daggers were plunged into the lifeless body of the Wolf King, one in its abdomen and the other in its ribs. Aside from slightly disheveled hair and a smudge on his clothing, Wang Luo appeared largely unscathed. Jiang Mu halted in her tracks. The surrounding level 2 shadow wolves, sensing the absence of their leader's presence, howled mournfully before scattering in panic. Observing this, Wang Luo shouted urgently, "Jiang Mu, don't let them escape. We need their meat, hides, and crystals." He lamented the fleeing wolves. If not for his exhaustion, he would have slain a few to recoup his losses, particularly since he had just used the invincibility effect card. After experiencing its astounding power, Wang Luo realized how extraordinary this card was. Despite being besieged by a multitude of shadow wolves, he had sustained no damage. Yet, having used it, he felt a tinge of regret for its squandered potential. Nonetheless, he would not dwell on it. After regaining some strength, he began to collect the corpses of the shadow wolves. Congratulations, player. You have acquired Level 2 Dark Attribute Crystals X56, Level 3 Dark Attribute Crystal X1, Wolf Hides X57, Wolf Meat X600, Dark Transformation Skill Card X1. Upon hearing the system notification, Wang Luo was momentarily stunned before hastily checking his inventory. Indeed, a new card had appeared. Dark Transformation. Is this the skill of the Shadow Wolf King? LV1 Dark Transformation. Upon use, enter a void state, reappearing at a designated location after 5 seconds. Can be upgraded with Level 1 Dark Attribute Crystals, 0-100. Sure enough, upon discerning the skill's effect, Wang Luo immediately confirmed it was the very skill employed by the Shadow Wolf King moments ago. Without hesitation, he activated it and inserted 10 Level 2 Dark Attribute Crystals, successfully upgrading it to LV2. After the upgrade, the cooldown period shortened, the movement range expanded, and the duration of the transformation increased. Wang Luo tested it, and upon activating the Dark Transformation, everything around him became transparent. Within a certain radius, he could mark a point, and after the duration expired, he would reappear at that location. Excellent. Wang Luo couldn't help but praise the skill. It was highly practical for assassination and evasion in the darkened state. It could even be considered invincible. Unfortunately, at level 2, the transformation only lasted 7 seconds. Nonetheless, that was ample time. Wang Luo attempted to upgrade his concealment skill with the remaining Dark Attribute Crystals, but to no avail. He stored the leftover crystals and turned his gaze toward the shadow steel guarded by the pack. Without hesitation, he retrieved his basic iron pickaxe and began to strike. After 10 minutes of relentless effort, he had yet to gather a single unit of shadow steel, and his pickaxe showed signs of wear. Resigned, Wang Luo summoned Jiang Mu once more. Together, they efficiently mined the shadow steel, and by the afternoon, they had finally collected 200 units. Checking the time, he noted it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Only 2 days remained until the leaderboard was finalized. Wang Luo wasted no time and, accompanied by Xiao Yin and Jiang Mu, began their journey back. Throughout the night, they continued to hunt monsters, gathering over 30 fire attribute crystals. At the break of dawn, feeling satisfied with their haul, he hastened back to the villa. Along the way, he tended to the nearly extinguished Evernight lamp. As he approached the villa, a new notification suddenly appeared. Hua Jiao, a seasoning that enhances the flavor of food. Wang Luo's eyes lit up. This huajiao was a valuable find. It would eliminate the faint fishy taste that often accompanied meat, transforming his meals into something exquisite. Chapter 30. The wife-like aura of Qiling without delay. Wang Luo proceeded directly to the location indicated by the Sichuan pepper prompts. Soon, he beheld a pepper tree laden with vibrant red peppers. Without hesitation, he plucked all the peppers from the tree. As for the tree itself, he paid it no mind. With such an abundance of peppers, he was not concerned about the possibility of failing to cultivate another tree. However, it seemed that a portion of the spiritual field would need to be allocated for planting another pepper tree. It appeared that the spiritual field was somewhat insufficient. Given that the appearance of such resources was random, Wang Luo had no means to acquire additional land. He could only rely on luck. After harvesting the peppers, he, along with his dragon and the corpse, managed to reach the villa just before nightfall. Upon hearing the commotion, Qiling hurriedly opened the door. The moment she saw them safely return, a palpable sense of relief washed over her face. "My lord, it's wonderful to see you back. How could I not return? Now that you have become my commoners, I am bound to look after you for a lifetime." Wang Luo replied with a half-joking tone. Qiling felt a flutter in her heart, her demeanor instantly transforming. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Wang Luo quickly suggested, "Come, let us enter the villa first." Once inside, Qiling took the initiative to head to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Wang Luo called out to her, handing her some Sichuan peppers. "Qiling, when you cook the meat, remember to add some of these peppers. They will help eliminate any unpleasant odors." Upon seeing the peppers, Qiling's eyes sparkled, and she nodded eagerly. "Rest assured, my lord. This stew will be absolutely delicious." Wang Luo smiled and nodded in agreement. He then contacted Hu Cheng, inquiring about the shadow steel needed for the shadow dagger, and promptly conducted a trade. "Brother, I believe this shadow dagger can be enhanced with some gemstones to amplify its effects. If you have any matching gemstones, feel free to trade them over. I will assist you without charge, as a gesture of friendship." Hu Cheng, eager to foster camaraderie with Wang Luo, readily agreed. "No problem. I happen to have one." Wang Luo swiftly accepted and traded a level 3 dark attribute crystal. Since wind attribute crystals could be embedded in the Gale Bow, it was theoretically possible for dark attributes as well. After concluding their transaction, Wang Luo sent messages to Zhang Qixing and Qian Shenkai, inquiring about their progress in collecting fire attribute crystals. He had already decided that if they had not gathered enough, he would invite them into his faction, for he was quite curious to see what a level 3 safe house looked like. Additionally, he had come to realize that everyone had their own strengths, if necessary. He could recruit a few capable commoners later to complement his efforts. To his surprise, both had completed their collections. Brother, who was able to exchange a basic iron pickaxe for a pack of cigarettes, which gave Wang Luo a clearer understanding of his capabilities. However, he was astonished that Qian Shenkai had also managed to collect enough. In his recollection, Qian Shenkai's business acumen was undeniable, yet he had assumed his strength would not be particularly formidable. Curiosity piqued, Wang Luo promptly inquired how he had accomplished this feat. Qian Shenkai candidly replied that he had earned the rewards by conducting business on behalf of others. Reading this message, Wang Luo felt a sense of admiration. Indeed, in the struggle for survival during the apocalypse, everyone had their own way of getting by. After concluding his conversation with Qian Shenkai, Qiling finished preparing dinner. After serving the meal, Wang Luo sent a photo of the feast to Long Ying, which inevitably sparked a fit of jealousy. Wang Luo chuckled softly, ignoring her, and picked up his chopsticks to savor a piece of braised bear meat. Although it smelled quite similar to before, the moment he tasted it, he found it utterly devoid of any fishy flavor, filled instead with the essence of the meat and a delightful savoriness. His eyes lit up as he hastened to fill his plate. Observing his delight, Qiling could naturally tell he was thoroughly pleased, and a faint smile graced her lips. After devouring 3 large bowls of rice, Wang Luo finally sat back, satisfied, wiping his mouth and letting out a contented burp. Only then did he notice Qiling had been watching him intently. Even Wang Luo could not withstand the gentle gaze of such a refined and graceful maiden. Feeling a bit awkward, he cleared his throat. I think I'll head upstairs now. Please wait a moment, my lord." Qiling quickly called out. Snapping back to attention, under his gaze, she emerged from the kitchen with a basin of warm water. "I prepared this water for you while you were eating. You must be tired after your long journey. Although we should not waste water, soaking your feet is permissible. Please indulge yourself. Beautiful, gentle, and virtuous." While Qiling may not yet possess the allure of a wife, her actions certainly echoed such traits. With her charming words, who could remain unaffected? Wang Luo coughed lightly. All right. I'll heed your advice. I am indeed a bit weary. Qiling smiled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she knelt down to remove Wang Luo's shoes. Wait a moment. Wang Luo stepped back hastily. Noticing the puzzled look on her face, he sheepishly added, I can manage this myself. Understanding his unease, Qiling smiled knowingly. Then I'll take my leave to rest. Yes, go ahead. You've worked hard all day, Wang Luo responded quickly. Once she exited the living room, he exhaled a sigh of relief and removed his boots. A pungent odor wafted into the air. Wang Luo waved his hand in front of his nose as he submerged his feet in the basin. After running around for 2 or 3 days, he was utterly exhausted. Soaking his feet felt heavenly, and he let out a contented sigh. As he soaked, his thoughts drifted back to Qiling, feeling an inexplicable warmth. Wasn't she an elf? Why did she resemble a succubus so much? Wang Luo sighed and opened the game interface to check today's messages, diverting his attention to avoid dwelling on distracting thoughts that might trouble him later. Today, the regional chat was significantly quieter than usual, likely because everyone was preoccupied with collecting fire attribute crystals. Few had perished in recent days, suggesting that the beginner phase had stabilized. After briefly scanning through the messages and finding nothing of value, he was about to log out when he noticed a message from Long Ying. Checking the timestamp, he realized it was sent during his meal. Wang Luo, do you have any surplus fire attribute crystals? Once I gather enough dragon saliva, I will return them to you. Upon reading her message, a subtle smile graced Wang Luo's lips. TSK. While she may be a tad hot-headed, she certainly knows how to soften her stance. Had it been any other time, Wang Luo would have readily acquiesced. However, he was now contemplating bringing her under his wing. Even if she did nothing but produce dragon saliva, supporting Long Ying would still be worthwhile. Thus, he naturally could not trade with her. I do have some surplus fire attribute crystals, but what? I will give you all of them once I gather enough dragon saliva. I want to keep a single drop for myself. Before long, Long Ying replied, I naturally trust you. Upon reading this, she became a bit haughty. Muttering to herself, humph, who needs your trust? I am a woman of my word. Then, filled with anticipation, she inquired, how many fire attribute crystals do you have on your side? Chapter 31. Deceiving Long Ying, although I trust that you will eventually hand over the dragon's saliva to me, I have little faith in your ability to survive until that time, Wang Luo replied leisurely. Long Ying was taken aback and immediately filled with rage. She contemplated using the profane phrases she had learned from the regional channel over the past few days to retaliate against Wang Luo. However, realizing that she still depended on him, she decided against cursing him. After pondering Wang Luo's disbelief in her survival, she struggled to find a suitable counterargument. After all, she required his assistance to ignite the eternal night lamp. What grounds did she have to refute him? On the other hand, Wang Luo, noticing Long Ying's prolonged silence, seized the opportunity to send another message. This matter is quite simple to resolve. All you need to do is strive to survive until then. Long Ying, upon reading this message, felt even more aggrieved. How can I survive until then if you do not assist me? Though these thoughts raced through her mind, she refrained from voicing them. I understand that surviving alone is a daunting task for you, but with my assistance, it becomes remarkably easier. He sent another message casually. Even if I provide you with fire attribute crystals, you might still perish while exploring, encountering monsters that you cannot defeat. Wouldn't it be more prudent to adopt a one-time solution? What solution? Long Ying inquired directly, albeit reluctantly, as her desire to survive prevailed. It is quite simple. You need only come to my location, Wang Luo replied with a faint smile. Long Ying stared at the message, momentarily stunned. Before her expression shifted to one of deep crimson anger, her fingers furiously tapped on the gaming interface, sending a barrage of messages to Wang Luo. Bastard. Pervert. Disgusting. I once thought you were a good person, but I never expected you to be so vile. I, Long Ying, would rather starve, thirst to death, be devoured by monsters. I will never become a pet in your clutches. If it means I must wear a collar to satisfy your twisted preferences every day, I would rather perish. You should abandon any such hopes. Wang Luo was momentarily stunned, completely at a loss. Wait, isn't this written in Chinese? Why can't I comprehend it when it's all strung together? A collar? Are we to include whips and candles as well? What on earth is running through your mind? Wang Luo, bewildered, found his worldview profoundly shaken. What are you talking about? I cannot comprehend your words. Wang Luo attempted to restore his image in Longying's eyes. He truly had not contemplated such notions. Do not attempt to deceive me with flowery words any longer. Before coming here, I had already heard numerous tales of this nature. Evil lords capturing dragons, placing collars upon them, and parading them about. I will never endure such humiliation. Ah, I see. Wang Luo let out a small sigh of relief, grateful that Longying and Appo's meaning was not what he initially imagined. Understanding her perspective allowed him to relax significantly. And he began to gently guide her. What you described is entirely foreign to me, and if I truly intended to do such a thing, why would I bother helping you? Longying reflected upon this, realizing the validity of his words, yet she remained vigilant. With no other choice, Wang Luo disposed of the footbath water and had Qiling send a photograph. Although she was puzzled, Qiling complied. Upon receiving the picture, Wang Luo's eyes widened in disbelief. Stop. Send something more appropriate. Please wear more clothing. He quickly corrected her, all the while secretly saving the image. Moments later, Qiling sent another photograph, this time far more suitable. Wang Luo forwarded the image to Longying. This is a sprite. Have you ever seen a lord treat a sprite so kindly? After carefully examining the photo, Longying noted the sprite's rosy complexion and the joy evident in its eyes. Clearly, it lived a good life. This revelation slightly reassured Longying. After all, the atrocities committed by lords against sprites often surpassed those against dragons, forcing them to bear offspring, only to demand more. Wang Luo's kindness towards sprites suggested he might be a good lord after all. She tentatively accepted this notion, feeling a twinge of guilt for her earlier words. However, when it came to dragons, even guilt would remain unspoken. Longying awkwardly admitted, "It seems I have misunderstood you." On the other hand, Wang Luo found amusement in this message. Yet he chose to ignore her haughty demeanor. He needed to temper her attitude. Only then would Longying be compliant after arriving here. Closing the gaming interface, he ascended the stairs, having run for 2 or 3 days without proper rest. As soon as he touched the bed, he fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Longying, anxiously awaiting a response, found herself restless. Glancing at the eternal night lamp, she noted that it would extinguish in less than 2 days. At this point, even venturing out to explore might not yield the fire attribute crystals she needed. As time passed, and Wang Luo remained unresponsive, she could only lie in bed, forcing herself to sleep. Yet, her worries kept her tossing and turning, unable to find rest. The following morning, Wang Luo awoke refreshed. A good night's sleep had dispelled his exhaustion. He glanced at the bedside, where 3 or 4 unopened treasure chests lay. Reviewing the notifications, he decided to dismantle the hazardous ones and open the rest. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 pieces of wood. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 pieces of leather. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 iron water tank. The items he received were rather ordinary, yet he felt satisfied with the iron water tank. Descending the stairs, he found Qiling had prepared breakfast. The 3 of them, along with the dragon, gathered around the table, each enjoying their meal in a warm atmosphere. After finishing breakfast, Wang Luo stepped outside the villa, first designating a spot in the yard to plant Sichuan pepper. After 2 or 3 days, the saplings of the power fruit tree had already sprouted. Given this growth rate, it would take approximately 20 to 30 days for them to bear fruit. However, Wang Luo was in no hurry. After all, planted in the spiritual field, they could not simply run away. Once the Sichuan pepper was planted, he left the villa to inspect the day and Appo's refreshed resources. Thorny poison. Do not approach, you will be injured and poisoned. Mine, abundant ores of various types. Pond, no danger. A high-level treasure chest is buried beneath the water. Forest, no danger. You may fell trees for lumber. Another high-level treasure chest. Wang Luo's heart raced with excitement upon reading the hint regarding the pond. He promptly returned to the villa, handing the Tetanus Blade to Qiling and gesturing towards the forest. Qiling, there are plenty of trees over there. You can gather some wood, Wang Luo instructed. She did not inquire how he acquired this information, nor did he offer an explanation. Instead, she displayed a gleeful smile. Rest assured, my lord, I will complete the task diligently. Chapter 32, Exquisite Charm. Wang Luo patted her head reassuringly before heading to the pond. The evernight lamp dispelled the encroaching darkness, revealing the small pool. Trusting the information that indicated no danger, Wang Luo shed his valiant's armor and plunged into the water. The evernight lamp continued to shine brilliantly, a testament to its imperviousness to water. much like its ability to banish the black mist. The pond was shallow, and as Wang Luo descended, he soon glimpsed a treasure chest shimmering with a silvery glow. Without hesitation, he claimed it and stored it in his inventory before ascending to the surface. Back on dry land, instead of immediately opening the chest, Wang Luo returned to the villa to change before heading straight to the mine. Upon arrival, armed with a rudimentary pickaxe, he began to toil away. Despite the potential for diverse ores, an hour of relentless labor yielded only a meager collection of approximately 1,000 units of stone and 500 units of iron ore. Just as he began to doubt the mine's capacity for anything beyond the ordinary, a swing of his pickaxe met with unexpected resistance, sending a jolt through his arms. Amidst the gray stone, a hint of black was revealed. Hope surged within Wang Luo as he fervently excavated the surrounding area. Soon, he had cleared away the encasing stone and, with considerable effort, extracted the dark ore. Congratulations, you have obtained obsidian 100 units. Obsidian? Wang Luo paused, momentarily taken aback. He was familiar with obsidian, a material prized for crafting exquisite jewelry. But what purpose could it serve here? Jewelry? Wang Luo dismissed the notion. Surely, there were more practical applications for a high-grade ore. Regardless, he stored the obsidian and, noting the fading light, returned to the villa. Qi Ling had not yet returned, so Wang Luo took charge of preparing lunch. Having lived independently on Earth, he was adept at cooking. He diced potatoes and chicken, parboiled them, and then simmered them together. He also retrieved some rice from his inventory and steamed it to perfection. As the meal neared completion, Qi Ling arrived. Seeing Wang Luo in the kitchen, she was taken aback and said, "Lord Wang Luo, you shouldn't trouble yourself with cooking. I apologize for my tardiness." Wang Luo's eyes widened, and he retorted, "Why shouldn't I cook? You've toiled all morning. Everyone contributes, so why should I let you do all the cooking?" Although his tone was reproachful, Qi Ling felt a warmth spread through her heart. A smile graced her lips. Such days were filled with happiness. Wang Luo noticed the faint blush on her cheeks and the beads of sweat on her forehead, and his mood lifted. His tone softened as he said, "All right. Don't just stand there. Wash your hands and let's eat." "Okay," Qi Ling responded, washing her hands before assisting Wang Luo in serving the meal. Wang Luo didn't stand on ceremony, and together they carried the steamed rice and braised chicken and potatoes to the table. Braised chicken and rice, Wang Luo announced with a hint of pride. Delicious and affordable. Qi Ling recognized the name as a local delicacy from Wang Luo's homeland. After serving Qi Luo, she began to eat. Wang Luo, unable to resist any longer, ladled a generous portion of braised chicken onto his rice. He extracted some crystals for Jiang Mu before tucking in. After eating, he noticed rice on Qi Ling's face. "How is it? Delicious?" Wang Luo asked, his eyes shining with anticipation. "Delicious. Brother's cooking is even better than sister's." Qi Luo interjected before Qi Ling could respond. Wang Luo laughed heartily and said, "I forgot about you, little glutton." Qi Luo wrinkled her nose and smiled adorably. Qi Ling, her cheeks flushed, swallowed her food and nodded approvingly. "I and Appos, am glad you like it. I and Appos, I'll make it for you again sometime," Wang Luo said casually. After the meal, Qi Ling volunteered to wash the dishes, with the sprite eagerly assisting her. Wang Luo leaned back in his chair, a contented expression on his face. He remembered something and opened the game panel, but there were no messages from Long Ying. "Oh, you stubborn Sundara," Wang Luo muttered before sending her a message. "I'll invite you over this afternoon after I'm done with my tasks. Remember to accept." Soon after, Long Ying replied with a simple okay. Wang Luo elaborated, "I was exploring last night and was exhausted, so I accidentally fell asleep." Long Ying's mood lifted upon reading the message, and she replied, "Understood." Wang Luo refrained from further conversation. After resting for a while, he returned to the mine. He unearthed a considerable amount of rare ore, such as blue crystals and zisha clay, but they were all low-grade. He continued until dusk before heading back to the villa. Upon his return, Qi Ling was already preparing dinner. Her clothes were dusted with dirt, indicating that she had also just returned. After washing his hands, Wang Luo entered the kitchen and retrieved some chicken pieces, which he cut and parboiled. Seeing this, Qi Ling quickly said, "Lord Wang Luo, we've already prepared enough dishes for us." Wang Luo responded, "We're expecting a new resident today, so we should prepare something special." Qi Ling's heart stirred with an unfamiliar sensation. The scene felt like a husband and wife preparing a meal for guests. Her face flushed, and she said, "Lord Wang Luo, I understand." Wang Luo noticed her strange behavior, but didn't dwell on it. Instead, he said, "Please fetch me some chili peppers. I'll make spicy chicken tonight." Qi Ling quickly complied. Once everything was ready, Wang Luo wiped his hands and sent an invitation to Long Ying, who promptly accepted. Instantly, the space in the living room rippled, and a young woman with brown clothing materialized. She had dragon horns, red hair, and a thick dragon tail. Upon arrival, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings and was awestruck by the villa. Her gaze then fell upon Wang Luo, seated in the center of the living room. She regarded him warily and asked, "Wang Luo?" Wang Luo nodded, observing her with amusement. The young woman stood in the living room, her impressive figure accentuated by her tall frame. She exuded a captivating charm. Chapter 33. Upgrading to a level 3 safe house. Under the intense gaze of Wang Luo, Long Ying felt an uncomfortable sensation envelop her. With a feigned bravado, she clenched her fist and retorted, "What are you staring at?" Wang Luo clicked his tongue twice before rising to his feet. Immediately, Long Ying's expression shifted to one of vigilance, adopting a defensive posture. Unfazed, Wang Luo entered the kitchen to assist Qi Ling with the final dish. Once done, he emerged and called out to Long Ying, "Come wash your hands and join us for dinner." The mere mention of food reminded Long Ying of the pictures Wang Luo had sent her a few days prior, causing her to swallow her saliva in anticipation. She quietly walked into the kitchen to wash her hands. Qi Ling, noticing Long Ying and Appo's entrance, was taken aback by the sight of her trailing a dragon-like tail, quickly realizing that this was the newcomer the Lord had mentioned. Instinctively, she smiled a gentle smile, which was merely a gesture of goodwill. However, Long Ying was struck dumb by her beauty. How stunning, Long Ying thought, instinctively glancing towards Wang Luo. Such a beautiful elf. How could he possibly remain indifferent? In her surprise, a thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that he had some physical ailment? The more she pondered, the more convinced she became of her assumption, and she gazed at Wang Luo with newfound sympathy. Wang Luo, bewildered, wondered how a simple hand-washing could lead to such odd behavior. Without further ado, he called the others, Qi Luo, Xiao Yan, and Jiang Mu, to join them for dinner. "Wait, a dragon?" Long Ying exclaimed, noticing the little dragon, Xiao Yan, spiraling in the air. She waved her hand excitedly, urging it to come down. Xiao Yan obliged, landing gracefully on her shoulder. Wang Luo first handed some crystals to Jiang Mu before turning to Long Ying. "All right, time to eat." At his words, Long Ying finally released Xiao Yan, and, after Wang Luo offered it a piece of raw meat, he picked up his chopsticks and began to savor a piece of spicy chicken. Long Ying gazed at the spread of delectable dishes and fragrant stew, her mouth watering. She quickly grabbed a piece of roasted meat and began to chew. This is delicious," she exclaimed, her praise causing Wang Luo to pause, a peculiar expression crossing his face. "What's wrong?" he asked, sensing something off about her gaze. Having concluded that Wang Luo must be physically unwell, Long Ying felt entirely at ease, dismissing any concerns about potential foul play regarding the meal. "Nothing. Just don't look at me like that. It's rather unsettling," Wang Luo replied, feeling a strange discomfort from her intense scrutiny. Long Ying, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of guilt for possibly hurting his pride. Nearby, Qi Ling observed their interaction with a touch of bittersweetness. Nevertheless, she recognized that in her world, the Lord could have multiple partners, so she refrained from commenting further. After dinner, as there were no extra rooms in the villa, Qi Ling and Qi Luo squeezed into one room, while Long Ying took the room previously occupied by Qi Luo. After settling her in, Wang Luo chose to remain in the living room rather than ascend the stairs. Once midnight struck, it would be time for the first rewards from the leaderboard. He sat in the main seat of the living room, casting a cautious glance at the leaderboard. Thankfully, he remained in first place across all 3 rankings. This meant he would receive 3 intermediate pieces of equipment and 3 advanced treasure chests. Additionally, other pieces of equipment he had obtained were also on the leaderboard, yielding even more rewards. It was akin to a sudden windfall. Just as he exited the leaderboard, a message from Hu Cheng appeared. "Bro, your weapon is ready. When can we trade?" Wang Luo replied without hesitation, "Right now? Sure thing, bro. I'll list it on the trading platform. You can check the goods first." Hu Cheng responded promptly. In the next moment, a dark-colored dagger adorned with a purple crystal appeared on their trading platforms. Wang Luo quickly examined its details. Shadow dagger, intermediate weapon, attack 10, agility 10, armor piercing, 100 penetration effect, bleeding, wound infected by shadow energy, difficult to heal, ecstatic upon reading the effects. Wang Luo eagerly traded 50 kilograms of meat to Hu Cheng and successfully acquired the shadow dagger. What a fantastic piece of equipment. It was well worth the effort to find shadow steel. Wang Luo marveled, handling the dagger with care, oblivious to the risk of cutting himself. He opened the equipment leaderboard, and as expected, the shadow dagger ranked second, with his valor robe in first place, and Qi Ling's wilderness battle robe in third. Long Ying's dark iron armor had slipped to fourth place. Remarkably, 4 out of the top 5 pieces of equipment were his creations. After the leaderboard's rewards were calculated the next day, he would receive 3 intermediate pieces of equipment and 4 advanced treasure chests. Furthermore, Qi Ling would also obtain 1 advanced chest and 1 intermediate chest. With such a bounty of treasure chests, surely at least 1 item would yield a critical bonus, right? What incredible items could the advanced chests yield? Wang Luo's imagination ran wild with possibilities. Now, all he had to do was wait for midnight to pass and claim his rewards. As time ticked by, the game panel finally displayed midnight. Simultaneously, a system announcement pinned itself to the regional chat channel. Leaderboard settlement. Rewards corresponding to each rank have been distributed to personal warehouses. Please check. Congratulations to player Wang Luo for achieving first place on 3 leaderboards, receiving an additional mysterious reward. At this moment, both the ranked and unranked players were fixated on the announcement, truly deserving of being first on all 3 boards. I knew there would be extra rewards. Could you add me as a friend, big shot? I just turned 18. Hey, don't fan the flames up there. I remember the Lord's safe house is a lordly safe house. Can I join your faction? I'd be happy to be a servant. Wang Luo paid no attention to the chatter in the regional channel. Long before midnight, he had already summoned Jiang Mu, Qi Ling, and Long Ying downstairs. Though they were unsure of his intentions, they obediently followed him to the courtyard. Wang Luo, uninterested in explanations, opened his panel and sent invitations to Zhang Qixing and Qin Shenkai. I'm bringing you both into my faction. Make sure to accept. In the next moment, he dispatched the invitation messages. Both men, previously engrossed in the leaderboard, quickly responded. Shortly thereafter, they each accepted. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the courtyard, distorting the space, and 2 men materialized out of thin air. Wang Luo immediately recognized them. One was slightly plump, wearing small glasses, with a shrewd expression, Qin Shenkai. The other, lean and somewhat disheveled, was Zhang Qixing. Upon their arrival, they spotted Wang Luo, clad in a black trench coat, and instantly recognized him as their lord. Simultaneously, Wang Luo received a system notification. Level 2 Lord's Safe House. A standalone wooden villa. It cannot be upgraded until you have enough subjects. Upgrade conditions. Timber 7756, 2000. Stone 100, 53, 5000. For 145 100. Copper or 1800 500. Citizens 55. The safe house has met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Wang Luo decisively chose yes. Chapter 34. Territory Development Plan. Hua Zige and Qin Shenkai had yet to greet their future lord when they felt the scenery around them rapidly transform. Before their eyes, the wooden villa disassembled, its components rearranging themselves into sturdy stone walls. Simultaneously, the wooden fence surrounding the courtyard morphed into a robust stone barrier. Even the chicken coop underwent a transformation, becoming remarkably more exquisite. What was once a solitary villa now boasted a spacious courtyard, complete with an additional stone toilet. The 3-story villa remained 3 stories high, but an extra room had been added. Before long, the security residence was fully upgraded. Hua Zige stood in astonishment, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. It was only when Wang Luo patted him on the shoulder that he regained his senses. How does it look? Quite impressive, isn't it? Wang Luo asked with a smile. Impressive? This is far more luxurious than my modest wooden hut. Hua Zige exclaimed, swallowing hard in shock. The entire security residence was now a shade of gray, the stone having transformed into uniformly sized marble during construction. The roof was constructed from equally sized wooden beams, lending the villa a graceful and aesthetically pleasing appearance. The wooden windows could be opened and secured, allowing sunlight to flood the interior. Stop standing outside. Come in and chat. Wang Luo beckoned, leading everyone into the villa. Upon entering, they were greeted by a wooden sofa adorned with a thick layer of fur, exuding a soft and inviting comfort. The walls displayed copper wall-mounted heaters and candle holders, flickering with a warm glow reminiscent of medieval times. The living room was furnished with additional chairs and a rectangular table at its center, adorned with several candle holders. Previously, The wooden structure had limited open flames, safe for the kitchen, but now there was no need for concern. The villa appeared brighter and more welcoming. Wang Luo surveyed the scene with satisfaction, nodding in approval. The overall layout had not changed, yet the wooden furnishings had become considerably more abundant. Noticing the time, he realized it was quite late. He decided to let Long Ying and Qi Luo ascend to their rooms for rest. Subsequently, Wang Luo escorted Hua Zige and Qian Shenkai to the stone house adjacent to the villa. Upon entering, they found a small living room furnished with a round table and 2 sofas, along with 3 private rooms. "You two shall reside here from now on," Wang Luo stated. Both men readily agreed, recognizing that this environment greatly surpassed their former security residence. Without a doubt, the thick fur bedding was a significant improvement over their previous wooden plank beds, not to mention the presence of candles to illuminate the space. "Thank you, esteemed lord," Hua Zige exclaimed, his excitement palpable. He genuinely felt fortunate to have aligned himself with such an individual. After all, even the survival game had recognized Wang Luo's prowess, awarding him a mysterious prize. Following a leader like this not only promised safety, but also a life of comfort. Qian Shenkai bowed slightly, embodying the demeanor of a capable steward. "Thank you, my lord." Wang Luo nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest well tonight. We shall dine together in the villa tomorrow and hold a small meeting." Both men agreed with a nod. Wang Luo then departed. Returning to the 3rd floor of the villa, his room had undergone a remarkable transformation. The space had expanded significantly, with a wooden shoe rack placed at the entrance alongside a pair of slippers. After changing his footwear, he entered the room to find the floor covered with a thick carpet, a copper candle holder casting a warm light, and the bed adorned with a plush blanket and an additional cover. There was even a small wall-mounted heater and a dedicated weapon rack for storing and used weapons. A magnificent pair of deer antlers, trophies from his hunt during a foray into the black mist, adorned the wall, serving as decoration. It looked stunning. Wang Luo admired the room before diving into the comforting embrace of the bedding, feeling utterly relaxed. Transitioning from a wooden bed to a soft mattress was a delightful change, allowing him to unwind completely. This comfort led him to sleep until 11 the next morning. As he stretched and descended the stairs, he found the living room already filled with people. After washing his face, he greeted everyone with a smile. "Did you all sleep well last night?" "Indeed, my lord. It was my first time sleeping on a mattress, and it was simply divine." Hua Zige chuckled. Wang Luo finally understood why this man had been ridiculed in the regional channel. His expression was undeniably lewd. Wang Luo cleared his throat. "As long as you slept well, that's what matters." When lunch approached, the kitchen was bustling with only Qi Ling at work, while Long Ying attempted to assist, albeit clumsily. Hua Zige had no culinary skills whatsoever. His initial attempt at grilling meat had resulted in charred exteriors with blood still clinging to the insides. Consequently, he resorted to trading meat for bread. Qian Shenkai found himself in a similar predicament. Prior to being recruited, he had been a professional agent and had never learned to cook. Wang Luo stood up, sending Long Ying out of the kitchen, and began preparing the meal alongside Qi Ling. "Initially, I thought our lord might be difficult to approach, but anyone who can cook must have a wonderful character," Qian Shenkai remarked, adjusting his glasses. Hua Zige laughed. "In that case, we are quite fortunate. At least we won't end up as slaves to that tearing chicken fellow." Qian Shenkai shot him an incredulous look. "His name is Delaski, not tearing chicken. Also, your laugh is quite unsettling. If you maintain that expression, you might frighten that 6-year-old girl. You might also provoke Long Ying's wrath," he added. Hua Zige's face fell, and he stifled his laughter, feeling somewhat chastised. Wang Luo and Qi Ling worked diligently for an hour to prepare lunch for 5. He handed some crystals to Jiang Mu and offered a piece of raw meat to Xiao Yin before inviting everyone to the table. As Hua Zige beheld the spread of familiar Blue Star dishes, his eyes lit up. "My lord, you have no idea. That bread is tolerable in moderation. But after a while, just the smell makes me nauseous." Wang Luo served him a piece of meat. "Then eat more. We have plenty of meat here, though vegetables are somewhat scarce." The atmosphere grew increasingly lively. Wang Luo looked around at the group and said, "We should consider hiring a chef when we have the chance. The portions these individuals prepare are quite substantial." "My lord, leave that task to me," Qian Shenkai volunteered eagerly. Wang Luo accepted without hesitation, nodding in agreement. After lunch, the task of washing dishes was delegated to Qian Shenkai and Hua Zige. Once the two had dried their hands, everyone gathered on the sofas. With 10 days remaining in the novice period, their faction had begun to take shape. It was time to discuss the development of their territory. This is what we shall call the territory development plan, Wang Luo proclaimed, glancing over the materials required to upgrade the security residence to level 4. Level 3 Lord's Security Residence, an exquisite stonewood hybrid villa. It cannot be upgraded until you have sufficient subjects. Upgrade requirements. Light attribute crystals 0-100, wood 5756 5000, stone 5053 20000, fur 45 1500, copper or 1300 2000, iron or 1789 3000, glass 0-100, subjects 550 is. Wang Luo gazed at the materials required, his eyes widening in astonishment as he drew a sharp breath. Chapter 35, Advanced Set. Shadow Armor. My lord, is something amiss? Qi Ling inquired anxiously upon noticing the change in his expression. Wang Luo waved his hand with a wry smile. It's nothing. Merely that I wish to upgrade to a level 4 safe house, but the materials required are rather substantial. Thus, it further emphasizes the necessity of our territorial development plan. He surveyed the room, adopting a serious demeanor. The atmosphere shifted, and everyone felt a jolt of tension as they regarded his solemn expression. From this day forth, Qian Shunkai will be exclusively responsible for our territory's external trade and personnel recruitment. It is imperative to meticulously vet those who wish to join us. We cannot allow any nefarious individuals to infiltrate our domain, Wang Luo instructed, fixing his gaze on Qian Shunkai. The latter nodded. Rest assured, my lord. I am confident in my abilities and discernment to manage this. Wang Luo nodded in approval before turning his attention to Hua Zijie, who immediately straightened with eager anticipation. Boss, what will my role be? Wang Luo pondered briefly. Currently, our numbers are few. Your task will be to undertake exploration missions. Once we have a larger population, I will assign you a team, and you shall be known as the Exploration Squad. No problem. Hua Zijie responded enthusiastically. He then addressed Qi Ling and Long Ying, contemplating. You two will initially manage the logistics of the villa. Of course, you will still need to accompany me on explorations for the time being. Once we have more people, I will arrange for farmers, chefs, and other common folk to join, and you will oversee them. My lord, you can count on me to fulfill this task diligently. Qi Ling affirmed earnestly. Long Ying added shyly, so will I. For now, this should suffice. As our power grows, I will implement a system of incentives, allowing contributions to the territory to be exchanged for equipment once a certain threshold is reached. Wang Luo declared decisively. Having finalized their plans, Wang Luo clapped his hands and announced, Now, let us all attend to our respective duties. As soon as he finished speaking, the group stood up, preparing to embark on their exploration for the day. Wang Luo also rose and stepped outside the villa to inspect the resources that had refreshed today. Most of the resources consisted of timber and stone, perhaps due to the impending end of the novice protection period. A considerable number of monsters had also spawned, and naturally, the likelihood of encountering more precious ores and materials had significantly increased. Wang Luo contemplated for a moment. Pointing towards the area abundant with wood, he instructed Hua Zijie. Qi Sheng, head in that direction to explore, but remember to stay close. As our strength grows, so too will the ferocity of the monsters we encounter. If you sense any danger, return immediately. Hua Zijie nodded, lantern in hand, venturing into the mist. Next, he turned to Qian Shunkai, sending him a screenshot of the materials required to upgrade the safe house. For now, we lack surplus resources, so please monitor the regional channel for potential recruits. If any suitable candidates arise, conduct thorough assessments. My lord, I have met many individuals over the past few days and have a good grasp of their personalities. There are a few promising candidates. I will present them to you for your decision once they pass my scrutiny. That sounds good. Wang Luo concurred. He then addressed Qi Ling and Long Ying. You two should also head out to explore, but return early. He surveyed the surroundings and pointed towards a water source. You two should partner up and investigate that direction. Qi Ling and Long Ying nodded in agreement and stepped into the encroaching darkness together. Once he had assigned their tasks, Wang Luo returned to the villa's courtyard. After the villa's upgrade, a large courtyard had been designated, with a spiritual field placed in one corner. Unlike the courtyard Wang Luo had delineated himself, this one was meticulously organized. To the left of the courtyard, a small path separated the spiritual field from the chicken coop. Upon inspection, he noted that there was enough room to accommodate 2 additional spiritual fields, provided he had the surplus. Furthermore, a vacant area could house a well. To the right, there stood only a stone toilet in the corner. Wang Luo surveyed the substantial space intended for housing the common folk. The villa's upgrade did not encompass these amenities, which would require additional materials to construct, as per the survival guide. With no surplus inhabitants at the moment, such provisions were not yet necessary. After gaining a comprehensive understanding of the layout, Wang Luo returned to his room. He inspected the warehouse and discovered 3 pieces of intermediate equipment, 5 advanced treasure chests, and a mysterious grand prize gifted by the system. Notably, one of those 5 treasure chests had been fished out from a pond. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, Wang Luo eagerly opened the mysterious grand prize. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the advanced set, Shadow Armor. Wang Luo's eyes widened as he retrieved the advanced set from the warehouse. Shadow Armor, advanced equipment, possessing unparalleled assassination capabilities. Attack 20, Agility 20, Strength 10, Constitution 10, Defense 10. Equipment effect. Bloodthirsty, when the player or an enemy's health drops to 30%. All attributes increase by 10 points. Oh my! Wang Luo gaped at the equipment's description, rendered speechless by its astonishing effects. Could such an extraordinary item truly belong to the novice phase? He murmured to himself, though his actions were swift as he removed the hero's armor and donned the shadow armor. Clenching his fist, an even greater surge of strength coursed through him. Name, Wang Luo, ID 0001. Race, human. Constitution, 65. Strength, 65. Agility, 72. Defense, 72. Attack, 73. Skills, LV2 Darkening, Stealth. Note, each race begins with a maximum score of 10 in every attribute. Each attribute has increased by nearly half, primarily due to the enhancement from the Lampbearer's medal. If confronted by monsters in the mist, his agility would surge by an additional 50%, surpassing 100 points. Furthermore, this set includes a weapon named the Shadow Longsword. However, he currently lacks the blueprint to craft it, though he is fortunate to possess the Swift Shadow Dagger as a substitute. With this, his power has significantly escalated. Wang Luo reverently stored the hero's armor in the warehouse, for it had accompanied him since the beginning, significantly aiding in his slaying of formidable monsters. Although no longer useful, it would serve as a cherished memento. Gazing at the sleek, black attire adorning him, Wang Luo smiled with satisfaction. Though he had not triggered the item critical strike talent, this advanced equipment would undoubtedly place him ahead of the majority of survivors. And he was not merely referring to this region, but rather the entirety of the mist-laden world. Finally calming down, Wang Luo turned his attention to the remaining 3 pieces of intermediate equipment in the warehouse. Substitute Death Cross. Necklace, when worn, can absorb 1 fatal blow for the player, one-time use item. Elemental Bracelet, when worn, increases elemental damage effects, Defense 5. Defense Light Tower, can be installed in the safe house. When fully charged, it automatically attacks enemies causing damage to the safe house. Charging, 010, Chapter 36, The Time of the Lucky Emperor, with the illustrious Shadow Battle Robe preceding them. The effects of these 3 pieces of equipment did not astonish Wang Luo. Fortunately, 2 of these items were exceedingly practical. The Death Substitute Cross could absorb 1 lethal blow, significantly enhancing Wang Luo's survival capabilities. Meanwhile, the Defense Light Tower provided a modicum of offensive capability for the safe house. In comparison, the Elemental Bracelet appeared somewhat inferior. Of course, it was merely less useful for Wang Luo. Perhaps it would be a treasure in the hands of another. He donned the Death Substitute Cross and found an appropriate spot in the courtyard to position the Defense Light Tower. However, as there was a lack of light attribute crystals for charging, it remained merely a hollow structure for the time being. After inspecting the 3 pieces of equipment, the moment of excitement arrived. The box opening session. Wang Luo rubbed his hands together and produced all 5 treasure chests at once. The advanced chests were crafted from silvery material, glimmering resplendently, a true display of luxury. He first examined the chest retrieved from the pond, noting the absence of any danger warnings, and immediately commenced with it. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a medium defense light shield capable of withstanding level 4 monsters X1. The first box yielded a substantial prize. Upon hearing the notification, Wang Luo wasted no time in placing the medium defense light shield within the safe house, enveloping all structures within its protective embrace. Additionally, the main villa of the safe house was equipped with a primary defense light shield, maximizing its security. Next came the second advanced treasure chest. He raised his hand to open it, and a dazzling burst of white light flashed before him. Congratulations, player. You have acquired a spring of life. Talent triggered. Item critical hit. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a primary spring of life. Life potions are crafted primarily from this spring water. Primary spring of life. Produces a daily quota of water with healing properties. Bathing in it can enhance one's complexion. Wang Luo was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. How delightful! Water resources were already scarce, and now this acquisition resolved a significant issue. After finally suppressing his laughter, he hummed a tune and wandered into the villa's courtyard to determine the most suitable placement for the spring of life. He gazed at the spiritual field and decided to position the spring in the corner, while also leaving space for a second spiritual field. With the spring of life in his possession, Wang Luo felt an immense sense of relief. With food and water, he could now sustain himself. And even if he chose to remain in the safe house without exploring, he would not starve. However, Wang Luo's aspirations extended beyond mere sustenance. Now that conditions permitted, he should further develop his influence. Currently, he was merely self-sufficient. If he grew stronger, he could rely on others as well. There is a saying, while neighbors hoard grain, I hoard weapons. Neighbors are my granaries. Wang Luo intended not only to stockpile provisions, but also to accumulate armaments. He would not bully others. Yet he would not allow himself to be bullied. As soon as he set the spring in place, it began to bubble forth with crystal clear water. Observing the flow rate, it seemed that only 3 liters of the spring of life would be produced each day. Not a large quantity. But if the water possessed the effects of a life potion, that would be a different matter. Wang Luo scratched his head, pondering how to collect this water. Although the spring water was beneficial, he currently had no use for it. Therefore, he could only trade it for more materials to maximize its utility. Lost in thought, he suddenly spotted Long Ying and Qi Ling returning from outside. What brings you back? Wang Luo inquired, feigning nonchalance. Hee, today's fortune is splendid. We ventured not far before discovering a small stream. Long Ying declared proudly, seemingly pleased with her find. The water is crystal clear. After discussing with Sister Qi Ling, we realized the villa is short on water, so we decided to return and fill some water containers. What do you think? Am I capable? Not just capable, but truly impressive, Wang Luo silently mused. He nodded and gave a thumbs up. Remarkable. Your luck is extraordinary. Beside him, Qi Ling gazed at Wang Luo with admiration. She was keenly aware that the Lord must have employed some ability to ascertain that the area was devoid of danger before instructing them to go. But since the Lord did not wish to divulge, she too remained tight-lipped. Long Ying, feeling a bit haughty, noticed Wang Luo lounging in the courtyard, dressed in clean clothes and seemingly idle. She remarked sarcastically, "Auv, the Lord is indeed leisurely, with pristine attire and empty hands." However, Wang Luo was unfazed. He stepped aside to reveal the spring behind him. The bubbling, crystal-clear water occasionally splashed droplets onto the ground, sprouting tender shoots instantly. It appeared remarkably extraordinary. I may not have much to do, but I have crafted this marvel at home. The spring produces 3 liters daily, with effects akin to the life potions you have once consumed, he replied with a smirk. Long Ying opened her mouth, yet found herself at a loss for words, shooting him an indignant glare. Sister Qi Ling, let us ignore him and go collect water resources. With that, the little dragon girl pushed the sprite away and departed. Wang Luo chuckled softly. To deal with this proud dragon, one must exhibit even greater strength. Dragons admire power, and Long Ying was no exception. Wang Luo cupped his hands to collect the water, waited for a moment, and took a sip. The spring water invigorated him, banishing all fatigue. Before he could savor the taste, he suddenly noticed Jiang Mu appearing silently behind him. Wang Luo, I'm hungry, she whispered, turning around. Wang Luo realized the zombie girl had approached without him noticing. Reflecting on the vast disparity in their abilities, he retrieved some crystals from the warehouse and offered them to Jiang Mu. She munched on them contentedly, then suddenly sniffed the air, her gaze falling upon the spring. What is this? It smells delightful. Wang Luo was momentarily taken aback as he watched her squat down, opening her mouth and extending her delicate tongue to drink from the spring. To drink comfortably, she would wait until the flow increased before swallowing, causing droplets to trickle down her chin and into her neck. Wang Luo observed this scene, feeling an inexplicable warmth rise within him. After watching for a while, he felt a flush of heat and quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to look any longer. She is simply a corpse. I am a human. I am a human. I wouldn't go so far as to take advantage of her. Wang Luo repeated this in his mind several times to quell the strange sensations bubbling within him. Subsequently, he disregarded her presence and returned to the villa to continue opening the remaining 3 chests. Congratulations. You have acquired a piece of land. Talent triggered. Item critical hit. Congratulations. You have obtained a primary spiritual field. Upon opening the treasure chest, Wang Luo was momentarily stunned, standing in place as disbelief washed over him. He murmured to himself, "Is it that today is truly a day of incredible fortune?" Chapter 37. A Sudden Windfall. Wang Luo gazed at the newly acquired piece of spiritual farmland in the warehouse, his luck seeming almost too good to be true. After pondering for a moment, he graciously accepted this unexpected fortune. As the saying goes, if one cannot refuse, one must embrace it with poise. He joyfully placed the spiritual farmland beside the life spring. Subsequently, he retrieved potato seeds from the villa. The other plot of farmland was already sown with a considerable amount of peppers, which are primarily used as seasoning and not consumed in large quantities. Thus, he resolved to dedicate this new plot entirely to potatoes. After a busy afternoon planting the potatoes, Wang Luo sought out Qian Shenkai, instructing him to keep a vigilant eye on the regional channel for anyone selling vegetable seeds, suggesting he engage in some prudent trades. He then handed over a portion of the bear meat he had in abundance to Qian Shenkai, who nodded in agreement. Returning to his room, Wang Luo glanced at the remaining 2 treasure chests and decided to open them both without hesitation. Congratulations, player. You have obtained a teleportation stone X1. Congratulations, player. You have obtained the blueprint for a basic defensive device, Iron Spike Thorn Wall X1. As a bright light flashed, a small, exquisitely crafted crystal appeared on the table, exhibiting a faint black hue. Wang Luo held it in his hand, inspecting its details. Teleportation stone. Upon knowing the coordinates, it allows teleportation to the vicinity of any player's safe house within the area. The teleportation stone can be utilized within the game panel's teleportation module. Wang Luo carefully stored this stone, as it might prove invaluable in the future. Next, he turned his attention to the blueprint. Iron Spike Thornwall Blueprint. After gathering the required materials, one can craft a basic Iron Spike Thornwall to be placed around the villa, capable of fending off Tier 2 monster attacks. The spikes on the wall will also inflict damage on monsters. Iron or 1789-2000. Earth Attribute Crystals 2310. Thorns 1550. Wang Luo examined the introduction of the Iron Spike Thornwall. The materials were not far from completion and could be crafted with a little effort. Although upgrading the villa also required iron ore, the other materials were insufficient, making the upgrade impossible. It seemed wiser to use the resources to create other items for now. Overall, upon the conclusion of the leaderboard rewards, Wang Luo found himself in a newfound state of prosperity. His personal strength had significantly increased, to the point where he felt capable of confronting Tier 4 monsters. Moreover, the safe house could now be deemed well equipped for both offense and defense, greatly enhancing its security. Additionally, the issue of water had been temporarily resolved. While the supply was limited, he no longer needed to fret over it. Noticing the time, Wang Luo anticipated the return of Qiling and her companions. Descending the stairs, he found Longing seated on the sofa, playing with Xiao Yan, while Qiling was in the kitchen preparing dinner. Wang Luo entered the kitchen to assist her, and Qiling turned to him with a gentle smile. Their combined efforts proved to be more than twice as efficient. By the time Huazi returned from his exploration, Wang Luo and Qiling had already prepared several dishes and brewed a large pot of porridge, along with some steamed buns made from ground wheat. For life on Blue Star, this was merely a standard meal. However, in this world shrouded in darkness, it was a rare and sumptuous feast. After a busy afternoon, Huazi presented Wang Luo with 1,000 units of lumber. This wasn't due to laziness, but rather the limitation of his tools, as he was still using an axe, far less efficient than the Tetanus Blade. Once everyone had finished dinner, Huazi retired for the night, while Qian Shunkai handed Wang Luo a packet of seeds. "My lord, this is a packet of cabbage seeds, acquired from someone who obtained them from a treasure chest but had no place to plant them. I traded a loaf of bread for them today after inquiring." Wang Luo nodded approvingly. "Well done. Your efficiency is commendable." Qian Shunkai smiled faintly. "There's one more matter. My lord, I have found a candidate for the chef you were looking for, but I need you to take a look at her personally." "Oh, is that so? Let me see," Wang Luo replied. Qian Shunkai displayed the personal information of several potential cooks. Upon reviewing, Wang Luo noted that they were predominantly women in their 30s, most of whom had experience as chefs or had run restaurants. He selected 5 individuals. "Let us start with these 5. We can consider more later as the need arises. Qian Shengkai nodded. My lord, where will these cooks reside once they are hired? After some contemplation, Wang Luo decided to construct a house to accommodate these cooks. In the survival guide, he found a suitable type of dwelling, a commoner's house. He chose a larger model, expending 2,000 units of lumber and 20 units of hide to create this residence. Upon completion, he observed that the house consisted of 3 rooms and a small living area, each room designed to accommodate 4 individuals. All right, you may invite them over now, and I will approve them, Wang Luo instructed. After assigning the task to Qian Shengkai, he granted him certain powers akin to that of a steward, allowing him to invite players to join as commoners. Wang Luo would then have the discretion to accept or reject these invitations, with approval being a prerequisite for truly becoming a citizen of his territory. This arrangement spared Wang Luo the burden of meticulously evaluating each commoner. Qian Shengkai swiftly extended invitations to the cooks, and upon learning that they would be working for a prominent figure, they readily accepted. Wang Luo promptly clicked to approve their entry. Soon, 5 rather disheveled women appeared in the courtyard. Notably, these women were not entirely human. Each bore some characteristics of beast folk, such as tails and ears. This choice was not merely to indulge Wang Luo's preferences, but rather a strategic decision. He believed that loyalty might be more assured among those of different races compared to those of the same race, who might harbor feelings of animosity or envy. In essence, the philosophy was clear. If you are human and I am human, why should you stand above me? Such sentiments could lead to betrayal. While the rules prevented them from harming Wang Luo, they could still conspire with others for a backstab. Thus, unless he had personally vetted them, like Huazi and Qian Shengkai, he would not permit others to become commoners. Both Huazi and Qian Shengkai exhibited commendable loyalty, with Huazi reaching over 90, while Qian Shengkai was slightly lower, just above 80. Wang Luo understood that Qian Shengkai, being a businessman, was engaged in investments. If Wang Luo continued to grow stronger, Qian Shengkai's loyalty would undoubtedly increase. When these beast folk arrived, they appeared somewhat apprehensive, but their trepidation was swiftly replaced by astonishment at the luxurious villa and charming little houses before them. Recognizing the 2 men, Qian Shengkai stepped back slightly, and they acknowledged Wang Luo as their lord with a humble greeting. We have the honor of meeting you, my lord. Wang Luo acknowledged them with a nod. The cooks exhibited considerable loyalty, averaging above 85. He felt reassured as he observed the group of beast folk, all appearing gaunt and unkempt, suggesting they had endured hardships. Their plight served to accentuate the comforts of Wang Luo's residence, perhaps contributing to their heightened loyalty. Chapter 38. The Dungeon Key. Wang Luo clapped his hands to soothe the anxious emotions of the gathered individuals. Ladies, judging by your attire, it seems your previous days were not particularly pleasant. However, here with me, having enough to eat and wear is merely the most basic necessity. Upon hearing these words, the 5 chefs were instantly filled with joy. My lord, as long as we have enough to eat and wear, we are truly grateful. Just being alive is enough for us, they exclaimed in unison, eager to express their gratitude, fearing that Wang Luo might dismiss them if they appeared too demanding. Seeing their reactions, Wang Luo could only shake his head in resignation. He then summoned Qi Ling and Long Ying, instructing them to take the chefs to the stream to wash up while resources were still available. Afterward, he traded for several clean garments for them to change into upon their return. Once all was complete, he produced a unit of meat along with several wheat buns. The chefs gazed at the food with longing eyes, yet none dared to stare too long, merely stealing glances before looking away shyly. Wang Luo handed the meat and buns to the leading chef, whose name he noted to be Mi Miao. Mi Miao, from this day forth, you shall be the head chef. You are to follow the commands of that elven maiden and relay her orders to the rest. Prepare this meat and buns for your dinner tonight. Upon hearing this, a cat girl named Milan was so overwhelmed with excitement that she hurriedly knelt to express her gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Thank you. Wang Luo was taken aback and quickly stepped aside. What are you doing? He said, a hint of annoyance in his voice. Milan looked at him in confusion, seemingly unaware of why his reaction was so intense, realizing she must have done this frequently in her previous world. Wang Luo called everyone together. As he surveyed his orderly subjects, he declared, from this day forth, the custom of kneeling to express gratitude is abolished in my territory. If you wish to show appreciation, a handshake is required. Wang Luo gazed at his subjects with conviction. Is that understood? Understood, they replied in unison. Though Huazai struggled to suppress a laugh, while Qian Shengkai wore a slight smile. All right, disperse. Chefs, after your meal, please rest. Wang Luo waved his hand and strode into the villa. Qian Shenkai and Hua Zijie entered a nearby room. As Qi Ling entered the villa, she found Wang Luo seated in the living room. Noticing her arrival, he asked, "Have you opened your advanced treasure chest today?" Qi Ling paused, retrieving the chest from her inventory. "Not yet, my lord. Would you like to open it?" "Why would I open your treasure chest? You can do it yourself," Wang Luo replied. Thus, Qi Ling casually opened the shimmering silver chest. "What did you receive?" Wang Luo inquired with curiosity. It seems to be a key," Qi Ling said, producing a key that resembled a token and handing it to Wang Luo. He examined it closely. "Dungeon key. After the novice period ends, world dungeons will gradually become accessible, and this key can be used to enter. First kills will yield substantial rewards." "Is that so?" Wang Luo exclaimed, astonished at the unexpected prize. Besides the key, he also learned that dungeons would appear after the novice phase. The rewards from first kills were undoubtedly vital strategic resources for early development. "My lord, how valuable is this item?" Qi Ling asked, a hint of regret in her voice, wishing she had let him open it instead. "This is quite beneficial. At the very least, it allows for early development after the novice period, which is excellent," Wang Luo praised. "That's great. I'm glad I could assist you, my lord." Qi Ling beamed with delight. Wang Luo tucked the token away, deciding it was better in his possession since Qi Ling had no use for it. "All right, you've worked hard today. Rest up. Tomorrow, you and Long Ying will gather resources around the villa with these chefs," he instructed. Qi Ling nodded, watching him ascend the stairs before returning to her room. The night swiftly passed, and upon waking, Wang Luo found a meal prepared for him, with several people seated at the table, though the chefs were absent. "Where are the chefs?" Wang Luo inquired, puzzled. "They said they could not dine at the same table as you, so they returned to their own quarters to eat," Qi Ling explained. Wang Luo nodded, not concerned, as the table could hardly accommodate so many. "Let's eat. After breakfast, we shall commence today's exploration," he called out. The group quickly finished their breakfast, and once the chefs cleared the table, Qi Ling led them into the mist for exploration. Today, new water resources had emerged, and Wang Luo instructed Qian Shenkai to trade for several water tanks, directing the chefs to fill them up. "With so many people, we truly require more water," Wang Luo muttered, glancing at Jiang Mu, who was squatting by the spring, drinking. It was frustrating, with her guarding the area. He found it difficult to trade for other resources. While observing the engrossed Jiang Mu, Wang Luo took little yen and ventured into the black mist. He was not exploring around the villa, as Qi Ling and Hua Zijie were already tasked with collecting resources from that area. Instead, he intended to delve deeper into the black mist, confident that as long as he avoided particularly powerful level 4 monsters, he could make a safe retreat. Wielding the eternal night lamp, he stepped into the mist. He briefly glanced at the wood, water, and stone resources before moving on, only engaging with rare ores or monsters. Especially with light attribute resources, he needed 100 for the villa and 10 for the defense light tower. As he ventured further, he encountered an increasing number of monsters. Naturally, he also collected a considerable amount of crystals, furs, and meat. He had just faced a level 3 enraged wild boar, which weighed over 500 kilograms. Though it was somewhat troublesome and required considerable effort, he ultimately managed to slay it without serious danger. He directly obtained 500 kilograms of wild boar meat and a brown earth attribute crystal, alongside a skill card. 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers, it and Appos. It's not just talk. Wang Luo recalled the wild boar's brutal charge skill and felt a shiver of fear. Had he not entered the darkened state at the last moment, he might have been injured. Brutal charge. Upon learning, the body becomes as tough as steel, charging straight at the enemy, causing dizziness. Wang Luo glanced at the skill card. It was not suitable for him. While he could learn it, it was unnecessary. He decided to keep it for trading, or perhaps reward someone who had contributed significantly to the territory. After all was said and done, he looked at the 500 units of wild boar meat in his inventory and handed over the bear meat and other miscellaneous meats to Qian Shenkai, instructing him to trade for other resources. He was growing weary of eating bear meat these days. As a native of Blue Star, he preferred the flavors of chicken, duck, fish, and pork over other meats. Chapter 39. The Glass Blueprint. Having completed all that, Wang Luo glanced at the time. There were still a few hours before darkness fell. He thought to himself that he could venture another 10 kilometers, but would need to leave enough time to return. Resolute in his decision, he continued his exploration. However, Since encountering the wild boar, no other creatures had crossed his path. Wang Luo paid it no mind. Without monsters to hunt, gathering resources would suffice. Mushroom, a robust mushroom, non-toxic and edible. As he walked, a notification suddenly chimed from ahead. Upon reading it, a grin spread across his face, and he quickened his pace toward the direction of the mushrooms. Fortune smiled upon him. With these mushrooms, he could prepare dishes like chicken stew with mushrooms or sauteed mushrooms. As he pondered this, he beheld a vast expanse of mushrooms ahead, large, plump, and devoid of gaudy colors, clearly a fine find. Grasping a mushroom at its base, he plucked it from the ground. The more he examined it in his hand, the more pleased he became, storing it directly in his inventory. He then began harvesting the mushrooms. Before long, a considerable patch of mushrooms had been reduced to just a few smaller ones. Straightening his back, he intended to take a brief rest before resuming his collection when a sudden shout echoed from behind. Who was there? Turning around, Wang Luo beheld a bald man approaching, wielding a lantern of eternal night, warily observing him. This bald man stood a towering 3 meters tall, his features humanoid save for the elongated fangs protruding from his mouth. It was evident he was not of the human race. Do not be alarmed. I am merely here to explore and will be on my way shortly, Wang Luo explained, perceiving the man and Appo's formidable appearance. The bald man, noticing the patch of mushrooms that had been picked over, quickly grasped Wang Luo and Appo's intentions. Licking his lips, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes as he declared, "Since you are exploring near my safe house, you must share half of what you collect with me. Otherwise, you shall not leave today." Wang Luo narrowed his eyes at the man's demands. "These are unclaimed goods. I possess the capability to reach this place. If you are competent, you may also venture into my territory and explore. Let us rely on our own strengths." The bald man, sensing that Wang Luo might possess some power, mulled over his words. After all, how else could he have traversed the mist to arrive here? Yet, despite this realization, he lowered his gaze to the remnants of the mushrooms. The quantity was not insignificant. If he could secure a portion, he would be free from concerns about food for several days. Moreover, compared to Wang Luo's physique, he appeared as delicate as a chick. With newfound confidence, he commanded, "Enough chatter. Leave the mushrooms and scram, or you shall discover the sharp end of my blade." The bald man continued his threats, brandishing a large, ordinary machete. Though its size was daunting, Wang Luo glanced at the remaining small mushrooms. Even if he collected them all, they would only suffice for the bald man for a couple of days. Disinterested in the man's bravado, he turned to leave. The bald man mistook this for fear, becoming emboldened. As Wang Luo turned to depart, the man charged forward, his heavy form thundering upon the ground. "Hey, you little brat. I'm talking to you." The bald man swung his machete, aiming for Wang Luo's legs. He had no intention of killing him. That would prevent him from obtaining the numerous mushrooms. After all, if Wang Luo perished, the system rules would ensure that no one could access his inventory. In that case, all that would remain would be this shabby, dark outfit, which would be of no benefit to the bald man. Thus, he resolved to sever Wang Luo's legs, compelling him to relinquish the mushrooms. Thereafter, the fate of Wang Luo would be his to dictate. Yet, the reality was far from his grandiose visions. Just as the machete was a mere centimeter from Wang Luo's leg, the latter vanished, leaving only an afterimage. The bald man cursed his luck. The next moment, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat, akin to a snake slithering up his neck, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. "Please, do not kill me." Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his leg, propelling him forward, and with a sickening crack, his leg twisted at an unnatural angle. The bald man lay on the ground, howling as if a pig were being slaughtered. My leg! My leg!" Wang Luo regarded him coldly, twirling the shadowy dagger in his hand as he crouched down, his gaze devoid of emotion. The bald man's cries of agony were abruptly silenced, and he looked upon Wang Luo with terror. In contrast to the grotesque figure before him, Wang Luo now appeared as a formidable force, prompting the bald man to retreat in fright. "I have no intention of killing you. I merely wish to return the favor. Surrender the contents of your inventory," Wang Luo stated flatly. The bald man sighed in relief, suppressing his pain as he offered a sycophantic smile. "All right, brother, just a moment." He hastily retrieved items from his inventory, producing a collection of worn-out trinkets. Wang Luo cast a glance and quickly lost interest. "Is this all?" "Indeed, brother. This is all I possess. Otherwise, I would not dare offend you over a few mushrooms," the bald man lamented. Wang Luo remained unmoved. brandishing the dagger menacingly toward him. The bald man, panic-stricken, pleaded, "Brother, please spare me. I have more." As the dagger hovered perilously close to his thigh artery, Wang Luo spoke with an impassive tone. "My weapon possesses a bleeding effect. Once injured, the blood will flow incessantly until death." "Understood, understood," the bald man exclaimed, hastily emptying his inventory. Wang Luo even caught sight of a pair of undergarments that could serve as a skirt among the items. He grimaced. "Keep your clothing to yourself." The bald man obediently tucked away the garments. Wang Luo then scrutinized the remaining items, confirming that the bald man had indeed laid everything bare. Among the collection, he noticed a dry, hard piece of black bread. After a cursory examination, he found nothing particularly valuable or rare. However, one item captured his attention, a slightly tattered piece of parchment. Wang Luo recognized it immediately. This was the blueprint for the Gale Bow and the Iron Thorn Wall. He lifted the parchment and read, "Glass blueprint. Can be used in an alchemical furnace to create glass." A delightful surprise. Wang Luo swiftly stored the blueprint in his inventory. Adhering to his principle of waste not, want not, he then decided to trade the remaining items for resources, allowing him to recycle the waste. The bald man, already suffering from a broken leg, felt a deeper ache in his heart. Once Wang Luo had finished his business, he paid him no further heed and vanished into the encroaching darkness. The bald man exhaled in relief, glancing at the remaining mushrooms and the piece of black bread. A flicker of consolation igniting within him. At least these provisions would sustain him for another couple of days. As for what lay ahead, he was uncertain. With a severed leg, his only hope was to find a healing treasure from the daily basic chests. Otherwise, it is highly probable that he will meet his demise. The disparity in strength has extinguished any thoughts of vengeance within him. Chapter 40. Jiang Mu slumber after dealing with the bald man. Wang Luo glanced at the time and turned to head towards the villa. With the commencement of a new ranking cycle, Wang Luo still held the top position across 3 lists, while his lordship ranking had ascended to 4th place, a modest improvement. Delrosky remained firmly in 1st place. It was unclear how many individuals he had deceived into servitude. However, recently, there had been no reports of anyone falling victim to his schemes. After briefly scanning the messages in the regional channel, Wang Luo closed the game panel. As night fell, Wang Luo finally arrived at the villa, where everyone had returned to the safe house. Upon entering, he noticed the spiritual field in the yard, where the potato seeds had sprouted green shoots. The strength fruit trees and the Sichuan pepper trees had also grown a bit taller. After inspecting the plants with satisfaction, he returned indoors. At that moment, Hua Zige and Qin Shunkai were gathered together, seemingly engrossed in something. The cooks were following Qiling, learning how to prepare the dishes Wang Luo had once made. With longing among them, given that these cooks hailed from different worlds, their culinary practices varied greatly. Wang Luo surveyed the room, but did not see Jiang Mu. Qiling, sharp-eyed, noticed his entrance and, after delegating her tasks, stepped out of the kitchen. "What is the Lord seeking? Perhaps I may assist you," Qiling inquired. "Where's Jiang Mu?" Wang Luo asked, puzzled. "Miss Jiang returned to her room this afternoon and has yet to come down. I did not dare to check uninvited," Qiling explained. A sense of unease stirred within Wang Luo. He promptly ascended to the 2nd floor to find Jiang Mu's room. He pushed open the door and was met with the sight of a dark coffin directly facing him. Approaching, he saw Jiang Mu lying within, peacefully asleep. Zombie girl Jiang Mu. She is a stunning being of another race. Having absorbed sufficient energy, she is currently in slumber. Wang Luo was taken aback. Sufficient energy? Does this mean that upon awakening from this slumber, she will regain her consciousness? What should I do? His mind raced in turmoil. He was not prepared to face her just yet. In his agitation, he even contemplated expelling her. However, recalling that there were merely 7 days left until the beginner phase concluded, he realized that if Jiang Mu were to awaken only to find herself cast out, the consequences would be far graver. Wang Luo raked his fingers through his hair and exited the room. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment the door clicked shut, Jiang Mu and Appo's ample chest stirred slightly. Descending the stairs, he found the dining table laden with dishes. Taking his seat at the head, he exhaled deeply. There was no point in dwelling on it now. What was done was done. Since he could not refuse it, he would have to accept it with equanimity. With that settled, it was time to eat. Wang Luo welcomed everyone to the meal. "What resources did we gather today?" "We refreshed iron ore today, and I collected around 1,000 units of iron," came the response. 1,000? That is quite a lot. Wang Luo exclaimed, astonished. without proper tools, mining iron or relied solely on brute strength. He estimated that he could manage only 1,000 units a day himself. Actually, while mining today, I encountered a mineral monster. It wasn't formidable, so I dispatched it effortlessly, yielding over 600 units of iron, Hua Zige boasted. Now understanding the situation, Wang Luo acknowledged that this was indeed Hua Zige's own skill. Qian Shunkai interjected, "Today, I acquired a stone mill specifically for grinding flour. And the bear meat you traded has been fully processed. In total, I exchanged for 1,000 units of quartz sand, 500 units of quicklime, and several other materials. If we had a glass blueprint, we could produce glass. Well done. I happen to possess a glass blueprint. Please trade me the materials now," Wang Luo instructed. Qian Shinkai complied and promptly transferred the raw materials. Wang Luo calculated that he could produce approximately 300 pieces of glass, while the quartz sand was abundant. The other materials were somewhat lacking. Nonetheless, 300 would suffice. Additionally, my lord, I have assembled a group of individuals for exploration, currently in the selection phase. Should they prove suitable, your decision would be appreciated, Qian Shinkai added. Wang Luo was somewhat taken aback, but nodded in agreement. No problem. If they are suitable, recruit them. We cannot continually explore the vicinity of the villa. There are many valuable resources hidden within the black mist. Not to mention, those 100 light attribute crystals would take an eternity for me to collect alone. With a dedicated exploration team, I can finally breathe easier. After dinner, Wang Luo washed up briefly before heading upstairs. He entered the room where the alchemical furnace was set up, placing the glass blueprint upon it, and adding quartz sand, quicklime, and other materials. Given the quantity of glass to be produced, the process would take slightly longer. After supplying an adequate amount of fire essence stones, he retreated to his own room. Upon opening the game panel, Wang Luo observed that there were still 80,000 players in the regional channel, with hundreds of thousands of messages pouring in daily. He focused on the most recent updates. The discussions revolved around survival strategies post-beginner phase, as monsters in the black mist would soon begin to actively assault safe houses. Delrosky, who had been absent for some time, was back in the chat, promoting the lifestyle of his estate. Friends, come to my estate. While the status of a slave may seem low, it is not without its advantages. Food and drink are assured, and safety is guaranteed. Though slaves may be treated like dogs, are those starving friends not also living a dog's life? Delrosky sent out 3 messages in rapid succession, eagerly seeking new slaves. Despite this, his criteria remained unchanged. Only those with dark skin need apply. While those with lighter skin were unwelcome, his principles were unwavering. At this juncture, some players recalled Wang Luo, the observer. Does the esteemed Wang Luo's faction have openings? I would be willing to serve as a slave. It seems that even if I must live like a dog, I wish to be the most loyal companion. Upon reading these messages, Wang Luo silently typed a response. My territory is comprised entirely of comrades. This statement ignited a flurry of excitement in the chat. Esteemed Lord, my ancestors were noble and devoted to the nation. Let us cut to the chase. I am a comrade of Lord Wang Luo. I strive for the prosperity of our territory. As Wang Luo addressed the group, the regional channel erupted with fervent declarations of loyalty. Though only a few players echoed sentiments akin to his, Wang Luo recognized these individuals as fellow compatriots from Blue Star, specifically Huaxia. The other players, however, did not grasp the significance of the term comrade and merely sought to prove their worth, yearning for Wang Luo's protection. At that moment, Wang Luo exited the chat channel, having received a friend request. Since he had changed the conditions for friendship to require a basic piece of equipment, no one had approached him since. Although he held little regard for basic equipment, it remained precious to these survivors. This piqued Wang Luo's curiosity. What could compel someone to incur such a cost to befriend him? Chapter 41. The succubus twins. Wang Luo opened the list and accepted the friend request from a player named Mayu. What is it that you need? Wang Luo inquired first. Mayu quickly sent a message. My lord, you are the strongest person in this area. I implore you to help save my sister. She is in grave danger. Wang Luo felt a twinge of confusion. If she is your sister, why are you two not in the same safe house? Mayu, anxious for Wang Luo to assist, hurriedly explained, I only met my sister after the regions merged, but we have been unable to reunite due to the vast distance. Understanding dawned on Wang Luo. Please tell me what danger she is in. You must be truthful, or we may not be able to save her. Mayu hastily replied, I just learned that my sister has been trapped in a safe house for 2 days by a level 4 monster. The creature refuses to leave, and once the novice period ends, She will be in peril. A level 4 monster. Wang Luo was taken aback. Normally, such formidable monsters would not spawn during the novice period. Moreover, even if they did spawn, they typically would not attack humans unless provoked. However, the fact that the monster had been guarding the safe house for 2 days suggested that it was no ordinary spawn. How did your sister provoke this monster? Wang Luo asked, astonished. No, she did not provoke it. My sister is very well behaved. It's just that her constitution is quite unique, Meiyu quickly explained. In our world, there is magic, and my sister is particularly attuned to the light elements in the air. She is destined to become a great light mage. Are you implying that her unique constitution attracted the monster? Wang Luo asked. Indeed, my lord. Please, you must save my sister. Wang Luo hesitated as he read Meiyu's message. With his current strength, he could not entirely confront a level 4 monster. Attempting to slay it would likely result in mutual destruction. Wang Luo scratched his head, contemplating an alternative solution. He could simply bring Meiyu and Appo's sister to his territory, which would be safer and more convenient. Yet, he wondered if she would be willing to come. What if she resisted? The thought crossed his mind that he might be taking advantage of her vulnerability. He shivered at the notion and dismissed it. He replied, to be honest, I do not have much confidence in my ability to defeat a level 4 monster. Upon reading this message, despair flickered in Meiyu's eyes. Please, I beg of you, save my sister. I am willing to pay any price. I am a succubus. You know, succubi. They can be quite delightful. If you rescue my sister, I would be willing to become your pet. I am very clean. I am also a dark element mage. I hold great value. Meiyu rambled, her only request being to save her sister. Wang Luo was taken aback. What a predicament, he thought. A pet? Me? Wang Luo, the paragon of virtue? Had his image in the eyes of others deteriorated to such an extent? It was not that his image had crumbled, but rather that, in Meiyu's world, lords wield absolute control over commoners and slaves, who cannot resist in the slightest. Subconsciously, she viewed Wang Luo as one of those people. Calm down. There is still another way. I could simply bring your sister into my territory as my subject. That would be the simplest solution. No. Meiyu immediately rejected the idea without a second thought. Then she realized she still needed Wang Luo's assistance. What if he became displeased? My lord, I can ensure that I will serve you well. I am quite capable. I can do anything, and I will certainly satisfy you. My sister, she is just a little girl. You would have no interest in her. Wang Luo was utterly flustered. Winky face, what is this? I have not even said anything yet. He rubbed his temples, saying, stop conjuring strange notions. I have no such intentions. Meiyu fell silent, obviously skeptical of his words. Wang Luo sighed and laid it bare. I will save your sister, but you two must work for me for 20 years. You are a dark mage, correct? I am in need of mages. If you both stay with me for 20 years, I won't interfere with your lives afterward. What do you think? My lord, I have no objections, but my sister, your sister must also work for me. Rest assured, it is merely a professional arrangement. Wang Luo interjected without hesitation. You mentioned that your sister could become a great light mage. How could I let her go? After a moment's hesitation, Meiyu ultimately agreed. Her sister's safety was paramount. If Wang Luo truly intended to harm her sister, she could always find a way to confiscate his weapon and then devise a plan to help her sister escape. As for herself, she would bear the burden of atonement for a lifetime, even if it meant facing execution. She gazed at the invitation sent by Wang Luo, closed her eyes, and accepted. Such lords were often gluttonous lechers. If she took the initiative, it should not pose a problem. Soon, she felt a dizzying sensation, and when she regained her footing, she found herself in a spacious and opulent medieval-style parlor. In the center, a man sat in a prominent position, quietly observing her. Meiyu stole a glance at him. He was not the portly, greasy lord she had anticipated, but rather a striking young man. Could he be the lord's son? She looked at Wang Luo, who was also scrutinizing her. It was apparent that the only features revealing her succubus heritage were the goat horns atop her head and her sleek, black tail with a heart-shaped tip. She also bore a pair of alluring attributes, exuding an enchanting aura. Step forward, Wang Luo commanded in a deep voice. Meiyu trembled slightly, fear coursing through her as she approached. Her tail swayed behind her, cautiously wrapping around Wang Luo's arm, the tip slipping into his hand, prompting him to grasp it. This was a customary practice for succubi upon reaching maturity. Wang Luo was taken aback, quickly opening his palm to signal his innocence. As she looked at his open hand, a hint of embarrassment crossed Meiyu's face. Slowly, She leaned closer to Wang Luo's hand, resting her chin in his palm, even sticking out her tongue like a playful puppy. Wang Luo recoiled in shock, stepping back 2 paces. As she advanced towards him again, his expression changed. He shouted, "Stop! Remain where you are." Seeing Mei Yu's bewildered expression, he cleared his throat and asked, "What is your sister's name? Once I add her, I will bring her here as well. You need not go to such lengths. I assure you, I am a good person." To reassure her, Wang Luo reiterated his words. Chapter 42. The Level 4 Monster, Earth Dragon. Although Mei Yu still wore an expression of disbelief, she was able to discern the gravity of the situation. "My sister's name is Mei Qing," she informed. Wang Luo began to search for Mei Qing's name while advising Mei Yu, "Please send her a message and ensure she agrees." Mei Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Luo located Mei Qing's name and clicked to send an invitation. However, contrary to his expectations, the invitation failed to transmit. The invited player is currently in danger and cannot be invited to become a civilian. The system displayed this message, leaving Wang Luo bewildered. Is it impossible? He pondered. If he couldn't invite her, did that mean he had to confront the level 4 monster to rescue Mei Qing? "My sister hasn't received any message," Mei Yu said hesitantly. Observing his reaction, Wang Luo scratched his head. "Your sister is in danger and cannot be invited. Have her send me her coordinates. I will go to her." "Can I go too?" Mei Yu asked, panic evident in her voice. "There is only one teleportation stone. If you have it, you can go," Wang Luo said, dousing her hopes with cold reality. She bit her lip, dismissing the thought. Yet, her perception of Wang Luo began to shift. She realized that becoming his civilian meant that if he were to renege on his promise and not save her sister, there would be little she could do about it. At the very least, this lord upheld his commitments. Soon, Mei Qing sent her coordinates. Wang Luo produced the teleportation stone, selected Mei Qing's location on the teleportation interface, and clicked to transport. In the blink of an eye, a golden circle of light rose from beneath his feet, and he vanished. When Wang Luo opened his eyes again, he found himself in a small wooden cabin. He quickly recognized it as a standard level 2 safe house. Looking around, he noticed a girl, roughly 17 or 18 years old and of the succubus race, eyeing him warily, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Although she understood that this young man was the Lord, her sister had repeatedly warned her to be cautious. "Do not be afraid. You must be Mei Qing," Wang Luo said soothingly. Upon hearing his words, she gradually calmed down and nodded. "Where is that level 4 monster?" Wang Luo inquired directly. "It has been watching outside the safe house for 2 days without leaving. Do you have any food?" "I'm so hungry," Mei Qing admitted, her initial fear subsiding as she sensed no malice from him. Wang Luo retrieved some jerky left over from his explorations and offered her some water. "Thank you," she said gratefully before eagerly devouring the food. Wang Luo then opened the door and stepped outside the safe house. Surveying the surroundings, he found no sign of the monster. But the dark mist provided a warning. Earth Dragon, level 4 monster, covered in thick dragon scales that are as hard as forged steel. Ordinary attacks leave no mark on its scales. It also possesses the abilities to burrow underground and control earth blocks for attacks. As he read the warning, Wang Luo's expression grew serious. Level 4 monsters surpassed level 3 not only in defensive strength and speed, but also in their capacity to alter the terrain. Unlike the Shadow Wolf King and the enraged wild boar he had previously encountered, which had skills but could not manipulate the ground, this was a different challenge altogether. Wang Luo pondered and returned to the cabin, only to see Mei Qing sucking her fingers, looking thoroughly satisfied. When she noticed him entering, she shyly dropped her hand and looked at him awkwardly. "I apologize. I was just so hungry," she said. Wang Luo remained silent, observing her with a hint of curiosity. "What's wrong?" Mei Qing fidgeted nervously. "Nothing. I was merely curious as to why you, seemingly not aligned with the light element, attracted the Earth Dragon," Wang Luo explained, retracting his gaze. "Can we deal with it?" Mei Qing asked, anxiety etched on her face. "The challenge is considerable, but not insurmountable." Wang Luo contemplated a strategy. Although the Earth Dragon boasted remarkable defensive capabilities, its speed would likely be significantly hampered, whereas his strengths lay in his swiftness. If he could inflict damage, the bleeding effect of the Shadow Dagger combined with the bloodthirsty effect of the Shadow Cloak could enable him to triumph against a stronger foe. With this thought, Wang Luo stood and declared, "I will first assess the monster's speed. Remain here in the safe house and do not move." Mei Qing nodded, responding, "Thank you, my lord." Wang Luo waved his hand dismissively and exited the safe house, holding the eternal night lamp. He ventured into the dark mist, heading toward the earth dragon's location. Before long, he spotted a massive creature resembling a lizard lying on the ground. Upon noticing Wang Luo's approach, it merely lifted an eyelid and emitted a few warning growls. Its aggression was surprisingly subdued. It seemed the allure of the young girl's flesh was what kept it fixated on Mei Qing. Wang Luo mulled over this revelation, understanding why the earth dragon was so intent on her. Light and darkness are inherently opposing elements, yet it is said that extremes often converge. In absolute terms, light and dark can meld like water and fire. Living in the dark mist and absorbing light elements could hasten the absorption of dark elements within the body, significantly enhancing the strength of these shadowy creatures, which explained the earth dragon's fixation on Mei Qing. Wang Luo cautiously took a couple of steps closer, prompting the earth dragon to react slightly, opening its eyes and letting out a low growl. He secured the eternal night lamp to his waist, gripped the shadow dagger tightly, and vanished from his spot in a flash. When he reappeared, he slashed downward with the shadow dagger against its back. The impact sent sparks flying. The recoil caused Wang Luo's hand to tingle. After the strike, he quickly darted to the side. This action finally enraged the earth dragon, which roared and charged at Wang Luo with its 4 short legs. Wang Luo had no intention of lingering. He sprinted away. With his speed boosted by his gear and metals, he estimated his velocity at around 100 points, while the earth dragon's speed seemed to hover around 60. Nevertheless, he remained cautious. One could never predict whether this beast might suddenly surge in speed. Thus, he maintained his pace at 70, keeping it at bay. The earth dragon's aggression was not fierce. Having driven Wang Luo away, it returned to its original position. Wang Luo then resumed his harassment. After repeating this cycle twice, the earth dragon finally grew furious. It let out a deafening roar and burrowed into the ground, earth shifting toward Wang Luo. Before he could react, the earth dragon appeared before him in an instant. Startled, he fled with all his might, once again evading its grasp. The speed he had just witnessed must have reached 90 points. Wang Luo felt a slight relief. Fortunately, he had tested its abilities for a while. Otherwise, had it suddenly accelerated, he might not have been able to react in time. In the ensuing moments, the earth dragon relentlessly pursued Wang Luo, even condensing earth elements in an attempt to attack him. Yet, its speed remained consistently around 90. It appeared this was its maximum velocity. Having discerned this, Wang Luo circled back and returned to the safe house, leaving the earth dragon outside in a fit of impotent rage. Chapter 43. The luminous lynx listening to the furious roars of the earth dragon. Mei Qing gazed at the returning Wang Luo, her expression tinged with concern. My lord, I just ventured out to test the waters. That earth dragon's speed is inferior to mine. Perhaps I could lead it away with you, Wang Luo suggested. Very well, my lord, she replied obediently, displaying a demeanor of understanding and compliance. Wang Luo sat nearby, recuperating his strength. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, rose, and inquired of Mei Qing, "Are you ready?" She nodded in affirmation. As they stepped outside, they beheld the agitated earth dragon prowling around the safe house. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Luo summoned the Xian iron armor for Mei Qing to don. However, her physical attributes were insufficient, rendering her unable to move effectively while clad in it. Wang Luo hoisted her onto his shoulder, testing her weight. It had minimal impact on his speed, still hovering around 100. I am heading out. If the earth dragon attempts to launch a soil-based attack, remember to alert me, Wang Luo instructed solemnly. Mei Qing nodded earnestly, indicating her understanding. With a deep breath, Wang Luo met the furious gaze of the earth dragon outside the safe house and suddenly darted away. The earth dragon let out a roar and pursued him relentlessly. Mei Qing, holding the eternal night lamp, observed as the surrounding darkness writhed chaotically. The earth dragon was hot on their heels, yet it remained just out of reach. Seeing this, Mei Qing felt a slight relief. The distance between them and the dragon steadily increased, its furious roars echoing in the air. Wang Luo glanced back, noting that the dragon's figure had vanished into the black mist, though its roars persisted. This indicated that the dragon could still accurately locate them, even if it could not see them. Wang Luo quickly deduced that it was tracking their position via Mei Qing's aura. Damn creature. I shall find a way to torment you, Wang Luo cursed. At this rate, they would never shake off the giant lizard. Gritting his teeth, he veered in a different direction to escape. At that moment, he deliberately followed the hints provided by his innate talent, seeking out areas teeming with monsters in hopes of delaying the earth dragon. Even though the dragon could trace Mei Qing's scent, it was likely limited to a certain range. As long as they could escape that radius, Wang Luo was confident they could outpace it. This strategy proved effective, although the Earth Dragon was a level 4 beast. The sheer number of creatures lurking in the black mist was staggering. Eventually, 1 or 2 formidable level 3 monsters would dare to impede the encroaching Earth Dragon. The latter, preoccupied with its own fury, found itself increasingly distracted by these creatures, allowing the distance between Wang Luo and Mei Qing to widen. Carrying Mei Qing, Wang Luo ran until the sounds of the Earth Dragon faded completely. Just as he was about to pause for a breather, a notification appeared before him. Luminous Lynx, level 4 monster, swift as the wind, teeth like steel, capable of controlling light element attacks against enemies. Wang Luo's gaze sharpened, and an idea struck him. A plan that could not only eliminate the Earth Dragon but also yield valuable rewards. He altered his course, traversing approximately 2 kilometers before ensuring the surroundings were safe, and then set Mei Qing down upon a sturdy tree. Wait here for me. I have tasks to attend to, Wang Luo instructed. Mei Qing, unsure of his intentions, refrained from pressing further. Please bring out your eternal night lamp, he added. Mei Qing retrieved a dimly flickering lamp, her voice tinged with embarrassment. I was trapped by that creature and couldn't replenish its light. Wang Luo sighed, producing several fire element crystals to restore some glow to her lamp before departing with a sense of reassurance. Returning to the previous location of the luminous lynx, Wang Luo sprinted towards the Earth Dragon's direction. After covering roughly 10 kilometers, he witnessed the Earth Dragon mercilessly slaughtering the level 3 monsters, venting its fury. With the shadow dagger in hand, Wang Luo stealthily approached and struck the dragon's hind leg with a vicious stab. The dragon howled in pain, swiftly turning to confront the one who had tormented it for the past 2 days. Upon recognizing Wang Luo, its eyes blazed with rage. Without hesitation, the Earth Dragon charged at him, conjuring a ball of brown energy in its mouth to unleash upon Wang Luo. Fortunately, Wang Luo remained vigilant. The moment the dragon opened its mouth to gather energy, he deftly evaded the attack. The Earth Dragon, infuriated, pursued him relentlessly, oblivious to its surroundings. Wang Luo, skillfully dodging the dragon's assaults, kept it in a perpetual chase, silently awaiting the right moment. At last, a furious howl erupted. The Earth Dragon abruptly halted, glancing around nervously before suddenly fixing its gaze upon Wang Luo with fierce intensity. Wang Luo offered a faint smile, activating his concealment skill. All traces and sense of Wang Luo vanished in an instant. The dragon's large eyes reflected a flicker of confusion, but it soon grew vigilant. Emerging from the black mist was a creature measuring over a meter in length, with cat-like eyes, pointed ears, a leopard's tail, and a thick, tightly knit coat of fur. Its limbs were robust, and its fangs were as sharp as steel. Most importantly, it radiated a faint golden aura. The luminous lynx. It emerged from the mist, glaring furiously at the Earth Dragon while emitting a low, warning growl. The Earth Dragon growled back, seemingly attempting to explain itself. However, upon finding nothing of note in the vicinity, the luminous lynx's anger escalated. Its growls transformed into piercing shrieks. The Earth Dragon's frantic roars echoed. Yet the luminous lynx paid no heed to its justifications. With a crouch of its hind legs, it lunged at the Earth Dragon. Witnessing this, the Earth Dragon erupted in fury. Both of us are level 4 monsters. I told you a fool led me here, and yet you dare to attack me? Do you think my armor is made of clay? If you wish to fight, then let us. In an instant, the 2 level 4 monsters clashed fiercely. The luminous lynx's speed and damage were formidable, while the Earth Dragon was renowned for its high defense. Though the lynx was slightly stronger, breaching the dragon's defenses would demand considerable effort. Regardless, the lynx attacked relentlessly, determined to vanquish the Earth Dragon. Initially bewildered, Wang Luo soon understood the situation upon seeing the direction indicated by the lynx. Luminous lynx cub, recently born, yet to open its eyes. So, it was protecting its young. Wang Luo murmured to himself, "This is fortuitous. I feared you might cease your battle midway." With that, he departed from the scene. Arriving back at Mei Qing's location, he spotted the glow of the eternal night lamp from a distance. "Have you completed your task?" Mei Qing inquired. Wang Luo shook his head. "Not yet, but I believe there should be no major issues. Once this is resolved, I shall take you to meet your sister." Upon hearing this, Mei Qing's face visibly brightened with joy. "Thank you, my lord." Wang Luo raised a hand to forestall her gratitude. "Do not be in haste to thank me. Your sister has promised me that both of you will owe me 20 years of service." Mei Qing was taken aback. Chapter 44. The lynx's last wish. Upon seeing her bewildered expression, Wang Luo clarified. Your sister has agreed to let me save you in exchange for 20 years of free labor from both of you. Once the task is completed, we shall part ways. Mei Qing's face reflected disbelief. My sister? Didn't she just hand you a piece of basic equipment? Wang Luo shot her a sharp glare, causing Mei Qing to instinctively shrink back. He then remarked, what is a piece of basic equipment to me? I wouldn't even consider it, especially for such a perilous undertaking where my life might be at stake. Do you truly believe a mere piece of basic equipment can buy your life? Mei Qing fell silent, having realized that the armor binding her was indeed intermediate grade. A wave of despair washed over her, leaving her with a vacant expression. Wang Luo pretended not to notice, instead listening intently to the sounds of battle between the radiant lynx and the earth dragon. The black mist significantly diminished the monster's perception. Otherwise, the radiant lynx would surely sense their presence from this distance. To serve you, does that require offering my body? After a considerable pause, Mei Qing mustered the courage to inquire. Wang Luo glanced at her. What are you thinking? Are succubi truly so desperate? Mei Qing's cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly waved her hands, stammering, and no. I am not desperate. I merely wish to ask you. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Wang Luo chuckled. You are overthinking it. I am not that kind of person, so rest assured. Upon hearing this, Mei Qing quietly exhaled in relief. Wang Luo, uninterested in further discourse, waited until the commotion subsided before cautiously approaching the location of the two monsters. Information prompts appeared. Dead earth dragon. No threat to you. You may acquire a considerable treasure. Near-death radiant lynx. You may attempt to provoke it, provided you possess sufficient survival skills. It still retains its final strike capability. Wang Luo's heart soared. It seemed highly likely that he would obtain valuable items from the earth dragon. The radiant lynx could also be a gamble worth taking. As he navigated through the fog, he soon came upon the lifeless form of the earth dragon, its massive body marred with gruesome wounds, blood still seeping from its flesh. Indeed, it was utterly deceased. Wang Luo approached and immediately opted to disassemble its corpse. Congratulations, player. You have obtained Level 4 Earth Attribute Crystal X1. Advanced Equipment Dragon Scale Armor X1. Dragon Meat X 700 units. Skill Card Stone Body X1. Stone Body. The user can actively release the skill Petrification, transforming their body into stone, significantly increasing defense while reducing agility for half an hour. During this time, one underground escape is permitted. Dragon Scale Armor. Armor forged from indestructible dragon scales. Defense 30. Agility -5. Active effect. Reflective damage. Activating this effect allows 30 of damage received within half an hour to be reflected back to the source. What splendid treasures! Wang Luo rejoiced internally, though they were of little use to him at present. His equipment was geared towards stealth and assassination. He could hardly don this armor and stand there to take hits, relying solely on reflective damage. Such a notion was impractical. Nevertheless, it remained an excellent piece of equipment. If he could not utilize it, he could bestow it upon Long Ing or reserve it for a future reward for loyal subjects once his territory expanded. Similarly, the stone body skill was of no use to him, so he stored it away for later. The vast dragon's body was disassembled into portions of dragon meat, which Wang Luo collected into his storage. The lean meat and dragon tendons would serve him well, while the fatty portions could be traded for profit. Having completed these tasks, Wang Luo turned his attention to the near-death radiant lynx, noting that it still possessed the capability for one last attack. He assessed his survival skills, realizing he only had one ability, Shadow Cloak, which offered a mere 7 seconds of protection. Unsure if that would suffice, Wang Luo decided to shed his shadow armor and don the dragon scale armor instead. At once, a weighty sensation enveloped him, without sufficient physical attributes. He could hardly bear its heft. Wang Luo made his way towards the lair of the radiant lynx. Before he even glimpsed the creature, a high-pitched wail echoed through the air, tinged with unmistakable weakness. The radiant lynx did not confront him directly, further affirming Wang Luo's suspicion that it was merely posturing. Ignoring the sound, he pressed onward. Soon, he traversed through the black mist and beheld a dark, foreboding cave. Illuminating the area with his evernight lamp, he discovered the lynx. Its once lustrous coat was now matted and dull, stained with flecks of blood. Cautiously, he approached, noticing a small, bundled shape nestled in the depths of the cave, surrounded by licorice. It appeared to be a young lynx. The radiant lynx watched Wang Luo warily, ceasing its growls and instead baring its teeth in a threatening manner. Wang Luo advanced with caution, spotting a grievous wound on the lynx's abdomen, evidently inflicted by the earth dragon. Oddly, with each step he took closer, the lynx continued to snarl, but refrained from attacking. He initially assumed he was still outside its optimal attack range, yet even when he was but a step away, it maintained its stance. Sensing something amiss, Wang Luo extended his hand, attempting to stroke the lynx. It emitted a low growl and abruptly turned its head. Startled, Wang Luo stumbled back a few paces, eyeing it warily. The lynx appeared taken aback as it regarded him before lying down once more. Now it was Wang Luo's turn to be perplexed. He observed the radiant lynx gazing longingly at the small lynx, its eyes brimming with a sense of yearning. A flicker of understanding dawned upon Wang Luo. He approached the cave's depths and gently lifted the small lynx, placing it beside the radiant one. The radiant lynx nuzzled its young, emitting a soft, tender sound. It then nudged the small lynx in Wang Luo's direction. Wang Luo cradled the tiny creature, stroking it gently. And only then did the radiant lynx finally close its eyes in peace. Before long, the information prompt shifted. Dead radiant lynx, no threat to you. You may acquire a wealth of treasures from it. Wang Luo chose to disassemble it. Although this action felt somewhat heartless, the radiant lynx's final gesture stirred something within him. Yet, he remained clear-headed, unwilling to forsake the bountiful rewards dropped by a level 4 creature due to a fleeting emotional impulse. The lynx's act of entrusting its young was a desperate gambit. It had no assurance of defeating Wang Luo. Even if it succeeded, it would perish, and the young one, still blind, could not survive alone. It was better to take a chance, hoping this human would care for its offspring. Fortunately, it had won that gamble. Having claimed the spoils, Wang Luo would certainly not neglect the small lynx. After all, it was a radiant lynx, and once grown, its power would be formidable. Chapter 45. The Fountain of Life in the Spiritual Fields. Congratulations, player. You have received a light attribute crystal 1. For 1, lynx meat 100 units. Skill card 1. Blinding. This skill consumes light elements to unleash a dazzling effect that obscures the enemy's vision for an extended period. The higher the skill level, the less energy it consumes and the more potent its effects. The radiant lynx did not drop any equipment but instead yielded a skill card. The blinding skill belongs to the category of crowd control abilities and is exceptionally powerful. At present, it seems that only Mei Qing is suited for this skill card. Yet Wang Luo decided to keep it for now. Although the two succubi sisters have pledged to serve him for 20 years, their loyalty remains somewhat uncertain. He resolved to bestow it upon her once her allegiance is wholly assured. He certainly does not wish for a day when the skills he acquires might inadvertently affect him. He left the lynx's meat behind, for food was abundantly available, a final courtesy he extended to the radiant lynx. Shattering the cave, he obscured its entrance with rubble. Wang Luo cradled the small lynx and returned to Mei Qing's side. What is this? Mei Qing inquired curiously, gazing at the little creature in his arms, her fingers itching to caress it. Observing her delight, Wang Luo handed the small lynx over to her. Take care of it. This lynx is a creature of light, and it suits you perfectly. Really? Thank you, my lord. Mei Qing exclaimed, her face alight with joy, gently stroking the small lynx, which seemed to sense her familiar aura and nestled closer to her. All right, the matter is settled. Let us return, Wang Luo called, leading Mei Qing back to the safe house as he utilized the teleportation stone to return to the villa. Upon his arrival, dawn had barely broken, and the villa was enveloped in silence. The others had yet to rise. Only Mei Yu sat in the living room, having awaited Wang Luo's return for the better part of the night. The moment he appeared, she gazed at him with eager anticipation. Wang Luo, not one to keep her in suspense, promptly stated, "Your sister is no longer in danger. Please wait a moment while I invite her over. You shall soon reunite." Upon hearing this, Mei Yu sighed in relief and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Wang Luo waved dismissively. He was exhausted after a night of travel. After inviting Mei Qing over, he stifled a yawn and said, "You two may stay here for now. Arrangements will be made for your accommodation." Without waiting for their reactions, he ascended the stairs to rest, leaving the two sisters to embrace, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Though they had established contact, the encroaching black mist had prevented them from meeting face to face. Once their emotions settled, Mei Yu promptly asked, "Sister, did he mistreat you?" Mei Qing, taken aback and slightly bashful, replied, "No, sister, rest assured, the Lord is a good person." With this, Mei Yu felt a profound sense of relief, her gratitude towards Wang Luo growing deeper. Wang Luo slumbered soundly until the afternoon. Descending to the first floor, he found the living room dim and vacant. He wandered into the kitchen, where remnants of warm rice and stewed meat awaited him. His heart warmed at the sight. After finishing the meal, he patted his belly, comfortably lounging on the sofa, reluctant to move. As dusk descended, the sounds of lively chatter filled the courtyard. Wang Luo, listening to the vibrant atmosphere, felt a surge of contentment. Qi Ling entered the villa and immediately spotted Wang Luo reclining on the sofa. "My lord, have you eaten?" she inquired with concern. "I have. No need to worry. Did you see the two young ladies today?" Upon hearing this, Qi Ling recalled the two succubi she had seen in the living room earlier that morning. Nodding, she said, "Yes, I saw them. Since you were still resting, I took the liberty of arranging for them to stay in the cook's quarters, as there were no rooms available in the villa. They accompanied the cooks on an exploration today. Are they new recruits?" Wang Luo nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, they are newly recruited civilians. This arrangement is acceptable." Qi Ling sighed in relief, her demeanor relaxing. "You seem worried about something," Wang Luo remarked, intrigued by her unusual reaction. A touch of embarrassment crossed Qi Ling's face as she replied, "Those two young ladies are succubi. Succubi are quite favored by men. So I feared the Lord might feel displeased with my decision." Wang Luo chuckled softly, feigning seriousness as he playfully tapped her forehead. "Is this truly the image I project in your mind?" Rubbing her slightly reddened forehead, Qi Ling quickly retorted, "Of course not. In my eyes, you are the best lord. The finest person." Wang Luo blushed at the compliment, clearing his throat. "Well, I appreciate it. No need for flattery. Resume your duties." Qi Ling obediently acknowledged him and departed. Barely had she left when Qian Shinkai arrived. "My lord, I have filtered another batch of individuals whose strengths are commendable. They could serve as candidates for our exploration team." Qian Shinkai reported. "The exploration team. Indeed, we cannot rely solely on the cooks for exploration. However, our territory does not require such a large number of personnel at this time. We should wait until the safe house has been upgraded before arranging an exploration team. Let us consider them as potential candidates for the future," Wang Luo responded. Qian Shinkai nodded in agreement. After addressing these matters, Wang Luo proceeded to the courtyard to inspect the growth of the seeds. With the cook's assistance, the villa's menial tasks had significantly diminished. At the very least, in addition to preparing meals, they now also tended to the two spiritual fields. The chili peppers and potatoes had begun to bear fruit, and soon they would be ready for harvest. As for the cabbage seeds, Wang Luo planned to plant them all following the harvest of the chili peppers and potatoes. The strength fruit trees and Sichuan pepper trees had also grown to over half a meter tall. Wang Luo rose and glanced at the fountain of life beside the spiritual fields. Ever since Jiangmu fell into slumber, a small bucket had been placed beneath the fountain to collect the water. The bucket was nearly full, yet the spring continued to flow, occasionally splashing over into the nearby spiritual field. The crops in that area grew more rapidly than those farther from the fountain. Wang Luo approached, carefully pouring a small amount of spring water over the spiritual field. Instantly, the crops began to grow at a visibly accelerated rate, quickly surpassing their neighboring plants. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before him. Accelerated growth spiritual field, capable of cultivating all plants, with a growth cycle accelerated tenfold. Upgrade progress 0.01 compared to before. This initial level growth spiritual field had gained an upgrade progress. Chapter 46. The end of the novice period. A flicker of inspiration ignited within Wang Luo as he utilized some spring water to nourish the spiritual field once more. The progress of his upgrade reached 0.02. Indeed, the spring water proved beneficial for nurturing the spiritual field, yet at this rate, even with 3 doses daily, it would take over 10 days to achieve an upgrade. He pondered the potential effects of evolving into a mid-level life spiritual field. Would the growth rate increase further? Perhaps the crops might even undergo a transformation, such as watermelons evolving into watermelon throwers. Amused by this thought, he called the kitchen staff to instruct them to water the spiritual field with spring water every evening. Although they did not fully comprehend the Lord's reasoning, the kitchen staff confidently assured him they would fulfill the task. Wang Luo nodded in satisfaction, glancing at Mei Yu and Mei Qing, who also nodded earnestly. After a moment's reflection, he addressed them, stating, "I have you working, not for such tasks. Since you are attuned to the elements of light and darkness, you must strive to grow stronger. Should my territory face an attack in the future, it is your duty to protect it." His candid words eased the tension of the two sisters, who had been uncertain of his intentions. After all, living under someone else's roof left them vulnerable to his whims. With his straightforward declaration, their fears dissipated. "Rest assured, my lord, we shall endeavor to repay your kindness." They responded in unison. Wang Luo regarded them thoughtfully, hinting, "It seems the lilies are about to bloom." Noticing their bewildered expressions, he waved his hand and retreated to the villa. The kitchen staff had prepared dinner, and he partook of a modest meal. Afterward, he summoned Long Ying, clearing his throat. "Long Ying, you have been here for some time, yet I have not seen you present any dragon saliva." Long Ying widened her eyes. "Dragon saliva is only produced once a day. How could I accumulate it so quickly?" "I see. Are all dragons capable of producing dragon saliva?" Wang Luo inquired, contemplating the prospect of raising more dragons if that were the case. Long Ying rolled her eyes. "How could that be? The conditions for producing dragon saliva require the dragon to be of age, which takes at least a century." Understanding dawned upon Wang Luo, and he suddenly froze. "Heavens, I want to live to see Xiaoyan reach maturity, will I? I still intend to become a dragon knight." "Ah, Long Ying, is there a faster way for dragons to mature?" After some thought, Long Ying replied, "Naturally. Consuming food rich in pure energy can expedite growth, but it will compromise the quality of the saliva." With pride swelling in her chest, she declared, "My dragon saliva is of the highest quality in our race." Wang Luo was momentarily dazzled by her exuberance. "Well, your ball handling skills are quite impressive," he complimented. "What ball handling? I don't understand your ramblings." "My dragon saliva is the finest quality, do you not know?" "Understood. So it's simply a matter of living for 100 years, correct?" Wang Luo smirked, provoking Long Ying to nearly lose her temper. "You're the old one. I am the youngest and most beautiful female dragon. If it weren't for being trapped in this cursed place, suitors would fill the skies." She retorted angrily before turning away and ignoring him. Wang Luo chose not to dwell on the temper of the young dragon, and upon returning to the third floor, he entered the alchemical furnace room. After retrieving the 300 pieces of glass, he returned to his chamber. Lying on his bed, he accessed the regional channel, which buzzed with its usual vibrancy. As he perused the latest messages, one caught his attention, an entry from a player named Hussein. "I found a dungeon key that will only appear after the novice period." The mention of a dungeon evoked thoughts of substantial rewards. "Huda, can you take me along when you enter the dungeon?" "How shameless of you. What makes you think you deserve to join Huda in the dungeon? I can sing, dance, rap, and play basketball. I can cheer for Huda." "What nonsense. I can't even comprehend you." "Of course not. You're not from Blue Star. How could you understand? This is the romance of Blue Star people." The player's despair was palpable even through the screen as he lamented, "Help. It feels like a spell controlling my body. My shoulders are moving involuntarily." Wang Luo chuckled at the absurdity of it all. Yet soon, his attention returned to the name Hussein, which struck a familiar chord. He murmured to himself, suddenly recalling something and quickly checking the personal power rankings. Just below his name was Hussein. With commendable strength, Wang Luo furrowed his brow. He wondered if the key led to the same dungeon. If so, a conflict over the first kill might arise. Regardless, he resolved, that first kill must be his. Days passed in this manner, with Wang Luo exploring daily, occasionally accompanied by Brother Hua. Qian Shunkai managed the trade of the items they gathered, while Qi Ling and Long Ying attended to the villa's chores and the care of the spiritual field. After several days of growth, they harvested the peppers and potatoes, and the cabbage seeds were sown. The spiritual field, nourished by spring water, exhibited accelerated growth. The food stored within the villa was now sufficient to sustain everyone for a month. Wang Luo reclined on his bed, examining the materials required for upgrading the villa. Level 3 Lord's Safe House. A beautifully crafted stone and wood villa, which cannot be upgraded until you have sufficient inhabitants. Upgrade requirements. Light attribute crystals 990-1000. Wood 7932 5000. Stone 109-45 20,000. Fur 274-1500, copper or 34-52,000, iron or 42-35 3,000, glass 300-100, inhabitants 1250. Notably, the 4-level light attribute crystals dropped by the radiant links had been decomposed into 1,000 first-level light attribute crystals, providing an instant surplus of materials for constructing the villa and defensive light towers. Crystal exchange ratio 1:10. Second level can be exchanged for 10 first level, and so forth. Currently, only the fur, stone, and inhabitants were lacking. That night marked the conclusion of the rankings and the end of the novice period. After dinner, Wang Luo lay down, quietly awaiting the rewards from the conclusion of the novice period and the ranking assessment. As time passed, the game panel reached midnight, and a golden announcement appeared in the regional channel. The novice period has ended. Congratulations to all players for surviving. Each player is entitled to receive a system reward of 2,000 units of wood and 4,000 units of stone. Furthermore, in each region, one player distinguished by an S rating will be granted an additional reward from the system. Chapter 47. The Queen of the Insectoid, Regional Rating. S-Class Player, Wang Luo. Rewards have been credited to your personal warehouse. Please check. Leaderboard finalized. Rewards have been dispatched to personal warehouses. Future rankings will be global, with rewards distributed monthly. The novice phase has concluded. Safe houses are no longer secure. Players must fortify their safe houses to withstand the impending monster onslaught. Additionally, the daily gift of beginner treasure chests will cease. The game interface has been enhanced. The global chat channel is now open. New dungeon feature added. Dungeons will be accessible in 1 month. New map feature added. New competitive features introduced. A cascade of golden announcements filled the screen, each lingering for a full 10 minutes. By the time the system notifications finally ceased, it was already 1 in the morning. Nevertheless, messages in the regional channel continued to refresh at a rapid pace, while the global channel surged with a flurry of activity. Wang Luo examined the S-rated rewards, which comprised a set of intermediate gear. Phoenix Armor Set, all attributes 5. Fire Resistance 50. He found it inferior to his current Shadow Robe and felt a tinge of disappointment. While this reward would undoubtedly be a treasure for players just emerging from the novice phase, it seemed somewhat superfluous for him. With a resigned sigh, he stored the set in his warehouse and proceeded to review the other rewards. Among them were 3 pieces of intermediate equipment and 4 high-grade treasure chests, alongside 1 intermediate chest. He had secured the top spot in 3 leaderboards, thus earning such a bounty. The absence of additional rewards for topping all 3 leaderboards was understandable. Given that while each region had at least 1 S-rated novice, it was improbable for 3 leaderboards to each feature a top contender from every region. Upon collecting his rewards, Wang Luo turned his attention to the updates on the game panel. Notably, a new map module had been added, which bore a striking resemblance to the Black Fog map he had previously acquired. The familiar names of Holy Light City and Star Moon City appeared once more. Finding little of novelty, he then opened the global chat channel. From the elven clan of the Yake continent, I am Yake Lise. I require some bread and milk stew. You're Yake Lise. I am Huang Dia. Huang Dia? I do not know you. My kin all bear the surname Yake. Needless to say, I do not know you either. Oh Houchin, I declare you. You are my light. My son. Messages flashed by in rapid succession, leaving Wang Luo somewhat bewildered. He noticed a search icon in the lower right corner and decided to type in the word wood. Instantly, a plethora of trading posts for wood materialized. This feature proved to be quite convenient. Surprised, he attempted to search for his own name and was met with a considerable number of results. Wang Luo is far superior to you disgusting insects. What does being first in the leaderboard even mean? Wang Luo is the champion of 3 leaderboards. As he skimmed through the posts, it appeared that a dispute had erupted between players and the insectoids, escalating into a debate over which race was superior. The insectoids boasted of their queen's prowess, while the humans extolled Wang Luo's achievements. The exchange was trivial, yet it caused Wang Luo to furrow his brow. Such behavior only invited trouble. Currently, he found it wise to refrain from involvement. Supporting the humans would only exacerbate tensions, while backing the insectoids would be foolish. After all, Wang Luo was human and naturally leaned towards his own kind. With a resigned sigh, he closed the game panel. Indeed, fame often breeds conflict. Choosing to dismiss the matter, he lay down and succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Wang Luo awoke and checked the leaderboard rankings, as this was a global listing with a larger pool of participants. His dominance across 3 leaderboards had dwindled to just the top spot in the personal equipment category. Remarkably, he still held the top 3 positions in that category. However, the other leaderboards were now filled with unfamiliar names. Even if he was not first, his personal strength and safe house rankings remained within the top 10. Only the influence ranking was notably low, lingering outside the top 100 due to the scant number of inhabitants in his territory. The leading faction belonged to the Insectoid Queen, who commanded a safe house known as the Insect Nest. While her safe house might not rank highly, she had successfully recruited a significant number of insectoid players, elevating her to the top of the influence leaderboard. Just as he was about to scrutinize the leaderboard further, he was interrupted by a commotion emanating from downstairs. Typically, the cook would prepare breakfast and then return to her quarters, allowing the others to wait for Wang Luo to eat. However, today, the noise was relentless, particularly from Long Ying, whose loud voice brimmed with indignation. How dare a mere insectoid, the most despised of races, brazenly shout before the majestic and noble dragon race? I simply cannot tolerate this. Wang Luo then heard the soothing voice of Qi Ling attempting to calm her down. Let us not be swayed by these provocations. We should wait for Lord Wang Luo to awaken before addressing this. Humph. Even with insects insulting you, you're still sleeping. Long Ying's temper had lessened. Yet she still spoke with irritation. What is happening? Wang Luo descended the stairs, regarding Long Ying with a calm gaze. Long Ying huffed. Look at the global channel. Those repulsive insects are clamoring to defeat you, claiming their queen is the strongest. In my opinion, what kind of queen? Just a nondescript insect. Wang Luo chose not to engage, feeling a heaviness in his heart. He opened the global channel and, upon searching, discovered a brief message from the insectoid queen named Vilya. The honor of the insectoid race is inviolable. Beneath her proclamation, a flurry of insectoid supporters echoed their allegiance, shouting praises for the queen and urging Wang Luo to concede. Wang Luo couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. The phrase was so cringeworthy it made him want to dig his toes into the ground in embarrassment. Reminiscent of a youth caught in a phase of melodrama. At 26 years of age, he had long surpassed such follies. Are you still able to laugh? They are openly insulting you. Long Ying seethed, her frustration palpable. Wang Luo, perplexed, replied, the messages are predominantly insults directed at me, yet no one is targeting you. Why are you so agitated? At his words, Long Ying paused, her anger momentarily stifled, only to flare up again moments later. I am defending you. What do you think I'm angry about? You are my lord. If you are insulted, it reflects poorly on me as well. Long Ying was nearly beside herself with rage, as if she could swallow him whole. Wang Luo quickly raised his hands in placation. All right, I understand. Don't worry. I'll capture those arrogant insects and make them minors. Upon hearing this, Long Ying's anger subsided somewhat, though she remained too miffed to engage further. Turning on her heel and marching back upstairs. Beside her, Qi Ling approached and inquired, Lord Wang Luo, how do you intend to handle this situation? Chapter 48. Where is the pearl? Wang Luo pondered for a moment and remarked, if this insect queen is indeed a creature of the black mist, then I shall not show any mercy in eliminating her. However, to speak truthfully, this insect queen, like us, is merely a player. She has only been a bit arrogant in the channel and has not committed any heinous acts. It would be better to capture her, give her a good beating, and then have her serve as a laborer for a few years. Upon hearing this, Qi Ling smiled gently and said, my lord is truly benevolent. Wang Luo chuckled. His principles did not permit him to kill indiscriminately. The bald man with a green face and sharp teeth had initially harbored murderous intent towards him, which was why Wang Luo retaliated. In the end, he did not strike the final blow, and he was uncertain whether that man was dead or alive now. In any case, it was no longer of concern to Wang Luo. After some contemplation, he sought out the insect queen and sent her a message. Would you care to compete on the arena? The loser shall serve the victor as a laborer for a few years. In truth, had the insect queen chosen not to interfere personally, Wang Luo would have turned a blind eye to the insect faction's provocations. After sending the message, he closed the panel and, as per his usual habit, ascended to the second floor to check on Jiang Mu's condition. Upon reaching her door, Wang Luo pushed it open without a second thought. In the days he had checked on her, there had been no signs of awakening, so today he did not use the information prompt to assess the room. However, as soon as he entered, he sensed something was amiss. Jiang Mu was not in the copper coffin. His heart raced as he realized something was wrong. Almost instantly, he vanished into the shadows. A soft sound escaped Jiang Mu's lips as she reached out, confusedly scanning her surroundings. 2 seconds later, Wang Luo reappeared on the opposite side of the room. He made no attempt to flee, fully aware that escape was futile. Jiang Mu looked at him, her gaze now devoid of the previous confusion and naivete, replaced instead with calmness. Where's the pearl? Jiang Mu asked nonchalantly. Wang Luo gritted his teeth and retrieved the translucent, pale green pearl from his storage, the very source of energy she required. As she reached out to take it, he swiftly retracted it back into his storage. What will you do once you have the pearl? Despite the turmoil in his heart, Wang Luo feigned composure. Well, I suppose I shall kill you. Jiang Mu replied frankly. After all, you have toyed with me like a child for such a long time. It's quite shameful when I think about it. Wang Luo retorted coldly. Even without me, anyone could have mocked you in that state upon your awakening. At least I provided you with shelter. Indeed, that saved your life. I shall not kill you. Hand over the pearl, and you will serve as my loyal dog. I shall spare your life, Jiang Mu said with a sudden mischievous smile. Hearing her promise not to kill him, Wang Luo felt a wave of relief. As for her suggestion to become her dog, he dismissed it as nonsense. Give you the pearl, and you leave. Although I have taken your pearl, I have also sheltered you for this long. We are even. Why leave? Jiang Mu asked, tilting her head in curiosity. This place is quite nice. I intend to stay here. Wang Luo was taken aback, looking at her in confusion. Jiang Mu pretended not to notice his expression and impatiently urged, Hurry and give me the pearl. I am the king of the zombie clan. Would I deceive you? Wang Luo clenched his teeth and tossed her the pearl. Whether I stick my neck out or withdraw, if this creature proves untrustworthy, I shall have to accept my fate. Fortunately, after swallowing the pearl, Jiang Mu merely cast him a fleeting glance before exiting the room and descending the stairs. Once her figure disappeared, Wang Luo let out a deep sigh, his back drenched in sweat. Do not relax too soon, Jiang Mu's voice echoed, calm yet tinged with an undeniable authority. While I shall refrain from troubling you, you must diligently seek out those crystals for me. The higher the quality, the better. I need them to restore my powers, and they are absolutely essential. Wang Luo was taken aback, not by the crystals, but by her words. She had not yet regained her full strength. The power he could not fathom was not her complete capability. Wang Luo inhaled sharply. After a considerable pause, he finally left the room and descended the stairs. The meal was prepared, and the table was filled with people awaiting Wang Luo to begin. He feigned nonchalance as he sat down, glancing at Jiang Mu among the crowd. Let us eat, he said, producing several crystals for her, as usual. Jiang Mu sat quietly at the table, accepting the crystals and crunching them with her usual vigor. Qi Ling, seated beside her, suddenly remarked in surprise, My lord, Jiang Mu seems a bit warmer today. She curiously examined Jiang Mu's arm, which, though pale, now possessed a healthy, rosy hue, unlike the previous lifelessness. Wang Luo's heart skipped a beat. Qi Ling's comments were overly intrusive. Had it been before, he might not have minded, but since learning that Jiang Mu had regained consciousness, his perspective had drastically shifted. He no longer viewed her as an innocent child, but as a formidable entity of unknown power. Fearing that Jiang Mu might become angry at this unchanged dynamic, he was relieved when she did not react, instead casting him a sidelong glance that seemed to caution him against speaking out of turn. Understanding her warning, Wang Luo turned away and focused on his meal. After finishing her crystals, Jiang Mu surprisingly asked Qi Ling, Could you please serve me a bowl of rice? Qi Ling paused, rising to fulfill her request. Jiang Mu took the chopsticks and began to eat. Jiang Mu, can you consume these? Qi Ling inquired with curiosity. Why not? Jiang Mu countered. And no, that's not what I meant. I just thought since you only ate those stones, you couldn't have these foods. Had I known you could, I would have instructed the kitchen to prepare more. Qi Ling stammered, feeling something was off but unable to articulate it. I couldn't eat them before, but now I can. Just prepare more in the future, Jiang Mu replied with a smile. Of course, Qi Ling was puzzled by Jiang Mu's change. Yet she felt pleased to see her speaking more than usual and showing less of her former cold demeanor. After the meal, no one noticed anything unusual about Jiang Mu. They merely felt she had become more relatable. Once Jiang Mu had fully regained her consciousness, she only sought the pearl and refrained from any other actions, which, in turn, relieved Wang Luo. However, he did not dare to let his guard down. Wang Luo remained vigilant, and as several days passed, observing her behavior as unchanged and noting that she did not engage in any other activities, he gradually began to relax his caution. Meanwhile, the insect queen, whom he had messaged days prior, finally responded. Chapter 49, The Little Sister Bug Queen. Wang Luo, I do not mind your impudence, as long as you obediently submit to my insect tribe. Otherwise, you shall pay dearly for your arrogant words. The Bug Queen proclaimed this, tagging Wang Luo in the World Channel. Upon reading her message, a peculiar thought crossed Wang Luo's mind. This Bug Queen resembled a mischievous little girl. And while ordinary individuals in this perilous world shrouded in darkness sought ways to enhance their strength for survival, why did she appear as if she had not fully awakened her intellect? Despite his confusion, Wang Luo was disinclined to dally in lengthy discourse with her. He promptly sent a message in the World Channel. Let us ascend the competition platform. The loser will serve as the other's laborer for 5 years. No more needless chatter. The Bug Queen, evidently monitoring his messages closely, quickly replied, "Very well. Since you are so oblivious to your fate, I shall oblige you. Just remember, when you wish to beg for mercy, do not blame me for lacking compassion." Wang Luo immediately opened the competition module, inputting the Bug Queen's name. With the wager set for the loser to serve as the other and Oppos, laborer for 5 years. Upon clicking and Oppos, invite, and Oppos, the Bug Queen confirmed the duel would take place in 2 days. Wang Luo paid little mind to the timing. He was eager to discern who had bestowed upon her the audacity to challenge him, especially considering her lackluster standing in both personal strength and equipment rankings, far beyond the top 100. After finalizing the competition details, Wang Luo did not dwell on the matter. Instead, he remained on high alert, having yet to open the reward chests he had received. Retrieving 4 advanced chests and 1 intermediate chest from his warehouse, he wasted no time in opening them all at once. Advanced Life Potion. Consuming this will allow even the dead to cling to life. The King of Hell may call you at midnight, yet it dares to grant you 30 years more. Advanced Defensive Wall. When placed around a safe house, it can withstand monsters of level 5 or lower. It is also known by the affectionate nickname Sleeping Wall. Intermediate Cultivation Liquid. A miraculous potion that can be used on pets or plants to promote rapid growth without side effects. Teleportation Stone, X1, Village Card. Once used, the safe house transforms into a village safe house, with the user becoming the village chief. Players who join this safe house will automatically become farmers, losing their game interface. Thus, all 4 advanced chests and 1 intermediate chest had been opened. Wang Luo regarded the items with a nod of approval. The advanced defensive wall was always a necessity, applicable in every scenario except when a superior wall was acquired. He still possessed a blueprint for constructing an iron thorn wall. However, it was assuredly less robust than this advanced defensive wall. He promptly installed it around his safe house. And instantly, a 10-meter-tall, half-meter-thick silvery steel wall enveloped the sanctuary. Coupled with the intermediate defensive shield, the security was maximized. As for the advanced life potion, an essential life-saving item, Wang Luo stored it alongside the teleportation stone in his warehouse. Although the intermediate chest yielded a cultivation liquid that could be used on pets, which boasted no side effects, he preferred not to administer it to Xiaoyan. Instead, he had resolved to utilize it to hasten the growth of the power fruit trees in his spiritual field. On the table remained a black card, designated as the village's special safe house card. Its effects were commendable, yet it paled in comparison to his lord card. Not to mention, the loss of the game interface rendered it incomparable. However, the ability to absorb players as farmers intrigued Wang Luo. After all, as a lord, how could there be no farmers in his domain? In truth, if he wished, he could negotiate with Qi Ling to expel her from the territory and then give her the village card, allowing her to manage the absorption of farmers for his benefit. However, Qi Ling was his first loyal subject, and her loyalty was the only one at full capacity. Thus, he hesitated to cast her aside. He could not place his trust in the others. Wang Luo stored the village card away for the time being. Having completed these tasks, he descended to the yard and poured the entire intermediate cultivation liquid onto the power fruit tree. As the liquid permeated the spiritual field, the tree began to grow at an astonishing rate. The once diminutive sapling transformed into a thick trunk over 2 meters tall, sprouting numerous branches and lush leaves, with even a few small fruits visible among the verdant foliage. Wang Luo beheld this scene with satisfaction. Noticing a few drops of cultivation liquid remaining in the bottle, he rinsed it with life spring water and poured it onto the prickly ash tree. The tree, already on the verge of maturity, was now laden with green prickly ash. It appeared he would be able to harvest soon. Having accomplished all this, he checked the upgrade progress of the spiritual field. Accelerated growth spiritual field, capable of cultivating all plants, with a growth cycle accelerated by 10-fold. Upgrade progress, 9501. In just 2 days, the life spiritual field would be ready for an upgrade. At that point, the growth cycle would hasten once more, ensuring that food would never be in short supply in his territory. With ample sustenance, he could recruit more subjects, leading to the upgrade of the safe house to level 4. As for the furs, Wang Luo had already listed some unused beginner equipment and other items on the trading platform to exchange for furs. Once the food supply was sufficient and he had enough materials for upgrading the safe house, he would proceed to elevate it to level 4. Returning to the villa, he encountered Qian Shankai, who, upon seeing him, hurriedly exclaimed, "My lord, the equipment you entrusted to me for trading recently has drawn inquiries regarding their prices. And a buyer is interested." Wang Luo was taken aback, surprised. Who was so affluent? Not long ago, he had sorted through a batch of unused equipment and instructed Qian Shenkai to trade them. Yet, even basic equipment was rare, let alone the more precious intermediate gear. Even for Qian Shenkai, selling these items was no simple task. It was not due to poor quality, but rather the opposite. Their high quality deterred potential buyers. Quality goods meant the trading materials could not incur a loss, thus narrowing the field of interested parties. The remaining individuals had the means to purchase. But even that was limited. Trading a single item without incurring a burden was quite difficult, as Wang Luo's selected gear, though no longer useful to him, still held undeniable value. Initially, Wang Luo had not harbored high hopes for trading these items, yet unexpectedly, a buyer had emerged. It was an unfamiliar individual. I checked carefully, and their name does not appear on the list. I even cautioned them that these items are quite expensive, yet they insisted on proceeding with the transaction. So I came to consult you on how to proceed. Chapter 50, Maru Spicy. Listening to Qian Shingsai's words, Wang Luo waved his hand decisively. Why not trade? As long as what he offers is worth this piece of equipment, let the trade commence. Understood, my lord, Qian Shinkai replied. Opening the game interface to negotiate with the individual, Wang Luo leaned in to observe. The person was interested in a bracelet awarded by the system, capable of slowing down enemies' movement speed 3 times within a day. This bracelet was more suited for ranged attackers and held little significance for Wang Luo, so he readily allowed Qian Shinkai to list it on the trading platform. Even if it was somewhat useless, it was still a piece of intermediate equipment. The other party hoped to exchange it for materials and monster crystals. Qian Shinkai glanced at Wang Luo for confirmation, who nodded in agreement. Qian Shinkai then responded, "No problem. What materials and monster crystals do you possess?" Soon, the reply came. "I have plenty of stone, wood, and fur, but the crystals are scarce, with only 500 remaining." Wang Luo's eyes widened in surprise. This was a significant client. After all his efforts, even including the crystals fed to Jiangmu, he had yet to accumulate 500. Ask him how much fur he has, Wang Luo instructed. Qian Shinkai complied, only to find there were just over 700 pieces. Without hesitation, Wang Luo declared, "Acquire all his fur and crystals, then negotiate further to see how much stone we can obtain." The individual seemed quite eager, clearly fixated on obtaining the bracelet. Given this, they should be able to secure a substantial amount of stone. "Rest assured, my lord, I will negotiate for more materials," Qian Shinkai assured him. Wang Luo patted him on the shoulder. "Well done. Our territory needs talents like you." Qian Shinkai smiled. "Thank you, my lord." Wang Luo said nothing more and turned to ascend the stairs. 2 days swiftly passed, leaving only a few hours until the appointed time with the queen of the insect tribe. Wang Luo initially guided the cooks to elevate the spiritual fields to intermediate level with great effort. Intermediate spiritual field, growth cycle accelerated by 20 times. The food produced is more delicious and nutritious. Upgradable 001. Next, he led everyone to harvest the ripe peppercorns. As for the fruit of the strength fruit tree, although they had grown considerably, they remained green and required a few more days to mature. Having completed these tasks, Wang Luo began to inspect his equipment, the advanced shadow cloak, the fluttering shadow dagger, and the Death's cross. He also equipped the Flame Warden's medal. While other medals were effective only against monsters or within the black mist, the Flame Warden's medal granted a constant 100 resistance to fire attributes, regardless of the situation. Although it was unlikely that the insect queen possessed fire attributes, wearing it posed no disadvantage. After a hearty meal, Wang Luo patiently awaited the arrival of the designated time. As the clock in the game interface reached its appointed hour, he transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. Upon reopening his eyes, Wang Luo found himself standing on a silver-white platform with a diameter of 100 meters, surrounded by a shimmering silver light curtain. He examined himself and found no missing items. Evidently, there were no restrictions on equipment or potions. Raising his gaze, he spotted a girl of about 15 or 16 years standing on the opposite side of the platform, eyeing him warily. Could she truly be the female imp? Wang Luo observed her clad in a tight leather outfit, with some purple markings adorning her exposed skin, and her purple hair fluttering in the breeze. Were it not for the pair of wings behind her, she would resemble a rebellious girl from Blue Star. "Are you Wang Luo?" The female imp exclaimed loudly. And you are the so-called insect queen? Wang Luo retorted, mimicking her tone. Upon hearing this, the girl nodded proudly. Now that you understand fear, hurry and admit your mistakes before me. Before she could finish her sentence, Wang Luo suddenly dashed towards her. His speed was so swift that she felt as if he had halved the distance in the blink of an eye. Wait, that's cheating, the insect queen exclaimed, quickly flapping her wings to ascend, swiftly creating distance between them. However, her ascent only reached 5 meters above the ground, beyond which it seemed she was restricted. Seeing Wang Luo persistently pursuing, even leaping high to grasp her, the insect queen panicked and aimed a bracelet on her wrist at him. The bracelet glowed with a dark light, and Wang Luo felt a slight restriction, causing his speed to involuntarily diminish. No. Wang Luo gazed in astonishment at the bracelet in the insect queen's possession, a mix of confusion and disbelief painting his expression. Seeing his reaction, the insect queen assumed he was frightened and smugly declared, "Huh, afraid are we? Let me tell you, this equipment was obtained from a level 4 monster. Level 4. Do you understand what that means? You should be terrified. Stop struggling. Surrender, and you may serve as my laborer for 5 years. And I will appoint you as the insect tribe's squad leader." Wang Luo looked at her with bemusement, sensing the restriction on his abilities lifting. Without hesitation, he charged at her once more. The insect queen swiftly dodged, a black beam striking Wang Luo again, slowing him down once more. Floating in midair, the insect queen secretly sighed in relief and then bravely proclaimed, "Did you see? This equipment can be used indefinitely. As long as I wish. You will remain under my control. You should just surrender. Perhaps I might even make you the captain." Wang Luo found it amusing but stifled a laugh. "Insect queen, I do not believe your claim of infinite usage. Only if you use it again will I be convinced." Hearing this, the insect queen hesitated. The bracelet had only one use left to slow him down, and if she failed to intimidate him, she would be in serious trouble. It was all those foolish clan members and Appos' fault for provoking him. Though she was number 1 on the leaderboard, there were distinctions among rankings. Moreover, Wang Luo not only topped the personal equipment list, but also ranked among the top 10 in pure strength. How could her clan, which only valued quantity over quality, possibly compete with Wang Luo head-on? As she thought of the older members of her tribe who secretly coveted the title of insect queen due to her youth, her frustration deepened. If she truly lost and was captured as a laborer, those old coots would surely revel in her misfortune. "Hey, what are you thinking? I am about to break free from this restriction," Wang Luo casually reminded her. The insect queen snapped back to reality, and without time to consider, she unleashed another black beam. "Huh, now you see the power of my equipment. Hurry and surrender," she bluffed bravely. Yet Wang Luo remained unfazed, an air of amusement on his face. As if sensing her uncertainty, he kindly advised, "By the way, I forgot to mention, that bracelet was sold by one of my people." The insect queen's heart sank ominously. Maru Spicy. Chapter 51. Capturing the Little Gangster. Upon hearing his words, the insect queen felt as if the sky had fallen upon her. Wang Luo observed her incredulous expression, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. "I was under the impression you were formidable, yet it turns out you resorted to covertly purchasing equipment, even at my expense. By the way, who bestowed upon you the audacity to boast in the world channel?" Wang Luo was genuinely intrigued. At that moment, the black light that had constrained her abilities dissipated. He flexed his wrist and gazed at the hovering insect queen, asking, "Will you descend voluntarily, or shall I apprehend you?" With lifeless eyes, the insect queen, resembling a toy that had been broken, flapped her wings and gracefully landed on the ground. At this juncture, Wang Luo was no longer in a hurry. He circled around her, exclaiming, "TSK, TSK, TSK, what a peculiar appearance you have. You truly resemble a little gangster." The insect queen, oblivious to the term little gangster, watched him circle her, her gaze akin to that of a master observing her servant, filled with an urge to compel the latter to labor. The more she pondered, the more fear enveloped her, and with a quiver of her lips, she was on the verge of tears. Wang Luo, quick-witted, covered her mouth, saying, "No crying." With her mouth covered, she was unable to weep, which only intensified her feelings of grievance, and large droplets of tears cascaded down her face onto Wang Luo's hand. Although he muffled her mouth, he could not shield her eyes. Reluctantly, he released his grip. The insect queen, instead of crying, looked at him with a sniffle, asking, "What do you want?" Wang Luo shrugged his shoulders, replying, "Naturally, we must adhere to the rules. You shall serve as my laborer for a few years, and then I will release you. As previously agreed, the insect queen fidgeted with her fingers, murmuring, I cannot return with you. That is not for you to decide, nor for me. The rules dictate that once the competition concludes, you must come to my domain along with the safe house and obediently serve as labor, Wang Luo stated, a smile curling on his lips as he shattered her final hope. The insect queen stubbornly retorted, regardless, I cannot return with you. Otherwise, I would betray my father. Wang Luo, intrigued, inquired, how does your father come into play? Did he not consent to your participation in this wager? That is not the case. The insect queen exclaimed, wiping her tears. If my father were still alive, he would never allow you to bully me like this. I have not bullied you. You must not speak falsely. Wang Luo hastily clarified. However, you initially provoked me in the world channel, compelling me to retaliate. The insect queen fell silent for a moment before finally stating, I was merely compelled by circumstances. Wang Luo regarded her without a word. The insect queen continued, when we were drawn into this world, my people were together. Yet most were transported to another realm, leaving only a few behind. My father and I were fortunate to remain in the same area. In his quest to find me, he traversed through the dark mist, and upon our reunion, a monster ambushed him. Just before he perished, he entrusted me with a card, the insect nest card. He instructed me to unite our kin, and in his absence, I would assume the role of the insect queen. Initially, the clan members were obedient, but as time passed, several elders grew discontent with a mere girl leading the insect clan, hoping I would voluntarily step down. I refused, as it was my father's dying wish. Unable to act against me, they incited others to create disturbances in the channel. They perceived you as the most formidable, thus provoking you, forcing me into a duel. If I were to lose, I would have to relinquish my position. Wang Luo now comprehended the situation. It was no wonder this little gangster had resorted to threats and intimidation in an attempt to dissuade him. Nevertheless, it was futile, according to the rules. She must return with him. I have no choice, he declared with a shrug. Summoning her courage, the insect queen proposed, what if you concede, return with me, and I shall bestow upon you the title of the most esteemed among the insect clan? You may do as you please, and I shall not interfere. Absolutely not. Wang Luo firmly rejected her offer. What nonsense! I have a splendid villa. Why would I wish to share space with a horde of insects? The insect queen, taken aback by his refusal, lowered her head in silence, appearing quite pitiful. Wang Luo scratched his head, contemplating her demeanor, and decided against being overly forceful. How about this? You accompany me back, and I shall handle those arrogant insects for you. After all, as my laborer, you will be considered one of my own. After a few years, I will release you to resume your reign as queen. What do you think? Wang Luo proposed a compromise. The insect queen pondered for a moment and then looked up at him, stating, my name is Yu. This signified her acceptance of Wang Luo's suggestion. Wonderful. From now on, I shall refer to you as Yu, he replied with a smile. Yu nodded silently. Soon, a notification from the system appeared before them. Wang Luo versus the insect queen. Result, Wang Luo wins. As per the prior agreement, the insect queen will serve as Wang Luo's laborer for 5 years. In a flash, they vanished from the location. Wang Luo opened his eyes to find himself in the living room of his villa, immediately receiving a message from the system. Detected that the player has acquired a laborer with a special safe house. The current laborer's faction is now entirely under the player's domain. The special safe house cannot be disassembled and will temporarily merge with the player's safe house for a duration of 5 years. He glanced at the panel, noting that the number of his subjects had risen to 96, indicating that a Yu's faction comprised over 80 players. Goodness, Wang Luo thought, unable to suppress his astonishment. Before he could examine further, Qi Ling hurriedly entered the villa. My lord, you must come outside and see. Something has appeared in the courtyard. Feeling a sense of foreboding, Wang Luo followed her outside, where beside the chef's quarters stood a peculiar structure. A Yu and a multitude of various insect kin stood in the courtyard, watching Wang Luo with a hint of shyness. Wang Luo surveyed the so-called insect nest safe house. It was relatively small, resembling a caterpillar with only a head agape. The open mouth led underground, where the main safe house resided, occupying no space on the surface. Is this your safe house? Wang Luo inquired, glancing curiously at Yu, who nodded, her cheeks flushed. After all, in comparison to his own safe house, hers was only impressive due to its sheer number of occupants, who currently belonged to Wang Luo. Very nice, Wang Luo remarked. He then turned to the assembled insect kin, addressing a you. Did you not mention being pressured by the insects? Who are they? Point them out, and I shall take care of them for you. Chapter 52. Call me King. Au was taken aback and quickly gestured to explain. The tribespeople were not present here, as they had not joined her faction. These were merely her supporters. Wang Luo nodded in understanding. It was likely that those individuals would not appear here. Having agreed to ally with the Yu, they would rely on her for survival. So how could they possibly pressure her? Since that is the case, you and your tribespeople should remain here peacefully. When you encounter those individuals, I shall handle them for you, Wang Luo assured her. He then shifted the topic. However, for now, you all must diligently attend to your tasks. Yu silently nodded, as this was indeed what had been previously agreed upon. Wang Luo continued, these are your tribespeople. You know them better than anyone, and they are more inclined to heed your guidance. Please organize them into teams for me. They can venture out to gather resources just as they did before. Upon hearing this, Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She wished for nothing more than a tranquil existence, fearing that Wang Luo might compel them to hunt formidable monsters, which could result in the loss of many lives among her kin. Such an outcome was unacceptable to her. By the way, do you have enough food? Wang Luo inquired. Yu nodded, replying, we have sufficient provisions. Otherwise, how could I have traded so many materials for mid-tier bracelets? Wang Luo contemplated her words and then said, from now on, you shall dine with me. Yu was momentarily taken aback, but silently nodded in agreement. Having settled Yu and her tribespeople, Wang Luo turned to address the insectoid beings. Everyone, resume your activities. Do not worry. You are merely transitioning to a new environment where no one will bully you or your queen. The insectoid beings exchanged glances before expressing their gratitude. Thank you, great lord. Yu observed him with a complex expression. His words not only comforted the insectoid beings, but also afforded her the dignity of a queen in front of her people. Yet, she felt a twinge of grievance. Ever since her father's death, no one had shown her such concern. After ensuring Yu and her tribespeople were settled, Wang Luo returned to the villa. He glanced at the world channel and noted, as expected, that no insectoid creatures were stirring trouble there. After a moment's thought, he sent a message. I have taken note of those who sought to provoke trouble in the channel. It is your fortune if you do not encounter me. Should you cross paths with me, you shall face dire consequences. Once this message was dispatched, the name Wang Luo became etched in the minds of the players lurking in the black mist. Not merely for his words, but also because he dominated 2 of the top 4 leaderboards. Indeed, after absorbing a US faction, his populace soared to a staggering 96. Claiming the top position, there was no need to elaborate on his personal gear, as his name adorned the top 3 slots. Even his lord's safe haven ranked second on the safety house leaderboard, while the first was held by a player named Qin Baiyu, whose special safety house was the War God Safe House. The name alone conveyed an air of superiority. And this Qin Baiyu also ranked among the top 3 in individual strength. Wang Luo, however, found himself in the 8th position. Not wishing to dwell on these matters, he reminded Qian Shenkai that in future transactions, they must not engage in trade with the insectoid creatures before setting it aside. The previous days had been consumed by matters concerning Jiangmu, preventing him from exploring the outside world. The resources he had acquired were solely thanks to Brother Hua and the cooks. Tomorrow, he would venture forth. The fire attribute monster crystals were dwindling, and he needed to gather more stone and hides. As he pondered, he noticed Jiangmu lounging idly on the sofa in the living room. He approached and sat beside her. Jiangmu cast him a fleeting glance before turning away. Would you like to join me in exploring tomorrow? Wang Luo ventured to break the silence. You seem quite bold, daring to enlist this king as your muscle? Jiangmu remarked with interest, as this was the first time Wang Luo had initiated a conversation with her in several days. Wang Luo chuckled awkwardly. How could that be? It's merely that with you by my side, I would feel safer. Call me king, Jiangmu replied lazily. My name is not something you can utter casually. Look at how adorable little Au is. Wang Luo internally scoffed, but maintained a compliant demeanor. King. Very well. It is just a title after all. To be frank, even if I assist you, it would only be through my physical prowess. Some powers cannot be utilized without drawing attention from certain individuals. You may have noticed that before I became fully aware, I primarily relied on my physical strength to vanquish monsters. Jiangmu expressed satisfaction with his address and, in a good mood, continued chatting. That is inconsequential. Physical strength is more than sufficient. Wang Luo compared her physical strength to that of an earth dragon and felt confident that Jiang Mu could easily dispatch one with a single hand. Since you do not mind, I, too, wish to see the outside world. We shall go tomorrow. Jiang Mu acquiesced, and Wang Luo let out a sigh of relief. With the novice period concluded, the number of monsters in the Black Mist would certainly increase. He had already encountered formidable level 4 monsters during the novice period, and he could only wonder what awaited him now. With Jiang Mu as company, his safety would significantly improve. The following morning, Wang Luo and Jiang Mu entered the Black Mist together. Meanwhile, in another safe house within the Black Mist, Baiyu, although our faction possesses formidable individual strength, our equipment is woefully inadequate. It takes 5 of us to bring down a single level 4 monster. Shouldn't we consider upgrading our gear? A woman in her mid-20s remarked, gazing at Qin Baiyu, who occupied the main seat. Qin Baiyu furrowed her brow. Indeed, upgrading our equipment is urgent, but we cannot gather the necessary resources in a short period. Another woman interjected, Baiyu, our current equipment is all crafted from what we've hunted, but there are other means of acquisition. We can purchase new gear. Qin Baiyu paused. What do you mean? The woman nodded. Currently, we have amassed quite a few valuable items from our hunts, which should be enough for each of us to acquire a decent set of equipment. That player, Wang Luo, who was making waves in the World Channel, we could negotiate with him. Seek out a man. Qin Baiyu's brow tightened with a hint of distaste. Baiyu, if you are unwilling, I shall approach him instead. Our game interface is of no use lying idle. A woman beside her hastily suggested. No, I shall handle it. Qin Baiyu replied gravely, though her distaste remained. After all, someone who has ascended to the top of 4 leaderboards is certainly not to be trifled with. If we do not accord him the respect he deserves, he may not readily agree to trade. Chapter 53. The reason behind Jiang Mu and Appo's as presence upon entering the Black Mist. Wang Luo and Jiang Mu pressed onward, with Wang Luo taking the lead while Jiang Mu trailed behind. Holding the eternal night lamp, Wang Luo navigated the murky surroundings, occasionally altering his course. You seem to possess a peculiar ability to foresee danger, Jiang Mu remarked suddenly, her expression tinged with curiosity. Wang Luo halted momentarily, not turning to face her as he questioned, what makes you say that? Every time we encounter a monster, you conveniently change direction, almost as if you have a premonition. Jiang Mu observed, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. Wang Luo chuckled lightly. What if it's merely my intuition? That could very well be, Jiang Mu conceded readily. Noticing Wang Luo's puzzled glance, Jiang Mu suddenly laughed softly. In that fleeting moment, I contemplated twisting your head off, but since you didn't foresee it, I shall take your word for it. A shiver coursed through Wang Luo as he felt a cold sweat break out, soaking his clothing. He remained silent, offering only a dry chuckle in response. Jiang Mu, observing his tense posture, smiled silently. What are you afraid of? Now that I've voiced it, I won't act upon it. Wang Luo remained mute. Before long, they encountered their first fire attribute monster since entering the Black Mist. Level 3 Fiery Lion, a fire attribute creature, renowned for its exceptional strength and speed among level 3 monsters. With your prowess, you can easily vanquish it. Without hesitation, Wang Luo charged forward. The Fiery Lion, sensing an intruder in its territory, became instantly alert. It lunged at Wang Luo, its paws adorned with 4 glinting steel claws, its fiery red fur flickering with flames. It appeared formidable, yet it was of little consequence. Wang Luo and Appo's figure flickered, moving even faster than the beast. He slashed at its underbelly with the shadow dagger. The Fiery Lion unable to evade in mid-leap, suffering a direct hit. With a painful roar, the Fiery Lion released a spray of blood, rolling into a ball as it trembled. Seizing the moment, Wang Luo thrust the dagger toward its eye. The Fiery Lion roared in fury, white mist escaping its mouth as it exhaled flames. Wang Luo's heart raced. They were now mere inches apart, and there was no time to evade. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield himself from the flames, expecting excruciating burns, but instead felt a warm sensation enveloping his hand. Perplexed, he gazed at his palm, now encased in flames. Just then, the Fiery Lion roared again, and Wang Luo, without a moment's thought, sliced its throat, extinguishing its life. As the flames on his hand gradually dissipated, he found himself completely unscathed. Just as confusion washed over him, he remembered the phoenix medal he had worn during yesterday's competition with Yu, the source of his 100 fire resistance. Relieved, he murmured to himself, almost forgetting that crucial detail. Squatting down, He skillfully dismantled the fiery lion, acquiring its pelt, a level 3 fire crystal, and 200 kilograms of lion meat, which he promptly traded for profit. "That crystal is mine," Jiang Mu interjected. Wang Luo glanced at her, shook his head, and reluctantly handed over a level 4 earth crystal from the earth dragon, which she accepted with delight. After dispatching the fiery lion, they resumed their journey deeper into the black mist. Besides the fiery lion, Wang Luo deemed the remaining monsters unworthy of his attention, opting instead to bypass them. Along the way, they stumbled upon a fire essence mine, and considering the alchemical furnace, Wang Luo paused to collect several hundred units. As evening approached unnoticed, Wang Luo sought a safe spot to rest. He constructed a rudimentary grill and began roasting a pork chop. "Make one for me as well," Jiang Mu requested. Wang Luo glanced at her. In the firelight, her skin appeared delicate and radiant. "Weren't you a zombie?" he asked as he prepared a piece for her, curiosity piqued. Since Jiang Mu had mentioned that he lacked foresight, his apprehension had lessened. After all, if she truly wished to kill him, he would stand no chance of resistance. It was better to relax and savor each moment than to live in constant dread. Jiang Mu rolled her eyes. "You know nothing. The zombie clan only exhibits zombie traits when gravely wounded and in slumber. As long as I continuously absorb energy, I will gradually recover." Wang Luo regarded her thoughtfully. "So, you are human now? With a heart that no longer beats, and with your meager energy intake, who knows when I will fully regain my human characteristics? Then why not leave and seek out resources to restore your strength instead of lingering here?" Wang Luo replied, exasperated. "You've grown quite bold, haven't you? Address me as your majesty," Jiang Mu retorted, her pupils turning a menacing green. "Your majesty," Wang Luo quickly amended, though he had grown less fearful of her. He had no desire to court death. Jiang Mu then redirected her attention to the roasting meat. "You seem rather intriguing. Your strength has surged remarkably in just a month. I cannot utilize my abilities at present, lest I attract unwanted attention. I must rely on you to enhance your strength, so that you may hunt more formidable monsters and procure more crystals, enabling me to recover swiftly." "So you're saying you still depend on me for the time being?" Wang Luo inquired. "No," Jiang Mu replied with a smile. "What I mean is that you need not worry. I have no intention of killing you casually. However, you must obey me, for otherwise, eliminating you is hardly a concern." Wang Luo smirked, inwardly relieved. "The pork chop is ready." He sprinkled salt over the meat and offered a piece to Jiang Mu, stating, "As long as you don't contemplate killing me, your presence here poses no issue. On the contrary, I shall feel more secure with a powerful ally at my side. Remember, I am your king, not your enforcer." She took small bites of the pork chop, chuckling coldly. Feigning ignorance, Wang Luo finished his meal, reclined sideways, and opened the game panel to review the day and Oppo's information. In the area channel, with the conclusion of the novice period and the absence of daily treasure chests, many had to venture out, resulting in untimely demise. Conversely, those who had proactively explored from the outset had suffered minimal casualties. Of course, complaints were not in short supply. Post-novice period, the number of monsters has increased, leading to more injuries. I still haven't healed from my previous wounds, and now I've acquired new ones. I finally managed to obtain a life potion after enduring countless injuries. And just when I thought it was the worst of times, I had to use it today after my abdomen was sliced open. You all fared well. Without daily treasure chests, I've run out of food today, ventured out, found nothing, and lost an arm. Chapter 54. The deal with Qin Baiyu. Wang Luo observed the messages in the regional channel, which were predominantly complaints about the increased number of monsters leading to a shortage of potions. A thought struck him, and he instantly recognized a business opportunity. Possessing a spring of life, he could extract 3 liters of life water daily, which served as the primary ingredient for life potions. Even if the effect were slightly diminished, those in need of healing would not be overly concerned. A single life potion contained merely 50 milliliters. This meant he could produce 60 potions each day. If he were to trade these with others, the profits would be substantial. A potion for a second-level crystal wouldn't be too expensive, would it? For those unable to afford it, he could dilute the spring water and sell it for a crystal per potion. Selling would be no trouble at all. The more Wang Luo contemplated, the more promising he found this venture, and he resolved to discuss it with Qian Shinkai upon his return. Professionals should handle their respective trades. After solidifying his decision, Wang Luo perused other information. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed someone adding him as a friend. Upon clicking to check, he saw it was a person named Qin Baiyu. His name struck a chord with Wang Luo, evoking a sense of familiarity. After a moment of reflection, he quickly recalled that Qin Baiyu was the top player in the safe house and ranked third in individual strength. Why would she want to add me? As he pondered this, he accepted the friend request. The other party seemed to be waiting, as a message soon arrived. Is this Wang Luo? Would you be interested in a trade? Trade? Wang Luo was momentarily bewildered but inquired, what kind of trade? You must possess quite an array of equipment to hold the top 3 positions on the equipment leaderboard. I would like to negotiate a trade for some of your gear, and we can discuss the price. Wang Luo fell into contemplation upon reading this message. He did indeed have a fair amount of equipment, most of which he had traded to Qian Shengkai, yet he felt those items were rather subpar. Would someone of Qin Baiyu's caliber even be interested? Rubbing his head, he requested Qian Shengkai to compile a list of equipment and then forwarded it to Qin Baiyu. After a brief wait, Qin Baiyu responded, "Is this all you have?" Wang Luo thought to himself, as he anticipated, these mediocre items could hardly catch the eye of someone ranked third in individual strength. He replied, "This is all I have." Indeed, these items are somewhat lacking. I still have use for the others, so I won't trade them. After sending this message, Wang Luo assumed the deal was off and proceeded to close the game panel, preparing to sleep. Meanwhile, Qin Baiyu stared at his response, her striking face clouded with confusion. These items lacking? What would she call the basic equipment they possessed? Trash? Gritting her teeth, she sent a message back. No matter. We will take all these subpar items. After a long wait without a reply, Qin Baiyu took a deep breath and closed the game panel. The next morning, Wang Luo awoke and, still a bit groggy, saw the message. He initially thought he had misread it, confirming twice before slowly believing it. They wanted the subpar equipment. How inferior must their gear be? He posed the question, although we have hunted many monsters, we primarily exchanged our spoils for potions. And the drop rates for these monsters are pitiful. So far, I've only managed to gather 3 pieces of intermediate equipment, Qin Baiyu explained. Wang Luo's understanding dawned upon him. It became clear that, in his solo hunts, he had rarely sustained injuries, and, with his stock of potions and an item crit talent, he hadn't perceived the drop rates as low. Thus, he mistakenly believed those items were inferior, when in truth, they were quite valuable in the eyes of others. Shaking his head, Wang Luo decided he need not dwell on whether the items were subpar. As long as he could exchange them for useful goods, he was satisfied. The trade is acceptable. What will you offer in exchange? Wang Luo inquired. 1 piece of intermediate equipment for 5 third-level crystals, 100 kilograms of food, and 10 pieces of fur. How does that sound? Wang Luo found Qin Baiyu's offer quite sincere and nodded in agreement. That works, but I don't need food. Let's exchange it for fur instead. Qin Baiyu consented. Wang Luo traded all the intermediate equipment from Qian Shengkai to her, retaining only a few pieces of basic gear. Qin Baiyu, in return, sent over 50 third-level crystals and 200 pieces of fur, with the additional 700 pieces contributed by Iu. His fur stockpile now reached 1,200. As for why Iu required over 700 pieces of fur for 1 intermediate item, while Qin Baiyu only required 200 for 10, the answer lay in the crystals. Iu's over 500 crystals were all first level, whereas Qin Baiyu offered 50 third-level crystals. Converted to first-level crystals, that amounted to 5,000. After completing the trade, Wang Luo casually mentioned, "By the way, you mentioned needing potions. I will have a batch available for trade soon. If you're interested, I can save some for you." "No need." Qin Baiyu firmly declined. Trading equipment had already made her uneasy, and she had no desire for further dealings with him. Others have potions too. Wang Luo was taken aback by her swift refusal, staring blankly for a moment before replying, "All right." Before he could send the message, Qin Baiyu had already removed him from her friends list. A surge of indignation welled up within Wang Luo. He was no pushover. With a cold chuckle, he chose to remain silent, but he certainly took note of the incident. Closing the game panel, he quickly consumed some jerky and commenced his explorations for the day. In truth, among the crystals Qin Baiyu traded, there were only a few fire attribute crystals, as they were essential materials for lighting the lamps. He still needed to collect more and should gather enough fur as well. Ideally, he wanted to return and upgrade the safe house to level 4. He also inquired about Huazi, who had gathered a substantial amount of stone recently, with just over 1,000 stones remaining. With this thought, Wang Luo's enthusiasm surged. For the next few days, he and Jiang Mu hunted monsters in the black mist, effortlessly dispatching first-level monsters and easily defeating third-level ones. However, They had yet to encounter any 4th-level monsters. Should they come across one, without Jiang Mu's assistance, Wang Luo knew he would be unable to prevail. Finally, on the 5th day, he managed to gather the last 300 pieces of fur, along with a significant number of fire attribute crystals. Once he had collected enough, Wang Luo hurried back. However, the distance he had traversed over the past few days meant that even at full speed, it took him a full 2 days to return. At last, on the 8th day after leaving the villa to explore the Black Mist, Wang Luo returned to his safe house. The first thing he did upon returning to the villa was replenish the fire attribute crystals in the lamps of his companions. At this rate, he would surely be overwhelmed. Looking at the few remaining fire attribute crystals after refilling the lamps, he pondered. If it weren't for Huazi's lamp, which he had filled after slaying a few monsters himself, there would have been none left at all. Once he upgraded to a level 4 safe house, he would need to recruit a skilled team dedicated to hunting monsters. Chapter 55. Tears of the Water Dragon Matron. The immediate priority is to upgrade the safety house to level 4. With the stone materials traded by Brother Hua, Wang Luo assessed the resources in the warehouse, and he found them to be sufficient. Level 3 Lord S Safety House. A splendid villa made of stone and wood. It cannot be upgraded until you have enough subjects. Upgrade requirements. Light attribute crystals 990-1000, wood 9932 5000, stone 22-475 20000, fur 1504 1500, copper or 34 52000, iron or 4235 3000, glass 300 100, subjects 9650. Do you wish to upgrade? Wang Luo promptly selected and oppose. Yes, and oppose. Instantly, a vast quantity of stone and wood disintegrated, floating in the air, ready to be utilized again in the construction of the safety house. The first alteration was the enhancement of the safety house's high-grade defensive walls. The surrounding black mist gradually receded, and the walls formed a perfect circle, expanding the area more than threefold. Subsequently, in the center of the walls, a semicircular fortress constructed of steel slowly took shape. From the outside, it was indiscernible how many layers this fortress possessed, the gray steel appearing remarkably sturdy. Numerous glass panes were embedded in the walls. Although sunlight could not penetrate the black mist, the glass allowed for ventilation. A faint white glow enveloped the fortress, emanating from a basic defensive light shield. Right behind this semicircular fortress lay the dormitory for the cooks, which had transformed from wooden structures into stone edifices, with the 4-person rooms now converted into cozy twin chambers. To the left of the fortress, rows of single-story buildings, also made of stone, were designated for the exploration subjects to reside. To the right, expansive open spaces were delineated by wooden fences, creating various plots of land. In the largest plot, 2 spirit fields rested quietly. A chicken coop, encircled by stone, completed the layout. Surrounding the safety house, several wooden watchtowers stood sentinel. Thus, the safety house was completed. Simultaneously, a system announcement echoed across the world channel. Congratulations to player Wang Luo for becoming the first player to upgrade to a level 4 safety house. Receiving a complimentary ultimate treasure chest 1 from the system. Upon the release of this news, the world chat exploded with excitement. Level 4? Is that a mistake? I've just reached level 3. Level 3? I'm still at level 2, you know? ISNT the Big Shot S safety house, supposed to be a special one? Shouldn't that make upgrades more challenging? No. Aren't you all interested in the ultimate treasure chest? I'm curious about what treasures it might yield. I hope the esteemed Wang Luo will show us what he unveils. 1. Observing the announcements in the chat, Wang Luo quickly examined the ultimate treasure chest in his warehouse. As expected, the first item in the warehouse grid was the resplendent ultimate treasure chest. The upgrade to the level 3 safety house had not granted him a reward, perhaps because someone else had beaten him to it. Wang Luo gazed at the chest, deep in thought. After a moment, he retrieved the gleaming ultimate treasure chest and chose to open it directly. Water circulation system machine. Once installed, it can automatically generate water resources using water attribute crystals. Water cloud iron, a high-grade ore capable of crafting advanced equipment. The water cloud armor. Water pearl, a mid-grade equipment, allowing the wearer to breathe freely underwater. Talent triggered, item critical hit. Water pearl has transformed into the Tears of the Water Dragon. Tears of the Water Dragon, a high-grade equipment, the last tear shed by the Water Dragon matron before her demise, granting a 30% increase to all attributes when worn underwater. An ultimate treasure chest unveiled 3 remarkable items. It even activated his item critical hit talent. Wang Luo examined the water circulation system machine, which resembled a gigantic ice blue orb. By investing water crystals, it could produce water resources. And a smile crept across Wang Luo's face. With this device, his territory would scarcely suffer from water scarcity. As for the tears of the water dragon, he had a premonition that this equipment would prove to be immensely beneficial in the future. After placing the tears of the water dragon into the warehouse, he suddenly noticed a special item slot had appeared in his personal inventory. Upon examining it, both the tears of the water dragon and the old pocket watch obtained from the cave creature were nestled within. This solidified Wang Luo's suspicions. The remaining water cloud iron was stored alongside the star iron he had acquired earlier. Once the safety house had been thoroughly upgraded, Wang Luo proceeded to inspect its blueprint. After reaching level 4, the safety house finally exhibited some semblance of territorial layout. Each area was distinctly marked, and every section included a communal bathing facility. Personal hygiene was paramount. Wang Luo nodded slightly. He certainly did not wish for his territory or subjects to be unpleasantly odorous. Having reviewed the general layout of the safety house, Wang Luo took the hand of the little girl, Chiluo, and entered the central semicircular fortress. The fortress was encased in dull gray steel walls, yet the interior was brilliantly lit. The floor was wooden, and hanging wooden lamps illuminated the space. The light from the lamps reminded Wang Luo of the 100 light attribute crystals among his building materials. The entire first-floor hall was divided into a living area and a dining zone. The sofas remained wooden but had been equipped with springs, making them more comfortable. "How beautiful!" Chiluo exclaimed, her excitement propelling her to dart around the living room. Seeing that she was unharmed, Wang Luo ascended to the second floor. The second floor retained the same number of rooms as before, but had expanded in size several-fold. After a brief inspection, he proceeded to the third floor, which, notably, was not the top level. Upon reaching the third floor, he found his own room and the chamber housing the alchemical furnace. Aside from the changes to the wall materials, everything else remained consistent. Wang Luo approached the staircase leading to the fourth floor. At the entrance to the fourth floor stood a massive iron door, which Wang Luo easily pushed open with his current physical prowess. Beyond the iron door lay two pools. One was square-shaped, resembling a swimming pool, but considerably larger. The other was small, akin to a fountain, with the spring of life bubbling beneath it, constantly issuing forth water. Wang Luo glanced up at the vast pool, noticing a large steel pipe overhead. Observing the circular groove at the end of the pipe, Wang Luo felt a sense of purpose and placed the water circulation system machine into the groove. It fit perfectly. Wang Luo was not the least bit surprised by this scene. Since the system's reward chest could yield such an item, it was only logical for it to be applicable to the safety house. Otherwise, the reward would lose its significance. The reward for his level 2 safety house had been the Lord's safety house card. It was likely that the level 3 safety house reward was also related to the construction of safety houses, though he was unaware of the specifics. Chapter 56. The Lord is a kind man. After gaining a general understanding of the level 4 safe house, Wang Luo retreated to his room to rest. The relentless journey had left him somewhat fatigued. Awakening in the evening, he found that Qi Ling and the others had just returned. Upon seeing the newly renovated safe house, they erupted in astonished exclamations. "Wow, this is incredibly impressive," Huazi exclaimed, marveling at the lookout tower, the spacious courtyard, and especially the central steel fortress. Wang Luo chuckled. "Once we gather more people, I shall arrange an exploration team for you, equipping each member thoroughly so that when they encounter monsters, they can eliminate them and gather resources directly. That's just too magnificent," Huazi declared, thumping his thigh in excitement. Meanwhile, the succubus sisters and Yu gazed at the level 4 safe house, their expressions filled with awe and envy. Mei Qing discreetly tugged at her sister and Appo's sleeve and whispered, "Sister, I think this place is quite wonderful. Every day we can explore, and the Lord doesn't impose any demands on us. The food and accommodations are far better than what we had. If possible, staying here indefinitely wouldn't be so bad." Though Mei Yu remained silent, she could not deny that her sister was correct. Compared to solitary exploration, being part of a group not only enhanced efficiency but also ensured greater safety. "We can discuss it later, sister," Mei Yu replied softly. On another note, Qi Ling smiled brightly upon seeing the Lord after several days, greeting him warmly. "Welcome home, my lord." Wang Luo grinned and gently patted her head. "Has anything significant happened in the safe house while I was away?" Qi Ling shook her head, No, my lord. However, the power fruit trees you planted have ripened, and I have already harvested the fruits, which are stored in the warehouse. I have also collected the life spring water from the past few days, and I will trade it to you shortly. Did you not use the life spring water to upgrade the spiritual fields? Wang Luo inquired, surprised. Qi Ling looked a bit shy as she explained. I noticed many people in the channel expressing a shortage of medicine, and I believe that given your character, my lord, you would prefer to exchange this water for more resources, so I saved it for now. Well done. Wang Luo was genuinely impressed. Qi Ling's keen intuition was something he had not anticipated. In contrast, Qin Baiyu seemed rather short-sighted. My lord, dinner is ready, the cooks reminded. All right, Wang Luo replied. Let us return for dinner. Once inside the fortress, Yu appeared somewhat reserved. It was her first time dining with everyone. Although Jiang Mu remained silent throughout. She always acted this way, while the others were warm and welcoming, causing Yu to gradually relax. After the meal, Yu stepped outside the villa, her gaze wandering aimlessly toward the sky, despite seeing nothing. What's wrong? Wang Luo asked, noticing her daze. It feels like everyone here is so friendly. Even though we are strangers, they are warm to me, unlike the coldness of the elders from the insect tribe, who are supposed to be my kin, Yu murmured. Wang Luo paused, then chuckled softly. They are merely showing you kindness because of my influence. Well, except for that girl with the pointed ears, she may genuinely care. Do you mean the girl who has been silent throughout? Yu nodded, recalling the only one who had not spoken to her. I'll tell you this, she doesn't regard my influence, hence her indifference towards you, others, and even myself. Just as your kin treat you well out of respect for your father, once he is no longer present, their kindness will inevitably wane. Yu looked at him, slightly puzzled. If that sister can gain benefits from you, why doesn't she listen to you? That delves into another aspect. She is stronger than I am, allowing her to disregard my opinions. Sometimes, I even find myself listening to her. Thus, only by becoming stronger can one compel others to seek your favor. Stronger than you? Just how powerful is she? Yu exclaimed in shock. Wang Luo shook his head, refraining from answering, and instead said, You will stay with me for 5 years. I will help you grow stronger. When the time comes for you to leave, you will be able to confront those who have bullied you. Leave this place. Yu recalled the lively scene from earlier. Although unsure of the sincerity of the others, she sensed that the girl with the pointed ears was truly genuine. We shall see when that time comes, she concluded, drifting toward the entrance of the insect den. Wang Luo shook his head and turned to find Qi Ling quietly standing at the door, watching him. As he faced her, she offered a gentle smile. My lord, after being away for so long, would you like to soak your feet? Wang Luo exhaled, rising with a smile at the corners of his mouth. Thank you. As they returned to the fortress, Huazi and Qian Shengkai had already departed, returning to their exploration team's quarters. And what of that little girl, Qi Luo? Wang Luo inquired. She has gone to bed, Qi Ling replied. Wang Luo nodded, suddenly asking, Has the world channel opened? Have you made contact with your kin from the elven tribe? Qi Ling and Apos. Expression dimmed at his words. No, our kin are already scarce. Perhaps they have long since vanished. Wang Luo fell silent, reflecting on her words. My lord is indeed a kind person, Qi Ling suddenly remarked. Wang Luo was taken aback, puzzled. What makes you say that? He himself did not consider himself particularly kind. After all, he had shown no mercy when first confronting monsters, treating the giant with no leniency either. Without my lord, my sister and I would likely have perished after just a few nights. And as for Mei Yu and Mei Qing, they too were saved by your hand. Qi Ling said softly. She knelt down, tenderly massaging Wang Luo and Apos' feet. He tensed briefly before gradually relaxing. The respect for you does not stem solely from your prowess, my lord, but rather from your kindness, which inspires others to exhibit kindness in return. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Qian are similar. I know my lord hails from the same place as them, and I find myself curious about your homeland. It must be a beautiful place. Wang Luo was momentarily stunned, observing Qi Ling, who was blushing and nervous as she focused on his feet. After a while, he lifted his foot, dried it, and put on his shoes. Gazing at Qi Ling earnestly, he said, You too have influenced me. It is due to your kindness that I have remained benevolent. Qi Ling smiled shyly, stepping back with her hands clasped, slightly bowing. I am honored to assist you, my lord. Chapter 57. The Sale of Life Spring Water. The following morning, Wang Luo awakened from his slumber. After a brief wash-up, he sought out Qian Shengkai. Old Qian, I have a task for you, he said. Qian Shunkai paused momentarily, then replied with a smile, "Please, my lord, go on. I have noticed in the chat channels that many are in dire need of medicinal supplies. I was contemplating whether we could trade the life spring water from our territory, which has healing properties." "Absolutely," Qian Shunkai exclaimed excitedly after a moment's thought. "My lord, medicines are always in demand. If we truly begin trading potions with other players, we shall not have to worry about resources for quite some time." Wang Luo nodded in satisfaction. "I entrust this matter to you. 50 milliliters of the spring water will constitute one portion, and a portion will be sold for 1 second-level crystal." "Understood, my lord. However, I will require a small favor from you regarding this trade." "Speak freely." "Since these potions are not system-generated life potions, many will doubt their efficacy once we begin trading them. It would be beneficial for you to stand as a witness," Qian Shunkai explained. Wang Luo pondered briefly before agreeing. This would also serve to promote their product. After their discussion, Wang Luo fashioned several elongated bottles of 50 milliliters using the alchemical furnace, gradually filling them with the life spring water collected by chilling. Life spring water. The life potion is primarily crafted from life spring water and possesses certain healing capabilities. Wang Luo glanced at the basic information before broadcasting it in the World Channel. "To all players in need of medicine, I have a batch of this life spring water. While it may not match the original life potions in effectiveness, it can still provide some assistance. Interested players may trade." Upon this announcement, a flurry of requests for medicine flooded the World Channel. The urgency for potions, coupled with the trust associated with Wang Luo's name, drove the demand. Though the life spring water was less potent than the life potions, it was also considerably more affordable. Furthermore, Wang Luo would not inflate prices due to scarcity. Thus, players were eager to make purchases. At this stage, most could afford to part with a second-level crystal. As requests for potions multiplied, Wang Luo promptly tagged Qian Shunkai. "Those wishing to procure potions may contact this trader, Qian Shunkai." After sending this message, Wang Luo exhaled with relief. "From now on, I will trade you 50 bottles of life spring water daily. We shall cease once we accumulate excess." With the growing population in the territory, he could no longer rely solely on his information alert talent to scout for dangers on behalf of the residents. Hence, it was prudent to keep 10 bottles of spring water on hand for emergencies. "Certainly, my lord. In fact, I believe that even if the prices of these potions were to increase slightly, there would still be buyers. No need for a price hike. The cost is already minimal. However, when trading, be cautious of the Zerg and the players from the Martial God Safe House. Should either group approach for transactions, simply inform me," Wang Luo advised. Qian Shunkai paused, recalling that the previous buyers of equipment were from the Martial God Safe House. He nodded thoughtfully. Wang Luo was unconcerned about Qian Shunkai and Appo's musings. He doubted that Qin Baiyu would be able to resist purchasing these reasonably priced potions. Her Martial God Safe House, much like his own Lord's Safe House, could retain player panels. But with the addition of the Martial God suffix for identification, it was easy to discern, should anyone from the Martial God Safe House seek to buy potions. Wang Luo would have an opportunity to confront Qin Baiyu. Once this matter was settled, Wang Luo continued, "Old Qian, didn't you mention a group of capable explorers a few days ago? I would like to meet them. If suitable, we can recruit them into our safe house." "Very well, my lord. I shall send you their information immediately." Wang Luo nodded slightly as Qian Shunkai acted swiftly. Before long, he received details on 10 players. Upon reviewing, he noted their impressive strength and respectable attribute points. Although they had not made the leaderboard, their abilities were sufficient for regular exploration. Wang Luo pondered. These players possess considerable strength. Even if they were to develop independently, they would manage. Why, then, do they wish to join us? "My lord, you may not be aware, but our current lifestyle surpasses the average by a significant margin," Qian Shunkai explained with a hint of pride and relief. Despite their prowess, these individuals hesitate to delve into the mists of darkness. With the end of the novice protection period, the monsters have become increasingly formidable, compelling them to scrape by on minimal sustenance, far from the abundance we enjoy. Moreover, having a strong and amiable lord is far preferable to solitary endeavors. Wang Luo chuckled to himself, discreetly assessing Qian Shunkai and Appo's loyalty, which had risen to 90. He felt reassured as Qian Shunkai continued. "Originally, there were 16 players in this group. 6 have perished, leaving only these 10. This illustrates how ruthless the environment can be." "Very well, I understand. You may proceed to recruit them. I shall provide my approval." and then you can arrange for them to explore alongside Hua Zai. Understood, my lord. Qian Shengkai replied with a slight bow before departing. Wang Luo settled onto the sofa in the lounge, exhaling deeply as he reviewed the materials required for upgrading the safe house. Level 4 Safe House, Iron Fortress. In this perilous realm of darkness, it serves as a remarkably secure refuge. It cannot be upgraded until you possess a sufficient quantity of materials. Upgrade requirements. Light Attribute Crystals 890-1000, Timber 4932 20,000, Stone 2475 50,000, Fur 4 5,000, Copper or 1455,000, Iron or 1235 10,000, Glass 200 1000, Obsidian 100 5000, Residence 96 300. As the safe house level increased, not only did the quantity of existing materials required grow, but a new material, obsidian, was also introduced. Wang Luo surveyed the materials necessary for the upgrade, realizing that enhancing the safe house would likely remain unfeasible in the near future. Nevertheless, he was not anxious. A level 4 safe house was currently more than adequate. After reviewing the upgrade requirements, Wang Luo navigated to the marketplace module within the game panel. This module had been available for some time, yet due to his limited crystals and the exorbitant prices of items, he had previously paid little attention. Now, with 53rd level crystals from trading with Qin Baiyu, he felt emboldened and began to peruse the marketplace for items he currently required. Chapter 58. Crisis Announcement. Wang Luo opened the marketplace, his eyes dazzled by the myriad of equipment and supplies. A single level 1 crystal could be exchanged for 1,000 loaves of bread, yet a piece of basic equipment required 100 level 1 crystals. A piece of intermediate gear demanded 1,000 level 1 crystals, equivalent to 10 level 3 crystals. This meant one would have to hunt down 10 level 3 monsters to acquire it. The prices were exorbitant. As he surveyed the items listed in the marketplace, he felt a chill of apprehension. Aside from these, there were other items such as teleport stones and skill cards. However, he did not come across any special safe house cards. After a brief browsing session, Wang Luo's gaze fell upon an intermediate piece of equipment. Twins magic wands, 2 staves possessing both light and dark attributes. Their combined use unleashes tremendous power. The moment he beheld this equipment, Wang Luo immediately thought of the Mei sisters, Mei Yu and Mei Qing. This item seemed tailor-made for them. He pondered for a moment before exiting the marketplace. Setting aside the fact that the sisters would eventually leave, even if he purchased it now, they would be unable to use it, as they lacked any magic to learn, and thus could not wield the staff. Perhaps in the future, if they chose to stay, he could acquire it for them. Wang Luo mused silently. In the following days, he explored and gathered resources alongside Huazi in the villa. The cabbages in the spirit field had matured, and after harvesting them, he planted potatoes and peppers. Qian Shengkai had also brought 10 players into the villa, and when Wang Luo took a moment to meet them, he found them to be exceptionally strong orcs. Each bore equipment acquired from their explorations, and Wang Luo surveyed the small team with satisfaction, noting how Huazi appeared like a little chick among them. Once he organized these orcs into an exploration team, Wang Luo discreetly entrusted Huazi with an intermediate piece of equipment. As the leader of the exploration team, Huazi needed to possess greater strength than the others to earn their respect. The latter clearly recognized this and accepted the equipment without hesitation. Fortunately, the loyalty of these orcs was quite high, mostly above 70. With the orc exploration team initially established, Wang Luo instructed Qian Shengkai to implement a reward and punishment mechanism based on territorial contributions. Upon reaching a certain contribution value, they could exchange it for equipment, weapons, or even special sustenance like strength fruits. The medicines had been flying off the shelves daily, with a single bottle selling for 2 level 1 crystals, and in 2 days, it would amount to 1 level 3 crystal. In addition to exchanging crystals, Wang Luo also advised Qian Shengkai to facilitate trades for special items like equipment blueprints and skill cards. While equipment blueprints were relatively common, skill cards were scarce. Typically, anyone who obtained a skill card would use it immediately to enhance their own strength and survival capabilities. Few, like Wang Luo, refrained from learning skills that did not suit them. That night, Wang Luo was enjoying a bath in his room. He had placed a level 2 water crystal into the water circulation system, ensuring that the safe house was adequately supplied with water. Observing the consumption rate, he noted that a single level 2 crystal could sustain the water supply for about a month. Thus, he indulged himself with a luxurious bath. adding a bit of dragon saliva he'd stored for several days. Naturally, he also requested Qi Ling and the other girls to take a bath in the water infused with dragon and Appos' saliva, if he were to grow stronger alone. Such a vast territory would be left without leadership should anything happen to him. Therefore, he needed to cultivate those he trusted, ensuring the stability of the territory. As the night deepened and the game panel indicated midnight, a golden announcement suddenly appeared on the World Channel. Dear players, the novice protection period has ended for 20 days. You must have adapted to survival in the Black Mist. 12 days from now, a fierce monster tide will assault your safe houses. Strive to survive. And those who perform exceptionally in this crisis will receive rewards alongside the leaderboard settlement. Upon the release of this message, it struck like thunder on a clear day, plunging the previously tranquil World Channel into chaos as messages flooded in. Wang Luo observed the announcement with a calm heart, filled more with anticipation for the promised rewards. His confidence stemmed from his strength. If a player of his caliber could not withstand this monster tide, then the fate of others would be dire. Moreover, he had a formidable asset within his safe house, Jiangmu. Even if she could not unleash her powers, crushing a level 5 monster with her bare hands should pose no significant challenge. After drying himself, Wang Luo lay on his bed and reopened the game panel. Noticing a message from Qian Shengkai, "My lord, the players are requesting that we provide more medicines daily to prepare for the impending crisis. I dared not make a decision on my own, thus I seek your guidance." "No, we shall maintain a fixed quantity," Wang Luo replied without hesitation. "It is already generous of us not to raise prices during this crisis, and besides, there are many people in our territory, so the demand for medicines will certainly be substantial." Qian Shengkai quickly responded, "Understood, my lord." After concluding their conversation, Wang Luo lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. He pondered how many lives would be lost during this monster tide. The presence of all races here gave him the impression of raising poison. Yet, it felt different, for there were also locals. The Moonlight City and Holy Light City within the Black Mist were home to original inhabitants. Shaking his head, Wang Luo chose not to dwell on such matters any longer. For now, he must strengthen himself, as only with power could he earn the right to comprehend these complexities. With such thoughts, he drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, as everyone gathered for breakfast, Wang Luo observed their serious expressions. He spoke gravely. "You all must have seen the system announcement. The monster tide will not arrive all at once. These creatures will gradually increase over the next 10 days, reaching their peak scale thereafter." Everyone turned to him, awaiting further instructions. "Huazi, lead the exploration team to gather as many fire attribute crystals as possible. Monsters are weakened in light." Wang Luo then glanced at Qi Ling and the others. "In the coming days, take more baths, not just to cleanse yourselves, but to enhance your strength with dragon saliva. You ensure that the elderly, weak, and women of the insect race remain safe within the safe house, while the others must defend it diligently." Wang Luo and Appos' voice was firm. Everyone nodded solemnly, indicating their understanding. After breakfast, the others hurriedly proceeded with their daily explorations and tasks. Wang Luo also prepared to take advantage of the increasing monster population in the Black Mist to hunt for more creatures and possibly acquire additional equipment. Just then, Qian Shengkai approached him. "My lord, I have been contacted by the people from the War God faction, seeking to purchase some medicines." Wang Luo paused in surprise. "The War God faction? Qin Baiyu and Appos' people?" A smile crept onto his lips. Chapter 59. The hellish three-headed lion informed her that if she seeks pharmaceuticals, she should have Qin Baiyu come to me. Wang Luo chuckled lightly. "Very well, my lord." Qian Shengkai nodded, sent a message to the people of the War God, and then departed. Wang Luo tidied up his belongings before leaving the villa and stepping into the Black Mist. This time, he did not venture far, exploring just 10 kilometers from the villa. As he had anticipated, the number of monsters within the Black Mist had indeed increased following the system announcement. Before long, a notification appeared before Wang Luo. Hellish three-headed lion, level 3 monster, guarding a high-level treasure chest, possessing wind, fire, and earth attribute attacks, exceptionally powerful. Upon reading this, Wang Luo paused, contemplating the feasibility of hunting this creature. This was the first multi-attribute monster he had encountered, placing it among the elite of level 3 monsters. Regardless, it remained a level 3 monster, and with Wang Luo's strength, he had no reason to fear it. However, the challenge of defeating it might prove somewhat daunting. The phrase exceptionally powerful in the notification was not to be taken lightly. Though Wang Luo could return to the safe house to summon Jiang Mu for an easy victory, he was loath to do so. Very well, let us give it a try. If I cannot defeat it, I shall simply flee. With a determined bite of his lip, Wang Luo equipped his Evernight lamp and brandished his shadow dagger, holding his breath as he stealthily approached the hellish three-headed lion. As the light gradually dispelled the black mist, he beheld the full form of the lion. Its entire body was pitch black, adorned with patterns resembling molten lava, and three massive lion heads with cold, piercing gazes locked onto Wang Luo. A sense of impending danger surged within him. He raised the shadow dagger to his chest, tensed his muscles, and charged at the lion. All three lion heads roared in unison. The leftmost head and imp, Appos' eyes suddenly ignited with light, and in the blink of an eye, the hellish three-headed lion swiftly retreated a step, then lunged at Wang Luo with astonishing speed. Its claws clashed with the shadow dagger, which vibrated violently but, fortunately, remained intact due to its resilient material. Wang Luo seized the momentum, darting towards the lion and imp, Appos' abdomen, and thrust the shadow dagger deep into its flesh. However, he was taken aback to discover a layer of hard stone armor encasing the lion and imp, Appos' belly. The dagger collided with the stone, creating a shower of sparks, ultimately leaving only white marks upon the armor. With his attack thwarted, Wang Luo quickly created distance, observing the creature from afar. The rightmost lion head emitted a burst of brown light, and soon, a thick layer of stone armor enveloped the hellish three-headed lion. The previously revealed stone armor on its abdomen was indeed its doing. With speed, defense, and offense, this creature was a true warrior. Yet, the more formidable it grew, the more exhilarated Wang Luo became. Gazing at the armored hellish three-headed lion, he noticed a silver treasure chest not far from it. The lion, evidently aware of Wang Luo and Appos' intent, let out a furious roar in an attempt to intimidate him. The leftmost wind attribute lion head and Appos' eyes glowed as its earth attribute armor vanished, replaced by a surge in speed. Almost simultaneously, Wang Luo dashed towards the treasure chest, the illumination from the Evernight lamp diminishing the hellish three-headed lion and imp, Appos' speed. Armed with his metal and equipment bonuses, Wang Luo managed to claim the treasure chest before the lion could reach him. Witnessing this, the three pairs of eyes of the lion turned blood red. Its jaw quivered with rage, and a deep growl emanated from its throat. The largest head's eyes flared with light, igniting the molten patterns across its body. Its mane transformed into flames, and the surrounding temperature soared as the lion stomped, causing the ground to crack open, spewing forth molten lava. The fissures extended toward Wang Luo, who narrowed his eyes and leapt backward. Flames erupted from the crevice beneath him. Wang Luo barely evaded the onslaught, only to feel a warm sensation beneath his feet. It was then he remembered that he still wore the Firewalker medal. The hellish three-headed lion, observing his unscathed form, appeared perplexed. With his anxiety eased, Wang Luo gripped the shadow dagger and charged forward once more. He activated his stealth skill. Under the lion's watchful gaze, he vanished from sight, leaving no trace of his presence. Suddenly, a gash appeared on the lion's back, tearing through flesh and causing blood to spurt forth. The intense pain provoked the lion to angrily twist its head, but as it did, another wound opened on its already injured back. After several such exchanges, it finally transformed into the Earth attribute lion head, now clad in thick stone armor. Yet, it was too late. The wounds continued to bleed profusely, a consequence of the shadow dagger's effects. Time elapsed, and Wang Luo revealed himself not far away. The moment the lion spotted him, it lunged forward. This vigorous movement exacerbated the flow of blood from its wounds. Wang Luo deftly dodged its attack, but upon turning around, he found the lion behind him. The wind attribute lion head glowed with a cold light, its claws striking Wang Luo's back, sending him hurtling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. As the lion prepared to pursue, it suddenly experienced dizziness. Blood flowed freely from its body. This level of blood loss had rendered it nearly defeated. In this moment of hesitation, Wang Luo gritted his teeth and activated his dark transformation skill. Reappearing atop a tree 7 seconds later, the fiery pain in his back made it difficult to breathe, and he even felt a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Without delay, Wang Luo hastily retrieved a bottle of basic potion and drank it down. A refreshing sensation coursed through his insides, alleviating much of the previous discomfort. He spat out a mouthful of blood, coldly observing the hellish three-headed lion as it succumbed to the ground in defeat. Only when the notification confirmed its demise did he descend from the tree. Congratulations, player, for defeating the hellish three-headed lion. You have received 1 crystal of each wind, fire, and earth attributes, 1 pelt, 400 units of meat, and 1 burst fire skill card. Another skill card. Wang Luo gazed at the burst fire in his hand, an elemental skill card, with the stone body and barbaric charge. He now possessed 3 unused skill cards, as was his custom. He stored it away and then traded the meat for currency with Qian Shankai before continuing his exploration in the vicinity. Soon, night fell, and Wang Luo returned to the villa. Over the course of the day, he had amassed a significant collection of pelts and over a dozen level 1 crystals. Undoubtedly, the most precious loot came from the hellish three-headed lion. Boss, my brothers and I just took down a level 3 monster and scored quite a bit of gear. Hua Zige entered, excitement evident on his face as he sought recognition for their achievement. Chapter 60. Refusal of Qin Baiyu. Wang Luo gazed in astonishment at the jubilant Hua Zige, who stood before him accompanied by 10 burly beast men, each bearing minor injuries. Without uttering a word, Wang Luo retrieved some life spring water from the warehouse, distributing a small cup to each of them. The beast men, overwhelmed with gratitude for their lord's generosity, eagerly accepted, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord." They downed the contents in one swift motion, and soon their wounds were entirely healed. Wang Luo nodded in approval. "Well done, everyone. I shall remember your contributions." Did the monster yield anything of note? "Indeed, esteemed leader. Besides fur, meat, and crystals, we uncovered a remarkable treasure." Hua Zig replied, a mysterious glint in his eye as he produced a card radiating a dark luminescence. Skill card. Ambush. Wang Luo took the card and examined it closely. Ambush. Upon activation, enter an ambush state, increasing agility attack attributes by 50%, with a chance to deliver a critical strike, inflicting 10% additional damage. Though it sounded complex, the skill was straightforward. An enhancement to agility and the potential for a critical strike was akin to delivering a death blow. If a monster's health dipped to 10% and a critical strike was triggered, it could be vanquished in an instant. A smile spread across Wang Luo's face. This skill was perfectly suited for him. Raising his gaze, he earnestly addressed Hua Zig. "This skill card is quite valuable to me. I shall take it." Hua Zig chuckled heartily. "As long as it assists you, esteemed leader." Wang Luo then handed Hua Zig the barbaric charge skill card. "Distribute the spoils from the slain monster among the brothers. I shall take the crystals and fur, and as for the meat, let everyone share." Regarding this skill card, see to it that it goes to the brother most suited for it. Hua Zig clasped his chest. "Rest assured, esteemed leader." Wang Luo patted his shoulder. "Go and treat the brothers to a meal." Hua Zig led the beastmen away, and just then, the cook had finished preparing dinner. After devouring his meal, Wang Luo ascended to his room. He was not surprised that Qin Baiyu had not contacted him all day. From their brief exchanges, he had discerned her prideful nature. However, he was unconcerned, for he was not in need of medicine. Ultimately, even the most haughty individuals must bow to the demands of existence. In his chamber, he produced the advanced treasure chest and opened it without hesitation. Obtained intermediate defense light, Tower 1. Talent triggered, item crit. Congratulations on acquiring super energy, Aurora Cannon 1. Hearing the familiar voice, a smile graced Wang Luo and Appo's lips. He observed the super energy Aurora Cannon, yet to be installed and resembling the defense light tower, and without a moment's delay, chose to place it within the safe house. Much like the defense light tower, the super energy Aurora Cannon required light attribute crystals for charging, albeit in greater quantities. Thanks to the collective efforts over the past few days, they still had a surplus of light attribute crystals, which Wang Luo promptly poured into the super energy cannon. Once fully charged, the cannon gleamed with an intimidating radiance, instilling a sense of trepidation in Wang Luo. Having completed these tasks, he opened the world channel, where messages continued to refresh at a rapid pace. The influx of individuals drawn into this survival game was staggering. The volume of messages was overwhelming. Wang Luo briefly scanned through, noting that many were beseeching him to sell more medicine. He disregarded such requests, for safeguarding oneself must precede aiding others. Additionally, weaker individuals were fervently seeking the protection of formidable allies in the channel. By the end of the day, the influence of Wang Luo's safe house had slipped to second place, with the top position held by a faction known as the Farm Safe House. a matter he took little heed of. Better to be selective than reckless. If he indiscriminately accepted followers, it would pose future risks. After glancing at the messages for a while, Wang Luo succumbed to the embrace of slumber. In the ensuing days, he ventured out daily, hunting monsters and exploring within a 10-kilometer radius of the villa. Gradually, this range contracted until the 8th day, when Wang Luo joined the villa's exploration team. Reports indicated the presence of a level 4 monster within 3 kilometers of the safe house. As the days drew closer to the beast tide, not only had the number of monsters surrounding the villa increased, but their strength had also escalated dramatically. During their exploration that day, they encountered no level 1 monsters, only level 2 creatures, with occasional sightings of level 3 ones. From tomorrow onward, we shall refrain from further explorations, Wang Luo declared after dinner, addressing Hua Zig. Let the brothers conserve their strength and prepare for the impending beast tide. Understood, esteemed leader. Hua Zig too sensed the change in monsters, his expression unusually solemn. Wang Luo issued a notice in the channel. Tomorrow will be the last day for medicine supplies. The latter nodded in agreement. He then turned to Qi Ling, Long Ying, and to you. For the next few days, refrain from venturing out. Everything you need can be found within the safe house. Remain here without fear of danger. The young women nodded in unison. Xiao Yan, having grown larger since consuming the Fire Bee King, let out a couple of symbolic roars, occasionally spewing forth flames. Finally, once everyone had departed the living room, Wang Luo turned to Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu, should an insurmountable monster arise, you must lend your aid. She cast him a sideways glance, her lips parting slightly. We and Amp, Oppos, LLC. Hearing this, Wang Luo felt reassured, just as he had stated before. Even if Jiang Mu relied solely on her physical strength, she could effortlessly vanquish a level 5 monster, and he truly doubted the emergence of a level 6 beast. After ensuring everyone was settled, Wang Luo exhaled lightly. At that moment, he received a friend request from Qin Baiyu. Observing the addition of a new piece of basic equipment in his warehouse, he chuckled softly, delaying his acceptance of her request, and instead opening the world channel. As anticipated, upon hearing that tomorrow would be the last day for medicine supplies, people grew anxious, eager to reserve their potions. Since the system announcement, Wang Luo's establishment was the sole one still offering medicine, with only 50 bottles available daily. The competition was fierce. Having endured for several days, Qin Baiyu could no longer suppress her impatience, spurred by the urgency of the information. Wang Luo stroked his chin in contemplation before leisurely declining her friend request. Of course, that basic equipment remained in his warehouse. On the other side, Qin Baiyu, forced to send another friend request, stood stunned upon receiving the rejection notification. Chapter 61. Rice cultivation. She lifted her head in confusion, a wave of shame washing over her. It was not the rejection from Wang Luo that caused her embarrassment, but rather the contradiction of having previously claimed she did not need his medicine, only to now beseech him for some. In truth, she had contemplated enduring the impending beast tide, believing that there would still be those willing to part with their supplies, even at exorbitant prices. However, as she surveyed her surroundings, she noticed her companions bore various injuries. Old wounds had yet to heal, and they were about to sustain new ones in the face of the beast tide. Qin Baiyu could not bring herself to ask her wounded comrades to defend their home. After a long moment, she gritted her teeth and sent another friend request to Wang Luo. Unsurprisingly, it was met with rejection once more. Clenching her lips, Qin Baiyu stubbornly reapplied, while a nearby woman looked at her with concern. Baiyu, perhaps you should let it go? No. Jingjia, please don't say that. I will ensure everyone is in the best condition to face the beast tide. Qin Baiyu fixed her gaze on the game interface, resolutely declaring. The woman, known as Jingjia, watched her intently, but ultimately swallowed her words. She understood Qin Baiyu too well. This girl was far too proud, and her decisions would not waver. Fortunately, on her third attempt, Wang Luo acquiesced. Qin Baiyu silently exhaled in relief. Then, gazing at the empty chat box, she hesitated momentarily before typing. Could you sell me some life spring water? Wang Luo was taken aback by the message. Having expected her to react with indignation rather than appear unfazed, he pondered for a moment before replying. Did you not say you didn't team eat it? The spring water has sold out. Qin Baiyu bit her lip. I apologize. I was somewhat arrogant then. However, I truly require this life spring water. My teammates are injured, and the beast tide is just 2 days away. Wang Luo read her message with indifference. In this world of survival, countless lives were lost daily. How could he feel sympathy for Qin Baiyu and her companions? To survive to this point meant that one could not afford to dwell on such matters. I trust you understand this well, so presenting sincerity and value is currently your only recourse, Wang Luo stated bluntly. Since he was willing to trade, Qin Baiyu decided to forego any subterfuge and stated plainly, I can offer the price of 2 level 2 crystals for a bottle of life spring water. Seeing this message, Wang Luo could not be bothered to respond, promptly closing the game interface. After donning his gear, he exited the safe house. At first glance, 2 level 2 crystals seemed substantial, yet in the current circumstances, medicinal supplies held far greater value, with many willing to part with 2 level 2 crystals for such goods. Why should he sell to Qin Baiyu? Because she had offended him? Because of her pride? Survival was paramount. He was prouder still. Wang Luo couldn't believe she was oblivious to this reality and felt she was merely treating him as a fool. Not receiving a reply from him, Qin Baiyu felt a sinking sensation in her heart. She hastily added, if you think the offer is insufficient, we can negotiate the price. On the other side, Wang Luo scoffed at the message and chose to ignore her. He was currently exploring near the safe house. As the beast tide approached, more monsters appeared, which meant more valuable items as well. Just days prior, a deposit of obsidian had refreshed near the safe house. Wang Luo and his exploration team had labored tirelessly for a day, amassing 2,000 units of obsidian. Today, he sought to discover any new treasures. He was not disappointed. Not far from the villa, a rice paddy had emerged. He had long since consumed the last of the rice he had gathered, and this new crop was most timely. Previously, the lack of space and water had hindered rice cultivation, but now that those issues were resolved, he could finally plant some. As Wang Luo rolled up his pant legs and prepared to wade into the water to harvest the rice, a sudden prompt appeared before him. Dangerous rice field. A level 3 venomous golden toad lurks in the paddy. Its strength is not formidable, but its poison is troublesome. Wang Luo hesitated, retracting his foot just before entering the water. He could not abandon the ripe rice, yet the presence of the venomous toad posed a significant challenge. He was not afraid of its poison. With life spring water on hand, he had previously acquired an antidote. However, he was concerned about the rice itself. Should the toxin be released into the paddy, it could be absorbed by the rice, rendering the entire harvest useless. He needed a foolproof plan. Wang Luo contemplated how to deal with the venomous toad without confronting it in the rice field. After some reflection, he opted for the age-old method of baiting with food. He tossed a piece of meat into the paddy, slathering it with a bit of life spring water to make it sufficiently enticing. Sure enough, he soon spotted a black golden four-legged toad leaping from the water, approaching the meat with its gaping maw, its tongue flicking out to consume the bait. This toad measured a good 30 centimeters in length, and when fully extended, could reach half a meter. Wang Luo glanced at it, feeling a wave of nausea. The festering boils along its back were repulsive, and he dared not look any further. He placed the meat on the shore to lure the creature out, and thankfully, having tasted the life spring water, the toad soon emerged. He placed another piece of meat further along, effectively leading the toad farther from the shore. Hidden in the shadows, Wang Luo seized the opportunity, charging forward to dispatch it with a single swift stroke. The phantom dagger emerged untainted, as pristine as ever. Disgusted by the carcass of the venomous toad, he only retrieved a level 3 crystal from its body, leaving the rest behind. Returning to the rice paddy, he wasted no time in collecting all the rice, depositing it into his inventory before departing. After circling the safe house and discovering no immediate shortages, he returned inside. First, he assigned the burly orc workers to level the designated land, then had them irrigate it. Wang Luo retrieved the rice from his inventory, needing some seeds. He planted the rice in the flooded field and instructed the cook to prepare the grains for future consumption. Knowing that this land lacked the efficacy of a spirit field, Wang Luo added some life spring water to the paddy. He was no expert in rice cultivation, but with the life spring water, it should survive. He reassured himself as he gazed at the still waters of the paddy. Next, he turned his attention to the village card in his inventory. It was essential to enlist professionals for specialized tasks. Suddenly, an excellent idea struck him as he regarded the insect nest within the safe house. Chapter 62. The Saints. As Wang Luo gazed upon the safety shelter within the territory belonging to Ayu, a new thought flickered in his mind. What if he could find someone to utilize this village card, subsequently admitting them into the safety shelter? Could it be that the village shelter would, much like the insect nest, fall under his dominion? The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, yet he refrained from immediate action. as the beast tide was fast approaching. The pressing matter at hand was to confront the impending onslaught. He temporarily set this notion aside, observing the brilliance of the intermediate defensive light tower and the super-energy aurora cannon illuminating his territory. However, the dark mist outside his domain continued to churn ominously, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Wang Luo withdrew his gaze and returned to the living room. The cooks had long prepared dinner. After partaking in the meal, he turned his attention to the messages. The first few were from Qin Baiyu, essentially indicating that the price was insufficient and could be increased. Wang Luo, not wishing to press her too hard, considered her not an ordinary individual. However, upon further reflection, he realized that the enmity had already been established, rendering any difficulties trivial. After some contemplation, he sent a message: "Let us settle on a trade of 5 second-level crystals for 1 bottle of life spring water. Additionally, I am curious to see the esteemed martial god, Qin Baiyu. Might I have the pleasure of your company?" Having dispatched this message, he dismissed her from his thoughts. Meanwhile, he noticed someone had tagged him in the world channel. Upon inspection, the individual was a notable figure, ranked 10th in the personal strength leaderboard, named Li Xuanyu. However, the reason for Li Xuanyu and Appos' tag left Wang Luo feeling somewhat irked. "Wang Luo, my friend, surely you have an abundance of life spring water? Why not share some for trade with those in need? Wooden and Appos, it be better to weather the storm together?" Upon reading this message, the first term that sprang to Wang Luo's mind was do-gooder. This was the first self-righteous individual he had encountered in his quest for survival. His reluctance to add friends stemmed from a fear of encountering those who would morally bind him into mutual assistance without offering any value in return. Such individuals were the most nauseating. Upon further reading, Wang Luo realized he had misjudged Li Xuanyu. After tagging Wang Luo, others chimed in, either to commend or berate him. "Li Xuanyu, isn't this moral coercion? Why don't you contribute yourself? Indeed, you preach moral obligation while enjoying the fruits of others' labors. Such hypocrisy is truly appalling." "Li Xuanyu, hold on a moment. I have a question. Is it acceptable to impose such moral expectations when one's parents are in need?" After a brief uproar, astonishingly, Li Xuanyu began trading some medicinal supplies within the group. "Everyone, I have a few medicinal supplies. I will keep one for myself, and the rest are available for trade to those in need." With this declaration, the world channel quieted considerably. He is not merely a do-gooder, but a sincere altruist. Wang Luo chuckled softly to himself. The principal distinction between a do-gooder and a self-righteous individual lies in the latter's tendency to demand others' help while providing nothing in return, whereas a true altruist endeavors to assist within their means, hoping others will do the same, without casting blame if they do not. Nonetheless, despite their differences, Wang Luo harbored no fondness for altruists either. In his view, they were simply naive, while self-righteous individuals at least possessed a degree of cunning. Rubbing his head, Wang Luo opted to ignore him. With such people, it sufficed to disregard their words. Any attempts to persuade them would be futile. At that moment, Qin Baiyu sent another message, prompting Wang Luo to click on her icon. "Wang Luo, you scoundrel, taking advantage of the situation. This is utterly excessive." Qin Baiyu seemed unable to contain herself, launching into a tirade even before the medicinal supplies had arrived. Wang Luo furrowed his brow and retaliated with a message. "Had you not offended me first, would I have troubled you so? This is not your home, and I am not your father. No one is here to coddle you. Fool." After sending his retort, he promptly closed the game panel. Beside him, Qi Ling noticed his abrupt action and, sensing his displeasure, refrained from probing further. Instead, she gently suggested, "My lord, would you like a foot soak?" Initially irritable, Wang Luo found solace in her words, his mood unexpectedly calming. "Sure, that would be a great help," he replied with a hearty laugh, expressing his agreement. Qi Ling smiled softly. "My lord is always so courteous." As she prepared a basin of warm water and placed it at his feet, she reached to assist him in removing his shoes, but he quickly interjected, "I can manage that myself." Qi Ling, understanding his inclination for independence, stepped back and began to massage his shoulders instead. Wang Luo did not object this time. Instead, he leaned back, eyes gently closed, exhaling in relief. "I feel significantly stronger. It seems those baths and the strength fruits have taken effect," Wang Luo murmured, half asleep. "It is predominantly your own power, my lord," she replied. Hearing this, Wang Luo opened his eyes, but due to his position, he could not see Qi Ling's face, only the outline of her figure. Instinctively, he shut his eyes again, but then reconsidered, deciding to gaze openly. What makes you say that? Because my lord commanded it. In our realm, leaders do not allow their subjects to grow strong, for they fear rebellion from their slaves, Qi Ling remarked blissfully. Slaves? Wang Luo echoed, his surprise evident. He was unfamiliar with the customs of other worlds. His moral compass did not permit him to view his companions as slaves. No wonder those orcs were so elated when I suggested they share meat. Wang Luo mused silently. Everyone here is genuinely happy. This is all thanks to you, my lord. So you must also find joy, Qi Ling said tenderly. Wang Luo paused, feeling slightly bashful. Did you notice that? Qi Ling smiled. If my lord ever feels discontent, you may always come to me. I wish for your happiness. I was a bit upset earlier, but now, after soaking my feet, I feel quite cheerful, Wang Luo replied with a relaxed demeanor. Hearing this, Qi Ling felt reassured, content to comfort her lord. After soaking, Wang Luo retired to his room, opting for an early rest due to the approaching beast tide. Just as he was on the verge of slumber, he suddenly noticed another message had arrived for him. Having muted the world channel, it was surely a private message. Drowsily, he opened the message panel, discovering it was from Qin Baiyu. His mind cleared slightly. I thought this fool might be too humiliated to contact me again, which would have allowed me to gain 3 pieces of equipment for free, Wang Luo muttered to himself. He clicked on the message, revealing a photograph, one laden with implications. Chapter 63, The Arrival of the Beast Tide. In the photograph, Qin Baiyu bit her lip tightly, her face awash with humiliation and indignation. The scant fabric clinging to her form created a stark contrast. Wang Luo cast a glance, his eyes widening instantaneously, feeling a warmth in his nose. As if on the verge of a nosebleed, alarmed, he hastily saved the image, too afraid to gaze any longer. Wang Luo, momentarily bewildered, pondered if he had inadvertently crossed a line. Almost instantly, Qin Baiyu sent him a message. What do you mean? Wasn't it Oppos? It you who insisted I send a photo before agreeing to the trade? Are you having second thoughts? Wang Luo was taken aback, quickly realizing her misunderstanding. His intention had merely been to observe Qin Baiyu's appearance, to exercise caution in future dealings with her. He had not anticipated such a revealing photograph. Contemplating an explanation, he ultimately deemed it unnecessary. After all, their acquaintance was unlikely to deepen, so let the misunderstanding linger. The photo was quite commendable, albeit somewhat subdued. After appraising it, he traded her 10 vials of life essence for 50 second-level crystals. A pleasant collaboration, and he looked forward to future opportunities. Having sent this message, he paid no mind to whether Qin Baiyu replied, shutting the game panel to seek rest. On the other side, Qin Baiyu gazed at the message from Wang Luo, her fingers trembling slightly, engulfed in profound humiliation. Yet, upon receiving the potions, she unwittingly exhaled a sigh of relief. Well, I suppose it's as if a dog has seen me, she muttered to herself. The following day, Wang Luo awoke feeling refreshed, unaffected by the previous night and Oppos' incident. After breakfast, he summoned everyone within his territory. Tomorrow marks the arrival of the beast tide. Today, ensure you inspect your belongings and rest well. At midnight, we must be vigilant against those shadowy creatures, he proclaimed loudly. We heed our lord and Oppos' command. The orc from the exploration team bellowed first. Others echoed in agreement. Determination etched on each face, particularly among the orcs. Though their stay had been brief, they had been well fed and comfortably housed, exploring together while minimizing dangers. None wished for monsters to disrupt their newfound peace. Wang Luo surveyed this scene with satisfaction, then sought out a Yu, inquiring, how many of the insectoids can still participate in the battle? With a hint of guilt, a Yu replied, I apologize, Wang Luo. Most of the insectoids that arrived here are elderly or weak. The capable young adults haven't come over. Only about 20 of them can fight. That suffices. Wang Luo consoled her with a reassuring pat on her shoulder. To prevent creatures from breaching the outer high defense wall and infiltrating the safe haven, 20 would be adequate. He then personally guided these 20 able-bodied insectoids, outlining their respective watch areas. The 4 lookout towers would be manned by robust orcs. My lord, what is my role? Chilling inquired. You will be responsible for eliminating monsters from a distance, Wang Luo instructed her. The green wilderness cloak and swift wind bow he had entrusted to Qiling were finally about to see action. And remember to keep a close eye on Qiluo during the night. Ensure she doesn't sneak out, he reminded her. She nodded, and Wang Luo felt a sense of relief. As for Mei Yu and Mei Qing, given their lack of magical ability, Wang Luo permitted them to rest. Long Ying was tasked with guarding the territory's entrance, dispatching any intruding monsters. Once all arrangements were made, Wang Luo opened the world channel. Perhaps due to the impending fierce battle, the world channel was eerily quiet. Yet, with so many players, messages continued to flood in. As he scrolled through the information, someone sent him a private message. Hu Chung, brother, do you need any equipment crafted? A potion will suffice as payment. Did you not manage to acquire any? Wang Luo replied, curiosity piqued. It and amp, oppos, as too difficult to obtain, brother. There are only 50 available each day. And I can and amp, oppos, compete for them, Hu Chung lamented. Wang Luo chuckled. No problem, let me see what equipment you have. I can craft a few items for you. Hu Chung rejoiced and promptly sent Wang Luo the blueprints. After a brief examination, Wang Luo quickly determined his desired equipment. Iron armor, non-tiered equipment. Grants an increase of 2 to defense attributes upon equipping. This iron armor was the only item Wang Luo could craft, as the materials for other armors were beyond his current means. However, he only required 10 units of iron ore for this one. After selecting the item, he sent the request to Hu Chung. Please craft me 20 of these iron armors. I will trade the potion to you shortly. Absolutely. Hu Chung readily agreed. Although the quantity was considerable, crafting this non-tiered equipment was swift, consuming little to no fire essence. This transaction was undoubtedly profitable for him. The two swiftly completed the trade, and Wang Luo now possessed 20 sets of iron armor, which he promptly exchanged for a vial of life essence. Brother, let us collaborate again when the opportunity arises. Hu Chung added eagerly after receiving the potion. Wang Luo responded affirmatively and concluded the chat. He called Yu over, instructing her to distribute the 20 sets of iron armor among the able-bodied insectoids. Wang Luo Yu gazed at the armor, deeply moved. Even a mere increase of 2 defense points would significantly enhance the survival chances of these insectoids. This gesture clearly indicated that Wang Luo held them in high regard. Do not get too emotional. Should one of them perish, it is a loss for me as well. Wang Luo interjected, noting her reddening eyes, and waved her off before departing. Yu sniffed, casting a grateful glance at his retreating figure, then busied herself with distributing the armor. The insectoids expressed their astonishment and gratitude towards Wang Luo. As time passed, the swirling black mist thickened ominously. Fortunately, just days prior, Wang Luo had replenished the fuel for the Evernight lantern, thus far averting any dangers. Yet, the absence of danger did not equate to safety. As night fell, the growls and roars of monsters echoed through the black mist, their forms obscured, yet the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. By afternoon, the inhabitants had rested well, their spirits high, each face solemnly awaiting the stroke of midnight. As the moment of the beast tide drew near, the world channel gradually fell silent. Wang Luo donned his shadow ensemble, gripping the shadow dagger tightly, the Evernight lantern hanging at his waist. He stood atop the high defense wall, silently surveying the encroaching black mist. Before long, the time on the game panel struck midnight, and the first furious roar of a monster erupted from the black fog. A wolf-like creature burst forth, howling as it charged towards the safe haven. Wang Luo leapt down from the high wall with a sudden surge. Awoo! The creature opened its maw, letting out a ferocious howl, and in the next moment, warm blood sprayed forth. Chapter 64, The Level 3 Mighty Gorilla. With a swift and decisive strike, Wang Luo dispatched the Level 2 monster. He then surveyed his surroundings, his gaze filled with the multitude of prompts emanating from the creatures shrouded in black mist, so numerous that they obscured his view of everything else. Level 2 Cyclops, Level 1 Goblins, Level 2 Frost Wolves, Level 2 Corrupted Lions. Wang Luo resolved to cease utilizing his information prompt skill, and with that, the deluge of data vanished instantly. Soon, an ever-increasing horde of monsters surged forth from the mist, drawn by the scent of blood to Wang Luo and Amp. Oppo's position. Taking a deep breath, he sprang into action, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he plunged into the throng of beasts. Meanwhile, a few burly orc warriors stood back-to-back outside the high walls, fending off the level 1 and 2 monsters. Aside from this one front, a tide of creatures surged from all directions. The air reverberated with their roars. Wang Luo navigated through the onslaught, each stroke of his weapon claiming the life of a monster. As they were all level 1 and 2 creatures, clearing them posed no challenge for him. Before long, the vicinity of the safe house was strewn with the remains of the defeated monsters. Clad in a green wilderness cloak, Qi Ling stood atop the high walls. Drawing her Gale Bow, with each release, a level 1 monster succumbed to her arrows. The impact on the level 2 monsters was significant as well. Given the relative weakness of the creatures in this initial wave, Wang Luo opted not to activate the defensive light tower. Fortunately, through their combined efforts, they successfully repelled the first wave of foes. Once it became clear that no more monsters emerged from the mist, Wang Luo promptly called upon everyone to disassemble and collect the bodies of the fallen beasts. In just over an hour, he amassed more than 200 pelts. Additionally, he secured several crystals from level 1 and 2 monsters, including a piece of equipment. After wiping the blood from his hands, Wang Luo glanced at the smiling faces of his companions, though his own expression was far from cheerful. The initial wave included level 2 monsters. It was likely that level 3 creatures would soon be roaming about. There was even the possibility of encountering level 4 monsters, which would present a true challenge. He exhaled, replenishing his strength with some jerky, and sat atop the high wall to peruse the information in the world channel. Wow, everyone. The beast tide began with a massive pack of wolves. Fortunately, they lacked even the strength of level 1 monsters, or I would have surely perished in the first wave. Not even the strength of level 1 monsters? You encountered a mere group of ordinary wolves? I faced a level 1 mole and nearly couldn't overcome it. I was met with a full onslaught of level 1 monsters. There was even a level 2 beast leading the charge. If not for my superior equipment, I would have been doomed. ISN and AMP. Oppos. It true that the levels of the encountered monsters vary? As the messages continued to flow, Wang Luo pondered over the pile of level 1 and 2 monster crystals he had just collected. Could it be that the strength of the monsters in the beast tide was matched to the players and AMP, Oppos, abilities? After some contemplation, he messaged Qin Baiyu. What is the level of monsters on your side? She promptly replied, mostly level 1 and 2 monsters. I haven't seen any level 3 creatures. Wang Luo understood. It seemed his suspicion was correct. With your strength, it won and AMP, Oppos, TB long before level 4 monsters appear. He thought for a moment before offering her a word of caution. The past grievances between them were trivial. Having vented his frustrations, he bore no ill will. Moreover, given Qin Baiyu's commendable strength, he was inclined to offer a warning. Perhaps it was also due to that photograph. Yet, who would know if he did not mention it? I understand, thank you. Also, my supplies are running low. I only have 6 potions left out of 10. If you have any spare, could you prioritize trading them to me? Upon reading Qin Baiyu's message, Wang Luo chuckled softly. No problem. If I have any extras, I will prioritize trading them to you, provided the price is agreeable. She quickly replied, thank you. Wang Luo smiled at her 3 words, bemused. If Qin Baiyu had learned to express gratitude from the outset, he would not have needed to make things difficult for her. As time passed, the roars of monsters echoed once more from the black mist. Wang Luo activated his information prompt ability to survey the fog. Most of the creatures were level 2, with only a few level 1 monsters and scarcely any level 3 ones. Wang Luo turned to the orc warriors. Everyone, return and hold your positions. This wave of monsters is stronger. To ensure safety, I will go out and handle them. The orc warriors did not utter any grand words of camaraderie. Such sentiments would be irresponsible regarding their own lives. They could only strictly adhere to the Lord and AMP, Oppos' command. All returned to the safe house, and as the monsters surged forth from the mist, Wang Luo brandished his phantom dagger, diving into the fray once more. These monsters were evidently more formidable than before, yet Wang Luo still felled each one with precision. The dark cloak he wore became stained with the blood of various creatures, while the phantom dagger remained pristine, untouched by gore. Among the monsters were several fire elemental beasts, but with his firewalker metal, Wang Luo was undeterred by their fiery assaults. He spotted a creature resembling a gorilla ahead, and as usual, he aimed his dagger at its throat, expecting to slice through its windpipe as he had before. He was taken aback when the creature suddenly darted aside with astonishing speed at the moment of contact. Wang Luo's eyes narrowed in alarm. This was not good. Before he could react, a powerful punch struck his back. Wang Luo and Oppos' complexion turned pale, and he immediately unleashed his utmost speed, retreating to the high wall of the safe house. Blood trickled from his mouth as he fixed his gaze upon the gorilla. Level 3 mighty gorilla. Its fists are its greatest weapons. Beware of its ground strikes, as they can induce dizziness. Indeed, Wang Luo downed a vial of life spring water, feeling his injuries ease considerably. From the creature and AMP, Oppo's evasive speed, he confirmed it was a level 3 monster. Without activating his information prompt, he had been unable to discern its level amidst the chaos. This lapse in caution had resulted in his injury. Wang Luo used his information prompt to assess the surroundings. Apart from the gorilla, most creatures were level 2. The mighty gorilla, pounding its chest, roared excitedly while continuously taunting Wang Luo. The level 2 monsters nearby charged toward the high wall of the safe house. Wang Luo and Oppo's expression hardened as he re-entered the throng of monsters to continue his slaughter. The mighty gorilla, sensing this, became even more frenzied, charging directly at him. Yet, each time it neared, Wang Luo would swiftly dart away, resuming his rampage. Thus, the mighty gorilla could not even graze the hem of Wang Luo's garments. Realizing this, it let out a furious roar. Chapter 65. The Might of the Defensive Light Tower. Wang Luo remained oblivious to its furious roars, fixated solely on the slaughter of the surrounding level 2 monsters. With each swing of his blade, blood splattered across his visage. Soon, the level 2 monsters were nearly eradicated. He then turned his gaze towards the mighty gorilla, which charged towards him, arms raised high, and struck the ground with tremendous force. Curiously, the ground remained unscathed, only rippling waves radiating outward. Sensing something amiss, Wang Luo hastily evaded the waves. Yet, for reasons unknown, his speed faltered, and he was inevitably struck by the outermost ripple. A wave of dizziness enveloped his mind as he attempted to move, only to find himself utterly immobilized. The mighty gorilla, witnessing this, let out an exultant roar and quickly approached him, its fists, the size of iron cauldrons, hurtling towards his head. In that fleeting moment, 2 pale green arrows shot towards the gorilla's fists. The arrows collided with the colossal appendages, producing a resounding clang. Although the arrows inflicted no damage, they altered the trajectory of the attack, causing the fists to crash into the ground, sending rubble flying. Wang Luo was propelled through the air by the sheer force. But in mid-flight, he finally regained his senses. Without a moment and Oppo's hesitation, he activated his stealth ability, rendering him undetectable to the now enraged gorilla. This enraged it further, as it fixated its beady black eyes on Qiling, who stood atop the super-energy Aurora turret, unperturbed. She drew her bow, launching 2 more swift arrows towards it. The gorilla, in its fury, swatted the arrows aside and charged towards the high wall, furiously pounding it. Waves rippled across the wall, a testament to the intermediate defensive light shield at work. It failed to notice the shadowy dagger, akin to a serpent's fangs, extending from behind. Wang Luo thrust the dagger into the back of its neck, severing its spinal cord. Only then did the mighty gorilla collapse, utterly defeated. Congratulations, player, for slaying the level 3 mighty gorilla. Rewards include intermediate equipment, gravity gauntlets, level 3 earth attribute crystal X1, hide X1, skill card, gravity, stun X1, meat X 200 units. The mighty gorilla was undoubtedly among the top tier of level 3 monsters, yielding not only an intermediate piece of equipment, but also a skill card. Gravity stun, upon use, slams the ground, enveloping a 100-meter radius in gravitational force, making escape for enemies exceedingly difficult. Indeed, the spoils from such a formidable level 3 creature were impressive. Wang Luo unceremoniously collected all the fallen items into his storage, then gestured for others to dismantle and secure the corpses of the monsters. Qiling descended from the super-energy Aurora turret, her brow furrowed with concern as she inspected Wang Luo from head to toe. "Do not worry, I am unharmed," he reassured her, a smile gracing his lips. The sensation of being cared for was unexpectedly pleasant. Once she discovered that the blood on him was solely that of the monsters, her worry dissipated. Wang Luo accepted the severely depleted Gale Bow from her, reloading it with a level 2 wind attribute crystal before handing it back. "Well done," he praised sincerely, to which she responded with a slight smile, clearly pleased. Beside them, Longing observed, her lips curling in disdain. Covered in blood from the few monsters that had breached the high wall, she asked, "What are our casualties from this battle?" Wang Luo turned to Huazige for a report. "Boss, you managed to hold off quite a number of level 2 monsters outside, allowing only a handful to enter the safe house, which my brothers swiftly dealt with. However, some suffered minor injuries in the encounter with the insectoid warriors, but thankfully, no fatalities occurred. The injured have been administered life potions." Nodding in approval, Wang Luo replied, "Well done. Continue with this approach. The next wave of monsters should arrive in 3 to 4 hours. During this time, let the brothers rest well and rotate shifts for vigilance. Huazigu acknowledged and promptly set about organizing matters. Wang Luo took control of the panel, activating the defensive capabilities of both the light tower and the advanced defensive walls. The previous monsters posed little threat, but the next wave would likely consist predominantly of level 3 creatures. Level 3 monsters were no challenge for Wang Luo individually. Yet facing a swarm would be considerably taxing. With all preparations complete, he uncorked a bottle of life spring water and drank deeply. This water not only healed, but also restored his vitality. After a brief respite, he felt rejuvenated and turned his attention to the bounty from this wave of monsters. First and foremost were the hides and meat. The 2 waves of monsters had contributed over 600 hides. Although still far from the 5,000 required for the safe house upgrade, Wang Luo felt quite satisfied. The meat from these monsters was especially nourishing, far superior to ordinary fare. With an abundance of meat, he became discerning, trading away the strange varieties. The world channel was in constant flux, the number of players dwindling rapidly. In just this brief interval, the death toll had surpassed that of an entire month. This was still based on the matching of monsters to the strength of survivors. Had they all been of Wang Luo and Appos, Excalibur, only a select few of the strongest players would likely remain. Many players in the world channel voiced their grievances, some even directly addressing Wang Luo, hoping he would provide additional supplies. Wang Luo, however, felt no inclination to respond. The monster surge was merely beginning, with a full day and night ahead, and the threats would only intensify. He had no intention of extending charity to strangers without assurances of his own safety. As 3 hours elapsed, the howls of monsters echoed once more from the encroaching black fog. This time, Wang Luo remained within the safe house, relying on its defenses to withstand the onslaught. With the defensive light tower activated, it commenced automatic attacks upon detecting the monsters. Laser beams erupted, felling level 2 monsters, while the level 3 creatures could only endure a few more hits. Although the offensive power was formidable, the energy consumption was equally staggering. After unleashing dozens of beams, the level 2 light attribute crystal was entirely depleted. Fortunately, Wang Luo had an ample supply and swiftly replenished it. While the defensive light tower was powerful, it could only protect one side of the safe house, leaving other directions vulnerable to monster attacks. The intermediate defensive light shield held its ground, preventing the monsters from breaching it for the time being. Meanwhile, the more intelligent level 3 monsters began to scale the high walls. Upon reaching the top, the advanced defensive wall would suddenly deploy a barrage of iron spikes, instantly impaling them. The silver-white spikes were unmistakably extraordinary. Chapter 66. Battle wounds the iron spikes. Glistening in silvery hue, seamlessly blended with the wall, indicative of a high-grade defensive structure, far from ordinary. The moment they pierced through a third-tier monster, it met its swift demise. Occasionally, when monsters exploited gaps among these iron spikes to breach the safety of the shelter, they were promptly dispatched by the collective efforts of the defenders. 3 hours elapsed, and the beast tide retreated once more. This defense proved notably easier than the previous 2 encounters, largely owing to the formidable defensive light towers and advanced fortifications. With Wang Luo overseeing the shelter, injuries were minimal. Following yet another successful repulsion of the monstrous assault, the morale of the defenders surged. Wang Luo instructed the cooks to prepare sustenance to replenish everyone's strength. Although the black mist obscured the sun, the game interface indicated that night had passed, ushering in the dawn. After a night of mental and physical exertion, hunger gnawed at the group. With the monsters unlikely to attack in the immediate future, Wang Luo allowed a brief respite after the meal. He, meanwhile, perused the world channel for any pertinent information. Friends, all the monsters surrounding my shelter are now second tier. Had I not opened a treasure chest that yielded a basic defensive wall, I might have already succumbed to the beasts. During the last wave of monsters, I sustained some injuries and am in urgent need of medicine. I consider myself fortunate. I uncovered a mid-tier treasure chest and obtained a high-grade defensive shield. Most importantly, the monsters in my vicinity are not particularly strong. This is a relief. Is this guy truly that lucky? Did he trade his lifespan for it? What gives? After all my hard work, effortlessly dispatching second-tier monsters, can mere fortune surpass my efforts? Jealousy twisted the perspectives of others in the chat, who began to criticize the player who had procured the high-grade shield. However, their barbs bore little weight. such critiques lacked substance. While the safety provided by the high-grade shield was undeniably tangible, truth be told, Wang Luo felt a twinge of envy upon reading this message. His own shelter was merely equipped with a mid-tier shield. As he pondered the whims of fate, Qin Baiyu sent him a message. Wang Luo, do you have any medicine left? Without waiting for a response, she traded him a substantial amount of second-tier crystals and sent a photo. The image was strikingly revealing, yet marred by numerous wounds, some appearing quite severe. Wang Luo did not suspect Qin Baiyu was seeking sympathy. That was not her character. She had genuinely sustained such injuries. Despite her formidable strength, she lacked the defensive resources that Wang Luo possessed, compelled to wrestle fiercely against the encroaching monsters. For her, while a single second or third-tier monster was manageable, a horde posed an overwhelming challenge. The Wushan shelter housed fewer than 10 individuals. Witnessing the numerous gruesome scars adorning Qin Baiyu's otherwise pristine form, Wang Luo felt a mix of admiration and concern for her resilience. Without hesitation, he traded her 20 portions of life spring water, diluted for preservation, as the monsters would only grow stronger. I shall remember this kindness. Qin Baiyu replied tersely before cutting off communication. Wang Luo shook his head and closed the game interface, delegating the equipment dropped by the slain second and third-tier monsters to his subordinates for immediate use. 2 hours later, the monsters returned, their assault more ferocious than before. Utilizing his skill to glean information, Wang Luo discerned the presence of several fourth-tier monsters concealed among the third-tier foes. This wave of attackers was significantly stronger. After enduring several onslaughts, the outer layer of the mid-tier defensive shield finally succumbed to the relentless pressure and shattered. In a moment of urgency, Wang Luo installed the basic defensive shield around the shelter, barely staving off the monsters and Oppo's advance. However, the basic shield was no match for the mid-tier one, and after merely half an hour, it too fell apart. Now, only the advanced defensive wall stood between them and the onslaught. Numerous third-tier monsters began to scale the high walls and infiltrate the shelter, prompting Wang Luo to swiftly organize the defenders to eliminate them. As time progressed, the number of monster corpses within the shelter multiplied, and casualties among the defenders became evident. Blood saturated the ground, and even Shaoyan took to the skies, unleashing flames upon the marauding beasts. The once silver spikes atop the walls were now stained red, and after dispatching yet another third-tier monster, Wang Luo paused to catch his breath. Fortunately, as the clock ticked on, the monsters suddenly retreated. Wang Luo sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground, panting. The shelter was awash with blood, primarily from the slain monsters, whose wounds bled profusely, courtesy of the effects of the Shadow Blade. Many monsters perished as a result. Amidst the carnage lay scattered corpses of several insectoid beings and 2 burly orc warriors. After this onslaught, no one had the time to mourn. All were silent as they began to clear the bodies. Ayu gazed at the remains of her kin, beckoning the insectoid women and children to help carry them away. She observed in quiet contemplation. Wang Luo approached and stood beside her, sharing in the somber moment. Thank you, Wang Luo, Ayu suddenly spoke. Wang Luo glanced at her, puzzled. She managed a faint smile. Had you not taken us in, the toll on my kin during this beast tide would have been exponentially greater. Wang Luo sighed, glancing at the game's timer. They were likely to face one final assault. They needed to gather their spirits. The injured insectoids required urgent medical attention. Now was not the time for grief. Ayu nodded silently. Wang Luo did not linger with her for long, proceeding to the orc exploration team, instructing them to prepare diligently for the impending battle. The orcs complied, displaying little sorrow, as if they had anticipated such an outcome. My lord, you are injured as well. Please take some life potions to heal, one of them urged, drawing Wang Luo and Oppo's attention to the pain in his palm. Upon inspection, he found a deep gash across his hand. With a wry smile, he consumed a life potion, watching as the wound gradually healed. He waved his hand dismissively. Focus on resting. With that, he entered the fortress. The appearance of fourth-tier monsters posed a significant threat, although they had not yet attacked the shelter. Their strength could not be underestimated. Moreover, it was certain that the final wave would not lack in fourth-tier beasts. Alone, he could not withstand the impending onslaught. Chapter 67. The Level 5 Dark Moon Blood Hawk. Upon entering the fortress, Wang Luo ascended directly to the second floor. Arriving at Jiang Mu and Amp, Oppo's room, he knocked gently on the door and patiently awaited her response outside. After a brief moment, the wooden door creaked open, revealing Jiang Mu. her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded him. Ever since returning the orb to Jiangmu, she no longer required the coffin to mitigate energy consumption. The orb provided a basic level of energy daily, although she could utilize the orb to rapidly restore her strength. She had mentioned that doing so would attract unwanted attention from certain individuals. Thus, it remained essential for Wang Luo to gather monster crystals to assist her in regaining her power swiftly. The energy currently supplied by the orb was merely sufficient for her to maintain a semblance of normalcy. Noticing Wang Luo and Appo's bloodied attire, which emanated a strong scent of iron, Jiangmu frowned. How did you end up in such a disheveled state? The monsters outside the villa are stronger than I anticipated. I couldn't manage them alone, he replied, his tone casual. Jiangmu smirked, a hint of derision in her expression. Are these little creatures too much for you to handle? Wang Luo disregarded her sarcastic remark and stated matter-of-factly, it is as it is. If I perish, those outside will not survive either. If you wish for my assistance in collecting crystals, it may prove challenging. Jiangmu narrowed her eyes, contemplating before responding, with my current strength, I can barely contend with level 6 monsters using only my physical abilities. Anything stronger is beyond my capabilities. That is sufficient. You need only to exert yourself slightly to eliminate the remaining monsters. There should be no level 6 monsters present. Wang Luo and Appo's face lit up with joy, and he elegantly gestured, my lady, please. Jiangmu, uninterested in his theatrics, descended the stairs first, with Wang Luo closely following. Together, they exited the fortress. Having recently engaged in an assault, Wang Luo was unconcerned about an immediate monster attack. He began to dismantle the slain creatures. As they were predominantly level 3 monsters, they yielded a considerable amount of valuable loot. After distributing the equipment to his subordinates, he suddenly discovered an advanced treasure chest. Without hesitation, he opened it. Congratulations. Player has obtained a medium defense shield X1. Talent triggered, item crit. Congratulations. Player has obtained a nano-ion pixel shield X1. Nano-ion pixel shield possesses the protective capability of a high-level shield and will not shatter upon damage, capable of self-repair. In amazement, Wang Luo exclaimed internally, what a windfall. The medium defense shield could withstand assaults from level 3 monsters for a short while. Thus, the nano-ion shield should be capable of enduring attacks from level 4 monsters. Moreover, its ability to self-repair upon damage was of utmost importance. After some thought, Wang Luo installed the shield at the center of the fortress, opting not to encase the entire safe house. With Jiangmu and Appo's prowess already enlisted, it would be a waste not to utilize her to hunt down more level 4 monsters for potential gains. With this in mind, Wang Luo gathered everyone and ushered them into the central fortress of the safe house, leaving behind only a few formidable, well-equipped orc warriors capable of surviving against level 4 monsters to assist him and Jiangmu. As time passed, Wang Luo and Appo's ears perked up, his senses sharpening instantly. They and Appo's recoming. He closed his eyes, reopening them to numerous alerts flooding his vision. Level 4 rampaging rhinos, level 4 blazing hippos, and level 3 giant armored beetles. All formidable level 4 monsters, with level 3 creatures being a rare sight. The roars echoed around them, the immense pressure of the approaching monsters weighing heavily upon Wang Luo's expression. Any single level 4 monster could easily overpower him, let alone a swarm. The orc warriors stood back to back, vigilance etched on their foreheads, slick with cold sweat. Yet, they did not retreat. Clad in defensive gear, they were well protected, and Wang Luo had no expectations for them to hunt level 4 monsters. Their presence was merely to alleviate the pressure on him and Jiangmu. After all, with a horde of level 4 monsters charging at them, even if Wang Luo could hold off 1 or 2, Jiangmu's prowess would not guarantee protection from a surprise attack from behind. Do you not sense the terrifying pressure emanating from these level 4 monsters? Wang Luo inquired, glancing at Jiangmu, whose demeanor remained calm. Jiangmu cast him a sidelong glance, her voice cool and composed. That precisely indicates their weakness. And you are weaker still. Wang Luo smiled awkwardly, a flicker of defiance igniting within him. The roars grew increasingly thunderous. Soon, the first level 4 monster charged the high wall, the defensive spikes erupting instantly. The creature had no time to react, its body impaled. Even with its abdomen pierced, it writhed violently, roaring at them in defiance. Wang Luo stepped forth, vanishing from sight in an instant. Reappearing atop the high wall, He plunged his dagger into the creature and Oppo's skull. The monster slumped lifelessly, its vitality extinguished. Congratulations. Player has slain the level 4 electric rat, receiving Fur X1, level 4 lightning crystal X1, thunderbolt card X1. Advanced treasure chest X1. Wang Luo listened impassively to the notifications as he stored the items away. Rising slowly, he turned his icy gaze toward the frenzied level 4 monsters beneath the wall. Noting several agile creatures attempting to scale the backs of their fallen brethren to breach the safe house. Surveying the scene, he counted dozens of these monsters. Compared to earlier waves, their numbers were fewer. However, these creatures were significantly stronger than those encountered previously. His gaze swept across the horde before plunging into the black mist. The next moment, his pupils constricted. A glaring notification appeared amidst the darkness. Dark Moon Bloodhawk, level 5 monster, possessing unparalleled speed, the ability to conceal itself in shadows, and formidable tearing and biting capabilities. Your blood can replenish its strength. Run. Its keen eyes are about to discover you. Wang Luo, upon reading the alert, hesitated not for a moment, flipping off the high wall. He swiftly retreated to Jiang Mu and Oppo's side, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and chuckled nervously, "My lady, I admit my weakness, but among these monsters is a particularly formidable foe. Do exercise caution." Jiang Mu and Oppo's gaze flickered, her expression inscrutable as she regarded him. In her perception, while the surrounding monsters were strong, they were of a singular caliber, easily dispatched. Wang Luo's assertion of a potent creature among them did not resonate with her senses. A curious contradiction. Unaware that Jiang Mu harbored doubts about his information-gathering talent, Wang Luo mistook her silence for uncertainty. He hastened to reassure her, "Fear not, my lady. This creature is a level 5 monster, the Dark Moon Bloodhawk, and you can easily handle it." Jiang Mu acknowledged with a simple indicating her understanding. The Dark Moon Bloodhawk was somewhat familiar to her. While not particularly powerful, it could reach a maximum of level 7. However, it possessed an exceedingly troublesome ability, stealth. Chapter 68. The unfortunate level 5 Dark Moon Blood Eagle. The insidious nature of this creature lies in its ability to remain undetected once it activates its stealth, rendering even the most formidable beings incapable of perceiving the Dark Moon Blood Eagle for a certain duration. Only upon launching an attack does it allow its instincts to sense danger, yet its precise location remains a mystery. Furthermore, its swiftness is unparalleled. Once it employs its stealth to flee, it becomes nearly impossible to pursue. Fortuitously, level 8 Dark Moon Blood Eagles have yet to emerge. Upon hearing the name of the Dark Moon Blood Eagle, Jiang Mu understood why she had been unable to detect it. What puzzled her, however, was how Wang Luo had discerned the presence of this creature. Having quietly planted a seed of suspicion in her mind, Jiang Mu sprang into action. At that moment, the level 4 creatures had seized the opportunity presented by the gaps in the iron spikes atop the defensive wall and were climbing over. The first monster to reach the wall was caught off guard and was swiftly seized by Jiang Mu, who crushed its throat with a single, decisive grip, silencing it before it could utter a cry. With a casual toss, the lifeless body of the level 4 creature, its neck twisted grotesquely, fell to the ground like a discarded chick. Wang Luo, witnessing this scene, trembled involuntarily, feeling a sudden constriction in his breath. This was sheer brutality, he muttered to himself, only to witness a succession of monsters being dispatched in the same manner, their necks snapped and their bodies unceremoniously tossed into the safety of the shelter. The subsequent monsters had no time to react, as they were effortlessly pulled away and discarded. In no time, the courtyard was littered with various monster corpses, easily numbering over 10, all within the span of a mere minute. The Dark Moon Blood Eagle, concealed in the black mist, sensed that something was amiss. Why were its minions entering the safety house without a sound? Possessing a degree of intelligence, it dared not underestimate the situation and swiftly employed its signature technique, stealth. Its massive form melded with the darkness as it glided silently toward the vicinity of the safety house. From its lofty vantage point, its keen eagle eyes discerned the heap of monster bodies below. A flicker of alarm surged within the Dark Moon Blood Eagle as it spotted Wang Luo, bloodied and disheveled, alongside the pristine Jiang Mu. Observing closely, it noted that the woman emitted no aura whatsoever. She appeared to be merely an insignificant insect. The man, while possessing some semblance of power, was still far beneath its notice, just another insect. However, The sight of Wang Luo's bloodied state led it to conclude that he was responsible for the demise of its minions. In a flash, the Dark Moon Blood Eagle's rage ignited. How could such a worthless being inflict such losses upon it, when it was merely a level 3 Blood Eagle? Such a setback could be tolerated, but now it had ascended to level 5. It could not allow this affront to go unpunished. With silent determination, the Dark Moon Blood Eagle dove downward, its belly extending to reveal 2 sharp steel claws aimed directly at Wang Luo and Apos' head. At that moment, Wang Luo stood shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Mu, gazing down at the level 4 creatures. He glanced upward into the black mist, finding no indication of the level 5 creature. What had become of the Dark Moon Blood Eagle? Could it have been frightened off by Jiang Mu and Apos' sheer ferocity? Disappointment washed over Wang Luo. As a level 5 creature, the Dark Moon Blood Eagle was bound to yield numerous valuable treasures, most of which he could undoubtedly put to good use. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an acute sense of danger surged within him. The intensity of this warning sent a chill down his spine, prompting him to instinctively activate his shadow concealment. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. The Dark Moon Blood Eagle, having missed its target, felt a surge of confusion in its small, yet intelligent mind. It had failed to strike. Quickly, it ascended into the sky. The woman was indeed powerless, completely unaware of its approach. The man, however, was strange and elusive, capable of disappearing entirely. It surmised that this ability must have aided him in the slaughter of its minions. After circling for a moment, the Dark Moon Blood Eagle spotted Wang Luo reappearing not far off. After a moment of hesitation, it redirected its focus toward Jiang Mu. The man's peculiar abilities were a mystery. It was prudent to seize the woman first. Since she was so well guarded by him, he would undoubtedly come to her rescue, making her capture a simple task. With its limited intellect racing, the Dark Moon Blood Eagle devised a brilliant plan. It dove once more, targeting Jiang Mu, its razor-sharp claws sinking into her shoulder as it lifted her into the sky. Success, it thought triumphantly. Wang Luo, still reeling from the earlier ambush, looked up to find Jiang Mu missing. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air above him. Letting out a startled gasp, he beheld a massive, dark-hued eagle circling overhead, its claws gripping Jiang Mu and Apos' shoulder tightly. It seemed utterly pleased, gliding gracefully with its dark purple feathers slightly fanned, its blood-red eyes gleaming with excitement. What was it so jubilant about? Wang Luo's apprehension deepened as he regarded the creature with skepticism. Did birds of prey celebrate their kills? Even the eagles of Blue Star did not possess such a penchant. The Dark Moon Blood Eagle reveled in Wang Luo and Apos' bewilderment from its vantage point above. It screeched triumphantly. "Human, surrender now. I have your woman in my grasp. One squeeze, and she shall perish. Are you afraid?" In the midst of its exultation, however, it suddenly felt an unsettling chill in its chest, its wings growing heavy. How curious, was this woman truly so heavy? Glancing down, the Dark Moon Blood Eagle was met with the shocking sight of Jiang Mu extracting a beating heart from within its own body. Confusion flooded its mind as it uttered a bewildered cry. What? The last image it beheld was the feathers cascading around it as it plummeted through the air. With a resounding thud, Jiang Mu landed on the ground, stepping upon the corpse of the Dark Moon Blood Eagle. Under Wang Luo and Apos' slightly pained gaze, she extracted the level 5 dark attribute crystal from its remains, cleaned it, and placed it into her mouth. Having consumed it, she spared Wang Luo not a glance and returned directly to the fortress. With the Dark Moon Blood Eagle vanquished, the level 4 creatures encircling the safety house retreated like a receding tide. Though the level 5 crystal was lost, the eagle and Apos' corpse remained, promising a wealth of valuable spoils upon decomposition. Wang Luo, brimming with excitement, eagerly initiated the disassembly of the creature and Apos' remains. Congratulations, player. You have acquired Advanced Equipment, Shadow Longsword X1, Stealth Card X1, Fur X1, Meat X 200 units. Upon hearing the notification, a smile illuminated Wang Luo and Apos' face. While the rewards were not abundant, they held immense value for him. First and foremost, the Shadow Longsword. When he originally received the Shadow set, it had hinted at the existence of this very blade, named the Shadow Longsword. Now he had finally acquired it. Additionally, the Stealth card, though he already possessed this skill, an extra card might very well enhance its potency. Chapter 69. Meeting Qin Baiyu without delay, Wang Luo promptly retrieved the concealment card and made the decision to activate it. Would the player like to use the concealment skill card to upgrade the concealment skill? Wang Luo unhesitatingly selected yes. Immediately, the concealment card transformed into a beam of black light, merging seamlessly into his being. Wang Luo opened the game panel to examine his personal skills. LV2 Concealment. After activation, can obscure presence for half an hour, cooldown time, 12 hours. The upgraded concealment skill extended its invisibility duration while reducing its cooldown, which was quite commendable. Wang Luo was well aware of the potency of this skill. As long as one refrained from initiating an attack, it would be nearly impossible for others to detect them. After reviewing the concealment skill, Wang Luo and Appos' gaze shifted to the Shadow Longsword. Shadow Longsword, high-level equipment, a bloodthirsty weapon that, when paired with the Shadow set, can unleash formidable power. Bloodthirsty, inflicting wounds upon enemies with this sword will fill the blood reservoir, which can heal the player and Appos' injuries, offering a certain degree of self-regeneration. Set effect. Equipping both the Shadow set and the Shadow Longsword enhances player speed and attack power by 10. Gazing at the entirely dark purple sword, adorned with intricate patterns, Wang Luo could not resist gently caressing the blood reservoir near the hilt. The blade shimmered with a faint purple hue, icy to the touch, exuding an intangible chill. The more he looked, the more he admired it. Wang Luo decided to strap it onto his back, embodying a striking cyberpunk aesthetic. Just as he was about to disassemble the corpses of the level 4 monsters in the yard, he suddenly received a transaction message from Qin Baiyu. Qin Baiyu has traded you 10 bottles of life spring water. Wang Luo stared in bewilderment at the unexpected transaction message, his face betraying a look of considerable confusion. What was happening? He messaged back. Aren't you all done cleaning up the monsters? Impressive strength. The response came swiftly. We are about to be overrun by monsters. I'm returning the items to lessen what I owe you. And by the way, you're quite the jerk. In the end, Qin Baiyu abruptly messaged him with a reprimand. Wang Luo paid no mind to her tone. Instead, his focus remained on the first message. About to be overrun by monsters? Did that not imply death? Given that her personal strength ranked 3rd, she should be able to withstand this final assault, shouldn't she? Do you have level 5 monsters there? Wang Luo inquired. What does it matter? Is there any difference between dying at the hands of level 4 monsters or level 5 ones? Death is death. If you don't have level 5 monsters, I can lend a hand and save your lives. Wang Luo, considering her perilous situation, did not take offense at her manner of speaking. Upon hearing this, Qin Baiyu hesitated. She was unafraid of death and indifferent to whether Wang Luo could save her. She had already resolved to die fighting. She sought to prove that women were not inferior to men. She was Qin Baiyu. However, glancing at the several injured women around her, each bearing various wounds, she felt a pang of responsibility. The intermediate barrier outside the safe house would not withstand level 4 monsters for long. Qin Baiyu reflected that if she were alone, she could easily refuse Wang Luo and Appos' offer for help. However, there were others to consider, and she could not selfishly decide their fates. There are no level 5 monsters here. Do you have a teleportation stone? She gritted her teeth, hoping to secure a means of escape for her sisters. Her own life had become inconsequential. If Wang Luo came to assist in battling the monsters, she would join him. After all, dying in combat was a form of closure. You don't need to worry about that. Just give me a coordinate. After sending this message, Wang Luo removed the Nalizi pixel shield and instructed Qi Ling to tidy up the yard. Following the coordinates Qin Baiyu provided, he promptly used the teleportation stone. In a flash of light, Wang Luo vanished from sight. Simultaneously, within Qin Baiyu's safe house, the space distorted for a brief moment before Wang Luo appeared in the open area inside the safe house. Qin Baiyu had already prepared the others for his arrival, so they did not appear surprised. Once he steadied himself, Wang Luo surveyed the surroundings. The room was modest in size. Aside from the dried bloodstains on the floor, it appeared relatively clean. Scattered throughout the small room were 6 young women, all around the age of 25 or 6. He immediately recognized Qin Baiyu, who regarded him warily, her eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, seemingly surprised by Wang Luo and Appos' youth. Qin Baiyu? Wang Luo tentatively called out. Upon receiving a response from the woman before him, he produced several bottles of life spring water. First, let us attend to your injuries. Saying this, he tossed the life spring water to Qin Baiyu and her companions before stepping out of the room. Baiyu, is this Wang Luo? He looks quite young. One of the women suddenly leaned toward Qin Baiyu, her voice laced with curiosity. Jing Jia, one can know a face, but not the heart. Don't let his youth deceive you, Qin Baiyu replied, hesitating to divulge the embarrassing circumstances under which she had sent Wang Luo a compromising photo. What? Jing Jia looked at her, puzzled. It's nothing, Jing Jia. You all divide the medicine. I'll step outside for a moment. Qin Baiyu stuffed the medicine into her arms and exited the room, making her way to the yard. At that moment, Wang Luo was silently observing the monsters relentlessly assaulting the intermediate defense barrier. As time passed, more cracks began to appear on the barrier, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Wang Luo retrieved the Nalizi pixel shield from the warehouse and enveloped the entire safe house within it. The monsters, having shattered the intermediate barrier, expected to surge in, only to find an even sturdier layer of protection, which sent them into a frenzy. However, no matter how ferociously they attacked, the shield remained largely unaffected. Witnessing this scene, Qin Baiyu's eyes widened slightly. This shield is remarkably sturdy. Is it a high-level defense shield? Qin Baiyu could not help but inquire. Wang Luo turned his head back, chuckling. Why does it matter? As long as it keeps you alive, that's what counts. Qin Baiyu recalled the biting remarks she had made to Wang Luo earlier, and she huffed internally, choosing not to ask further. Have your companions rested enough? Come out with me to slay the monsters. Of course, anything we acquire will belong to me. How could they possibly recover from such serious injuries so quickly? Qin Baiyu rolled her eyes. I'm going with you to fight monsters. At present, it seemed that this shield was quite resilient. However, it was not a permanent solution. The monsters still needed to be eliminated. As for Wang Luo and Appo's insistence that all spoils would belong to him, Qin Baiyu had no objections. This could be considered compensation for his assistance, and she felt it was only right to repay a favor where she could. Chapter 70. The Beast Tide concludes, rewards distributed. In this moment, Qin Baiyu realized that her debts were accumulating. What are you standing there for? I and Appo's am here to assist you, and I also have to deal with the monsters myself. Wang Luo reprimanded her without a hint of hesitation, unburdened as she was not Qi Ling. A surge of determination welled up within Qin Baiyu as she unexpectedly grasped a long spear and charged towards the creatures. While typical heroes of the Jianghu wield swords, embodying chivalry, a spear is distinct. It is a weapon of the battlefield, inherently symbolizing lethal intent. The spear in Qin Baiyu and Appo's hands echoed this sentiment. With her physical prowess, individual strength, and the equipment acquired from Wang Luo, she could barely contend with level 4 monsters. Yet, her role was merely to assist Wang Luo in distracting them. The true powerhouse remained Wang Luo. Having acquired the Shadow Long Knife, he seamlessly maneuvered alongside the Phantom Dagger, appearing like a specter amongst the level 4 monsters. The bleeding effect from the Phantom Dagger significantly weakened the creatures with each wound inflicted. Moreover, the bloodthirst effect from the Shadow Long Knife replenished his own vitality. In this ebb and flow, the first level 4 monster collapsed with a thunderous crash. After vanquishing a creature, the duo returned to their safe haven to recuperate. Although Wang Luo was capable of handling level 4 monsters, he did not do so with the same ease as Jiangmu. The bloodthirst effect could mend his wounds, yet it did not restore his stamina. Following a brief respite, he and Qin Baiyu dashed out once more to hunt the second monster. This cycle continued until approximately 10 monster carcasses lay strewn across the ground. Their coordination grew increasingly harmonious. The pixelated shield, under the relentless assault of the level 4 monsters, began to show signs of wear. Just as Wang Luo prepared to charge out again, the creatures suddenly retreated like a receding tide. The time has come, Wang Luo exclaimed suddenly. The next moment, an announcement reverberated through the world channel. Congratulations to the remaining players for successfully enduring the Beast Tide. Based on performance during the Beast Tide, rewards have been distributed to each player in Appo's personal warehouse. The dungeon is now open, and players can delve into it for additional resources. The Black Mist Apocalypse will conclude in 4 months. Qin Baiyu hurriedly glanced at her game panel, only to realize that a day and night had passed since the onset of the Beast Tide. The tension she had been holding on to dissipated, and her body could not resist the urge to weaken. Remember the favor I am owed. Wang Luo shot her a glance, unceremoniously collecting the monster corpses into his warehouse. He then stored the pixelated shield, and with a flash of light, he vanished. Upon returning to the safe house, Wang Luo positioned the pixelated shield around the premises. its damaged section slowly undergoing repair. In the living room, only Qi Ling and Long Ying occupied the sofa. The others had long since retreated to their residences after the death of the level 5 Dark Moon Blood Eagle. Meanwhile, Hua Zai and Qian Shinkai busied themselves with burying the deceased orc warrior. After the battle, Wang Luo temporarily gathered the intermediate equipment he had entrusted to his subordinates. However, he still retrieved several notable pieces to give to Qian Shinkai for distribution among those who had significantly contributed in this skirmish. As for the remaining equipment, he kept them for future trades or rewards. Lord of the territory, the spoils from the slain level 4 monsters are here. A total of 12 level 4 monster crystals. 2 pieces of intermediate equipment, alongside some pelts and meat, all of which I have collected, reported Qian Shinkai. Wang Luo nodded and stored away the monster crystals and equipment. He then proceeded to dismantle the remains of the monsters he had hunted alongside Qin Baiyu. Congratulations, player, you have obtained level 4 monster crystals x10, pelts x10, meat x 1000 units. Not a single piece of equipment or skill card. Wang Luo stared at the notification, momentarily bewildered. It and amp, Oppos, s all Qin Baiyu, and amp, Oppos, s fault for sapping away my luck, he muttered. He then examined the rewards issued by the system. Your rating for this beast tide is S. Rewards are as follows. Attribute Package X1, Ultimate Treasure Chest X1, Dungeon Key X1. Though the system and amp, Oppos, S rewards were limited to 3 types, each was exceedingly valuable. The Ultimate Treasure Chest required no further elaboration. The attribute package's name alone hinted at its significant purpose. Wang Luo unhesitatingly opted to use it. Congratulations, player. You have gained 10 to all attributes. Goodness, how astonishing. Wang Luo gasped in awe as he felt a surge of power within him. The higher the attribute points, the stronger his individual capabilities became. This did not even account for the enhancements from his equipment. He could tangibly sense the difference. Upon accessing the leaderboard, he discovered that his personal strength ranking had soared 4 places, landing him in 4th position. Qin Baiyu remained in 3rd. Next, Wang Luo opened the ultimate treasure chest. Congratulations. Player, you have received a small teleportation array X1. Talent triggered, item crit. Congratulations, player, you have also obtained a large teleportation array. Listening to the succinct notifications, Wang Luo's heart stirred. Unlike the previous ultimate treasure chest, which yielded 3 items, this time only 1 teleportation array was revealed. Yet there was no denying that this array was immensely precious, particularly after the talent crit. He examined the details of the teleportation array. Large teleportation array. 2 arrays can establish a connection, allowing the contribution of crystals for transportation. Owning this teleportation array grants your territory the potential to become a commercial hub. Gazing at the system and amp, Oppos, S prompt, it became evident that this teleportation array could provide substantial income. Wang Luo fell into contemplation. He began to grasp the array and amp, Oppos, S functionality. To utilize it, crystals must be contributed, yet he could charge a usage fee. Furthermore, having this array would attract more Black Mist merchants to trade here. Perhaps during the next encounter with a Black Mist merchant, he could inquire further. Finally, Wang Luo glanced at the messages flooding the world channel. In the aftermath of survival, the world channel buzzed with activity. We and Oppos, V made it through. Guess what? A level 3 monster appeared. I was so frightened that I didn't and Oppos T dare step out of the safe house. Don and Oppos T even mention it. These monsters are bizarre. I nearly got bitten to death. But then the creature suddenly retreated. That was too close for comfort, my friends. By the way, did you see the system announcement? The Black Mist apocalypse ends in 4 months. What does that mean? What does it mean? It's just going to shift to another apocalypse, right? The survival guide doesn't clarify. I believe the next one is the Frost Apocalypse. Let and Oppos S change it up quickly. This Black Mist is so obscuring, it's like being blind. At least in the Frost Apocalypse, we can see while scavenging for supplies and prepare for dangers in advance. Chapter 71. The Village Chief and Amp. Oppos S name is Mei. Wang Luo glanced at the messages in the group chat and suddenly recalled the system and Amp. Oppos S notification about the impending change to the apocalypse in 4 months. The Frost Apocalypse would likely be quite frigid. However, he reasoned that resources would still be available. Surely, he wouldn't have to start all over with just a humble thatched hut. He couldn't and Oppos T help but grumble. Nonetheless, he reassured himself that, irrespective of the circumstances, His talents for information prompts and item critical strikes would provide him with an advantage over others. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he decided to store the large teleportation array in his warehouse, as there was no suitable location in his level 4 safe house to accommodate it at that moment. Having completed these tasks, Wang Luo noticed the topic in the World Channel had shifted to discussions about the newly appeared dungeon. Does anyone have a dungeon key? I possess decent strength and can serve as a tank for the team, but I asked for 50% of the rewards. Brother, who do you think you are? Using someone else's key and demanding half the rewards? Just because you can take damage? There are plenty of others who can do that. I only want 20%. Where did this little beggar come from? If you have guts, come to the arena. I'm not afraid of you. Let us go. After this exchange, both participants fell silent, presumably heading off to duel in the arena. While they jested and bickered, they ought not to trivialize the significance of the dungeon key. Which influential person possesses a dungeon key? Add me. I am of the giant clan and can certainly draw the boss and Oppos. Aggro. I have a dungeon key. Feel free to message me privately. If your strength is commendable, I can take you along. The speaker was someone Wang Luo recognized from the past, Husan. This individual had been second only to Wang Luo in physical prowess before the regions merged. A formidable character indeed. It came as no surprise that he had acquired a dungeon key. Observing the World Channel buzzing with discussions about forming teams for the dungeon, Wang Luo felt a surge of urgency. Dungeons could be tackled at any time, but the first clear rewards were singular. Thus, during dinner that evening, he broached the subject. Tomorrow at noon, the first dungeon will open. We must secure the first kill. He scanned the faces of his companions, his tone serious. No problem, boss. We shall follow your lead. Huazi exclaimed, swallowing his food with excitement. A team could consist of a maximum of 5 members, and Wang Luo had already decided on the lineup. Long Ying and Qi Ling. You both will accompany me into the dungeon. Qi Ling nodded in agreement, and Long Ying also expressed her approval. What about me? There are only 3 of us. Huazi quickly raised his hand. Huazi, worry not. I have a plan. Wang Luo reassured him, choosing not to elaborate further. Though Huazi felt a twinge of confusion, he chose to trust Wang Luo. Next, Wang Luo handed over a level 4 dragon scale armor to Long Ying, replacing her previous black iron armor. Given her current physical condition, she could just about manage to don this new equipment. After hastily finishing their meal, Wang Luo messaged Qin Baiyu. Are you interested in joining the dungeon? I'll give you 10% of the loot. Qin Baiyu stared at the message, puzzled. You want me to ride on your coattails? More accurately, I am inviting your strength to accompany my key. Don't be too conceited. Humph, since you've extended the invitation, I shall certainly come. Qin Baiyu replied, slightly indignant. Wang Luo chuckled, choosing not to respond further. Qin Baiyu's strength was indisputable. She was a powerful combatant and an excellent ally. Meanwhile, Long Ying and Qi Ling had been diligently improving their physical conditioning daily, and with the enhancement of their equipment, they would be adequate in their roles. Long Ying would act as the tank, Qi Ling would provide ranged damage, Qin Baiyu would serve as the warrior, and he would take on the role of the assassin. In truth, the team currently lacked a support healer, yet Wang Luo did not know anyone with healing skills, so he decided to stock up on additional potions. As for Huazi, Wang Luo was determined to include him in the dungeon raid, as he possessed 2 keys, and caution was essential to secure the first kill reward. Aside from the dungeon expedition, Wang Luo had another matter to attend to. He exited the fortress and made his way to the dormitory of the chefs. Seeking out Meiyu. What brings you here? Meiyu was taken aback by his arrival, a flicker of wariness in her heart. Was he finally ready to take action against them? I possess a special card for a safe house, which I will entrust to you. You can then merge it with my safe house. Wang Luo stated directly. What kind of card? Meiyu asked, her apprehension easing slightly, yet curiosity remained. Wang Luo produced the village card and handed it to Meiyu. I will expel you from the territory, and you can use this card to incorporate your village safe house into my domain. Meiyu examined the village card and then raised her gaze to question. What about my sister? Your sister is still here, not accompanying you. Once this village card is activated, the player and Oppos' panel will disappear, and keeping your sister away is for her own good. Meiyu found herself at a loss for words, recognizing the validity of Wang Luo's statement. That is fine, but I find it strange that you would allow someone who will eventually leave to use such a precious card. Wang Luo smiled faintly, remaining silent as he promptly removed her from the safe house. Do you wish to expel player Meiyu from the territory? Yes. In the next moment. Before Meiyu could react, a powerful force yanked her from the safe house. Fortunately, She had been holding the eternal night lamp, which prevented her from being engulfed by the darkness. After being expelled from the territory, Mayu swiftly utilized the village card. In no time, 5 small wooden houses appeared, along with 5 plots of fertile land. These lands had already been tilled and were ready for planting with just a few seeds. Simultaneously, 10 individuals resembling farmers emerged from the wooden houses. They lined up and addressed Mayu in unison, "Greetings, village chief." She was momentarily stunned, quickly opening her game panel to assess their status. All 10 were unnamed. Wang Luo stepped out of the safe house, observing the 10 farmers with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. They exhibited a semblance of consciousness, but were not players. They appeared more like local residents. After a brief glance, he averted his gaze and extended an invitation to Mayu to enter his safe house. She accepted without hesitation. As soon as she agreed, a flash of white light enveloped them, and the 5 wooden houses along with the fertile land were incorporated into his territory. The territory expanded slightly, with the high defensive walls growing larger. These wooden houses and the rice-growing lands were now unified, with 2 plots of spiritual fields remaining nearby. Surveying the expanse of arable land, which spanned several acres, Wang Luo smiled contentedly. With the village merged into his territory, the farmers respectfully greeted him. "Greetings, Lord." He waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Mayu, who was examining the panel, and handed her some rice seeds. "In the coming days, have these farmers plant the rice. As for the water source, we can seek financial assistance. He will be able to resolve that." Chapter 72. Entering the instance. Mayu accepted the rice seeds and nodded. "No problem." She glanced at the panel and suddenly addressed Wang Luo. "These farmers are particularly experienced in cultivation and can produce superior crops." "What do you mean?" Wang Luo was momentarily taken aback. Observing the farmers as a conjecture began to form in his mind. These ordinary rice seeds, once planted by them, had the potential to transform into special foods that could enhance strength, speed, or attack power. This was inscribed on the game panel, as Mayu explained. Wang Luo and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment, a hint of joy evident in his brow. "This is excellent news. If we can cultivate these special foods, the people in our territory will become formidable with daily consumption. Will upgrading the village's safe house to level 2 increase the number of farmers?" Each upgrade allows for an increase, but the maximum number of farmers is 1,000. Players can also be recruited as farmers. "That's wonderful." Wang Luo hadn't anticipated such a pleasant surprise. It was worth noting that even intermediate spiritual fields lack the ability to evolve crops. From now on, these farmers would be responsible for cultivating the land, and they must perform their duties diligently. Wang Luo earnestly instructed. Mayu nodded. "Rest assured, since I promised to assist you, I will be responsible." After this task was completed, Wang Luo's population increased to 106, still a considerable distance from upgrading the safe house to level 5. However, he was not anxious. After all, residing in a level 4 safe house was quite secure. By the time he returned to his room, it was already late at night. Considering that he would be entering the instance the next day, he refrained from checking the world channel and rested early instead. The next morning, Wang Luo sought out Hua Zigo, briefing him on certain matters and handing him a few items, then quietly awaited Noon and Appo's arrival. During this time, he also contacted Qin Baiyu, reminding her to equip herself properly. He himself was well prepared, carrying the shadow-long knife on his back and the shadow dagger at his waist, while the life spring water had long been stored in the warehouse. As for Long Ying and Qi Ling, they had also donned their gear early. In her green wilderness battle robe, Qi Ling wielded a Gale Bow, resembling a battle spirit more with each passing moment. "Is Qi Luo ready?" "We don't know how long we will be inside this time," Wang Luo inquired. "I have entrusted her care to Sister Jiang. There should be no issues." Wang Luo's expression was one of incredulity. "Jiangmu? Can she really look after a child?" He certainly held grave doubts. However, since Qi Ling was assured, he refrained from voicing further concerns. At noon, Wang Luo opened the game panel and directly selected to enter the instance, Misty Isle. On the selection screen, he invited Long Ying, Qi Ling, and Qin Baiyu, then consumed an instance token. Once Qin Baiyu accepted, the 3 of them vanished from sight. Simultaneously, within the black mist of various safe houses, many others, like Wang Luo, entered this instance. Lord Tai and Appo's, are you also entering this instance? Perhaps you will encounter that Wang Luo. A voice, sweet and enchanting, remarked. Within a vast safe house, a frail man embraced a completely naked fox woman, his emaciated hands roaming over her body. The man and Apos' complexion was pale, his eyes encircled with darkness, presenting an appearance of weakness and malnutrition. Each squeeze left bruises on the fox woman and Apos' skin. Yet she did not flinch, a faint smile adorning her lips. Do not worry, Wang Luo and Apos' strength merely stems from his equipment, allowing him to stand on equal footing with me. Without that armor, he is but an ant easily crushed. The true strong possess innate strength. That is true power. Tyan scoffed, observing the marks on her skin, loosening his grip. I am rather curious about this Qin Baiyu. A woman with such physical prowess must be quite delightful. My lord, you have me. Tyan amp, Apos, and laughed heartily. She is merely a woman, a mere plaything. You, however, are my treasure. The fox woman dared not overstep, merely feigning happiness. All right, the time has come. We should enter this instance. Tyan Apos, and retrieved the instance key from the warehouse and chose to use it directly. My lord, are we the only two? Had it not been for the uncertainty of our return, would you think I would bring you along? Tyan Apos, and proclaimed arrogantly. I alone am sufficient to deal with those players who do not know their own strength. The first kill reward is not something they can covet. Lord Tyan Apos, and is magnificent. The woman offered a small compliment, and upon noticing her still unclothed state, Tyan Apos, and remarked, I permit you to don some clothing. Do not let others gaze upon your exposed form. The fox woman quickly slipped on a garment, feeling somewhat reassured. Once she was dressed, Tyan extended his bony hand and used the token, bringing her into the instance. Wang Luo felt a wave of dizziness when he opened his eyes again. He found himself in a forest. A thin veil of white mist enveloped the woods. Unlike the oppressive black mist that obscured vision entirely, this white mist allowed for visibility. Resembling ordinary fog, Misty Owl truly lives up to its name, Wang Luo remarked, surveying the fog-laden forest. Let us hasten to clear this instance. The boss should be at the heart of this misty isle, Qin Baiyu stated firmly. Following her gaze, Wang Luo spotted a towering peak piercing the clouds. Resembling a sword plunged into the earth. He withdrew his gaze and shifted his focus to the forest. A prompt indicated a talent activation, and numerous notifications appeared around him. Lofty ancient tree, no danger, excellent timber. White mist, no danger. Beyond the mist lies a fearsome creature. Hidden thorny brambles. Wounds inflicted will lead to hallucinations. Severe cases may result in death. Wang Luo's heart raced as he turned to the three women behind him, stating solemnly, beware of the surrounding flora, especially those brambles. Qin Baiyu looked taken aback, unsure why he had said that. She began to inquire, but Qi Ling interjected. My lord, since there are dangers ahead, why not proceed in a different direction? Wang Luo nodded, agreeing with her suggestion. Once injured, one could easily fall into a hallucination, and navigating through the dense brambles posed a risk of injury. Moreover, there were no indications of valuable rewards beyond them, making the risk unwarranted. Interrupted by Qi Ling, Qin Baiyu could only suppress her confusion and quicken her pace to catch up with them. Chapter 73. The Cannibal Forest after changing direction. The danger indicated by the information prompt diminished significantly. While a few ordinary beasts still roamed the area, they posed little threat to the group. After walking for a while, longing suddenly perked up her ears. There is a water source nearby. Perhaps we should take a moment to rest, she suggested. The others readily agreed. And as they continued forward, the sound of flowing water grew louder. Upon cresting a small hill, they indeed discovered a large river. The water was crystal clear, revealing the submerged trees at the bottom. They were positioned at the river and Apos' upper reaches, where the water quality remained relatively pristine. Qin Baiyu sensed something was amiss, but could not articulate it. Long Ying exclaimed in delight, eager to wash her face and quench her thirst in the water. But she was suddenly restrained by Wang Luo. This water is toxic, he stated solemnly. The information prompt appeared before his eyes. Island River. The river encircles the entire island. It contains trace amounts of toxins that can drive one into madness if consumed. Qin Baiyu scooped up some water in her hands. It appeared pure, devoid of any impurities, not even a single withered twig or leaf. How do you know this water is toxic? She finally asked, unable to suppress her curiosity. Wang Luo shot her a glance. You believe this water is clean and clear, right? But that is precisely the issue. The island is filled with trees and shrubs. Yet there are no remnants of dead branches or leaves in the water. Does that seem reasonable to you? Wang Luo chuckled lightly. And the submerged wood, aside from agarwood. Have you ever seen trees sinking to the bottom of a river? Qin Baiyu was taken aback, suddenly understanding. She had sensed something was off from the beginning. It was indeed peculiar that trees lay submerged in the water. She promptly discarded the water she had gathered, feeling a chill at the sight of the transparent river. We and Amp, Oppos, LL drink the water we brought with us, Wang Luo said as he retrieved some from their supplies and set up a simple fire to boil it. Abundant timber surrounded them on the island, so he easily gathered some sticks to ignite the fire. Each of them shared some dried meat and rations, satiating their hunger before they crossed the island river toward the island and Amp, Oppos, center. Soon, they encountered a dense forest, its floor carpeted with a thick layer of leaves, shrouded in a faint white mist, giving it an aura of tranquil serenity. After confirming there were no danger prompts, Wang Luo led the three women into the forest. The silence was profound, the leaves crunching underfoot with each step. Upon entering, Wang Luo sensed something was amiss. Turning back, he noticed the three women were equally serious, scanning their surroundings. Their breaths were audible, and after a short distance, Wang Luo suddenly halted. There's movement, he declared, holding his breath to listen intently to the sounds ahead. Qin Baiyu mimicked him, straining to hear. Indeed, from the depths of the forest came the cacophony of hurried footsteps, as if someone were fleeing in terror. The sounds grew clearer, and soon they saw two figures burst forth from the woods. These two individuals were ragged and worn, their exposed skin marred by whip-like scars that flowed with blood. With each frantic step, blood dripped to the ground. Upon seeing Wang Luo and company, they did not pause. Gasping, "Hurry, run! There are cannibalistic trees in the forest." Clearly terrified, they offered a brief warning before racing toward the forest and Oppos' edge. The group exchanged glances. The fear in the two's expressions seemed genuine, suggesting that indeed, there were monstrous trees lurking within. However, after a moment's contemplation, Wang Luo resolved to investigate further. If he wished to claim the first kill reward, he would need to confront the boss at the island and Amp, Oppos' center, which would undoubtedly be far more formidable than these cannibalistic trees. If he could not overcome this minor challenge, how could he hope to secure the first kill? With this determination, Wang Luo led Qiling and the others deeper into the forest. As they progressed, remnants of blood left by the fleeing duo littered the path, creating a chilling scene. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed beneath Wang Luo and Oppos' foot. He halted, brushing aside the foliage to reveal a severed bone exposed to their sight. "This is a human bone," Qin Baiyu remarked suddenly, drawing Wang Luo's curious gaze. "I studied human anatomy on Blue Star. If I am not mistaken, this is the right femur of a male," she stated with certainty, convincing the others of her assertion. "This must be the remains left by the cannibalistic trees." Wang Luo carefully reburied the bone beneath the leaves and continued onward. As they advanced, they encountered more bones, not only human but also various animal remains. Observing the grim sight, Longing scoffed, "No wonder the forest is so quiet. It seems all the animals have been devoured by those cannibalistic trees." Wang Luo merely nodded in contemplation. After a few steps, an information prompt appeared before his eyes. Cannibalistic trees, level 3 monster group, consisting of dozens of level 3 demon trees. Beware of their branch ambushes. Wang Luo paused, and Qiling looked at him with confusion. "What's wrong, Lord? Given the surroundings, we must be nearing the territory of those cannibalistic trees. Let us remain vigilant and don our gear," Wang Luo instructed, his expression grave. The others, sensing his seriousness, prepared themselves for potential danger. The four of them cautiously ventured deeper into the forest, the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind accompanying them. The information prompt lingered, and Wang Luo remained uncertain of their proximity to the cannibalistic trees. His focus was razor-sharp, unwilling to let his guard down. Gradually, a pungent scent of blood permeated the air, reminiscent of the fresh blood that had trailed from the two terrified individuals. Realizing the significance, Qin Baiyu shouted, "Everyone, be careful." Just as her warning echoed, a branch suddenly elongated, slicing through the mist like a serpent, aiming to ensnare Qiling. Wang Luo, perceiving the threat, sprang into action, positioning himself in front of Qiling and slashing with his shimmering dagger. The branch severed, falling to the ground, writhing like a serpent. This single strike acted as a clarion call. The towering ancient trees around them began to stir. Countless branches, resembling serpents in motion, lunged toward the four, while several others lashed out like whips, aiming to strike them fiercely. Wang Luo's expression shifted dramatically as he vanished in an instant, leaving only an afterimage in his place. Though the branches were numerous, their defensive capabilities were not formidable. Qin Baiyu wielded her spear with grace, effortlessly parrying the onslaught of branches. Chapter 74. Essence of Wood. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Qiling instinctively took refuge behind Qin Baiyu. In a swift motion, she drew the Gale Bow and unleashed a barrage of arrows aimed directly at the trunks of the encroaching branches. Sensing the imminent threat, the branches recoiled like a receding tide, entwining to form a shield of wood that intercepted the wind arrows. While one tree's branches were repelled, dozens more sought to launch an assault. Wang Luo appeared beside the trunk of a tree, wielding a long knife that he swung down upon the wood. The moment he materialized, the branches of the man-eating tree surged toward him, yet they could not match the speed at which Wang Luo struck. With a single, powerful stroke, his blade, razor-sharp, cleaved through the thick trunk of the tree with ease, as if it were mere air. Instantly, a piercing scream erupted from the tree. Echoing through the forest, a sound so shrill it resembled the wails of tormented souls. The writhing branches fell limp, rendered motionless by the severing of their host. Congratulations, player, for slaying a level 3 man-eating tree. You have received Wood X100, Wood Attribute Crystal X1, Essence of Wood X1. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wang Luo wasted no time and charged toward the nearest man-eating tree, determined to continue his assault. The demise of the first tree incited a frenzied response from the surrounding trees, their trunks swaying violently as branches sped toward Wang Luo in a desperate attack. The other 3 companions were not spared either. As the trees fell into a rage, countless branches sprouted anew, raining down upon the 4 like a relentless storm. Fortunately, Long Ying was clad in dragon scale armor, rendering her impervious to the branch strikes. In contrast, Qin Baiyu and Qiling lacked such formidable defenses and could only rely on Qin Baiyu and Appos as spear to fend off the onslaught. Yet, the endless regeneration of the branches threatened to deplete Qin Baiyu's stamina, putting them all in grave danger. Fully aware of the precarious situation, Qin Baiyu gripped her spear tightly, halting its advance against the encroaching branches. With a determined push, she propelled herself toward the heart of the man-eating tree, mirroring Wang Luo and Appos' fierce charge. Though these trees were formidable level 3 monsters, her strength was nearly on par with that of a level 4 creature. The man-eating trees boasted their audacity only through their numbers. Her spear pierced through one tree, and with a fierce twist of her arms, she snapped it in 2. Witnessing this display, Wang Luo felt a rush of awe. While he could easily fell a tree with the sharpness of his weapon, Qin Baiyu had demonstrated sheer physical strength to break a tree as thick as 2 men could embrace. Such power was nothing short of terrifying. The demise of the second tree intensified the fury of the remaining man-eating trees. Without Qin Baiyu's protection, Qiling found herself exposed to the onslaught of branches. As they surged toward her, she inhaled deeply and darted toward the area with fewer branches. Thanks to the enhancements from Long Yan, her physical capabilities had improved remarkably, allowing her to evade the branches with surprising agility. Meanwhile, Long Ying, unable to be harmed by the branches, found herself ensnared entirely, the branches wrapping around her and dragging her toward the tree and Appos' core, seemingly intent on consuming her whole. Infuriated, she thought to herself, I am of the most noble dragon lineage. I shall not be devoured by this mere tree spirit. With a fierce shake of her arms, she shattered the branches that bound her. Yet, more branches surged toward her in retaliation. With a mighty roar, her neck flushed with a fierce crimson, she unleashed a torrent of dragon flame, billowing with immense heat, far surpassing any ordinary fire. As the searing dragon flame erupted, the branches recoiled, recognizing their nemesis. But it was too late. Those that lingered too long were reduced to ash. The flames quickly spread toward the very essence of the trees, and within moments, dozens of man-eating trees cried out in agony, their wails resonating through the forest, attracting the attention of other players on the island. What is that commotion? Could it be that someone has found the dungeon boss? They speculated. It seems highly probable. Let us investigate and seize our share of the spoils. With the noise echoing through the woods, players flocked toward the man-eating trees, unaware of the unfolding drama. Wang Luo and Qin Baiyu, caught in their own battle, turned their gazes toward Long Ying, who was equally stunned by the might of her own dragon flame. Don and Appos, just stand there. Keep breathing fire, Wang Luo urged. Sensing her hesitation, snapping back to reality, Longing concentrated. Her neck glowing even brighter as she conjured an even more potent flame that shot forth towards the heart of the man-eating tree. The branches, in a frenzied attempt to protect their core, hurled themselves toward her flame. While they could withstand some damage, if the core were to ignite, their fate would be sealed. Seeing this, Wang Luo swiftly moved, his knife slicing through the branches that threatened to obstruct the dragon flame. Qin Baiyu quickly joined in, assisting him as they managed to sever many of the branches. Though some branches succeeded in shielding the core from the flame, a portion of the trees themselves ignited in fiery chaos. The anguished cries of the trees filled the air as Qiling and Appo's expression hardened. She drew her bow, channeling the power of the wind attribute crystals into her arrows, which soared forth with a tempestuous force. The gale swept through the grove of man-eating trees, transporting the flames from the burning trunks to their neighboring brethren. In an instant, the inferno engulfed the forest, transforming the man-eating trees into mere ashes, scattered by the winds. In the aftermath lay a smattering of green droplets and shimmering crystals, the remnants of the essence of wood. As for the timber, it had all been consumed by Long Ying's flames. That was surprisingly easy. Long Ying exhaled, a smile gracing her lips. Wang Luo gathered the crystals and droplets, approaching her with a curious expression. I never knew you could breathe fire. I've never seen you do that before. Rolling her eyes, Long Ying replied. I used to rely on it for survival. But since joining you, I've faced less pressure and haven't needed to. Do you understand? Breathing fire is incredibly taxing. Wang Luo chuckled. Well, make sure to use it more often. As for stamina, just eat more to replenish it. As he pondered, a thought struck him. If Long Ying, being of the dragon lineage, could breathe fire, could other races possess their own unique abilities as well? What about the insect race? The elves? Glancing at Qiling, he regarded her with a probing gaze. Chapter 75. The unique abilities of the races. Upon noticing Wang Luo and Appo's expression, the other individual looked at him with a puzzled face and inquired, My lord, is there something troubling you? Wang Luo voiced the doubts that lingered in his mind. After listening, Qiling Kuden and Appo's helped but chuckle. The innate ability of the elf race is our affinity with the elements of nature. Of course, we are also born archers. As she spoke, she gestured with the Gale Bow in her hand. Affinity with natural elements? Such as? Wang Luo probed further. Like the wood element and the water element. The elf race resides in the forest, and after spending so much time in this environment, we naturally become sensitive to these natural elements. Qiling attempted to demonstrate, moving her hand, and suddenly, the charred earth sprouted vibrant green grass shoots. I haven't delved too deeply into these abilities, but our elder chief can summon vines from the ground with ease. Looking at the small grass shoots, Qiling felt a twinge of embarrassment and smiled shyly. Wang Luo patted her head reassuringly. It's all right. The greenery of our safe house will depend on your talents. Greenery? She echoed, intrigued. Transforming the entire safe house into a forest-like haven, filled with flowers and plants, he explained. Qiling felt deeply touched by his words. My lord, you are considering my feelings. Knowing that elves dwell in forests, you wish to create a forest ambience in our safe house. How delightful. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Wang Luo with affection and shyness. Wang Luo, noticing her demeanor, felt a pang of concern. Are you hurt? Qiling paused, puzzled. No, my lord, why do you ask? Wang Luo shook his head. It's nothing. I just thought your complexion seemed off. Perhaps I and Appo's am overthinking. He scanned the surroundings, noting the absence of further danger, and called out to Long Ying and Qin Baiyu. Let us proceed. There is nothing of value left here. Having said that, the four departed from the site. Not long after, others arrived. Huge brother, looking at the traces here, it seems someone set this place ablaze. One player remarked as he approached the ashes on the ground. The muscular figure known as Brother Hu, or Hu-san, remained silent, merely observing the untouched ordinary trees nearby. These trees bore evident scars from blades and whips, indicating that a fierce battle had transpired here. Whoa! Suddenly, the player inspecting the ashes exclaimed in terror, collapsing to the ground, pale-faced, and scrambling away in fright. Hu-san's expression sharpened as he rushed forward and seized the player's shoulder. What happened? What did you find? He demanded, his voice low and commanding. Trembling, the player stammered, Brother Hu, beneath here are remnants of bones. Not only animal bones, but human ones too. At this revelation, the three other players and Amp. Oppos. Faces turned grave as they cautiously scanned their surroundings. Husan took a deep breath and then let out a powerful roar. A gust of energy swept through the ashes, causing black dust to swirl into the air. When the dust settled, beneath the thick layer of ash lay numerous white bones. It was no wonder the player was terrified. There were at least hundreds of skeletal remains scattered about. Among them, Husan spotted several large tiger skulls, his eyes narrowing. These are fellow tigers. He surveyed the area, stating solemnly, "It seems there was some monstrous entity here before, but it has likely been cleared away by someone. We should be safe now." Hearing this, the group collectively sighed in relief. Husan was the strongest among them, and his words reassured them. However, it also indicated that others had arrived before them. The earlier cries might have been the result of their actions. If we wish to secure the first kill, we must hasten our pace, Husan declared, striding forward. We need to traverse this forest swiftly, if I am correct. The dungeon boss should be at that towering peak ahead. He pointed towards a peculiar mountain resembling a long sword, a gleam of greed in his eyes. If I obtain the dungeon rewards, my strength shall surely increase significantly. He thought to himself, then turned to beckon the four companions to follow. Wang Luo and his companions exited the forest, emerging into an expansive plain. It was peculiar. Logically, the floor of the mountain should segue into the plain, followed by the forest. Instead, it was precisely the opposite. Wang Luo felt as though this dungeon intentionally crafted the forest as a natural barrier to deter outsiders. Contemplating this notion, his conviction grew stronger. Perhaps due to the approaching dusk or the proximity to the source of the white mist, Wang Luo sensed the mist thickening. The information prompt indicated that the source of the mist harbored terrifying monsters, likely the dungeon and Oppos' boss. Seeing no immediate danger, Wang Luo retrieved a ground essence of wood from his storage to examine its details. Essence of wood, a product of level 3, would attribute monsters. It can be used to concoct advanced life potions or consumed directly to restore would attribute elements. Wang Luo possessed one such advanced life potion, obtained from a treasure chest, which he had refrained from using, opting to keep it in reserve. The wood attribute elements were of little concern to him, but would certainly benefit Qi Ling when she manipulated the elements of nature. He stored the essence of wood back in his inventory, deeming it unnecessary for now, but perhaps useful in the future. As they journeyed, they encountered several ordinary wild boars, and Wang Luo swiftly captured one for their dinner. Although they had provisions, who would prefer dry rations over freshly slaughtered meat? Noticing the dimming light, Wang Luo found a safe, flat area to prepare the boar, skewering it over the fire. The aroma gradually wafted through the air, and once the skin turned golden and crisp, he removed the roasted pig, distributing generous portions among the group. As night fell, the flames illuminated their faces, creating a cozy atmosphere. Qin Baiyu sat nearby, silently observing the others as she munched on her roasted leg of pork. Long Ying was engaged in a fierce battle with her piece of meat, relishing every bite, while Qi Ling, the epitome of grace, occasionally glanced at Wang Luo, her face aglow with happiness. Eventually, she turned her gaze fully towards him. In the firelight, Wang Luo appeared softer, and his gentle demeanor towards both Qi Ling and Long Ying significantly altered Qin Baiyu and Amp, Oppos' perception of him. Chapter 76, Amassing a Fortune. After a satisfying meal, a substantial amount of roasted pork remained, which Wang Luo promptly stored in the warehouse. In this peculiar place, time stood still within the confines of the warehouse, ensuring that whatever was placed inside would remain unchanged and worry-free from spoilage. They could indulge in another feast the following morning. As they settled in for the night, Wang Luo knew they needed to assign a watchman. He looked at the three women and pondered aloud. Long Ying will take the first watch, followed by Qi Ling. Then I shall take my turn, and lastly, Qin Baiyu. Does that sound agreeable? Absolutely. Long Ying responded eagerly, finding it acceptable to stay awake a little longer. But the thought of being awakened from sleep was far more distressing. With the watch schedule confirmed, Wang Luo retrieved several crude wooden beds from the warehouse. Though the craftsmanship was rough, they were certainly preferable to sleeping on the ground. A layer of fur atop the beds would suffice for comfort. Before settling down, Wang Luo habitually checked the regional chat, where players who had survived the beast wave were idly wagering on who would secure the first kill. Not many placed bets on the lesser-known players, but a significant number were backing Wang Luo. Despite this, his odds were not the lowest. That distinction belonged to a player named Tian, who had garnered even more supporters for the first kill. Curious, Wang Luo examined the leaderboard and soon realized why Taiyan attracted such confidence. He ranked first in personal strength among all players. His physical prowess was unparalleled, and his equipment was also ranked within the top 10. Wang Luo was not surprised. A player of such formidable strength would undoubtedly possess excellent gear. With the exception of Qin Baiyu, who seemed to have fallen prey to bad luck. Noticing an ongoing betting activity in the World Channel, Wang Luo contemplated placing a bet on himself, but ultimately decided against it upon seeing the nearly even odds. There would be little profit to gain, so he thought it better to abstain. Just as he was about to exit the game panel, a thought struck him. He opened a private chat with Huazi Go and sent a message. "Have you entered the instance yet?" The response came swiftly. "Rest assured. I have brought in 4 of the most skilled players, and they have all entered the dungeon. Well done. By the way, are you aware of the betting odds in the World Channel?" Huazi Go replied, somewhat puzzled. "Yes, I saw it. Are you considering betting on yourself?" "But the even odds seem unnecessary." No. Wang Luo hastily refuted. "Since you've entered the dungeon too, find the one managing the bets and have them add you in. We can make a considerable profit." Huazi Ge's eyes widened in surprise, his heart racing with excitement. "But boss, ISN and AMP, Oppos, it inappropriate to let me have the first kill? What is inappropriate about it? The first kill reward will still be ours, but the crystals we earn will be very real," Wang Luo asserted. Seeing his determination, Huazi Ge no longer hesitated and promptly contacted the bookmaker to request his inclusion. The bookmaker readily agreed. The more lesser-known players that joined, the greater the profits to be made. To entice more bets on these seemingly hopeless players, the bookmaker adjusted Huazi Ge's odds to an enticing 150. What use were high odds if the first kill wasn't secured? The crystals would belong to him. He paid no mind to the bets placed on Zhang Qixing, as the recognized contenders for the first kill were Taiyan and Wang Luo. Their odds were practically even, ensuring he could not incur a loss. After placing a bet on Zhang Qixing, also known as Huazi Ge, Wang Luo instructed Qian Shenkai to gradually place bets on Huazi Ge over the next few days. Qian Shenkai, a true professional, swiftly comprehended Wang Luo and AMP, Oppos' intentions and agreed without hesitation. Throughout this process, Wang Luo did not entertain the thought of what would happen if Huazi Ge failed to secure the first kill. He had unwavering confidence that he could assist Huazi Ge in achieving it. Having completed all arrangements, Wang Luo finally succumbed to a deep slumber. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, Qi Ling gently nudged him, rousing him from his slumber. Upon recognizing her face, he rubbed his temples. "Is it time?" Qi Ling nodded softly, her expression weary. "Go rest," Wang Luo urged, gently pushing her towards the bed. Qi Ling complied and soon drifted into a deep sleep. Wang Luo splashed some water on his face, feeling more alert, and surveyed the misty air and the inky darkness of the night. After yawning, he focused intently on his surroundings, relieved to find no immediate danger indicated in the information alerts. 2 hours passed when suddenly, he heard Qin Baiyu's voice behind him. "Wang Luo, you should rest now." Turning around, he saw Qin Baiyu standing there. "All right," he acquiesced, preparing to rise when a new alert appeared in the dark before him. "A player is approaching." Wang Luo's mind sharpened at the sight of the alert, and he quickly awakened Qi Ling and Long Ying. "What is happening?" Qin Baiyu inquired, puzzled by his actions. "Someone is coming. We do not know if they are friend or foe," Wang Luo replied gravely. Upon hearing this, Qi Ling and Long Ying, previously drowsy, were instantly alert, adopting defensive postures and watching the encroaching darkness cautiously. In the mist, 5 figures emerged. Wang Luo focused intently, noting that the lead player was a burly figure with a thin layer of fuzz covering his skin, a short and thick neck, and bulging muscles. Upon seeing Wang Luo and his companions, the giant paused momentarily before swiftly assuming a defensive stance. Husan, the lead player, fixed his gaze on the young man before him, dressed in black tactical gear and carrying a black dagger on his back. Though he appeared unassuming, Husan and Oppos' instincts screamed danger. Even the tall woman behind him exuded a fierce aura. It was likely that the earlier commotion had been caused by them. Realizing that Husan and his group were unaware of their situation, Wang Luo spoke firmly. "My friend, we are merely resting here temporarily. If you are just passing through, feel free to continue on your way." Husan regarded Wang Luo's composed demeanor and nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. He and the 4 remaining players cautiously moved past Wang Luo and his companions. Just as they were about to leave, Husan turned back and said, "I'm Husan. May I know your name, brother? Wang Luo paused, then replied, I am Zhang Qixing. Chapter 77. The misty marsh tiger, Sin repeatedly mulled over the name Zhang Qixing, struggling to recall any significant impression of it. However, the aura emanating from this so-called Zhang Qixing was undeniably formidable. Indeed, those players who have survived until now possess their own unique skills. Tiger Sin pondered silently as he vanished into the white mist. Once Tiger Sin departed, Wang Luo gradually relaxed his vigilance. My lord, is this another player entering the instance? Qi Ling observed their departing figures, a hint of concern washing over her face. Shouldn't we hurry and catch up? It would be unfortunate if others got ahead of us. Qi Ling's anxiety was not unfounded, yet Wang Luo shook his head. Do not worry. You should return and rest. There will undoubtedly be more monsters ahead, and we must be well rested to face the challenges that lie ahead. Since he had spoken thus, Qi Ling refrained from further protest and lay down on the wooden bed. Longing yawned and returned to rest as well. Qin Baiyu looked at Wang Luo and suggested, You should also rest. I can guard this place. Wang Luo shook his head. It's fine. Dawn is not far off. Let us both keep watch. Qin Baiyu nodded silently. The two settled down, with Qin Baiyu glancing at Wang Luo, who was preoccupied with the surrounding darkness, oblivious to her gaze. After a while, Wang Luo suddenly heard Qin Baiyu and Appo's voice beside him. Hey, Wang Luo, I didn't expect you to be quite decent. Taken aback, Wang Luo replied. You only just realized such an obvious thing? Qin Baiyu rolled her eyes at him in response. Praising you for your character seems to have puffed you up. My comment was merely about your treatment of your subordinates. Your character still leaves much to be desired. A flicker of resentment stirred within Qin Baiyu at the thought of Wang Luo's request for her to send him certain photographs. Wang Luo was too weary to engage in further debate, yet Qin Baiyu seemed to have opened a floodgate of conversation, continuing, You show your subordinates the respect they deserve, which is exceedingly rare in this apocalyptic world. Before the server merge, in my area, many took on subordinates only to either beat or scold them, showcasing their supposed strength in the regional channel. She spoke as if to herself, unconcerned whether Wang Luo was listening. The world is rife with inequality, whether in the apocalypse or elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Wang Luo finally turned to look at her. Have you experienced unfair treatment? Of course. Such treatment has shadowed me throughout my life. Qin Baiyu and Appo's gaze was distant, her tone soft. I hail from a prominent family in Blue Star, one that is exceedingly wealthy and powerful. To gain my parents' and Appo's attention, I excelled in equestrianism, martial arts, and academics. Yet they always claimed I could not compare to my brother, who indulged in vices, simply because he is a man and I am a woman. Her eyes suddenly filled with determination. One day, I will prove that women are no weaker than men. Listening to her, Wang Luo comprehended why Qin Baiyu had vehemently rejected his assistance. This underlying reason had shaped her stance. Realizing she had not only sought his help, but had also been compelled to send him those photographs, Qin Baiyu abruptly fell silent. Silence enveloped them once more. As dawn gradually broke, and after everyone had rested adequately, Wang Luo retrieved the leftover roasted pork from the previous night, consuming a modest portion before leading the group toward the center of the island. With the arrival of daylight, the white mist had significantly dissipated. Wang Luo took the lead, surveying the surroundings with heightened caution. The plains posed far less danger than the forest. After an extensive journey, they had yet to encounter a single monster, though they did come across a variety of ordinary animals. He casually caught a few, preparing them for storage as provisions for the group. As they ventured deeper, a sudden danger alert flashed before Wang Luo's eyes. Hidden Mist Poison Marsh, a swamp shrouded in white mist, surrounded by various toxic plants, with numerous mud-poison crocodiles lurking within. Without an antidote, one must tread carefully. Pausing at the notification, Wang Luo reflected. He had amassed a sufficient supply of antidotes from opening treasure chests in the past, enough for the 4 of them, so there was no cause for concern. With that thought settled, he chose not to alarm the others about the impending danger. Instead, he merely slowed his pace and became more vigilant. The others remained unaware of any threat, merely noting a slight decrease in speed. However, as they pressed on, they gradually sensed something amiss. Qi Ling, particularly attuned to nature, quickly discerned the poisonous nature of the surrounding plants. There is danger here. I can sense that these plants are toxic. Do not touch them, she cautioned. Upon hearing her warning, Long Ying and Qin Baiyu immediately grew cautious, carefully avoiding the plants. Entering the hidden mist poison marsh, the mist thickened considerably. Yet they could still make out the path beneath their feet. Wang Luo's gaze sharpened suddenly as he spotted a series of erratic footprints ahead, appearing to have emerged from an unknown source, leading into the swamp. These footprints likely belonged to the group from the previous night. He mused inwardly, guiding the women to follow the trail. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a swamp marked by the footprints. Due to the dense mist obscuring their view, they could not ascertain the swamp and Appo's true size. Which direction should we take? Qin Baiyu inquired, perplexed. Wang Luo shook his head, crouching to examine the traces left by the footprints. They were chaotic, yet predominantly confined to this area, indicating that the individuals from the previous night either traversed this swamp or succumbed to its depths. Let us search the surroundings for a path. They must have passed this way, Wang Luo stated firmly. Though the swamp posed dangers, the monsters within were not particularly strong, with the mud-poison crocodiles primarily being second-tier creatures, and only a few third-tier ones present. Given Tiger San and his companions and Appo's strength, they should be able to navigate through. Hearing his words, they began to search the edges of the swamp. Wang Luo walked along the marsh's perimeter, scrutinizing the surroundings. There were no footprints from Tiger San and his group at the edge of the swamp, nor any signs of blood or corpses. Wang Luo, come look here. A sudden voice from the mist called out from Qin Baiyu, her tone tinged with urgency, as if she had discovered something. Wang Luo swiftly turned and rushed toward her voice. Before long, he found the three women gathered around a thicket, examining something. Illusionary poison thicket, covered with numerous small thorns. Touching them will cause bleeding. The toxin will enter the body through the blood, leading one into an illusion. His expression grew serious, initially fearing someone had been injured, but upon closer inspection, he found the three women unscathed, with no visible injuries. Only a piece of fabric caught on the thorns. Chapter 78, Despair of Chilling. The piece of fabric hanging from the poisonous thorn appeared to have been violently torn away, with faint traces of blood still visible, though scant. It suggested that the owner of the fabric had likely fallen victim to this illusory toxin. This fabric belonged to one of the players encountered earlier at dawn. Qin Baiyu spoke in a low voice. Despite the darkness of the early morning, she had clearly observed and memorized the appearances of those players. One of them was clad in attire of the same color as this fabric. Apart from this piece of cloth, there were no further clues in the vicinity. Qin Baiyu gazed at Wang Luo and spoke solemnly. He nodded slightly, contemplating the vast expanse of marshland before them. Turning around, he retrieved the shadow dagger and severed the branch from which the fabric hung. Grasping the fabric, he tossed the branch into the marsh, where it slowly sank into the mire, the descent leisurely yet deliberate. However, this slight commotion attracted the attention of the toxic crocodiles lurking within the swamp. Wang Luo observed as the back of a crocodile gradually surfaced, less than 10 meters from the branch. Perhaps we can traverse this marsh using wooden planks, Wang Luo suggested. Having calculated the time it would take for the planks to fully submerge into the mire. This could indeed be a viable solution, Qin Baiyu concurred. Her gaze fixed on Wang Luo. However, we must consider all variables. The planks require 4 individuals to tread upon them, which would inevitably hasten their descent into the swamp. Moreover, one must not waver in their focus while balancing on such a narrow surface, lest they risk falling into the mire. The problem lies in the numerous crocodiles present. They will undoubtedly impede our passage through the swamp. While second-tier monsters are of little concern, we must remain wary of the third-tier toxic crocodiles. Fortunately, there are not many of them in this swamp, so it should not pose a significant threat. As Wang Luo spoke, he retrieved some timber from the storage, deftly slicing it into thin wooden shards with his shadow blade. He then tossed a few pieces into the swamp, lightly tapping the shards with his toes before swiftly returning to the shore. There are enough pieces here for 4 to traverse together without issue. Long Ying, remove your equipment. Chilling will go first, followed by Qin Baiyu. Then you, and finally, I will follow, Wang Luo instructed, glancing at Long Ying and then at the other 2 women. The group nodded in agreement. Your abilities are commendable. Ensure Chilling and Appo's. As protection, he advised Qin Baiyu, who paused momentarily before silently nodding in acknowledgement. Wang Luo handed the wooden pieces to Chilling, instructing her to lay down a plank after stepping onto it. He then used his dagger to divide a slain cow into several sizable chunks, preparing them in the storage. After completing these preparations, he turned his attention to Chilling, who took a deep breath and hurled a wooden piece into the marsh, leaping forward with a light touch. Qin Baiyu followed closely behind, her gaze scanning the surroundings as a toxic crocodile, alerted by the noise, swam rapidly towards them. Seizing the moment, Wang Luo swiftly tossed a piece of beef toward the distance, drawing the crocodile's attention away. Taking advantage of the distraction, the group hurriedly made their way to the opposite bank of the swamp, disturbing a few more crocodiles along the way, all of which were lured away by Wang Luo's offerings of meat. Having successfully crossed the marsh, the group continued onward. However, after only a short distance, another expanse of swamp loomed before them. Wang Luo wasted no time, promptly crafting more wooden pieces and replicating their previous method to navigate the mire. Surely this time we will succeed? Longing speculated uncertainly as she gazed at the fog ahead. After walking several hundred meters without encountering further marsh, she sighed in relief. It seems we have made it. Yet, as soon as her words fell, another vast swamp appeared before them. Wang Luo regarded the marsh with a grave expression. We must proceed with caution. This swamp harbors third-tier toxic crocodiles. At this level, their cunning cannot be easily deceived by mere bait. Upon hearing this, the group grew serious. Wang Luo exhaled deeply. Stay steady. I will escort each of you across one by one. With that, he procured a greater quantity of timber, beckoning the others to assist in gathering enough materials. Qin Baiyu, you go first. Long Ying and Qiling, you two wait here, Wang Luo instructed firmly. Qin Baiyu accepted the wooden pieces with a slight nod. She tossed a plank into the marsh and delicately stepped onto it, with Wang Luo following closely, hurling chunks of meat into the swamp to divert the second-tier crocodiles. The two advanced together, quickly spotting the opposite bank of the marsh. As Qin Baiyu stepped onto another wooden plank, preparing to proceed, the submerged plank suddenly erupted. Reacting swiftly, Wang Luo's gaze sharpened, and he plunged his shadow blade downward, striking a suddenly emerging third-tier toxic crocodile. The creature's mouth erupted in a spray of blood as the blade pierced through its skull, delivering a fatal blow. Using the crocodile's carcass as leverage, Wang Luo propelled himself forward, closing the distance to Qin Baiyu. Fortunately, the remainder of the passage was uneventful, and after safely bringing her across, Wang Luo returned alone. He successfully transported Long Ying as well, dispatching 2 more third-tier crocodiles along the way. Once more, he returned to collect Qiling. As the last wooden piece fell into the marsh, this was to be their final crossing. Wang Luo remained vigilant, acutely aware of his surroundings, unwilling to let his guard down. Before long, they had traversed most of the distance, with only a few meters remaining to reach the shore. Wang Luo let out a quiet sigh of relief as he glimpsed the nearby bank. However, in that fleeting moment of relaxation, the wooden piece Qiling had thrown into the marsh suddenly shattered. She was descending. A third-tier toxic crocodile had already opened its jaws, poised to relish the feast. Lord! Qiling instinctively cried out, her voice trembling with fear as she glanced back at Wang Luo. He pressed forward, his foot shattering the plank beneath him. In a parabolic arc, Wang Luo soared above the crocodile, driving his shadow blade deep into its gaping maw. The force was so intense that the blade fully penetrated, and a fountain of blood erupted, splattering across Wang Luo's face. Without hesitation, he seized Qiling, exerting force to hurl her toward the shore. Qin Baiyu, quick to react, caught her effortlessly. However, that throw caused Wang Luo's legs to become ensnared in the marsh. Feeling the immense suction pulling at his legs, he withdrew his blade. But before he could react, a searing pain shot through him. A toxic crocodile was viciously tearing at his leg. His face contorted in agony as he plunged the shadow blade into the mire. The force was tremendous, rendering the crocodile that had latched onto his calf motionless. Wang Luo dared not relent. A tingling sensation coursed through his leg, and more critically, he was mired deep in the swamp, still several meters from the shore. Witnessing this, Qiling let out a piercing scream. Lord! Unlike her previous fearful cries, this one was infused with profound despair. Chapter 79, A Sudden Incident. As she watched Wang Luo slowly sinking, Qiling felt as though she were being overwhelmed by a tide, a suffocating sensation rising in her chest. It is my fault. I have harmed the Lord. A profound sense of helplessness welled up within her, and she stood there, staring at Wang Luo like a wooden statue, unable to move. In the marsh, Wang Luo remained oblivious to Qiling and Appo's distress. His mind was a chaotic blur, having shed his shadow armor while traversing the first swamp. He was now clad only in ordinary clothing. Consequently, the venomous marsh crocodile easily pierced his skin, and the toxin coursed through his veins, taking effect. He felt as if he might lose consciousness at any moment. Darkening. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Luo activated his shadow skill. In the next instant, he vanished from sight, half of his body still immersed in the swamp, only to reappear moments later on the shore. As soon as Wang Luo materialized, Qi Ling immediately sprang into action. Rushing toward him, "My lord." Her voice was filled with joy, a sense of relief akin to surviving a calamity. However, before she could reach him, Wang Luo suddenly slumped, collapsing to the ground. Witnessing this, Qin Baiyu and Longing sensed something was amiss and hurried to Wang Luo's side. Qi Ling rushed over, lifting Wang Luo and Appo's body and kneeling on the ground, carefully allowing him to lean against her legs as she examined him. It didn't take long for her to discover the grotesque wounds on his left leg. The wounds, resembling gaping holes, oozed black blood from within. Tiny blood vessels, purple and black, spread from the wounds, continuously encroaching up his thigh. Realizing he had been poisoned, Qi Ling quickly retrieved a vial of antidote from her storage. Thankfully, Wang Luo had entrusted her with some. Otherwise, she would have been unable to procure the remedy while he lay unconscious. Seeing Wang Luo and Appo's tightly shut mouth, Qi Ling wasted no time. She drank the antidote and promptly administered it to him mouth to mouth. Even so, the unconscious Wang Luo managed to swallow only a small portion, with most of the potion trickling from the corners of his mouth. Not wishing to waste any, Qi Ling retrieved another vial and repeated the process. Fortunately, the antidote proved potent, and after consuming 2 vials, Wang Luo coughed twice, regaining consciousness. Though his mind was still muddled, he had regained awareness, and from that point onward, everything would be manageable. Observing this, Longing and Qin Baiyu discreetly sighed in relief. Longing felt reassured, as she was Wang Luo's subject and naturally wished for his survival. However, Qin Baiyu experienced a strange feeling. When did she begin to worry for this man who had taken advantage of her vulnerability? As Qin Baiyu sighed with relief, confusion also crept into her heart. Was it because he selflessly rescued his subject from danger? She was unaware that her previous acquaintances had predominantly been affluent individuals, leading her to instinctively adopt an air of arrogance. In contrast, Wang Luo was an ordinary man from Blue Star. Even in this world of survival, he remained steadfastly egalitarian. This was the reason he was so highly regarded by the common folk in his territory. Of course, Wang Luo remained unyielding toward those who provoked or sought to harm him. After consuming the antidote, his mind gradually cleared. Qi Ling, belatedly realizing her boldness, felt a rush of shyness as she had kissed her lord in front of others. After a moment's pause, Wang Luo noticed he was resting on Qi Ling's lap. Although the fragrance emanating from her was delightful and the knee pillow comforting, he still felt a twinge of embarrassment. Once he regained some strength, he attempted to rise. Ouch! The moment he moved, a sharp pain shot through his left leg, causing him to gasp. Darkness clouded his vision as he fell back, nearly losing consciousness again. It was then that he realized, although the antidote had purged the toxin, the wounds inflicted by the Marsh crocodile had yet to heal. Noticing his struggle, Qi Ling, disregarding her shyness, expressed concern. "My lord, please do not rush. Wait until your wounds are better before standing." Wang Luo waved his hand and retrieved a vial of life potion from his storage. Soon, the wounds on his leg began to heal gradually. Once they were fully mended, he finally rose, while Qi Ling shifted her numb legs, attempting to stand as well. Glancing at his tattered pants, Wang Luo equipped his shadow armor. Had he been wearing it earlier, the level 3 poisonous crocodile would not have been able to bite through his pants, and the venom would not have entered his body. At most, he would have sustained a mere bite. Yet, there was no point in dwelling on what could have been. After this incident, he knew he must remain vigilant. Turning to Qi Ling, he inquired with concern, "Are you hurt?" Qi Ling instinctively shook her head in response, then shyly lowered her gaze. Wang Luo was taken aback. This young lady appeared bashful, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. "Do elves have a mating season as well?" "Qi Ling, you wooden and Appo's TB." Wang Luo looked at her with suspicion, unable to suppress his curiosity. "My lord, I didn't mean to kiss you. It was just that your condition was urgent. And it happened so suddenly." Before Wang Luo could ask anything further, Qi Ling, unable to restrain herself, divulged everything in one breath. Upon hearing this, Wang Luo wore a peculiar expression, halting his words momentarily. Then, with understanding, he replied, "I see, I understand. You were only concerned for me. It was indeed a sudden situation. Qi Ling let out a slight sigh of relief, but Kuden and Appos T helped feeling a tinge of disappointment. The Lord did not misconstrue her as a promiscuous elf. Yet, why did she feel somewhat unsettled? Unbeknownst to her, Wang Luo was even more flustered internally. After guarding his lips for over 20 years, they had been taken without any sensation. He felt a sense of indignation, glancing at Qi Ling's luscious lips before quickly averting his gaze. Was she not an elf? Why did she possess such allure? Having had his lips taken, was it unreasonable for him to reclaim them? It seemed entirely reasonable for a lord to engage in some playful antics with his subject, as surely she would not dare resist. As these thoughts swirled in Wang Luo's mind, he increasingly felt the need to uphold the dignity of his position. Chapter 80. The Cave Skeletons. Meanwhile, Qi Ling remained oblivious to Wang Luo and Appos' thoughts. She merely felt a tinge of sadness. Wasn't Appos the Lord a tad too serious? If he were to compel her to partake in some embarrassing activities, she would not resist. After all, he was youthful, handsome, and quite gentle. With this thought, she sighed. Thus, the two, each lost in their own musings, did not mention the matter again as they exited the swamp. Upon leaving the misty marsh, the white fog had thinned considerably, but due to the time wasted in the swamp, dusk was creeping in. Wang Luo surveyed his surroundings and, guided by his informational prompts, located a safe spot where he kindled a fire to roast some meat. After traversing the marsh, the grassy plains had gradually vanished, replaced by vast stretches of exposed rock. Gazing at the distant, sword-like peaks, Wang Luo calculated that crossing this rocky terrain would lead them to the mountain's base. As he watched the sizzling meat on the spit, Wang Luo suddenly recalled the corpses of several level 3 mire poison crocs he had slain, which had yet to be dismantled. Seizing the moment, he directed his gaze toward the warehouse housing the 3 corpses and promptly chose to deconstruct them. Congratulations, player. You have acquired 3 essence of water, 3 level 3 crystals, 1 intermediate equipment poison spike armor, and 600 units of meat. The items retrieved were not particularly impressive, but Wang Luo still inspected the intermediate equipment. The poison spike armor. Poison spike armor, intermediate equipment. The armor is covered in sharp spikes. Those who are pierced by it will suffer the venom of the mire poison croc upon bleeding, exceedingly vicious. If the wearer is inadvertently pierced, they will also endure a 50 toxin penetration. Goodness. This was akin to inflicting 1,000 points of damage upon the enemy, while harming oneself, 500 points. No. It was possible that the enemy might not even be harmed, and the wearer would incur half the damage instead. Wang Luo stared dumbfounded at the attributes of this equipment. It was indeed classified as intermediate. How utterly disappointing. Despite his internal complaints, he stored the item in the warehouse. Disappointing as it was, he had no intentions of wearing it. He could always trade it later for profit. There would always be someone interested. As for the essence of water, though its purpose was unclear, he placed it alongside the essence of wood. Having completed these tasks, the roasted meat was ready. After a hearty meal, the group took turns keeping watch. No other players appeared throughout the night, and as dawn broke, Wang Luo and his companions resumed their journey toward the Sword Mountain. With their deeper foray, the lush greenery of the plains had long since disappeared, replaced by rocky terrain. The wind kicked up a fierce sandstorm, hurling small stones into the air that could strike painfully against their faces or eyes if one was careless. The pervasive white fog made it even more difficult to see, forcing the group to rely on their instincts to navigate. My lord, look, there is some fabric, Qi Ling suddenly exclaimed. Wang Luo squinted and approached, discovering a tattered piece of cloth wedged among the rocks. It appeared to belong to the group from the previous night, indicating they had passed through this area. Qin Baiyu stepped forward and immediately recognized the torn fabric. Let us keep moving, Wang Luo suggested after a brief glance, signaling for the others to proceed. A mere scrap of cloth could only confirm their passage. It did not imply the absence of other dangers. Even if there were threats, turning back was not an option. Due to the wind and stones, their pace was sluggish, and the rocky landscape showed no signs of life. Fortunately, Wang Luo had procured ample meat earlier in the plains, and his warehouse still held numerous jerky strips. Their provisions were more than sufficient. After a considerable time, the group finally spotted a cave ahead. Let us rest for a bit. These stones are quite bothersome, Long Ying exclaimed, eager to enter the cave. Wang Luo checked the informational prompts and saw no immediate dangers. Thus agreeing to her suggestion, they entered the cave but remained near the entrance where they were shielded from the wind and sand. Wang Luo gathered some wood and prepared to roast meat once more. Under the conditions of this instance, their meals were quite satisfactory, seasoned with salt, rendering them rather palatable. After a simple lunch, they reclined against the rocky walls to rest. Qin Baiyu observed the cave, noting the darkness within, suggesting a considerable distance ahead. She glanced at Wang Luo before gradually making her way deeper into the cave. The dimness obscured her path, but fortunately, the Evernight lamp was in her warehouse. Upon retrieving it, the darkness was instantly illuminated. As she ventured further, the path grew increasingly narrow. After what felt like an eternity, she examined the jagged rocks protruding from the walls and the constricting passageway. Just as she contemplated returning, the path suddenly opened up. Before her lay a clearing strewn with heaps of white bones, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Unfazed, Qin Baiyu stepped into the clearing to inspect the remains. However, as she entered, she noticed the pile of bones seemed to stir. Startled, she took a cautious step back, only to see the bones begin to tremble violently. Quaking across the clearing, realizing the impending danger, Qin Baiyu spun on her heel and bolted back toward the cave entrance. Behind her, a series of raspy roars erupted. Simultaneously, Wang Luo, who had been resting with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them, casting a sharp gaze into the depths of the cave. He saw Qin Baiyu emerge. Her expression grave. "Run!" she shouted, alerting the others. Wang Luo turned to see a flurry of informational prompts flooding his vision. Cave skeletons, formed from gathered bones. They possess formidable strength, devoid of intelligence or pain. You can easily deal with them, but it is unnecessary, as they yield no rewards. Faced with this revelation, Wang Luo wasted no time and urged Long Ying and Qiling to exit the cave. They hastened once more toward the Sword Mountain. Although the skeletons were easy to dispatch, the lack of rewards rendered any confrontation pointless. Wang Luo had no intention of engaging in fruitless endeavors. The four dashed out of the cave, pursued relentlessly by the skeletal foes. They dared not slow down, quickening their pace. Fortunately, the wind and sand hindered the skeletons, causing them to stagger and significantly reduce their speed. Once they could no longer see the bones, the group finally paused. "I had no idea such creatures lurked in that cave. My apologies, it was my oversight," Qin Baiyu explained. Long Ying and Qiling paid her no mind. Wang Luo shook his head. Since the informational prompts had failed to reveal these monsters, he bore no grudge against Qin Baiyu. "Here, the sandstorm has ceased. We can rest properly," Qiling suddenly remarked. They remained within the rocky terrain, yet as she noted, this particular spot was devoid of any wind or sand. Wang Luo paused, sensing something amiss. Their current location was entirely free of wind and debris. Looking into the distance, he noticed the stormy environment just 100 meters away, contrasting sharply with their calm surroundings. Two extremes indeed. Chapter 81, Essence of Earth. Just as he was engulfed in perplexity, a sudden chill graced his back. A gentle breeze sweeping through. Wang Luo turned his head. Giant stone monster, level 4 creature, composed entirely of stone, devoid of pain, immensely powerful. A stark warning flashed before him. Momentarily stunned, Wang Luo snapped back to reality and shouted at Qiling and the others, "Get back. They're SA monster." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the stones beneath began to rumble ominously. The four reacted swiftly, turning to flee in the direction they had come from. Behind them, the stones clattered together, forming a towering figure over 10 meters tall, a robust stone giant. As the giant stone monster awoke, it spied the four diminutive figures fleeing ahead and brought its stone fists crashing down onto the ground, sending plumes of dust into the air. The earth trembled violently. The gusts of rock and sand intensified, and stone spikes erupted from the ground. As Wang Luo landed, he sensed something amiss. The ground was quaking. With a powerful kick, he leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding a massive stone spike that shot up from beneath him. Just a second more, and he might have met a grim fate. Barely evading the stone spike, Wang Luo called out to the three ahead, "Watch your step." Just then, beside Long Ying, a stone spike burst forth from the ground, missing her by a hair and Appo's breath. "You nearly scared me to death," Long Ying exclaimed, her heart racing as she glared at the spike behind her. Qiling had no reason to worry. Being of the elven race, they had a keen sensitivity to such earth elements, enabling them to dodge the spikes with ease. The frontmost, Qin Baiyu, was particularly straightforward. When a stone spike emerged, she simply swung her gun at it without hesitation. Observing this, Wang Luo felt a slight relief. This round of stone spikes had caused no harm to the four, and the giant stone monster made no attempt to pursue them, remaining seated like a mountain. After running a considerable distance, Wang Luo turned back to regard the giant stone monster. It had not crumbled into debris, but remained in its original form, standing guard like a sentinel. Wang Luo pondered. The earlier passage of Husan through this area must have drawn the attention of the giant stone monster. Yet, it had not awakened previously, indicating that Husan and his companions had not crossed this path. This raised questions. Wang Luo knew that the route to Sword Mountain was singular. Therefore, Husan and his group might have perished and returned to the safe house. Recalling how the skeletal creatures in the cave had lunged at them, he found this unlikely. What was the source of this mystery? Wang Luo mumbled to himself. What? Qin Baiyu caught a fragment of his words, but could not discern the entire statement, prompting her to inquire. It's nothing. As it stands, there's only this path to Sword Mountain. We must deal with the giant stone monster first. Wang Luo replied, eyeing the immobile creature. It and Appos, merely a level 4 monster. We can charge through. Without waiting for Wang Luo's response, Qin Baiyu seized her gun and dashed forward. Wang Luo sensed something was amiss, but had no time to ponder. Seeing her charge ahead, he hastily followed, cautioning Long Ying and Qi Ling, stay close, but be careful. With that, he drew his shadow blade and pursued Qin Baiyu. Long Ying possessed no particular offensive capabilities. Her role was to absorb damage. Clad in dragon scale armor, her speed was significantly reduced. Additionally, against such a hulking creature, a mere slap could negate the armor and Appos' protective properties. As for Qi Ling, while her bow could provide ranged support, in the fierce wind and sand, her aim was compromised. Thus, the two remained at a safe distance. Meanwhile, Wang Luo and Qin Baiyu reached the giant stone monster and Appos' side. Seizing the moment while it rose clumsily, they launched their assault without hesitation. Wang Luo targeted its leg, driving his shadow blade down with force. The giant stone monster seemed unfazed, indifferent to the trivial scratch. The blade grazed against the stones, sparking and emitting a sharp sound. Qin Baiyu, wielding her long gun, struck the creature with confidence. The collision of metal and stone echoed, stirring up clouds of dust. Wang Luo's eyelids flickered. He had gained a new appreciation for Qin Baiyu and Appos' brute strength. As the dust settled, a small fissure appeared on the giant stone monster's body, igniting its fury. It roared angrily, swinging its fist down toward Qin Baiyu. Unfazed, Qin Baiyu nimbly dodged to the side. With its initial strike missing, the giant stone monster quickly raised its arm for another blow. Its focus remained on Qin Baiyu, oblivious to Wang Luo, who seized the opportunity to dart along its massive form toward its neck. Spotting a gap between the stones, Wang Luo plunged his blade deep, swiftly slicing sideways. The giant stone monster bellowed in rage, now disregarding Qin Baiyu, its colossal hands reaching for Wang Luo. However, its size rendered its movements clumsy, allowing Wang Luo to push the blade even deeper. In a fit of rage, the creature, unable to grasp Wang Luo, suddenly toppled backward, attempting to crush him with its immense weight. Wang Luo, however, would not be so easily trapped. As it fell, he plunged his blade fully into its neck and leapt away. Upon landing, the massive body crashed to the ground, the force sending Wang Luo staggering a few steps as dust erupted around him. Coughing from the dust, Qin Baiyu inadvertently inhaled some debris, but soon spotted Wang Luo emerging from the haze. Though his attire was dust-laden, Wang Luo's expression bore a sense of relief. As the dust cleared, only mounds of rubble remained scattered across the ground. Is this truly resolved? A hint of confusion flickered in Qin Baiyu and Appos' mind. Why was it so simple? Wang Luo, undeterred, retrieved his undamaged blade from the debris and keenly noticed a yellowish orb concealed nearby. As he glanced at it, an information prompt appeared. Essence of Earth. Usable for crafting armor or consumable to enhance one's strength. It may prove useful. Essence of Earth. Wang Luo pocketed the yellow orb, his attention drawn to the last sentence of the prompt. May prove useful? What exactly was the purpose of this essence of Earth? Thus far, he had gathered the essences of water, wood, and earth, yet lacked those of metal and fire. But their functions remained a mystery. Unable to comprehend, Wang Luo dismissed the thought and resumed his examination of the stone pile. Were there no other treasures to be found? Wang Luo muttered. And as he sifted through the stones, a sudden realization struck him, causing his expression to change. Chapter 82. I am Qian Shunkai. Something feels amiss. Wang Luo shouted at the unsuspecting Qin Baiyu. There was no indication that the monster had perished. Upon hearing this, the previously puzzled Qin Baiyu's expression changed, as she too realized the gravity of the situation. Whenever a monster was slain, a prompt would typically appear regarding whether to dismantle it. However, this stone giant provided no such notification. After Wang Luo's outcry, he noticed the stones on the ground began to tremble gently, swiftly coalescing. They then adhered together, reforming into the stone giant once more. Wang Luo and Qin Baiyu exchanged a glance, and in unison, they chose to retreat. After they had distanced themselves sufficiently, the stone giant ceased its pursuit, turning instead to sit back down in its original spot. "My lord, what is happening?" Qi Ling, who had evidently witnessed the stone giant's resurrection, inquired with a hint of confusion. "I am unsure. It seems to possess a regeneration ability, which complicates matters," Wang Luo replied, furrowing his brow as he regarded the stone giant. As a level 4 creature, he understood the predicament, but he had not anticipated it to be this troublesome. Its strength was not formidable, being rather clumsy and slow, yet the issue lay in its continual regeneration. It stubbornly remained in this area, incapable of being lured away. "What shall we do now?" Wang Luo pondered. "Let us first explore the surrounding area for alternative routes. If we find one, we shall take it. If not, we shall wait for others to arrive. After all, they must overcome this challenge to enter Sword Mountain." After some contemplation, Wang Luo concluded that this seemed to be the only viable course of action. The others concurred. For the next 2 days, they scoured the vicinity but found no other pathways. It appeared they would have to wait for reinforcements. Wang Luo roasted meat, addressing the 3 women. They had returned to the previous cave, which served as an excellent shelter from the wind and stones, provided they did not disturb the skeletons. In that case, they would have to contend with others for the boss. Qi Ling appeared somewhat anxious. Wang Luo remained noncommittal. In truth, his intention was to await the arrival of others to jointly tackle the boss. Otherwise, should a formidable opponent seize the opportunity to snatch the boss while they were exhausted, it would be quite the disheartening turn of events. Once the meat was ready, they shared a meal. Just as they were about to rest, Wang Luo's ears perked up, and he tensed. Someone is coming. Upon hearing this, the others, who were preparing to rest, became vigilant. Shortly after, figures emerged from the swirling white mist at the cave and Appo's entrance. "Boss, there and Appo's cave here. We can rest for the night." "My lord." A robust orc stepped out of the mist, locking eyes with the group. Upon seeing Wang Luo, he appeared momentarily stunned before exclaiming in delight. Recognizing the orc as one of his subjects, Wang Luo and Appo's tense demeanor relaxed. Soon, another individual emerged from the mist. Upon spotting Wang Luo, he too exhibited surprise. "Big guy? I've been searching for you." The newcomer was Huazi Go, to whom Wang Luo had entrusted an extra dungeon token upon entering the instance, instructing him to bring some people along. The more individuals they had, the greater their chances of securing the first kill. Each team was teleported to different locations. So Huazi Go had been exploring while seeking Wang Luo. "Big guy, did you just arrive as well?" Huazi Go asked excitedly. Wang Luo shook his head and handed him some chunks of meat, feeling a surge of relief upon seeing their fully equipped team of 5. "Let us feed the brothers, rest for a night, and wait for the others to arrive." Huazi Go looked puzzled. "Wait for others? Aren't we going to fight the boss? We've encountered a bit of trouble. Let's see if the others have a solution. For now, we should recuperate," Wang Luo replied. After hearing this, Huazi Go ceased to argue, accepting the meat and beginning to roast it over the fire. Wang Luo and his companions shifted within the cave to make room. Once everything was prepared, Huazi Go leaned in to inquire. "Big guy, what exactly is the issue that even you cannot resolve?" Wang Luo did not withhold the truth and explained the situation directly. "Regeneration? Such a bizarre ability exists?" Huazi Go marveled. He understood why Wang Luo was unable to handle it. In truth, despite the inconvenience, a level 4 monster was not beyond Wang Luo and Appo's capabilities. However, the constant revival posed a significant challenge. After discussing the matter, Wang Luo broached the topic of bets. "In recent days, have you placed any bets with Old Qian?" Huazi Go nodded. "Rest assured, big guy, Old Qian has placed some bets on level 3 crystals. If I indeed secure the first kill, converting the crystals to level 1, we could amass over 500,000 level 1 crystals." Upon hearing this figure, Wang Luo nodded in satisfaction. Such a sum was substantial. The initial investors would undoubtedly struggle to produce it. Yet the rules dictated that even if they could not provide it, Wang Luo would still compel them to part with something of value. A tranquil night passed, and as dawn broke, commotion echoed outside the cave. Wang Luo stepped out to find a group of 3 or 4 individuals approaching, one of whom he recognized, Husan. Currently, Husan appeared quite worse for wear, bearing numerous wounds and looking utterly exhausted, as did another member of the group. Only the man and woman at the forefront seemed vibrant. The man, somewhat frail and sickly looking, evoked an unsettling feeling in Wang Luo, while the woman trailed behind with a swaying foxtail, exuding an alluring grace. However, Wang Luo quickly averted his gaze, too distracting. Upon seeing Wang Luo, Husan's face reflected momentary astonishment, and he seemed poised to speak, yet he glanced at the frail man and chose silence. "Friend, I am Tian. What shall I call you?" The pale, slender man greeted Wang Luo warmly. "Tian." Wang Luo felt a flicker of familiarity, but could not recall where he had encountered the name. "I am Zhang Qixing." Huazi Go, who had just emerged with the orc, appeared bewildered at Wang Luo and Appo's placid expression. Tian remained unperturbed, looking at Huazi Go and then the orcs, equally cordial. "And you, brother?" "Ah, I am Qin Shenkai." Zhang Qixing scratched his head, glancing at Wang Luo before mumbling something nonsensical. Tian nodded slightly, about to speak when his gaze suddenly shifted to Wang Luo's rear. There stood Qi Ling, Qin Baiyu, and Long Ying, just emerging from the cave. Chapter 83, The Terrifying Power of Tai and Appo's. Upon the sight of the 3 enchanting maidens, Tai and Appo's, Appo's eyes sparkled with an almost fanatical gleam. Entirely disregarding the presence of Wang Luo and Hua Zig beside him, the fox demon accompanying Tian observed his infatuation and then glanced at the maidens, her eyes momentarily flashing with resentment. Noticing her gaze, Wang Luo and Appo's expression darkened as he subtly obstructed their figures. Tai and Appo's, and taken aback by Wang Luo and Appo's actions, suddenly realized, they are all under Brother Zhang's command. I have indeed been rather presumptuous. Well then, let us negotiate, Brother Zhang. How many crystals for their purchase?" At this proposition, Wang Luo and Appo's countenance soured, and even Huazig cast him a disapproving look. "They are not commodities," Wang Luo replied coldly. Tai and Appo's, unfazed, remarked nonchalantly, regardless of their status. "I find this little lady rather appealing. If need be, I shall offer this in exchange." He nudged the fox demon beside him, who stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Wang Luo frowned, asserting, "They are my subjects and will not be traded." Tian chuckled, "Let us call it what it is, subjects, or to put it less charitably, mere instruments for gratification." Wang Luo chose to ignore him and departed with the 3 maidens and Huazig. "Hey, brother, the price is negotiable." Tian shouted at Wang Luo's retreating figure, but when he realized he was being ignored, he fell silent. A glint of determination flickered in his eyes as he contemplated. "Zhang Qixing, a name I have never heard. Your demise is imminent." He licked his lips, casting a glance at the fox girl, his expression inscrutable. "Come here, you useless creature." The fox girl smiled meekly and obediently approached him. Meanwhile, Wang Luo and his companions arrived at the location where they had encountered the stone giant days prior and waited there. Observing Wang Luo sitting nearby, Qi hesitated before moving closer to sit beside him. "What is the matter?" Wang Luo turned to look at her. "Lord, you are truly kind." Qi could not help but lean against him, her soft body pressing against him. Instantly, Wang Luo felt a rush of unease, his heartbeat quickening. "Oh, I know I'm a good person. Didn't you say so earlier?" Wang Luo feigned composure. "This little lady is acting strangely today." "I like you, Lord," Qi whispered. Wang Luo turned abruptly to face her, but the elven maiden slightly bowed her head, obscuring her expression from him. "Well, I understand. Many admire this lord. You should be cautious," Wang Luo said half-jokingly. At his words, Qi smiled gently, appearing extraordinarily tender. As the two exchanged whispers, Tai and Appo's, and caught up from behind. Spotting the stone giant, he glanced at Wang Luo but refrained from repeating his earlier proposition. Instead, he inquired, "Brother Zhang, why have we halted?" Wang Luo replied candidly, "The creature ahead is quite formidable. I cannot defeat it." Tai and Appo's, and regarded the stone giant with a dismissive smile, then approached it. As he neared, the stone giant, sensing his presence, slowly rose, its fists clenched, letting out a thunderous roar as it swung at Tai and Appo's. Tai and Apos, and his frail form unwavering, gazed up at the massive fist descending upon him, and, without flinching, he tightened his own fist and struck upward. The disparity between their fists was staggering. Tai's slender arm seemed like a mere twig compared to the stone giant's robust limb. Yet, in the next moment, their fists collided. Taian remained completely undeterred, while the stone giant's massive arm shattered into pieces, crumbling all the way to its shoulder. Witnessing this, Wang Luo's pupils constricted. Instinctively, he opened his game panel. There it was, Taian's name prominently displayed at the top of the personal strength leaderboard. So that's it. Understanding Taian's true identity, he raised his gaze to observe the clash between him and the stone giant. After the giant lost an arm, Taian pressed his advantage, leaping high into the air. His small fist aimed at the creature and Apos' head. In an instant, stones erupted in all directions. Once the giant and Apos' head was struck off, its remaining body collapsed uncontrollably, stones tumbling in chaos. Tai and Apos clenched his fist and turned to Wang Luo, his eyes brimming with challenge and disdain. Wang Luo averted his gaze, choosing not to engage, and prepared to delve deeper, yet the ground trembled beneath them, and soon, the stone giant reformed. Taian was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, charging towards the giant again. This time, he did not confront it head-on but instead, utilizing his superior agility, maneuvered behind it and struck its leg, shattering it. The giant, now legless, could no longer maintain its balance and fell. Strangely, Tai and Apos and did not pursue further. Instead, he began smashing the severed leg. In no time, the stones were reduced to dust. Following the same method, he obliterated the giant's torso and limbs, leaving only its head. The stone giant, rendered unable to regenerate, could only emit impotent roars from its remaining head. Having accomplished this, Tai and Apos, and swaggered past the giant, leading the fox girl towards Sword Mountain. Wang Luo, let us proceed. Qin Baiyu glanced at Wang Luo. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. The group of 9 traversed past the stone giant and ascended Sword Mountain. The path was treacherous, almost vertical, necessitating a painstaking climb. After a full day of exertion, they finally reached the mountain's peak. Atop the summit stood a solitary stone door. Wang Luo approached to inspect it. The door bore 5 recesses, 2 of which were filled, corresponding to the gold and wood slots. Wang Luo immediately recognized the 2 glowing essences, the essence of gold and the essence of fire. There remained 3 vacant slots, and Wang Luo thought of the water and earth essences he had collected. However, he refrained from placing them to open the door, choosing instead to sit quietly and wait. Observing this, Tai and Apos said nothing, and the 2 groups coexisted peacefully for 2 days. After 2 days, an increasing number of people arrived at the foot of Sword Mountain and ascended to the peak. Wang Luo exhaled slowly and under the gaze of others. He placed his water and wood essences into the slots. Finally, he inserted his soul earth essence, and the stone door emitted a thunderous sound. Taian watched this unfold with no surprise. Dust swirled between the 2 doors as they began to creak open. Without hesitation, Wang Luo was the first to step through the stone door. Witnessing this, everyone surged toward the entrance. Taian, not surprised, transformed into a humanoid beast, bulldozing through the crowd and becoming the second to enter the door. As for Hua Zig and the others, they waited until all had entered before crossing the threshold themselves. With this, the mountaintop was left devoid of any presence, and the stone door slowly closed behind them. Chapter 84. The Boss, Swordbone Phantom. After enduring the initial blinding white light, Wang Luo opened his eyes and began to survey his surroundings. He found himself in an ancient and grand hall. Apart from 4 dragon-patterned pillars, the only notable feature was a throne positioned in the center, with nothing else to be seen. Behind him, Tai and Apos, was the second to enter, soon followed by an increasing number of players. Once everyone had arrived, the vast hall did not feel crowded. Hua Zij pushed through the crowd to Wang Luo's side. Boss. Idan and Apos, see any sign of the boss? Wang Luo glanced at him, then scanned the area before whispering, when the battle begins, you and the orcs, along with Qin Baiyu and the others, should stay back. Huh? Why? Arin and Apos, we supposed to compete for the boss? Hua Zij asked, puzzled. Wang Luo cleared his throat, refraining from elaborating, but insisted he remember to keep his distance. Although Hua Zij was filled with questions, he had great faith in this leader. So he led the others to retreat a bit farther away. Qin Baiyu, upon observing Wang Luo, chose to heed his advice and did not advance. Finally, in the expansive hall, someone could no longer resist and stepped forward toward the throne. All eyes were fixed on him, vigilantly monitoring his movements. As he approached within 10 meters of the throne, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The once empty throne suddenly emanated a faint glow, which gradually expanded and, to the astonishment of onlookers, coalesced into a humanoid form. This grotesque figure was clad in black armor, complete with breastplate, arm guards, and gloves. Yet, beneath the helmet was nothing but emptiness. There was no one inside. The armor and Apos' gauntlets suddenly reached downward, prompting Wang Luo to instinctively lower his head. To his shock, where legs should have been, there stood only a solitary bone sword, silently poised. The unseen hand slowly grasped the bone sword, and an overwhelming aura of menace surged toward the gathered players. Wang Luo's eyes flickered with intensity. Dungeon boss, Swordbone Phantom, level 5 creature. Possessing unparalleled attack power and speed, elusive and ghostly. The bone sword in its grasp can effortlessly sever your neck. With your strength, you are destined to be crushed. Talent. Clone. Upon reading this information, Wang Luo's expression grew grave. Truly, this was a dungeon boss, far superior to the creatures he had encountered previously. He turned to Tai and Apos, who was also intently focused on the Swordbone Phantom, his brow furrowed, clearly sensing the trouble ahead. At that moment, the Swordbone Phantom moved. The player who had approached the throne, sensing the gathering light, quickly turned to flee. However, the speed of the Swordbone Phantom was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, a deadly flash of the sword struck, freezing the fleeing player in place, and before everyone in Apos' eyes, his form gradually dissipated. After dispatching that individual, the Swordbone Phantom, beneath its hollow helmet, seemed to scan the remaining players with non-existent eyes. In an instant, its spectral form lunged toward the crowd. "Run!" someone shouted, and the previously clustered players scattered like startled birds. Having prepared his shadow longsword and shadow dagger upon entering, Wang Luo drew the shadow longsword as the Swordbone Phantom charged at him, seizing the moment to position his blade defensively. The next second, the bone sword clashed with the shadow longsword, creating a shower of sparks. Wang Luo felt an immense force surge through him, immediately sensing something was amiss. His complexion changed as he gripped the shadow longsword tightly, leveraging the Phantom and Apos' power to propel himself backward, avoiding the strike by several meters. The Swordbone Phantom and Apos' speed and attack power were formidable, surpassing even his own strengths. After just one encounter, he recognized the vast gap between them. As the monster charged him once more, Wang Luo wasted no time and fled further away. Unlike previous encounters where the Eternal Night Lantern had diminished monster power, it had no effect here. Fortunately, Wang Luo and Apos' agility was commendable, allowing him to evade the Phantom and Apos' pursuit for the moment. After a brief chase, the Swordbone Phantom abandoned him, turning its attention to another target. These players lacked Wang Luo and Apos' swiftness and were swiftly overtaken by the creature. Those fortunate enough might resist for a moment, while the unfortunate ones would lose their lives in an instant. Meanwhile, Tai and Apos' seized the opportunity while the Swordbone Phantom was preoccupied with others. He stealthily approached from behind, exploiting the monster and Apos' distraction. With a powerful leap, Tai struck the armor with a mighty fist. The force caused the armor to spin twice. Having landed a hit, Tai immediately created distance. Although this blow failed to inflict significant damage on the Swordbone Phantom, it succeeded in provoking its wrath. The Phantom pivoted and charged at Tai. Despite his immense power, Tai and Apos' speed was not sufficient. After narrowly dodging several strikes, Tai and Apos' revealed his true form. His body radiated a dark azure glow. His previously slender physique underwent a dramatic transformation. Muscles bulged on his arms, and he towered to an imposing height of 10 meters. The once frail form morphed into a colossal titan. This was his racial ability, Titan. The transformation did not hinder his agility. His skin became as resilient as steel. Before the Swordbone Phantom, he appeared as a mere child. Yet, this did not deter the Phantom from attacking him. On the contrary, Tai's massive form became the most enticing target. The creature's bone sword struck relentlessly against his body, each blow resonating with the clang of metal and leaving deep gashes. Though enlarged, Tai and Apos' still felt pain. As he endured the agony, he furiously stomped down with his foot. The sword-bone phantom was instantly crushed beneath him. Just when Wang Luo believed the phantom would be obliterated, a scream erupted from Tai and Amp. Oppos. A small, bleeding puncture appeared on his foot, while the sword-bone phantom remained unscathed, continuing its frenzied assault. Suppressing his pain, Tai and Amp, Oppos, and bellowed at the spectators. "What are you all waiting for? Help me." Hearing his cry, the assembled players snapped back to attention. The power Tai and Amp, Oppos, and had displayed was already the most formidable among them. If he couldn't and Amp, Oppos, contend with this boss, the remaining players stood no chance. In such dire circumstances, none dared to hold back. They unleashed their mightiest attacks, directing a barrage toward the sword-bone phantom at the center of the hall. In an instant, a dazzling array of abilities surged toward the phantom. Although these players were not particularly strong, their sheer numbers began to take effect. The sword-bone phantom shrieked in response, raising its sword above its head. Suddenly, the armor glimmered with dark light, and in the next moment, dozens, even hundreds, of sword-bone phantoms materialized within the hall. Chapter 85. The Special Effect of the Shadow Set. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, dozens of skeletal sword specters suddenly materialized within the Grand Hall. All identical in appearance, even the bone swords multiplying into numerous indistinguishable replicas. As these spectral entities emerged, they immediately lunged towards the players gathered in the hall. Having witnessed the formidable nature of these creatures before, the players were on high alert. Some, upon spotting the incoming apparitions, turned and fled in terror. The scene quickly devolved into chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Luo scanned the hall for the figures of Hua Zige and the others. To his relief, he soon spotted them huddled in a small corner, seemingly unharmed amidst the turmoil. At that moment, an excited voice rang out. "These creatures aren't as formidable as we thought." Wang Luo turned to see a player cornered by a skeletal specter, desperately brandishing his weapon against it. To everyone's astonishment, a mid-tier weapon easily pierced through the specter and Oppos' armor, reducing it to ashes. Another player attempted a similar attack and successfully vanquished his foe. "It's true. Don't be afraid," he shouted, invigorating the remaining players. They quickly armed themselves and charged at the spectral entities, most, like the first two, managing to eliminate the apparitions despite the effort required. However, fortune did not favor everyone. Just as the players grew in confidence, one suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His body cleaved in two by a blinding light, meeting a tragic end. This horrific display sent shockwaves through the crowd, prompting them to halt their assaults. That was the true form of the monster. These are merely its avatars, someone shouted, jolting the others back to their senses. Yet, amid the confusion, the specter that had slain the player vanished without a trace. Death now loomed ominously over the remaining players, although falling here would merely transport them to a safe haven. The pain of death was all too real, and the loss of half their gathered resources upon demise was a grim reality. Wang Luo sensed the urgency. No player was willing to confront the spectral avatars, and if this continued, their numbers would dwindle, tipping the scales unfavorably. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tian, with his immense stature, swiftly dispatched the excess specters. Soon, only one skeletal specter remained floating in the Grand Hall, though it had caused significant chaos. The energy expended in summoning these avatars took its toll. Tian charged at the remaining specter, with Wang Luo in close pursuit. As the players attacked, the specter let out a furious roar, entering a state of rage. It swung its bone sword downwards, its armor glowing with a faint gray luminescence. Witnessing the specter's prowess, the players wisely refrained from recklessly engaging and instead conserved their strength, biding their time for the inevitable backlash after its frenzy. Even so, it claimed the lives of many players. Wang Luo suffered a blow, sent flying by the bone sword, blood spurting from his mouth as his vitality waned. Even the formidable orc warriors fell, yet some remained unscathed. After a quarter of an hour, the gray aura surrounding the specter finally dwindled, its bone sword trembling. Devoid of strength, the remaining players erupted in jubilation. "It's exhausted. We just need to finish it off," one player exclaimed, but before he could finish, he was suddenly obliterated into a mist of blood. The shocking turn of events left the crowd in stunned silence. Tian slowly retracted his bloodied hand, a smile gracing his face, relishing the thrill of crushing a foe. "This boss kill is mine," he declared, "and so I must bid you all farewell." With that, his colossal frame lunged toward the remaining players. Exhausted from their previous skirmishes with the specter, they found themselves utterly outmatched against Tyan. "Are you not afraid of the players uniting against you?" Someone shouted in indignation. Yet, the only response was a pair of bloodied hands crushing his form. Soon, the ancient hall was left with only Wang Luo, protecting Qi Ling and the others, and the frenzied Tyan. He had even slain his own allies in his rampage. Tyan turned to Wang Luo, a smirk on his lips. "It appears you are the last one standing, Zhang Qixing. I concede you possess some skill, but it is utterly insufficient to thwart my claim to the first kill, though I must admit, I was hoping to encounter that formidable player named Wang Luo for a duel." Wang Luo stood expressionless, offering no reply. After this, perhaps you could trade that lovely companion of yours to me. I might be inclined to ensure your survival amidst this darkness," Tyan suggested with a sinister grin. Wang Luo merely observed him coldly, his silence a stark contrast to Tyan's taunts. Finally, losing patience, Tyan lunged at him with outstretched hands. "Die, you nameless wretch. Even if you fail to deliver that girl to me, your demise here will suffice." He cackled. Yet, in the moment anticipated, Wang Luo deftly evaded the grasp aimed at him. "What? How can you move so swiftly?" Tyan exclaimed, astonished, still underestimating Wang Luo's capabilities. Wang Luo remained silent. His health dipped below 30%. This was the source of his sudden empowerment. His shadow set and shadow blade possessed a bloodthirsty effect, allowing him to recover from wounds while amplifying attributes whenever either his or his foe's health fell beneath 30%. He had intentionally sustained injuries from the specter, knowing he could recover when Tyan was preoccupied with hunting other players. Moreover, he had skillfully diminished his presence during the battle with the specter, creating the illusion of weakness in Tyan's eyes. Now, empowered by the set's effects, he no longer concealed his strength. Crouching slightly as he gripped his long knife in his right hand and withdrew the shadow dagger with his left. In an instant, he surged toward Tyan. Chapter 86. The decisive kill of Tai and Amp, Oppos. And the instance concludes. The terrifying speed startled Tai and Amp, Oppos, and making him realize that he had underestimated Zhang Qixing. The velocity he exhibited was comparable to that of the frenzied Sorbonne Phantom. Tyan, sensing the urgency, steeled himself and remained vigilant, fixating his gaze upon Wang Luo. As Wang Luo approached with his long knife, he struck with lightning speed, triggering alarm bells in Tai and Amp, Oppos, and in Amp, Oppos' mind. Instinctively, he raised his arm to defend himself, believing his skin to be as impenetrable as steel. His confidence in his physical prowess had always led him to dismiss players reliant on equipment. However, he gravely misjudged the sharpness and resilience of the knife. The blade effortlessly pierced his skin, unlike the somewhat dull bone sword of the Sorbonne Phantom. Wang Luo and Oppos' knife was exquisitely sharp and, concentrated at a single point, it punctured Tai and Oppos' arm, embedding itself in his bone and severely restricting the mobility of that limb. Wang Luo instantly relinquished the hilt of the knife, allowing the shadow blade to remain lodged there. At that moment, his health was precarious. Should the knife siphon away his vitality, the bloodthirst effect of the shadow set would dissipate instantaneously. He drew forth the phantom dagger, gliding like a specter around Tai and Oppos, and occasionally inflicting lacerations upon him. The bleeding effect from the phantom dagger soon plunged Tai and Amp, Oppos, and into a state of weakness. You are not Zhang Qixing. Tai and Amp, Oppos, and seethed, attempting to seize him. He recalled that the name Zhang Qixing had never appeared on the leaderboard, yet this individual's prowess was proving to be quite formidable. Despite his significant injuries, he still possessed such alarming speed and offensive capability, truly unfathomable. Yet, Wang Luo had no inclination to respond. He merely continued to inflict wounds upon Tai and Oppos, and, watching as he bled out, ultimately succumbing to death. With a thud, Tyan's massive form collapsed. He cast a reluctant glance at Wang Luo before his body, like those players he had previously slaughtered, began to dissipate slowly. Clang! The shadow blade fell to the ground, and Wang Luo approached to retrieve it. Was Tai and Amp, Oppos, and formidable? Undoubtedly. Yet, his arrogance was his undoing. He bore no equipment. Had he donned even a few intermediate items, Wang Luo would not have found the encounter so facile. Nevertheless, the dust had settled, and Wang Luo chose not to dwell on it. He produced a vial of life potion and drank it in one gulp. The battle had taken its toll, continuously depleting his health. As he felt his wounds mend after consuming the potion, Wang Luo exhaled, feeling revitalized. The remaining few gathered around, their expressions tinged with concern for Wang Luo. After a brief pause, he turned his attention to the sword-bone phantom at the center of the hall. Checking its status through the information prompt, he discovered it was left with a mere 5% of its health. He then raised his blade, whittling down its health to 1% before glancing at Huazi. The latter, quick-witted, stepped forward with his knife and delivered the final blow to the swordbone phantom. The swordbone phantom crumbled to ash, gradually dissipating. As the blade struck, the entire hall trembled, and the throne at its center began to fracture. Debris and dust rained down upon the spectators, signaling the hall and Appos' imminent collapse. With a blinding flash of white light, everyone vanished without a trace. Wang Luo opened his eyes once more, finding himself in the familiar living room, accompanied by Qiling and Longying. Only Chiluo, the little girl, was playing. Upon seeing her sister materialize, she joyfully exclaimed, "Sister," and leaped into Qiling and Appos' embrace. Wang Luo cleared his throat, preparing to speak, when suddenly a mechanical voice rang in his ears. The instance of Misty All has concluded. Congratulations to player Zhang Qixing for achieving the first kill, earning the corresponding reward. Players in Zhang Qixing and Appos' team will also receive appropriate rewards. Exploration of the Misty All instance has been completed and will be open for all players to explore. Listening to the mechanical announcement, Wang Luo wasted no time in accessing the world panel. As expected, the world channel was abuzz with discussions about the instance. Who is this Zhang Qixing? I've never heard of him before. Which formidable player could have caused both Tian and Wang Luo to falter? An obscure contender emerges victorious. Who was backing him in the betting? Did anyone place bets on Zhang Qixing? I mean, does he even have the credentials for the betting? Yes, I saw it. There were indeed bets placed on him, and quite a few at that. Odds of 150. A fortune. 150? That and Appos'. That's an insane profit. The bookmakers must be losing their shirts. I just checked, and Zhang Qixing and Appos' betting volume ranks just below Wang Luo and Tai and Appos', and this was the prevailing sentiment among the players. Wang Luo observed the chatter with a faint smile playing on his lips. The fortress gates swung open, and Huazi stepped in. Boss, I've traded the drops from that monster and the first kill rewards to you. You won't believe it. That monster was a level 5 beast. No wonder it was so powerful. Wang Luo opened his inventory to examine the spoils, discovering indeed a plethora of valuable items. You managed to resist the temptation to hoard any for yourself? Wang Luo inquired, curiosity piqued. This was not a matter of distrust. Rather, it stemmed from his confidence that Huazi had acted honorably, prompting his question. I understand that defeating a boss relies on your strength. Boss, why would I hoard anything? Huazi replied, however, some rewards are beyond your grasp. Oh, what do you mean? Hee, my team received some attribute points for achieving the first kill, and I was awarded a medal as well. With that, he produced a medal from his inventory. Wang Luo glanced down at it, and an information prompt appeared. Misty Medal. Wearing this medal within the instance of Misty All reduces all damage from monsters by 30% and increases poison resistance by 30%. A commendable effect, yet only applicable within the instance, prompting no further commentary from Wang Luo. His sole curiosity revolved around the potential uses of these medals. Currently, he possessed 4. And aside from their utility in specific locations and circumstances, there was scant information available regarding them. Nonetheless, Wang Luo felt certain that these medals possessed additional functions yet undisclosed. As Huazi departed the fortress, Qian Shinkai approached. My lord, the player who initiated the betting has contacted us, hoping to negotiate the winnings regarding the crystal. Even the usually composed old Qian Kuden and Appos' suppressed his excitement at the prospect of victory. They had indeed triumphed. Over the past few days, they had placed numerous bets, level 1 crystals, level 2 crystals, level 3 crystals. In total, they had invested a staggering 100 level 3 crystals. With odds of 150, they faced a potential loss of 5,000 level 3 crystals, equivalent to 500,000 level 1 crystals. It was worth noting that even a piece of intermediate equipment required only 10 level 3 crystals. Chapter 87. The Teleportation Stone of Star Moon City. Witnessing the excitement of Qian Shankai, Wang Luo smiled faintly. He had long anticipated that the players who initiated the betting would seek him out. Although the number of players drawn into the survival game was exceedingly vast, it did not imply that all these players possessed the capability to engage in wagering. Thus, only a mere handful would place their bets. Should either Wang Luo or Tai and oppose and emerge victorious, the initiator would undoubtedly profit without loss. Yet unexpectedly, Zhang Qixing had become the dark horse. The 50,000 first-level crystals were beyond his means. However, if he could not afford to compensate, according to the game's rules, the initiator would be obliterated. Hence, in a bid to save his own life, he hastened to seek out Wang Luo. If Wang Luo chose to be magnanimous and not pursue the matter, the game's rules would spare him. Wang Luo was well aware of this rule and held no expectations that the man could afford to pay. His primary interest lay in discovering whether he could acquire something valuable. Just have him come to me. We can discuss this privately, Wang Luo remarked to Qin Shengkai. The latter composed himself and nodded in agreement. Before long, Wang Luo received a friend request from this player. The individual was named Keluosi and was not of the human race. Upon accepting the request, Wang Luo examined his information and discovered that he possessed a special safe house. It was the casino. To be precise, it was due to his ownership of a special safe house that he was able to initiate betting. As soon as Wang Luo added Keluosi as a friend, the latter sent a message. Wang Luo, esteemed one, it is truly an honor to meet you. I beg your pardon for my earlier impudence. Keluosi began with flattery, expressing humility and sincerity, for his very life was in Wang Luo and Appos's hands. Given the other party and Appos's amiable demeanor, Wang Luo chose not to make things overly difficult and directly stated, "Let us get straight to the point." Keluosi was eager to comply. Esteemed Wang Luo, I shall not conceal it from you. I currently possess only 2,000 third-level crystals. The remaining 3,000 are simply beyond my reach. I hope you can show mercy this time. In the future, if you direct me east, I shall never venture west. Keluosi was a perceptive individual. He realized that he had fallen into a trap. However, upon learning that the orchestrator was Wang Luo, he bore no resentment. Instead, he sought to align himself with Wang Luo in hopes of securing his favor. Upon hearing Keluosi's words, Wang Luo immediately grasped his intent. He chuckled and replied, "Very well. 2,000 crystals will suffice, but your promise to serve me cannot be valued at 3,000 crystals." Keluosi was taken aback, but then gritted his teeth, saying, "I shall not conceal it from you, esteemed one. I also possess a teleportation stone that I can trade with you." A teleportation stone? Wang Luo mused, pondering the implications. He had used 2 of them previously and found them quite convenient. However, their rarity was not particularly high, and one could potentially obtain one from a treasure chest, rendering it far less valuable than 3,000 third-level crystals. "Insufficient," he succinctly replied. Seeing this response, Keluosi quickly elaborated, "Esteemed one, aside from the teleportation stone, I have only some personal gear left. I assure you there are no hidden treasures. Moreover, this teleportation stone is unlike ordinary ones." Intrigued by this information, Wang Luo inquired, "What makes it different?" "I will place it on the trading platform for you to see," Keluosi stated, directly listing a teleportation stone on the private trading platform. Wang Luo examined it closely, and the information prompt revealed a unique property. Exclusive teleportation stone. Using this stone allows teleportation to Star Moon City. Star Moon City. Was it not the town of the locals within the Black Fog? The prospect of teleporting there piqued Wang Luo's curiosity about the city. After deliberating for some time, he responded to Keluosi, "While this teleportation stone is indeed commendable, its value falls far short of 3,000 crystals. You must agree to one condition." "Please, esteemed one." "State your terms," Keluosi replied, elated at the possibility of negotiation. In the face of life and death, everything else seemed trivial. "Bring your casino safe house and become my subject. Rest assured, your game panel will not disappear. I have never been ungrateful to my subjects." Wang Luo sent off this message. After a moment of silence, Keluosi reluctantly replied, "Esteemed one, it is not that I am unwilling to go under your protection. It would indeed be an honor. However, this casino safe house cannot be affiliated with any faction due to its unique limitations." Fearing that he might anger Wang Luo and be compelled to repay the 50,000 first-level crystals, Keluosi hastily added, "However, if you desire, I can publicly declare my allegiance to you on the World Channel." "There's no need for that. A public declaration may lead players to distrust your casino in the future. Just remember in your heart that you are my person. Of course, you may choose to renege, but I have my ways of finding you," Wang Luo responded, taking a more conciliatory stance. "Rest assured, esteemed one, I could never betray you. If you grant me this opportunity, it will be as if you have saved my life." Wang Luo did not linger on the matter. The two quickly completed the transaction. Wang Luo received an additional 2,000 third-level crystals along with the exclusive teleportation stone. And he then absolved Keluosi of his punishment in the game panel. Before long, a message from Keluosi arrived. Thank you, esteemed one. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Wang Luo did not respond, but instead began to examine the golden, star-shaped teleportation stone. After toying with it for a while, he discovered that aside from its unique color and shape, it bore no other distinctions from ordinary teleportation stones. He stored the teleportation stone away and turned his attention to the rewards traded from Wazage. First, he inspected the items dropped by the slain Swordbone Phantom. High-level equipment, bone sword. Though crafted from bone, do not underestimate its sharpness and durability. Special effect, sword and amp, Oppos, grudge. The blade, made from the bones of the deceased, harbors immense resentment. Once it inflicts a wound, there is a 50% chance of disrupting the enemy and amp, Oppos, mental state. Truly, this was a level 5 monster. Wang Luo exclaimed in astonishment as he regarded the effects of the bone sword. Its hardness and sharpness were evident, capable of contending with the shadow longsword. Coupled with its remarkable effect, sword's grudge, which could potentially disrupt an enemy's mind upon infliction of a wound, meant that if the disparity in strength was not significant, once triggered, the enemy would almost certainly meet their demise. Wang Luo practiced with the sword for a while, thoroughly satisfied, and carefully stored it away before turning to examine the other rewards. 1 level 5 dark attribute crystal, clone skill card, upon use. It grants the ability to learn the clone skill. The higher the skill level, the greater the number of clones and the longer the duration. Chapter 88, the sole item from the ultimate treasure chest. The clone. Wang Luo gazed at the black card in his hand, unable to conceal the astonishment that crossed his face. He was familiar with the clone of the Swordbone Spectre, although its power was not formidable. Its effect was undeniably remarkable. The true body mingling among the clones could catch enemies off guard, making it an exclusive tactic for the cunning. Without hesitation, Wang Luo chose to use it. The black card transformed into a beam of dark light that melded into his being, successfully imparting the clone technique. He clenched his fist and examined his personal panel. Name, Wang Luo, ID, 0001. Race, human. Physique, 95. Strength, 95. Agility, 105. Defense, 103. Attack, 108. Skills, LV2 Darkening, LV2 Stealth, LV1 Clone. Note, each race starts with a maximum score of 10. As anticipated, a new skill appeared in the skill section, Clone. Wang Luo focused his mind and attempted to activate the clone skill. Soon, he noticed a figure gradually emerging from his shadow, slowly morphing into his likeness. At the same moment, a fleeting haze enveloped his consciousness, and he discovered he had gained a new perspective from the clone. He commanded the clone to lean against his back, enabling him to see the entire room clearly, both front and back. It was as if he had stumbled upon a new realm. He experimented with controlling the clone to perform simple tasks, accomplishing them with ease. However, after a quarter of an hour, fatigue washed over him. He relinquished control of the clone, feeling significantly lighter. As his consciousness withdrew, the clone's own awareness emerged. Without a moment and Oppos' hesitation, it bowed deeply to Wang Luo. Realizing the existence of the clone, Wang Luo understood he could control their thoughts at will. When not under his control, their thoughts emerged autonomously, greatly alleviating his mental burden. It was remarkably convenient. Wang Luo regarded the clone with satisfaction. An hour later, the clone gradually faded, merging back into his shadow. He noted the skill and amp, Oppos' cooldown time. 1 day, not too long nor too short. He retrieved the level 5 dark attribute crystal and immediately chose to upgrade the clone skill. LV2 clone. It could now produce 2 clones, with the duration extended to 2 hours and a cooldown of 22 hours. He continued to upgrade. LV3 clone. LV4 clone. Only then did Wang Luo cease the skill upgrades, subsequently channeling the remaining energy from the level 5 dark attribute crystals into the darkening skill, which also reached level 4. The range of darkening expanded, its duration lengthened, and the cooldown reduced. His means of survival had become even more formidable. After casually discarding the shattered level 5 crystal into the trash, Wang Luo exhaled deeply. The rewards for defeating foes were indeed bountiful, not to mention the first clear rewards. He immediately checked the first clear rewards. An ultimate treasure chest made of gold. An attribute gift pack containing 50 points to allocate freely, a bottle of high-grade antidote, 10 bottles of intermediate antidote, and a token-like dungeon key. Additionally, there were various basic supplies, 20,000 units of wood and 20,000 units of stone. The first clear rewards from the dungeon were indeed crucial resources for development. Excluding the treasures and potions, the sheer volume of basic stone and wood had already widened the gap. Overwhelmed with excitement at the generous rewards, Wang Luo contemplated trading 5 antidotes, along with 5,000 wood, 5,000 stone, and an intermediate piece of equipment to Qin Baiyu. This is the reward from this dungeon. If you and Amp, Oppos, re-interested in the next dungeon, we can team up again. Qin Baiyu promptly accepted the items. No problem. Remember to call me for such good fortune next time. Wang Luo smiled slightly, and then examined the dungeon token. Floating Roots C Dungeon Key. Grants entry into the Floating Roots C upon use. Note, the Floating Roots C dungeon will open in 1 month. Floating Roots C? A dungeon related to water? Instantly, Wang Luo recalled the aqua pearl he had obtained, which allowed him to breathe freely underwater. This item would be indispensable for the Floating Roots C dungeon, he murmured to himself. Then, without a trace of hesitation, he turned his attention to the ultimate treasure chest and chose to open it. Congratulations, player has obtained the healing spell skill card 1. Talent triggered, item crit. Congratulations. Player has obtained the elemental skill card, Healing Light. A succinct notification followed, and then it was gone. Wang Luo felt a bit bewildered. The crit talent had triggered, yet he had only received a skill card? He couldn't believe that an ultimate treasure chest had yielded such meager spoils. After waiting a while longer to ensure there were no additional items, he scrutinized the skill card with a perplexed expression. Let me see what this Healing Light skill truly entails. He picked up the skill card and glanced at it, subsequently falling into silence. After a considerable pause, he exhaled slowly. He had to admit, it was indeed a treasure. This Healing Light was undoubtedly worth an ultimate treasure chest plus a talent crit. Healing Light, upon activation. It will heal allies over a wide area, eliminate negative effects, and enhance attack and defense. Once maxed, it grants a resurrection ability once a year. Group healing, group immunity, group augmentation. Even without those 3 formidable effects, the mere resurrection capability at max level was already invaluable. How could this be so overwhelmingly powerful? As Wang Luo contemplated these effects, he inhaled sharply. Currently, in his Lord and Amp, Oppos' safe house, only Mei Qing could utilize this skill card. Affinity with light elements made her the best candidate. However, Wang Luo hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, Mei Qing would have to leave here. Although there was a possibility she might wish to stay, he was reluctant to bestow such an extraordinary skill card upon someone filled with uncertainties. Yet, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. As long as he did not consent to her departure, she would never be able to leave. Wang Luo took a deep breath, his mind racing with thoughts. Forcing her to stay also carried risks, although she could not harm herself. If she learned this skill card and then suddenly refused to use it, it would be rendered useless. In that moment, he found himself ensnared in a web of indecision. Perhaps it would be better to let her use it rather than waste it. After all, he had sheltered her for so long and had saved her life. Surely, it would encourage her to remain. Even if she couldn't, a cold glint flickered in his eyes. He could only compel her to stay. The resurrection spell was far too unearthly. Although it was uncertain how long it would take to reach max level, if it did, then he would have a resurrection opportunity once a year. If such a skill card fell into the hands of other players, how much chaos and bloodshed would ensue? He dared not imagine. Chapter 89. The Enchantment of the Succubus. Once his decision was made, Wang Luo hesitated not a moment longer. He opened the marketplace and exchanged 1,000 first-tier crystals for a piece of intermediate equipment, the Twinborn Wand. He had previously deemed this item perfectly suited for the sisters, Mei Yu and Mei Qing. Now, he could present it to them alongside the Healing Light. Upon exiting the fortress, Wang Luo made his way directly to their residence. With the establishment of the village safe house, Mei Qing had moved into Mei Yu's quarters. The other villagers' wooden houses were constructed at the center of their land, while the sisters and Oppos' abode was situated in close proximity to the fortress. During the past few days in the dungeon, the villagers had tended to the rice paddies with meticulous care, and the crops flourished splendidly. Wang Luo glanced briefly before retracting his gaze. He then knocked on the door of the succubi's home. Shortly, Mei Yu opened the door cautiously. Upon recognizing Wang Luo, she paused, perplexed, and asked, "What brings you here at this late hour?" "I need to speak with your sister about a small matter." "May I come in?" Wang Luo replied, noting the wariness in her demeanor with a hint of exasperation. "Oh, then please, come in." Mei Yu opened the door wider, allowing Wang Luo to enter the wooden house. The exterior appeared quite ordinary, yet the interior was adorned with a warm ambience. In the modest living room, a sofa and a wooden coffee table graced the space, where Mei Qing lay on the couch, cradling a creature, the young light lynx. It had grown significantly, its eyes now open, and its fur much denser than when it had resembled a scrawny little mouse. Upon seeing Wang Luo, the lynx bristled, arching its back and emitting a low growl. "Little Guang, come back," Mei Qing called, and reluctantly, it retreated to the side. Mei Qing stood, a bit bashful, and looked at Wang Luo. "My lord, what brings you here?" Wang Luo waved his hand dismissively. "No need to be so tense. I've come to present you with a piece of equipment." At his words, Mei Qing and Mei Yu exchanged glances, both showing surprise and confusion. Wang Luo produced the twin-born wand, splitting it in two, one gold and one purple, both radiating a gentle glow. Mei Yu picked up the purple wand. Unlike Wang Luo, other players lacked the ability to receive information prompts. They could only view basic details by placing the equipment in their inventory. When Mei Yu realized it was an intermediate piece, her eyes widened in astonishment. Intermediate equipment? Wang Luo remained silent, instead retrieving a skill card that shimmered with a soft golden light and handing it to Mei Qing. "You should learn this skill." Mei Qing accepted the skill card and examined its details in her inventory. Just a glance left her astounded by the card and Oppo's powerful effects. She looked anxiously at the card, then turned to her sister. "Sister, please take a look. This is far too precious." Mei Yu took the card, glanced over it briefly, and her pupils constricted sharply. She turned to Wang Luo, her lips moving slightly, yet no words formed. "Take it. Just do your best here under my guidance," Wang Luo said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mei Yu hesitated, studying Wang Luo and Oppo's unchanging, cheerful expression, which revealed no hint of ulterior motives. She surveyed the cozy arrangement of the room and ultimately resolved, "Thank you, my lord, for believing in us. Sister, quickly learn this skill." With her sister's encouragement, Mei Qing wasted no time and selected the healing light for learning. As golden light enveloped her, Wang Luo breathed a sigh of relief. The process had gone remarkably smoothly. These two succubi demonstrated a commendable understanding. He rose to take his leave, and Mei Yu promptly escorted him out. Once Wang Luo departed, Mei Yu returned to the living room to find Mei Qing excitedly caressing the wand. Upon seeing her sister, Mei Qing beamed. "Sister, I never expected our lord to be so generous, entrusting us with such a precious item." In contrast to her sister and Oppo's exuberance, Mei Yu and Oppo's expression bore a weight of melancholy and resignation. "Sister, Don and Oppo's rejoiced too soon. I fear we may never be able to leave this place." Mei Qing was taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. "Sister, what do you mean? We only need to stay here for 20 years, as our lord promised us." Mei Yu sighed deeply. "You are aware of the power of that skill card. Do you truly believe our lord will allow us to leave after granting us such a valuable gift?" Upon hearing this, Mei Qing fell silent, contemplating the gravity of her sister and Oppo's words. After a moment, she smiled gently, attempting to comfort her. "Sister, as long as we remain here amidst the lively atmosphere, I feel quite content. Our Lord has not subjected us to any ill intentions. Living this way may be far more joyful than being alone outside." "Indeed." Mei Yu nodded in agreement. Initially, she had feared that Wang Luo might harbor unsavory thoughts towards them, especially given the alluring nature of their race. Fortunately, her concerns had proven unfounded, and it appeared Wang Luo held no malevolent designs. Residing here, under his protection, felt significantly safer. "Let us not dwell on it, sister. Let us settle in comfortably," Mei Qing exclaimed suddenly, embracing her. "After all, our racial gifts require the aid of men, and our lord is young and handsome, with formidable strength. It's hardly a compromise." Mei Yu froze at her words, a sudden flush creeping across her cheeks. She raised her hand and playfully swatted at her sister. "You little imp, it's not yet time for such thoughts." Mei Qing winced at the playful reprimand and turned her back, disregarding her sister. When Wang Luo returned to the fortress, it was already late. After a quick wash, he prepared to retire for the night. As he passed the second floor, he noticed the corridor was shrouded in darkness, indicating that Long Ying, Qi Ling, and Jiang Mu had already gone to bed. He took a cursory glance before ascending to the third floor. He first visited the nest he had prepared for Xiaoyan, observing the little creature asleep. In the few days since their last meeting, it had grown even larger. Then, he ascended to the fourth floor, adding a water attribute crystal to the water circulation system to ensure the territory's water supply before finally returning to his room. The chamber was tranquil, and Wang Luo chose not to waste the energy of the light attribute crystal to illuminate the space. He navigated through the darkness to his bed, shedding his clothing and reclining onto the soft mattress. The past few days in the dungeon had left him fatigued, unable to relax or sleep freely, always on guard. Now, as he settled into his large bed, a sense of comfort enveloped him, and he began to hum softly. As his mind unwound, exhaustion washed over him, and he closed his eyes, his breathing gradually becoming steady. Wang Luo drifted into a dream, returning to the Blue Star, where he envisioned himself as an esteemed captain, his childhood ambition. In the dream, he attempted a manual takeoff, only to realize, to his dismay, that his skills had somewhat regressed. The sensation of manual flight felt all wrong. Wang Luo furrowed his brow, awakening abruptly, instantly sensing that something was amiss. Chapter 90. The transformation begins with the boy. Wang Luo felt an unsettling sensation, as if his plane was struggling to take flight. Startled, he abruptly threw aside the covers and beheld a cascade of soft, fluffy hair gently resting on his thigh. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, astonished at Qi Ling, who was fervently preparing for takeoff, her technique clumsy and inexperienced. Upon hearing Wang Luo's inquiry, Qi Ling appeared startled, her hands instinctively tightening. Wang Luo's expression shifted, his face flushing a deep crimson. Fortunately, Qi Ling released her grip a moment later, retreating slightly as she regarded him with a complex expression. "Speak up, what exactly do you intend to do?" Qi Ling's face turned a deep shade of red, her shyness palpable as her awkward movements suggested it was her first time engaging in such activities. Under Wang Luo's questioning gaze, she became flustered and at a loss for words. It was then that he noticed she was completely unclothed. After an involuntary glance, he averted his gaze and pressed, "Quickly, tell me what you want to do." With a stammer, Qi Ling confessed, I wish to bear a child for the Lord. Although I know that, given my status, I am unworthy of the Lord's seed, I still wish to try." Wang Luo stared at her in bewilderment, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "Who taught you this?" "No one taught me. It was my own desire. For the Lord is exceptionally gentle and cares deeply for his subjects. I truly adore the Lord." Qi Ling summoned her courage to speak, only to quickly lower her head again. Wang Luo turned his gaze, focusing only on her face, as she avoided his eyes, her hands instinctively shielding her body. "Do you truly feel this way?" he asked, feigning calmness. Qi Ling and Appo's cheeks flushed, and she softly affirmed. The next moment, Wang Luo gently embraced her, and a warm, soft sensation enveloped him. Qi Ling let out a soft hum as she wrapped her arms around him. At this point, Wang Luo could no longer maintain his composure. Well, if it has to be done, then so be it. It's merely a fleeting moment. With newfound resolve, he took the initiative amidst Qi Ling's gentle gasps. In the shrouded darkness, devoid of moonlight, the quilt quivered slightly, accompanied by intermittent soft moans and whimpers. Please don't nibble my ear." The following morning, when Wang Luo awoke, he felt unusually invigorated, as if he had transcended to a higher state. Glancing at the sleeping fairy nestled like a kitten in his arms, he sighed contentedly before getting dressed and heading downstairs. In the living room, only Jiang Mu sat alone on the sofa. She cast a fleeting glance at Wang Luo. "You and Appo's back?" Wang Luo nodded, gulping down a glass of water before responding. "I returned last night. You must have been asleep." Jiang Mu merely hummed, choosing not to pursue the topic further. "Please give me some crystals. I need to replenish my energy." Wang Luo retrieved several third-tier crystals from the storage and, after a moment and Appo's thought, produced a glob of wood essence. "Would you like this?" Upon seeing the green orb in his hand, Jiang Mu waved her hand, causing it to float towards her. "Such pure energy, where did you find this?" She swallowed it in one go, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized Wang Luo. He disclosed the details of the dungeon to her without reservation. "Indeed, you are quite fortunate," Jiang Mu remarked, her tone devoid of emotion. "In this world, such pure energy is scarce. Although in limited quantities, it can be absorbed almost instantly." Surprised by the significant benefit the wood essence provided her, Wang Luo handed her 10 additional orbs. Jiangmu glanced at him, a smile gracing her lips. You and Amp, Oppos, re quite considerate. I find myself somewhat reluctant to harm you now. Wang Luo merely smirked, choosing not to respond. When the cooks finished preparing breakfast, everyone else gathered at the dining table, all dressed and ready. Where is Sister Qiling? Long Ying glanced around, noting her absence, and voiced her concern. Beside her, Qi Luo chimed in. I didn't see her when I woke up this morning. She was here last night. Wang Luo, who had been quietly eating, felt a pang of awkwardness and cleared his throat softly. Let us eat first. Perhaps she has something to attend to? Just as he spoke, Qi Ling descended the stairs. My lord, she called softly, her face still slightly flushed, her gait somewhat unsteady. Noticing Long Ying's curious gaze, Qi Ling calmly explained. I felt a bit unwell upon waking this morning, so I stepped out for a moment. Ah, I see. Long Ying responded, her confusion dissipating. Attributing Qi Ling and Amp, Oppos, S unusual walk to prolonged discomfort. Qi Ling sighed in relief, taking a seat at the table, only to find herself instinctively squeezing her legs together, as if something were about to escape. After finishing breakfast, Wang Luo had initially intended to use the teleportation stone to explore what the Star Moon City was like. However, after last night's intimate encounter with Qi Ling, he found himself reluctant to depart. Observing her delicate skin, he felt a stirring attraction. It was his first experience, and naturally, he felt a twinge of addiction. Thus, he decided to remain for a few more days before venturing to Star Moon City. Consequently, he joined the orc exploration team on their expedition. Third-tier monster, Fire Serpent, enveloped in flames, quick and exceedingly difficult to deal with. Thanks to his fire immunity from the Phoenix Metal, Wang Luo faced no fear against such fire element creatures. Effortlessly, he crushed it, continuing deeper into the black mist alongside the orc exploration team. Speculations in the World Channel regarding Zhang Qixing claiming the first kill grew increasingly rampant, with the consensus believing he had seized the opportunity amidst Wang Luo and Tian and Oppos' struggle. Damn, I can't believe it's really Zhang Qixing. In a vast safe house elsewhere in the black mist, Tian slammed his fist on the table upon reading the channel's conjectures, startling the nearby fox girl. His face darkened as he pondered. Initially, he suspected Zhang Qixing's formidable power was a mere facade. Upon exiting the dungeon, he even entertained the notion that Zhang Qixing was Wang Luo himself. However, after the system announcement, he realized that the truly powerful individual was indeed named Zhang Qixing. How could someone of such caliber not even have a name on the leaderboard? It was unfathomable. He could not comprehend that Wang Luo had deliberately allowed the boss to be taken. Yet, the most pressing concern was that many were investigating the identity of the player who had slaughtered others in the dungeon. Since names were not displayed within the dungeon, these players had yet to suspect him. If he were discovered, it would be a grave predicament. A bunch of insignificant ants. They can be slaughtered. In the end, I received no reward, merely a gift for another. Tian and Oppos' expression darkened further with this realization. Chapter 91. A delightful treat known as cream puffs at this juncture. Pondering further proved futile. The most pressing concern was how to resolve the matter at hand. Tian and Amp, Oppos, and furrowed his brow, unable to devise a solution after a considerable time. Naturally, he was not intimidated by the players seeking to provoke him, but his greatest apprehension lay in their potential to incite others against him. Should that transpire, recognition in the next dungeon could lead to a collective onslaught from these insignificant pests. Each dungeon offers a completion reward, and he absolutely could not afford to falter in the forthcoming one. The dead do not speak. It seemed imperative to concoct a plan to deal with them. He cast a glance at those vociferously rallying on the World Channel, a glint of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, amidst the dark mist, Wang Luo was exploring the surroundings for resources alongside a burly orc. Thanks to his innate talent for information prompts, the safety of their exploration in the obscurity had significantly increased. From morning until now, they had encountered numerous monsters along the way, all of which Wang Luo dispatched with a swift and formidable might. The orcs' task was merely to collect stone and wood. Presently, the orcs were diligently gathering quicklime, a mineral recently discovered by Wang Luo. Observing that upgrading the safety house to level 5 required 1,000 units of glass, he instructed the orcs to gather more. Wang Luo, meanwhile, sat nearby, cradling a novice treasure chest he had uncovered in a nearby thicket. Even the smallest of treasures could yield great rewards. Given the exploratory nature of the find, there was a certain risk of encountering monsters, so he utilized his information prompts to assess the chest and Oppos' safety. Fortunately, there was no danger. Wang Luo, uninterested in a meticulous inspection, opened the chest directly. Congratulations. Player has obtained Chicken Essence X1. Wang Luo beamed at the chicken essence he had retrieved from the novice chest. This was an excellent ingredient for soups. While the soups prepared by the cooks were delightful, they often lacked a certain freshness. Now, with chicken essence, the flavor would undoubtedly enhance. He carefully stowed the chicken essence away and inquired of the lead orc, "How much quicklime have we gathered thus far?" To report to Lord, "We have amassed a total of 2,000 units of quicklime during this period." The lead orc promptly relayed a clear figure after a brief inspection. Wang Luo nodded slightly. "That will suffice. Tell the others to tidy up. We shall return." 2,000 units of quicklime were entirely sufficient to produce 1,000 units of glass. However, other essential raw materials such as quartz had yet to be fully gathered, and without them, glass production was impossible. The lead orc called to the others, and the group set off towards the safety house. On their way back, Wang Luo remained vigilant, collecting any rare ores or plants that crossed their path without hesitation. By evening, the group returned to the safety house with bountiful spoils. The cooks had prepared dinner by then. The orcs returned to their quarters while Wang Luo entered the fortress. In the fortress's living room, a table laden with food awaited him, and everyone gathered around, anticipating his return. Notably, since the establishment of the exploration team, Qian Shunkai and Wazij had dined and resided with the orcs. In Qian Shunkai and Oppos' words, this approach fostered greater loyalty among the subjects. Indeed, over these days, each subject and Oppos' loyalty had risen above 80. Absent the two, the individuals awaiting at the table were strikingly beautiful women. Qi Ling, Long Ying, Ayu, Jiangmu, each with their unique charm. Faced with such an array of stunning visages, Wang Luo approached without hesitation. Upon his arrival, the women prepared to dine. Just as they were about to use their chopsticks, Wang Luo suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment. Today I discovered a delightful ingredient during my outing." Amidst the curious gazes, he produced the pouch of chicken essence, snipping a small opening to sprinkle a bit into the soup. "Let us taste and discern if this soup differs from the usual." Wang Luo watched, an air of pride enveloping him as Qi Ling was the first to ladle some into her bowl. After a sip, her eyes sparkled, and after savoring it, she nodded affirmatively. "This is remarkably more delicious than before. Lord, you are truly impressive." Her eyes shone with admiration. Wang Luo felt a warmth spread within him and cleared his throat. "If it's delicious, do indulge a bit more." For nourishment, Qi Ling's cheeks flushed, a mix of shyness and playful reproach in her gaze. Unbeknownst to them, Long Ying, oblivious to their subtle exchanges, took a sip and found herself unable to contain her excitement, her dragon tail wagging eagerly. "This is so much better. Wang Luo, what did you add?" Wang Luo merely smiled, knowing that even if he explained, a dragon would hardly comprehend the intricacies of chicken essence production. It was better to let her remain blissfully unaware. Jiangmu, observing Wang Luo and Oppos' smug expression, chose to ignore him, but after tasting the soup, her expression softened, a hint of joy creeping into her demeanor. After the meal, Wang Luo contentedly wiped his mouth and discreetly exchanged a glance with Qi Ling. Her face, having just returned to normal, began to blush anew. "Qi Ling, your face is quite red. Are you unwell?" Long Ying asked anxiously, noticing her increasingly rosy cheeks. "And no, I'm fine. No need to worry. Perhaps it's just the heat." "Yes, definitely the heat." As she spoke, Qi Ling fanned herself while leading Qi Luo upstairs, eager to lull her sister to sleep without keeping their lord waiting too long. Once back in his room, Wang Luo took a refreshing shower, eagerly anticipating Qi Ling and Oppos' arrival. It wasn't until late at night that he finally heard a gentle creak from the door. Qi Ling peeked in, and upon seeing Wang Luo still awake, she quietly slipped inside. Wang Luo, who had been waiting, immediately embraced her, and as they settled onto the bed, a serious thought crossed his mind. "Qi Ling, are you of age yet?" This little elf appeared quite youthful. Should she not be of age, it might lead to complications. The coming-of-age ceremony had indeed been held within her clan, signifying her readiness for motherhood. She shyly replied. Relieved, Wang Luo's gaze grew tender. "As long as you are of age." He chuckled heartily, pulling her under the covers. "My lord, be gentle." Qi Ling murmured softly. "Understood. No need to fret. By the way, Qi Ling, Are you aware of a delightful treat from my homeland that all young girls adore? It's simply delectable. MHM. My lord, what is it? Do not speak. Allow me to elaborate. This treat is known as cream puffs. Chapter 92. Farewell to the Shadow Merchant. In the ensuing days, Wang Luo diligently scoured for resources during the day and toiled at night. Even with his impressive physical constitution of 95 points, he felt a twinge of fatigue in his waist. Reflecting on this discomfort, he resolved not to succumb to complacency any longer. Thus, when Qiling visited his chambers once more, Wang Luo devoted an entire night to planting a seed of ambition within her heart. Lord, I understand now. I shall strive for the advancement of our territory. Qiling, though beset by dark circles under her eyes from a sleepless night, had never felt more invigorated. Remain true to our original aspirations and remember our mission. Wang Luo gazed at her with a sense of satisfaction. Excellent. This is the right mindset. We must not become too engrossed in procreation. We must channel our limited energies to create boundless possibilities. Indeed, Lord. Qiling nodded in agreement. Wang Luo exhaled a silent sigh of relief and waved his hand. If there is nothing else, you may leave for now. I am feeling a bit weary. Qiling obediently acknowledged and exited the room. Wang Luo reclined on his bed, his mind swirling with thoughts. Perhaps I should find time to visit Xingyue City. It might yield clues about this survival world. In due time, I must also explore the floating root sea instance. The ice-cold apocalypse is merely 3 months away. I must endeavor to upgrade the safe house to level 5 within this period. He pondered these matters, stifling a yawn before drifting back into slumber. After an indeterminate duration, he was abruptly roused by hurried footsteps outside his door. My lord, a visitor has arrived at the territory, identifying himself as the Shadow Merchant, and he wishes to meet with you. Qiling softly knocked and informed him. The mention of the Shadow Merchant jolted Wang Luo awake. He hastily dressed and followed Qiling downstairs. Outside the safe house stood a diminutive figure, burdened with a large burlap sack. Indeed, it was the Shadow Merchant. Ah, honorable lord, it has been quite some time. Your territory has expanded remarkably. The Shadow Merchant exclaimed warmly upon seeing Wang Luo. Indeed, it brings me joy to see you. Wang Luo replied with a smile, ushering him into the villa. As they walked, the Shadow Merchant marveled at the orderly setup of the safe house. My lord, your territory is already taking on the semblance of a kingdom. With time, you may very well become the 4th lord of a city. Is that so? Wang Luo mused, intrigued by the notion of becoming the 4th lord. Absolutely. Once your territory reaches a certain threshold, it can evolve into a city-state, and you shall possess your own knights. The Shadow Merchant and Apos' admiration for Wang Luo grew palpable. I traverse this trade route every 2 months. I expect that when I next see you, the surprises you present will be even more astonishing. Wang Luo contemplated his words, but refrained from asking further questions. Since you have traveled such a distance, would you care to join me for a meal? The Shadow Merchant's face brightened at the invitation. Thank you, my lord. Wang Luo instructed the chef to prepare a simple meal, and soon the table was adorned with several dishes and a bowl of soup. As they dined, conversation flowed effortlessly. My lord, your underlings and Apos' culinary skills have certainly improved. I appreciate your hospitality. The Shadow Merchant remarked after finishing his soup, giving a thumbs up in admiration. You flatter me. I am simply pleased that you enjoy it, Wang Luo chuckled. After their meal, with the day still young, the Shadow Merchant prepared to take his leave. My lord, as a token of my gratitude for your hospitality, I wish to present you with a gift, hoping it may be of assistance, he said, rummaging through his tattered sack until he produced a compact carriage. What is this? Wang Luo inquired, puzzled by the small vehicle. The Shadow Merchant shook his head, my lord. This carriage will facilitate your travels. With your esteemed status, you require a suitable mode of transport. With a slight bow, he added, I shall take my leave now. Just as Wang Luo intended to call him back, the Shadow Merchant transformed into a cloud of shadow and vanished. With no option left, Wang Luo utilized the information prompt to examine the compact carriage. Casual carriage, intermediate equipment, capable of changing size based on the number of passengers. Constructed from resilient materials that are difficult to damage, alleviating concerns of bandit threats. Automatically generates a driver upon use. To think such an unassuming carriage is classified as intermediate equipment. Wang Luo marveled at the palm-sized vehicle. Exchanging a meal for intermediate equipment seemed quite generous of the Shadow Merchant. The true value of this item was not necessarily grand, but it would greatly facilitate Wang Luo and Apos' travels. Given the expanding territory, even now, it took a quarter of an hour to traverse from the fortress to the borders. Since it was a gift, he would gladly accept it. Wang Luo stowed the carriage away, recalling that he also possessed a grand teleportation array. Rumored to transform his territory into a commercial hub, he had the chance to inquire further with the shadow merchant. Well, in 2 months, he will return this way. I can ask then. He dismissed the matter from his mind. In the afternoon, Wang Luo ventured out with the orc exploration team. Meanwhile, Iu and Amp, Oppo's insect tribe busied themselves collecting resources around the fortress. In the days since his entry into the instance, they had gathered 5,000 wood, 4,000 iron ore, 2,000 copper ore, and over 300 furs. Though still far from the materials needed to upgrade the safe house, it was a commendable haul. Notably, the crops in the intermediate spirit field had matured as well. Wang Luo instructed the farmers to harvest the crops and directed one to plant rice in a section of the intermediate spirit field. He recalled Mayu mentioning that these farmers possessed the ability to cultivate special crops. The intermediate spirit field had a rapid growth rate, and Wang Luo was eager to see what the farmers could achieve with ordinary rice. Having completed these tasks, evening fell. After dinner, Wang Luo retired early, eager to use the dedicated teleportation stone the next day to explore Xingyue City. He pondered the shadow merchant and Oppo's words about territorial development leading to the formation of city-states. Could it be that Xingyue City, Holy Light City, and another city, Flame City, were once territories as well? The likelihood seemed increasingly plausible. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 93, Arrival in Starry Moon City. The following morning, after breakfast, Wang Luo returned to his room. He retrieved the teleportation stone from the warehouse. Would you like to use the exclusive teleportation stone? Wang Luo affirmed. And in the next moment, the stone erupted with a dazzling golden light, engulfing him entirely. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a dimly lit alley. Cautiously, he stepped out of the alley, surveying his surroundings. The nearby houses were predominantly wooden, with the occasional stone structure, and the ground beneath was a dusty dirt path. A couple of pedestrians glanced at Wang Luo with momentary surprise before turning away, resuming their calm demeanor, seemingly disinclined to engage with him. Wang Luo paid them no mind, his gaze soon fixating on a towering light tower in the east. The radiance emanating from the tower dispelled the shadowy gloom enveloping the city. It was unmistakably the heart of the city. As Wang Luo walked forward, he reached a deserted area and summoned the inconspicuous carriage gifted by the fog merchant. Once confirmed, the carriage suddenly enlarged several times. A brown carriage, perfectly sized for him, materialized on the street, accompanied by a silent driver. Wang Luo cast a couple of glances before boarding the carriage. The interior was exquisitely lavish and comfortable, though slightly cramped for a solitary occupant. It offered ample space for him to recline and rest. After instructing the driver to proceed towards the light tower, Wang Luo settled in comfortably. Except for a slight jolt at the start, the journey was devoid of discomfort. Truly, as a piece of intermediate equipment, it possessed its unique merits. He caressed the soft blanket within the carriage, marveling at its quality. As time passed, the carriage arrived at the outer city of Starry Moon City. Just as Wang Luo was dozing off, he felt a sudden halt, followed by a steady stop. "My lord, identification is required to enter the city," the driver announced in a tone devoid of any emotional inflection. Wang Luo lifted the curtain and beheld a formidable wall exuding an ancient aura. Outside the city gate stood 2 burly guards in military attire, their expressions stern as they surveyed the comers and goers. Frowning, Wang Luo pondered how he would prove his identity on his first visit. As he contemplated, he descended from the carriage, intending to negotiate, when he noticed the guard step aside respectfully upon seeing him. "Esteemed lord, welcome to Starry Moon City." Wang Luo was taken aback. He had yet to utter a word, and it was already over? Following the guards and Amp, Oppo's gaze, he discovered an unknown jade token had appeared at his waist, inscribed with the characters Lord. Bewildered, Wang Luo examined the token, realizing it had not been present in the carriage. He attempted to remove the token but found it utterly impossible. Glancing at the guards once more, he noticed they bore similar tokens, inscribed with the title of the city guards. Could it be that it automatically recognized identities? Wang Luo mused, wondering what title would appear if other players arrived here. Survivor? Adventurer? Suppressing his confusion, he gestured for the driver to proceed into the city. Only after he departed did the guards finally exhale with relief. The soldier on the left wiped his brow, What an extraordinary day, to have such a distinguished guest in the city. Who knows? Perhaps it and Oppos, a special occasion. But it and Oppos, not for us to discuss. Another guard promptly reminded him. The two guards glanced around to ensure no one had overheard them before standing tall once more, continuing their duty at the gate. On the other side, upon entering the city, Wang Luo stored the carriage. Although the city streets were paved with cobblestones and predominantly featured stone houses, the living conditions here were considerably improved. Nonetheless, the sight of a carriage was still quite conspicuous. After stowing it away, Wang Luo stepped onto the bustling streets. The distance to the light tower remained considerable, but he chose not to head in that direction. The tower, being the center of Starry Moon City, was undoubtedly heavily guarded. He had come merely to observe the city and Oppos' essence, not to seek trouble. Casually, he entered a nearby tavern. Hey, my friends, do you know what I encountered today? A level 2 wild boar. That creature had quite the temper. It charged at me without hesitation. Thankfully, my strength was sufficient to subdue it. Upon entering, Wang Luo was greeted by a robust man boasting loudly while holding a beer, eliciting cheers from the patrons. Wang Luo scanned the dimly lit tavern, where burly men filled the tables, each clutching oversized mugs brimming with frothy beer, sharing tales of their thrilling adventures. Among them, a petite orc maiden named Fu Luo served drinks to the crowd. Fu Luo, bring me another barrel of beer. The previously boasting man bellowed, his face flushed with excitement. Coming right up. Please wait a moment. The orc girl replied cheerfully, deftly maneuvering through the tavern to fetch his drink. As the man placed 10 copper coins on her tray, Fu Luo, while humming a tune, turned to see Wang Luo standing in the tavern. She approached him with enthusiasm. Good sir, are you here for a drink as well? Wang Luo hesitated briefly before nodding. Yes, please find me a seat. Fu Luo surveyed the surroundings and guided him to a table occupied by a single young woman. You can sit here, and I'll bring your beer. Wang Luo acknowledged her and watched as she departed. His gaze fell upon the young woman, who seemed oblivious to his presence, engrossed in her drink. Observing this, Wang Luo dismissed any inclination to converse and awaited his beer in silence. Soon, Fu Luo returned with a tray. Here's your beer. It will be 10 copper coins. Copper coins? Wang Luo exclaimed, somewhat perplexed. He recalled seeing the man pay 10 copper coins, yet he possessed none. Suddenly, he remembered the fog merchant mentioning that monster crystals were a circulating currency, and he retrieved a level 1 monster crystal. Would this suffice as currency? He inquired. Fu Luo paused, then burst into laughter. Good sir, you must be new to Starry Moon City. Those monster crystals are indeed currency. As she spoke, she produced a bag from seemingly nowhere, spilling a handful of shiny silver coins, alongside some copper coins. 1 crystal is equivalent to 1 gold coin. Here are your 99 silver coins and 90 copper coins as change. After counting the coins, Fu Luo cheerfully carried the tray away. Just as Wang Luo stored the coins, he heard the young woman beside him suddenly speak. Are you new to Starry Moon City? Chapter 94, The Level 3 Monster Shadow Mouse. Upon hearing the words, Wang Luo turned his head, only to discover that the young woman, who had been silently drinking, was now gazing intently at him. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly. You have traversed through the dark mist from outside? The young woman inquired further. Wang Luo furrowed his brow ever so slightly, a flicker of wariness rising within him at her persistent questioning. Noticing his unusual expression, the woman paused, recollecting herself, and introduced, You need not worry. My name is Vina. Wang Luo responded with a slight nod. I am Zhang Qixing. Is there something you require? Vina, no longer concealing her intentions, candidly replied, Mr. Zhang Qixing, my inquiries bear no malice. I merely wish to hire some capable individuals who frequently explore the dark mist to escort my young lady home. For the perils therein are manifold. Taking a sip of his beer, the familiar bitter taste spread through his throat. This flavor bore no difference from the beer's back on Blue Star. Listening to Vina's words, he nodded, indicating his understanding. Mr. Zhang Qixing, should your strength suffice, I would greatly appreciate your assistance. My master is exceedingly generous and will undoubtedly offer you a most satisfactory reward. Vina implored him once more. Vina, many patrons in this tavern are seasoned explorers of the dark mist. Why do you invite me alone? Wang Luo queried, curiosity piquing within him. He found it hard to believe that Vina had not overheard the discussions of others in the tavern. Because your equipment, if I surmise correctly, is of high caliber, only those of considerable strength can contend with the formidable monsters that emerge. Vina straightforwardly articulated her reasoning. Wang Luo nodded slightly, comprehending her implication. Though the burly men in the tavern spoke with bravado, their actual prowess was lacking. They were merely capable of clearing out monsters surrounding Starmoon City. Should they venture deep into the mist, their abilities would indeed fall short. Miss Vina, as you can see, I am adequately equipped and lack for nothing in terms of crystals. Should the reward not meet my expectations, I shall not accept lightly. Upon hearing this, Vina smiled faintly. Please rest assured, Mr. Zhang, my master is a great lord. Should you complete this task, I can recommend you as a knight within his domain, with substantial benefits. Vina anticipated that upon hearing this, he would be exhilarated and readily agree to her proposition. However, to her surprise, Wang Luo and Apos' expression turned peculiar upon digesting her words. Just as she pondered this, Wang Luo tugged at the jade token at his waist, prompting Vina to glance over, leaving her momentarily stunned. You are a lord? Vina asked, appearing somewhat bewildered. Wang Luo smiled gently. Indeed, thus for me, the reward you speak of feels akin to a punishment. Vina inexplicably felt her face flush. Hastily muttering an apology before departing the tavern, Wang Luo paid her little mind, leisurely finishing his barrel of beer before taking his leave. The weight of the barrels in this tavern was considerable, yet for his physique, these beers were merely a triviality. Stepping out, he wandered through Starmoon City. Regarding Vina and Apos' remarks as a mere interlude. As time flowed by, night enveloped Starmoon City. The lights from the distant tower dimmed, yet a flicker of brightness persisted to disperse the darkness. The streets saw an increase in patrolling squads, tasked with maintaining safety throughout the night. The tower and Apos' light waned, making it easier for monsters to infiltrate the city under the cover of chaos. Hence the number of guards was exponentially greater than during the day. Another squad of city guards passed by him, advising him not to roam the streets carelessly upon recognizing his identity. Wang Luo acknowledged their counsel and subsequently sought out an inn to rest for the night. In the dead of night, just as Wang Luo had settled into slumber, he was abruptly awakened by a commotion, quickly rushing to the window to peer outside. He observed squads of guards hastily traversing the street, occasionally shouting warnings. Residents of the city, be cautious. A level 3 monster has slipped into the city under the cover of night. Remain indoors. Listening to the shouts echoing outside, Wang Luo inwardly lamented the city's defenses were lacking. He soon realized that such circumstances were unavoidable. A city of that magnitude required an immense workforce. Yet those truly capable of repelling foes were few and far between. They could only strive to ensure the safety of the residents. It appeared that transforming his territory into a city-state would not be an easy endeavor. Wang Luo silently calculated. Yet, he pondered the resources that must be expended for the city guards and the tower, which never extinguished its light, illuminating the entire city-state. He donned his equipment, nimbly leaping from the window. The guards and Apos' strength was likely insufficient to confront a level 3 monster, and Wang Luo did not mind lending a hand. On the dimly lit street, guards bearing everlasting lamps hurried past. The everlasting lamps appeared not to be exclusive to players, but rather a common item in this world. Observing the near abundance of everlasting lamps, Wang Luo contemplated silently. At that moment, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting shadow darting past from a nearby alley. Simultaneously, a message prompt appeared before his eyes. Level 3 monster Shadow Mouse, generally weak yet exceedingly troublesome, capable of melding into shadows, rendering it nearly invisible to the naked eye. Its attack power is low, yet it relishes striking from the darkness for a lethal blow. Found it. Wang Luo silently intoned, his figure flashing as he pursued it. The Shadow Mouse, sensing a pursuer, swiftly darted into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Wang Luo was momentarily taken aback, only to see a message prompt emanating from a distant shadow. Without hesitation, he pressed on. No wonder the city guards failed to detect it. Shadows were abundant at night, and it could easily conceal itself within any shadow. Fortuitously, Wang Luo possessed the talent for information prompts, allowing him to tenuously keep pace with it. The Shadow Mouse, realizing it could not shake off its relentless pursuer, hastened its speed in desperation. Wang Luo clung tightly, the chase drawing them ever closer to the city's center. Understanding that its pursuer was relentless, the Shadow Mouse leaped atop a building, subsequently burrowing into a room. This edifice appeared to be another inn, with rooms arranged systematically across its levels. Wang Luo and Apos' gaze sharpened as he swiftly scanned the surroundings, ultimately spotting a message prompt in one of the rooms. Just as he was about to approach, a sharp voice rang out. Who goes there? The voice seemed familiar, yet Wang Luo had no time for contemplation. He pushed open the door and charged into the room with the prompt.